Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 251, the first thing Alon saw upon arriving at the colony was crack. Masterer, Sialring? It was Sialring who jumped into his arms without warning. Since his body wasn't fully healed yet, they decided to talk in detail later and take a rest for now. Strictly speaking, it happened even before they arrived at the colony. Sialring smashed into the carriage and clung to Alon. How long had he been comforting the suddenly crying Sialring? Have you calmed down a bit? Seeing Sialring nod with a swollen, teary smile, Alon felt both warmth and a slight heaviness in his heart, because he felt he might have made her worry too much. So, just like he always did when they met, he gently pressed down her two ears. Sialring leaned further into Alon's hand, seemingly pleased. Then Alon naturally shifted his gaze outside the carriage. Thanks to Sialring's overly enthusiastic greeting, the ceiling had blown off, revealing the clear sky. As he felt the breeze coming in, "Master, what is it? Why are you hurt?" Sialring, who had been giggling moments ago, suddenly asked when she noticed the bandages wrapped around Alon's body. A lot happened. He had no choice but to be vague. Most of the wounds hadn't come from someone else's attack, but from using reverse heaven. The reverse heaven technique, by its nature, reverses the mana burn law to endlessly generate magical power. But what Alon hadn't considered was the speed at which that power was generated. The speed at which reverse heaven released mana was overwhelmingly faster than Alon could control it himself. During the battle at Barma, the only reason Alon had been able to sustain mana for several minutes was because he pushed his body to the limit using the divinity of the primordial elf that he had recreated. In other words, if Alon hadn't had that divinity, his body might have exploded the moment he used reverse heaven. Even with the divinity, it was tough just maintaining the constant release of mana. That's why most of the injuries remaining on his body came from the mana that couldn't be released quickly enough. Of course, they were now far smaller than when they first appeared. Regardless, if Alon wanted to properly use reverse heaven, he still had a lot of research to do. Even the divine regeneration through the elf's divinity wasn't fully complete. Alon recalled the battle against Barma. At first, his body regenerated well. But as time went on, the regeneration from the divinity started to slow down. Even though the divine power being consumed seemed the same, he had postponed thinking about it due to being busy. But now those thoughts all rushed in at once, momentarily pulling his focus. "Who did this to you?" A voice snapped him out of his thoughts. When Alon looked down, he saw Sialring staring up at him, her face now expressionless, different from before. "Who was it, Master?" Her voice was the same as always, so were her twitching ears, but her eyes were different. Her golden irises, which always sparkled brightly even through swollen lids, were now dull and sunken. "Tell me, who did it?" she asked again. Alon felt an inexplicable pressure. Was Sialring always like this? He didn't think he'd ever sensed this kind of danger from her before. Breaking into a cold sweat, Alon quickly reached out to pat her head. "Don't worry, really, no one did this to me." "Really?" "Yeah, it just happened while I was coming back, so don't worry too much." "That's a relief." Seeing the golden eyes return to their usual gleam, Alon let out a quiet sigh. Sialring looked at him intently, then said, "Still, Master. What is it? If anyone ever lays a hand on you, promise y'all tell me." She said this while clutching tightly to the hem of his clothes. Noticing the deep concern in her golden eyes, all right, Alon nodded without hesitation. Exactly 6 hours later, around late evening, Alon's group finally arrived at the colony. "Then I'll see you tomorrow, brother. You've clearly had a tough time, so please rest well tonight. I'll handle any pending matters in advance. Thank you for being considerate." "Not at all, brother." Yuman left after saying his goodbyes first. "Marquis, Penia. I'll be gone just for a day. Something came up that I need to do." "Something to do?" "Yes. I want to talk with the Tower Master about a few things," Penia reported excitedly, full of anticipation. She was clearly planning to talk about the past with Selim. Alon nodded without hesitation. "All right. Yes, then I'll see you tomorrow." As soon as he gave permission, Penia disappeared in a flash. But was it really necessary to get my permission? Though a bit puzzled, Alon made his way to Sialring's guild house, where they planned to stay for the night. And the moment he stepped into the guild house, "Welcome, sir." "Hello, Marquis." He was met with the Golden Mane tribe's enthusiastic hospitality. "Welcome. Yes, so glad you're here. Really, 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 really. We're so glad you're here." An overly intense welcome. And on top of that marquee, Lime was it. Yes, yes, that's me. I am Lime. So glad you're here. Are you hurt anywhere? Well, nothing serious. That's a huge relief. It was as if Alon's very presence was a blessing. Lime's eyes welled up with tears as she looked deeply moved, leaving Alon utterly bewildered. He had met the Golden Mane tribe several times before, but not once had they ever made such a fuss. If anything, they had always been proper and formal. Did I accidentally cause a change in the past somehow? A faint doubt crossed his mind, but Alon soon realized why their reaction had been so intense. Sialrang? Yes. When the rumor spread that the Marquis had died, oh, it was truly unbearable. She was practically spreading malice in every direction. Even now, Evan crossed his arms and shivered as though the memory still haunted him. Anyway, that's probably why everyone is in a festive mood over your return. Only then did Alon get a vague sense of how things had gone down. He recalled the Golden Mane tribe from earlier, all of them exhaling deeply in relief as though they could finally breathe. Was it really that bad? Alon had a strange expression on his face. He had only ever seen Sialrang in her usual energetic state, so he couldn't even imagine her filled with malice. But Evan had no reason to lie to him. Yes, yes, that's right. I am Lime. I am so glad you're here. You're not hurt anywhere, are you? Even the usually composed Lime had been teary-eyed, anxiously checking him all over. Alon suddenly recalled Sialrang's expression earlier. Her voice and face had remained the same, but those brilliant golden eyes had turned dark and murky in an instant. Marquis, I haven't heard the full story yet, but what exactly happened? Evan's voice broke through Alon's reverie. You mean from the moment I disappeared with Iago? Yes, you were completely out of contact for 3 whole months. Thinking back, he hadn't properly explained everything to Evan since returning. After a moment of thought, Alon decided to tell Evan the truth. And time passed. Is all of that really true? There's no reason for me to lie about it, is there? I know there's no need to lie, but right, well, ill, take your word for it. Even as he said that, Evan furrowed his brow multiple times, clearly finding it hard to believe. Eventually, he nodded in understanding. Then please get some rest for today. He left Alon's room after a final farewell. Alon suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked Evan more about the current near-war situation he had mentioned earlier. But he simply shrugged. He'd find out everything tomorrow anyway. For now, I just need to rest. Alon lay down on the bed. The next day, having completely passed out the moment he lay down due to accumulated fatigue, Alon woke his heavy body and headed toward the royal palace of the colony. Marquis, I'm so glad you're alive. It's been a while. He exchanged brief greetings with Karsam, who greeted him with a very bright smile. Then, Alon was granted an audience with King Carmax's I, and you've come. Truly, I am so glad you're here. Carmax's I gave him a warm and heartfelt welcome. For a moment, the déjà vu of it all left Alon confused again. But that didn't last long, as Alon tried to receive a full update on the current situation from the King Ahum. Well, you see, the thing is, but he couldn't get anything useful. Alon shifted his gaze slightly. There was Sialrang, pretending to be distracted and looking elsewhere. Weh, she puckered her lips to whistle, but only let out silly puffs of air. Sialrang, yes, what is it, master? I'd like to speak privately with His Majesty for a moment. Is that all right with me? Her expression screamed no, but when Alon calmly stared her down, Sialrang reluctantly gave in. Okay, she trudged out of the audience chamber. Phew, thank you. Now I can finally speak freely. Not at all. So, can you explain the situation in more detail? Carmax's I sighed in relief the moment Sialrang stepped out. He hesitated for a moment at Alon's request, then began to speak slowly. Would you prefer a detailed explanation or just the basics? Let's save the detailed explanation for later. For now, I'd like to get a general understanding of the situation. Carmax's I nodded. Are you familiar with the first prince of the Ashtalon Kingdom? I do know of him. He sent his condolences regarding your death. Yes, this is what he said. The death of Marquis Palacio is truly unfortunate, and I offer my deepest condolences. However, even so, we cannot remain stagnant. The kingdom of Asteria must move forward, overcoming its sorrow. That's the gist of it. As he carefully mulled over the words, Alon nodded. There were a few unnecessary embellishments, but overall, it came off as a message of encouragement. So he quietly waited for what would come next. That's what started it. Excuse me? That message is why we're now on the brink of war. Alon's mind filled with question marks at what he just heard. Did I hear that correctly? You did. How could that possibly be the trigger for a war? That's what I want to know. Carmax's I sighed deeply and turned to look at one side of the room. I really want to know how this ended up being the spark for war. He muttered gloomily. Following the king's gaze, Alon turned toward the window. There twitched two golden ears, poorly hidden, twitched slightly behind the edge. So it was you. Chapter 252, the twitching ears peeked up over the window, and when the golden eyes that appeared met Alon's gaze, they flashed a shy smile. Then, perhaps realizing she had been hiding, Xiaoreng quickly lowered her head again. Alon quietly watched her for a moment, then turned his gaze and asked, I've more or less grasped the situation. I'm glad you understood. It's been quite difficult. In many ways, I mean. Carmax's I let out a sigh, genuinely relieved. Alon now understood why the man had been so enthusiastic when he first arrived at the royal palace. But I've heard that Caliban and Raxus are also preparing for war with Ashtalon. What's going on there? Of course, he could roughly imagine the situation. Still, out of caution, Alon Askadan, the one who answered, wasn't Carmax's I. That's because of Deus and Raiden? It was Xiaoreng, who had been spying on them from the window just moments ago. As if she'd been waiting for this moment, she suddenly popped out and said, Deus and Raiden? Yup, they got angry and declared war. She spoke like she was tattling on someone, and though he nodded, Alon couldn't help but feel curious. Do those two really have the influence to declare war? Sure, Deus was the first sword of Caliban, and Raiden had maintained a good relationship with Raxus after uniting all the pirates. But still, they weren't the rulers of their respective nations. Alon turned his eyes toward Carmax's I. Seeing the man's expression turn awkward, as if he were checking Xiaoreng's reaction, Alon suddenly felt all his previous doubts become meaningless. Xiaoreng? Yeah, but is that really the kind of message that justifies declaring war? Of course it is, Xiaoreng answered without hesitation. That guy told me to forget about my master because he's dead, acting like he knows everything even though he doesn't. Xiaoreng began radiating hostility, clearly upset, but then her eyes widened as if something had occurred to her. She coughed lightly and added, Maybe that's just what Deus and Raiden were thinking, Master. Is that so? Yup, and for the record, I didn't say anything, it was all Karsum. She pointed her finger toward Karsum, who had been standing by Carmax's I. Karsum, who had merely been observing the situation until now, gave a me? Look and pointed at himself, but then, yes, it was me. Upon confirming Xiaoreng had turned away from him, he nodded with a face full of injustice. See, told you so. Now Xiaoreng puffed up her chest proudly. Watching her act so confidently, Alon could only sigh softly as he patted her head. Just to confirm, has the news of my survival spread everywhere? Yes. I believe it's reached most places, though there's one issue. May I ask what it is? Carmax's I cleared his throat and began to speak. As you may know, war isn't something you can just start on a whim. There's much to prepare, and many factors to consider. As he glanced at Xiaoreng while speaking, Alon roughly understood what he meant. To put it simply, they were pretending to go to war just to appease Xiaoreng. In other words, using a term from Alon's original world, it was all WWE. I completely understand. From what I know, it's much the same in other countries. But because things were delayed too long, Caliban sent its first sword ahead. You mean Deus? That's right. It seems he went straight to the capital, so he may not have heard the news yet. Inevitably, Alon had one more stop to make. I suppose he'll have to stop by the capital of Ashtalon. I can assure you, you'll be welcomed. Alon began preparing to head to Ashtalon. He needed to find Rhine as soon as possible. I need to take care of this quickly. Rhine's voice echoed in his ears, and his heart grew anxious. Even so, the current situation had to be resolved first, so Alon set his course for Ashtalon. It's unfortunate. I had some questions to ask. But you seem busy, so I'll save them for next time. Yes, I was planning to visit you soon anyway. Let's talk then. Understood, brother. Marquis. I'll head to the Mage Tower and join you shortly. Got it. He left brief farewells with Yuman and Penia. Can I come with you too? Stay here for now. But I'm worried. There won't be any trouble. I'll be back after I finish everything. So, we're going on a trip then? Yes, we'll do that. All right. Xiaoreng nodded at last, though her eyes were still filled with concern, and then she continued. And Master, what is it? Rhine is, she's okay, right? A quiet question laced with Xiaoreng's worry. At that, Alon hesitated to answer for a moment. Yesterday, when Xiaoring had casually asked, Hidi said she'd return soon, but in truth, even Alan hadn't yet confirmed what exactly had happened to her. However, yes, she'll be fine. That's what Alan told Xiaoring. Even if something had gone wrong, and she truly wasn't fine, he would do whatever it took to bring her back. Perhaps reassured by the certainty in his words, "Okay, got it." Xiaoring nodded and stepped back, and with his goodbyes to her complete, Alan departed from the colony. Once he had traveled a fair distance away from the colony, Hua, Meow, Blackie and Basilira, who had remained unseen until now, suddenly appeared. "Seriously, why are you heading straight to the colony the moment I am allowed out?" Meow Blackie climbed onto Alan's shoulder, shifting around, while Basilira shouted in frustration. "Was it because Xiaoring was there that you couldn't come out?" "Yeah, you know exactly what happens to us when that person is around, and you're still saying that." It was already painful enough when we were in the past. I wanted to go out but couldn't. It was torture." At those words, Alan recalled that Basilira had never shown itself once when they were in the past timeline. "Come to think of it, why didn't you appear back then?" "I didn't choose not to appear, I couldn't." "Why not?" "That, I don't know either. Even when I tried to go out, I couldn't. It was like something forbade me." "Like something forbade you?" "Yeah." It was a really strange feeling. Curling its body as if still uncomfortable, Basilira suddenly seemed to recall something. "Now that I think about it, why did I stay still back then?" "Back then?" "Yeah. When you were fighting that guy Barma, wasn't it? Didn't the masked person take your ring?" "Wait, what?" Alan blinked, startled by the new information, and Basilira made a face like, "Huh. Don't tell me you didn't know?" "Obviously not. I only know now because you told me. Tell me everything." Though still confused, Basilira began explaining what Alan had completely missed. "You mean when the ground collapsed as I blocked Barma's attack?" "Yeah, then. Suddenly, blue threads appeared and pulled your ring right off." "I had no idea that even happened." As Alan fidgeted with the finger where the ring used to be, Basilira nodded. "You really didn't seem to pay any attention to it." Alan rubbed his chin with the now empty finger. "Do you remember the face of the one who took the ring?" "There's no face to remember. They were wrapped head to toe in black. But one thing is certain." "What is it?" "They had blue eyes." "Blue eyes, yeah, and not just blue, vividly blue." "Blue eyes, huh?" Alan let out a sigh. With just that one detail, it was impossible to figure out who it was. No, even if I knew, it wouldn't matter much. After all, that ring had been left behind 700 years ago. But one thing bugged him. If someone took my ring, that means they knew what it really was. That person probably knew exactly what the ring was. Now that I think about it, did I have to lose the ring back then in order to find it again later? Wait a second, if that's true, didn't I also have to leave the glove behind? On the way to Ashtalon, Alan was lost in uncertain speculation. "A few weeks later, thank you so much for coming." "Really, thank you." "It's nothing." "Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you." Alan arrived in Ashtalon, where the tense atmosphere made it clear preparations for war were in full swing. Soldiers were lined up, their faces tight with nervous energy. Wothier gathered like it's the final battle. Looks like it. Once he reached the palace, Prince Mandala of Ashtalon greeted him with a deep bow. "Thank you for coming." ... It's nothing. Then Alan was led to meet King Stalion V, who clasped both his hands and expressed heartfelt gratitude. To be honest, being thanked like this felt kind of weird. Soon after, Alan was briefed on the situation by Stalion. "So, Raiden and Deus are moving together. That's what you're saying?" "That's right." Alan glanced to the side. Tremble, 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 the prince's hands were shaking like he had tremors. He looked absolutely pitiful. "He looks way too scared, no matter how strong they are." Of course, Alan knew roughly how powerful Deus and Raiden were. Even so, Mandala was the first prince, and if I recall correctly, kind of an arrogant one. Granted, if Deus and Raiden had truly come with the intent to destroy, that would be serious. But even so, it was strange for a prince with such overwhelming military power to be this frightened. Not to mention, I am sure Zukurak is with them too. He briefly pictured the giant clad in dark armor. "First, it seems they haven't properly received the news yet. I should go deliver it." Alan tried to steer the situation toward diplomacy. But while King Stalion nodded with a heavy expression, the prince kept trembling nervously. "If they blow us up before we even get to talk blow you up," Alan tilted his head at the prince's muttering. He'd been told the two were moving together, but this talk of bombing didn't quite make sense. "Why, Your Majesty is on their way." Just then, a knight burst into the audience chamber with urgent news. Alan pushed aside his confusion and quickly stood. He was about to head to the wall to meet Deus and Raiden when Alon saw it. Far off in the distance, floating in the sky, a ship, a massive ship, not more than just one or two, easily more than 10. They were gliding through the air, approaching the capital. And then you will pay here for the insult you showed my brother. Raiden's voice thundered across the sky, amplified so all could hear. There was never any room for negotiation. Over 10 ships simultaneously opened their cannons. Only then did Alon understand why the prince had been shaking so much. He clutched his spinning head in disbelief. I appreciate that they're angry on my behalf, but still wasn't this a bit too much? A familiar thought passed through his mind. Chapter 253. In any case, the conclusion was that Alon had stopped Deus and Raiden. Brother, Marquis? As soon as Alon revealed himself, Raiden and Deus immediately stopped the bombardment and came rushing down, gasping for breath. He explained the situation to them right away. They listened silently for a while, then let out a deep sigh of relief. I feel like I aged 10 years, brother. I really thought you were dead and got the shock of my life. I'm so glad, Marquis. Raiden smiled brightly while Deus showed deep relief. Though both looked visibly at ease now, their haggard faces revealed the mental strain of the past days. Seeing that, Alon felt a warm sensation in his chest once again. And at the same time, he asked, "So, what is that?" He pointed to the massive ship floating in the sky. That was that, but this was another issue entirely. At his question, Raiden's shoulders straightened. "Oh, that's an artifact we got recently, brother. An artifact?" "Yes. I figured it'd be useful in times like this, so I made sure it was properly fixed up, though it won't last long." 10 ships hovered in perfect symmetry in the sky. "I appreciate you thinking of me like that, but now that you know I am alive, that should be enough. Go back." However, at Alon's words, Raiden and Deus exchanged subtle looks. "Well, if that's what you say, brother, then we have no choice." "Understood." They nodded as if they had expected this outcome. Watching them, Alon recalled the words of the first prince. "The death of Marquis Palacio is truly regrettable, and we offer our condolences. However, we cannot remain stagnant. The kingdom of Asteria must move forward, overcoming its sorrow." Of course, it wasn't a message filled entirely with goodwill. Alon wondered what had made them so angry. Rather than pondering further, he decided to ask directly. "Deus, Raiden?" "Yes, Marquis. Please speak, brother." "Just asking to be sure, did the first prince say anything else that I don't know about?" He figured there was no way Deus, Raiden, and Sialrang would have reacted so strongly otherwise. But no, he didn't say anything else. Yes. Then Alon glanced upward. The giant ship was floating in the sky with its cannons open, ready to bombard the royal palace at any moment. Never mind. Staring at that scene, Alon swallowed the question he was about to ask. They had overdone it, all 3 of them had. Still, in the end they had done it for him. Well, even so, it was clearly excessive. Therefore, next time try to stay a little calmer. With those parting words, Alon, having settled the situation quickly, sent Raiden and Deus away, saying he would visit them soon. Survived. I really thought I was going to die only after the 2 had completely disappeared did the soldiers finally let out breaths of relief and murmurs of gratitude. "Thank you so much." "Thank you." The first prince bowed deeply, and King Stallion V looked at him with emotional eyes. Alon felt strangely conflicted again. Was he the one who should be receiving thanks? Shouldn't he be the one apologizing? That guilt lingered in his mind, but there was no need to offer an apology they didn't want. So Alon simply waved his hand lightly and returned the gesture of respect. With the situation wrapped up, Alon stayed one night in Ashtalon and immediately left the next day. He had come rushing in to stop things, but now he had something very important to do. On the road to Grainifra, unlike the day before, the city was peaceful now that the soldiers had dispersed. As Alon looked around, Evan struck up a conversation. "Marquis, did you hear?" "Hear what?" "Remember how you found it odd that the Black Knight or whatever disappeared?" "Yeah, did you find something out?" "Yes." Evan nodded and continued. "I only heard it by chance, but apparently it was because of you, Marquis." "Because of me?" "Yes. They say the first prince said something ridiculous, and because of that, even the only method to stop those monsters was gone. We're doomed. If that bastard hadn't said anything, we wouldn't have died so pointlessly like that." Evan mimicked someone's tone from yesterday. Alon, quietly listening, recalled a memory. "Now that I think about it, the lizard men also called me a dear friend." As he recalled Kurak's words, he tilted his head in confusion. A god, huh? While Alan had indeed formed bonds during his activities 700 years ago, he didn't remember ever getting close to a god. The closest would be Dawan. But when he met Dawan, she had said she didn't have much time left, so the odds of her still being alive were slim. Then several questions began to fill his mind. The Hayeki he met in the past, Ryanga had white hair. But here, her hair was black, and he also became curious about the lizardmen god calling him their friend. On top of that, he wondered how the others were doing now. What's Arquelenas's doing, I wonder? For a moment, he recalled the black dragon who had rarely left his side back then, always wrapping her tail around his waist and whimpering. Once I free Rhine from the seal, maybe I should visit her. Thoughts of Rhine soon drowned out everything else. After solving the most important issue, he thought he'd go meet the lizardman who called him a friend. Alan turned his gaze back out the window. The scene outside was truly peaceful. Right after seeing Alan off, Deus let out a sigh of relief aboard Raiden's ship. That was a relief. Truly a relief. Of course, he had been sure of it, that Alan was alive. There was no evidence, he simply believed. A firm belief that his savior could not have died so meaninglessly. And Deus was not the only one. Even his younger sister, Silly, refused to believe that Alan had died. After all, she was a saintess. She continued to use the power of Kalanin, and that alone was proof that Alan was still alive, something she firmly believed. However, unlike the siblings' conviction, the world gradually began to accept Alan's death as fact. A funeral was held, and various nations expressed their condolences. But public perception did nothing to shake the siblings' belief. They declared with certainty that Alan, their benefactor, was undoubtedly alive. Of course, Dia's personality had become overly sensitive, and his gaze grew sharper. Someone once made the mistake of saying, "It's truly a shame that Marquis Palacio is dead," in front of him and had both arms shattered by the fifth sword. They were still recuperating to this day. Still, after seeing it with his own eyes, he could finally breathe easy. Deus placed a hand on his chest and let out a deep breath, then immediately pulled out a crystal orb from his coat. He wanted to share this joyful news with Silly. She wasn't in Caliban anymore, but in a newly established temple after Alan went missing. Woong, the crystal glowed the moment mana was infused. After a short while, Silly's image was projected onto the surface. "What's going on?" Silly looked emaciated. Her cheeks were hollow, and her gaze was intense. It was a bit hard to believe she still held faith in Alan's survival. But Deus immediately shouted, "Silly, the Marquis is alive." "Huh, really?" Her eyes widened. As Deus smiled and nodded, the corners of her lips rose. "HMPH, well, of course. Brother, didn't I tell you so?" She quickly cleared her throat as if she hadn't just reacted like that. Though she couldn't quite hide her smile, so she raised her hand to cover her mouth. "Anyway, what a relief. It really is. But what about Ashtalon? Was everything resolved?" As if suddenly remembering, Deus began to explain what had happened when he met Alan. "He stopped you, you say?" "Yeah, then there's no helping it." A faintly grumbling voice escaped her lips. But Silly soon let out a sigh, as if resigned. Then, all of a sudden, she turned her head slightly. "I think it's safe to say we can end the standby mode." She muttered quietly. "Standby mode?" Deus asked with a puzzled look. I wasn't talking to you, brother. I meant that." Silly turned the orb, revealing a massive lightning rod-like structure in the center of the temple. "What is that?" It looked like a lightning rod, but he had no idea what it was for. "It's a device that can gather and unleash Kalanin's divine power all at once." Silly answered brightly. "When did you set that up?" "It was built with the help of some mages who chose to believe in Kalanin. Honestly, I figured you'd take care of everything, but just in case something happened, that divine power you've gathered isn't exactly small." Silly paused for a moment, then smiled with her eyes. "Of course. I figured it'd take at least this much to reduce the kingdom to ashes in one go." Naturally, we can't use it right away. It'd take at least 10 years. Still, someone had to prepare it, right?" "If brother failed, I plan to unleash divine punishment myself," she murmured, barely audible. "I see." Deus felt a chill down his spine for some reason. He decided he should probably shut the orb quickly. About a month passed after Alan successfully settled things in Ashtalon. "Marquis, looks like once we return, things are going to get crazy busy." Alan hadn't even stopped by his estate. He had delayed all reports and greetings and was heading straight to Grainifra. The view outside the window slowly began to change. Trees that were more vibrant and lively than elsewhere came into view. I suppose so. After Grainifra, it's off to the lizardmen. Then to Tyria to report to His Majesty. and then back to Colony. This schedule is no joke. There's no helping it. Eventually, the carriage stopped. Alon got off and began walking toward Grainifra with Evan. While the black kitten from his chest stared curiously at the green leaves, it remembered from last time the group exited the forest. "We've been expecting you." The moment they left the woods, Alon was greeted by a very familiar sight. Just like the first time he visited Grainifra, a long line of elves stood in formation. "Her Majesty is awaiting you." Alon, receiving their familiar gazes, followed the bowing elf inside. Upon arriving at the kingdom of the elves, it's been a while, Magrina was already there to greet him. A bittersweet smile played on her lips, just like the first time he saw her. Her first words were the same, too. Back then, Alon had thought she was just laboring under a ridiculous misunderstanding. But now Alon understood the meaning behind her greeting perfectly. "Yes, it's been a while." He smiled faintly in return. Then, may I call you brother again?" At Magrina's teary and cautious question, Alon silently nodded. Chapter 254. After exchanging brief greetings with Magrina, Alon asked her to postpone their long-awaited reunion and let him visit the roots of the world tree first. Magrina puffed out her cheeks in protest, but soon nodded. Thanks to her consideration, Alon was able to descend underground. There was nothing left beneath the roots, so no guards were necessary. Alon, accompanied only by Evan, looked once more at the lush greenery forming beneath the roots. "Marquis, what is it? This feels a bit odd." All of a sudden, Evan shrugged his shoulders. "Well, I did hear last time that you visited the past or something." Alon had already told Evan what he experienced inside the strange portal that sucked him and the Maw in when he traveled to Ashtalon. "You heard it, but it just feels a little like that, like I'm left out or something. What exactly happened in there?" "I thought I already explained that. You didn't say anything about the elf queen's eyes dripping with honey." "Huh. You looked all nostalgic, even though you didn't seem all that different, and that elf queench was just overflowing with affection from her eyes." Muttering to himself about how it was totally different from last time, Evan trailed off. Alon retraced his memories and asked, "Didn't I explain it properly before? You said you went to the past, stopped someone named Barma, and that Rhine sacrificed herself because of some mishap. That was about it. I suppose that was a bit lacking. Since it'll take a while to reach the bottom, why don't you tell me more now? We don't have anything else to talk about anyway." After a brief moment of hesitation, Alon began to speak. By the time they fully reached the depths of the roots, the long tale had finally reached its conclusion. "So, to summarize, you helped people while dealing with Barma, and one of those people you helped was the Elf Queen?" "That's right." Evan nodded as if he got the gist, but he still looked disappointed. "I should've gone with you." Suddenly, if Id stood there looking cool too, maybe they would've thought I was some kind of god or something. "PFFT, why are you laughing?" Well, suddenly popping out from the ring, Basilira stared blankly at Evan. "Never mind, I suppose that's one way to think." With an open sneer, "This damn snackito, I need to beat the crap out of you to set your head straight. HMPH, as if you could even lay a hand on me." Soon enough, their usual bickering resumed. At some point, Blackie was perched with its feet hooked on the pocket over Alon's chest, watching the two with a look of pity. A familiar sight. Only now did Alon feel like he'd returned to reality. Feeling the warmth blooming quietly in his heart, Alon continued walking in silence until he reached the end of the roots. "Is this the place?" "It is." Alon looked around. There was nothing particularly special in sight. Right after Alon had dealt with the mother of greed who once dwelled here, he had used his divine power to fill the underground with greenery. So now, only fresh sprouts remained where he stood. Yet Alon didn't stop and continued walking along the root's end. And then, rumble! The green foliage parted to reveal a spiral staircase. The same stairs that led to the place where he had once received a seed from the tree beneath the world tree after looking into a mirror. Without hesitation, he descended the stairs. And finally, upon reaching what could truly be called the end of the roots, Alon was greeted by a vibrant inner garden. A lush garden and, at its center, a massive old tree, and behind that tree, he found a tunnel leading further underground that he hadn't noticed last time. There was something that had been weighing on Alon ever since he came to Grainifra. It was what Magrina had told him when they first met. If I had to guess the number of years, it was probably around 600 to 700 years ago. 600 to 700 years? Yes, that's when I heard the story. That was in response to Alon's question, when he first discovered the mother of greed, or rather, the ash cedar underground. At the time, Magrina hadn't heard of the sin of greed appearing, but said the ash spreaders had started showing up around that time. That's when the worst-case assumption started. It was this that made Alon uneasy. He knew the mother of greed only manifested once the sin of greed had awakened. If that estimate is correct, then the sealed rind could essentially be the sin of greed now. And if it wasn't rind sealed away, but the sin of greed itself, sigh. Alon stopped himself there and let out a deep breath. It wasn't a possibility he wanted to consider. So instead, choosing to withhold judgment for now, Alon entered the underground tunnel. It's strange. It should be dark in here, but everything is clearly visible. This place is definitely peculiar. Hearing both Evan and Basilira, who were ready to kill each other just moments ago, now in unison expressing their wonder, Alon walked further inside. And finally, when they were completely underground there, he saw it. A massive ceiling circle. It was the same one Rhine had used in her final moments to save Alon. The magic circle was drawn across what looked like a doorway, split into two sides. Ha! Without realizing it, Alon's entire body tensed. The front ceiling circle had clearly aged over the years. Calmly stepping forward, Alon began to prepare his magic. Breaking the seal wasn't particularly difficult. If he simply scratched the seal with a bit of magic, it would shatter. Knowing this, he prepared to use his magic without hesitation until suddenly, Alon saw it, the writing beneath the seal. As if someone expected Alon to see it, the writing was exactly at his eye level. He stopped casting and stepped closer. And then Alon read it. Please, if you, Godfather, are reading this message, then exactly 10 months from now please wake me up. The message left by Rhine. Did your visit go well? Yes, Magrina greeted Alon warmly. In the end, he had left the underground of the World Tree without releasing Rhine from her seal. The reason was the message that seemed to be left by Rhine, 10 months from now. He couldn't fully understand why Rhine would leave such a message. But the moment he read it, he realized there was a possibility that Rhine might be conscious even now, and he had wanted to wake her immediately. But would it be right to ignore her wishes just to ease his own heart? In the end, Alon had no choice but to suppress that impulse. I am really happy to see you again, brother, but it doesn't seem like you're quite as happy as I am. While he was lost in thought, Magrina's voice reached him. Alon snapped back to his senses. Sorry, I was just lost in thought for a moment. What were you thinking about? It's just a hunch, but did you already know what was happening at the roots? No, I honestly don't know much about that part. Hearing her answer, Alon briefly explained what had happened underground. Upon hearing everything, Magrina's eyes trembled. So that means Lady Rhine is currently in the underground of the World Tree? Yes, but she doesn't seem to want to be released just yet. When Alon spoke, recalling the message he had seen earlier, Magrina also seemed to be thinking about something and made a puzzled face. That's strange to me as well. Right? Yes, beaut if that's what Lady Rhine wanted, waiting 10 months to release the seal won't be too hard. Alon nodded in agreement. Of course, there are still many unanswered questions honestly. Alon's mind was still in chaos. If the sealed Rhine is okay, then how is the mother of greed down there? But his doubts were short-lived. Remembering it was rude to think only of Rhine while Magrina was right in front of him, he cleared his throat. Have you been well? Yes, brother, but isn't it a little too late to ask that now? Sorry, Magrina pouted slightly. When Alon quickly apologized, she smiled brightly. No, you don't need to think that way. I know you had a lot on your mind. Thank you for understanding. By the way, I've been curious. Can I ask something? What is it? Did you know from the start? Know what? That I had traveled to the past and returned. Magrina shook her head. Of course not. I didn't even know you were still alive. Really? Yes, so when I first heard your name, I wasn't sure whether to believe it. I only believed it after I saw you with my own eyes. I see. She sighed deeply, as if recalling how upsetting that time was. Do you know how disappointed I was? I was so happy to see you, but you kept saying you weren't the primordial elf, that you didn't know anything I thought. This isn't the brother I know. What kind of act is this? Magrina shook her head as if just thinking about it made her dizzy. Ah, Alon let out a soft sigh. Thinking about it now, it was only natural that Magrina felt hurt. But you don't have to worry too much. I figured it out halfway through. You figured it out? Yes, when you showed me the World Tree's seed. Ah, that's when I realized it. That the brother standing in front of me wasn't the same one I remembered. It was only then that Alon truly grasped the flow of the situation. The two continued talking about this and that afterward. Then Magrina smiled playfully and said, By the way, brother, aren't you going to praise me? Praise you? You told me to lead the elves well, remember? So I worked really hard. She puffed out her chest proudly. Alan, suddenly recalling what Hedi said to her right before he disappeared, replied, "That's right. Thank you for doing such a great job." Praising her, he also felt proud of her from the bottom of his heart. Flushed with happiness, Magrina stood up. "Now that we've shared our reunion, it's time to move on to what's next." "What's next?" "Now that you've returned, you need to take your rightful place." "My rightful place?" Seeing Alan's puzzled expression, she nodded matter-of-factly. "Yes, we're going to officially declare you the god of the elves. Everywhere." She spread her arms wide as she made her declaration. Naturally, Alan's head was once again filled with question marks. Chapter 255. From Alan's perspective, Magrina's choice wasn't particularly bad. The divine status of the primordial elf that he had newly gained, or more precisely, finally gained properly, was reassuring in many ways for Alan. If Magrina were to declare Alan as the primordial elf, it would likely be helpful. However, the reason Alan's mind was filled with question marks was because there was one part he couldn't understand. "Magrina?" "Yes, brother. First of all, you probably know this already, but I am human." "Yes. Isn't it kind of strange for a human to be called the primordial elf?" Of course, he had heard it from Evan, that when rumors spread after Alan first used the divine status, the elves didn't react badly. But that was only the reaction of a few elves. To be honest, since he's human, he couldn't predict what kind of reaction declaring him as the primordial elf would cause. Whether good or bad, elves have always been exclusive toward other races. Yet contrary to Alan's worries, Magrina, is it strange? Tilted her head as if it were nothing. "It might look a little strange, I suppose. In that case, can't we just explain it as a reincarnation? After all, no elf alive remembers that time anyway." "That might actually work then, shall we go with that?" Alan paused for a moment. Having Magrina declare him the primordial elf, that alone would certainly help him. However, he had one more divine status. The divine status of Kalanan. Even if the divine status of the primordial elf spreads, will Kalanan's divine status remain unaffected? Since they had coexisted somewhat unknowingly until now, maybe there wouldn't be a problem. But that was just speculation. Both divine statuses were of great help to Alan. He wanted to avoid a situation where even one of them would be compromised. As Alan's silence dragged on, "Is this troubling you?" Magrina cautiously asked. "It's not so much trouble, just I have a lot to consider." "Then shall we delay the public announcement a bit?" "I'd appreciate that. There's something I need to check first." "Got it." Magrina nodded, and after a brief pause then instead, "Let's hold a coronation?" She offered another suggestion. "Coronation?" "Yes. Since declaring you a god is the issue, how about just announcing you as royalty instead?" "I'm not royalty, though. Don't worry. We can make you honorary royal to something like that is definitely possible." Alan inwardly thought, is that really necessary? But rejecting even that felt a little awkward. If it's just that much, it shouldn't be a problem. Then I'll get started right away. By the way, how long will it take? Not that long. Maybe about 5 months. 5 months? Yes, it's not that long, right? Though briefly puzzled, Alan soon understood. They weren't just any Elvis 5 months must feel short to Magrina. "I see." As Alan nodded, Magrina, who had been watching him, "Why are you laughing?" suddenly let out a small giggle. "No, it's just I could totally see what you were thinking, brother. You were probably like, 5 months is really long, but since Magrina lives long, it must feel short to her, right?" Alan went silent at her sharp observation, and she smiled softly. "Of course not, brother. Even for me, 5 months is a long time." "Is that so?" "Of course. Time flows the same for everyone, whether it's elves cursed with shortened lifespans or someone like me." Magrina's face briefly softened with a trace of emotion, but she soon composed herself. "Anyway, since it'll take about that long, I think it's fine if you go elsewhere in the meantime. Honestly, I'd love to talk with you more here, but because that would probably be hard for you," she added quietly, and Alan nodded gently. "Thanks for your consideration." "Not at all." Then suddenly, a question popped into Alan's mind. "Come to think of it, can I ask you something?" "Yes, if it's you, brother, anytime." He felt he might be able to gain even a little information from her. "Do you happen to know about the lizardmen's god? The god of the lizardmen?" "Yes." After a moment of thought, she nodded. "Of course I do. I think you know him too, Marquis." "Really?" "Yes, though I am not too fond of him myself." Magrina slightly frowned. Seeing that reaction, Alan grew curious and continued asking. "Who exactly is it?" Rather than me telling you since you're going anyway, I think it's better if you meet him yourself." "I see, yes. Actually, I'd love to go with you, but I have a lot to prepare from now on." Leaving that regret behind, their meeting came to an end. The next day, Alon set out toward where the lizard men were. Not long after leaving Grainifra. Marquis, oh, did you perhaps also meet a dragon in the past? Suddenly, Evan asked out of the blue. Well, after seeing the elf queen in the past call you brother, it felt kind of weird. I got curious, who else did you charm back then? At the pointed question, Alon cleared his throat awkwardly. I don't think I ever charmed anyone while traveling the past. And yet, the elf calls you brother. That wasn't me charming anyone, it was more like that, like we shared a connection or something. That kind of vibe. Evan gave Alon a strange look at his answer, then a deep look of regret crossed his face. I should been the one who traveled to the past again with the suddenness. If I had gone to the past, I could have at least filmed a touching romance with an elven beauty, don't you think? What utter nonsense. Meow, as if waiting for the moment, Basilira interjected sharply. This time, even Blackie surprisingly chimed in with agreement. Q, if I had gone to the past, I would have swooped in just in time to save an elven girl in danger. However, Evan, now well accustomed to Basilira's attacks, casually ignored the jab and began spinning his own fantasy. And so, amid the usual light-hearted mood, Alon's party arrived without issue at the land of the lizardmen. Alon's curiosity only grew stronger. Just who became a god? From Alon's point of view, it was hard to guess the identity of the being the lizardmen called Hazed. That's because he had never saved a lizardman before. Of course, he had rescued some soldiers a few times, but only to that extent. He had no deep connection or interactions like he did with Magrina or the others. And so, his curiosity deepened the closer they got. Whoa, it's huge. They arrived in front of a pyramid-like structure. Following Evan's exclamation, Alon also let out a gasp. The pyramid was enormous beyond description, but the awe lasted only a moment. Please come inside. Guided by a lizardman with their face covered by a veil, Alon stepped into the building. The first thing they saw inside was a long, endless staircase. Just as Alon gasped again at the sight, "You've come, my friend?" A voice rang in his ear. Alon looked up in the direction of the sound. At the top of the distant staircase, he saw a lizardman. Alon was confused. In his memory, there was no lizardman who had ever called him friend. Not responding to Hazed's words, Alon stood silently. Then, Hazed gave a wide grin and moved down the stairs. The moment he stepped forward, he had already descended the entire staircase. He wore a bright smile, clearly delighted. And then, don't you recognize me? Watching the lizardman who drew nearer, Alon realized something. He had definitely seen that face somewhere before, and that voice had heard it often as well. Digging deeper into his memory, Alon soon remembered something. Do you remember now? To the lizardman's follow-up question, Riach, he uttered a name. The name of the king of the lizardmen he had met during his time in the past. At that name, yes, it's been a long time. The god of the lizardmen, Hazadno, Riach smiled broadly and nodded his head. At the time Alon encountered Riach, my queen, all the basic preparations are complete. Is that so? Yes, now we just need to secure a few important materials, including some key ingredients. Mew, the loyal vassal of the Elven Queen, reported to her master. Magrina offered a faint smile and praised her. Well done, Mew. It's nothing. More importantly, congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations? Yes, haven't you always wished to proceed with the coronation? That's true. It's fortunate that the reactions from the council and others haven't been negative. Even the expected opposition from Mermal and Felianian has ceased since they passed away recently. Mew spoke with a slight hint of laughter. Magrina paused for a moment, but soon Yurei right. She relaxed her expression and responded calmly. A brief silence followed, and then with a faint smile on her lips, but Mew, yes, Your Majesty. She spoke again. Actually, there's no real need to pay that much attention to the council or anyone else's reaction. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I only meant. Mew quickly bowed her head. But Magrina gently shook her head as if to say it was all right. I know. You were just trying to say it's good that everything is proceeding peacefully and harmoniously without any major conflicts, right? That's correct, I understand. So just as she was about to continue, Alon's voice echoed in her mind. Y'all lead the elves well, a very short phrase, but it was a phrase that Magrina could never ignore. Magrina looked down at Mew, her expression masked by a smile. Would he ever know? Why peace and harmony were such absolute virtues to her? Why, despite how the elves had treated her, she still tried to protect them? Why, even when she had finally gained full power, she didn't strike down those hateful elves? He probably wouldn't know, and he never would. as long as her brother was alive. Magrina wanted to remain a good child who listened to her brother. That's why you don't have to feel too sorry. Magrina smiled. I understand everything. The same smile she always wore. Chapter 256, Riach? When Alan called his name with a bewildered expression, Riach gave a deep smile. Though I'm now known by the name Hazed. Looking at Riach's confident expression, Alan looked even more confused. Indeed, Alan had met Riach in the past. However, he never expected Riach would become a god of the lizardmen. It was only natural. Back then, Riach was neither a god nor anything close to one, and above all, they weren't close enough to be called friends. It's awkward to talk while standing, so come with me. Riach soon led Alan somewhere. As Alan took just one step onto the stairs, they had already arrived at the top of the pyramid. Have a seat. Following Riach's lead, Alan and Evan sat on the chairs placed before them, and a brief silence followed. What happened? Alan was the first to speak. Which part are you referring to? Exactly as I said. From what I remember in the past, you were starting from there, huh? Riach nodded. It's a bit of a long story, but I'll try to summarize it. He calmly began to explain. After some time had passed, that's how it happened. Alan quietly organized the contents of the story he had just heard. So, to summarize, after I disappeared, you began to gather faith, not as a king, but as a god. Is that correct? Yes. After you left, the great threat named Barma disappeared, and peace returned, but the problem didn't end there. Did something else happen? At Alan's question, Riach nodded. The elves and eastern nations remained peaceful, but the lizardmen were different. As Alan gave a look that asked him to go on, Riach continued the story. As you know, I was more of a chieftain than a king, just a leader uniting various tribes. The tribes under my leadership followed me only temporarily, depending on the situation. When the war ended, the tribes split again and began fighting amongst themselves. The weakened tribes from the Barma War quickly became prey for others, leading to chaos. So you became a god to stop the war? Riach slowly shook his head. That was part of it, but it wasn't the main reason. To be more precise, there was another reason. Another reason? Yes, but that's not something I can reveal right now. It's a personal matter. Still, aside from that, I began deifying myself, and gathering fate hand eventually became a god. Well, it was so difficult gathering faith that I even faked my death and resurrection for 100 years just to pull it off, Riach said with a dry chuckle. Alan felt he could guess how Riach managed to become a god. Just then HMPH, talking however you please, aren't you? A familiar voice was suddenly heard. When Alan and Evan turned their heads, Magrina? It was none other than Magrina's face. Upon seeing Alan, she immediately smiled brightly. Did you arrive safely, brother? This is a magical projection. Only then did Alan realize her form was translucent and let out a soft gasp. How? I never accepted anything like this. The crystal orb placed on one of the desks had suddenly activated, and a hint of panic appeared on Riach's face. In response, Magrina narrowed her eyes and looked at him, a look completely different from the gentle gaze she usually showed Alan. Who do you think gave you that magical orb in the first place? Isn't this a clear breach of etiquette? Etiquette aside, you seem to be hiding a lot from my brother. Isn't that more of a breach? At that, Riach averted his gaze with a guilty look. As Alan and Evan stared at him simultaneously, Magrina revealed the truth. Brother, he used your divine authority to become a god. My divine authority. Magrina nodded and explained the whole situation. Once again, after hearing everything, Alan responded so in short, he forged a connection with me, the one who defeated Barma, to gather faith. Is that it? Exactly. Even though you two weren't even that close, he shamelessly called you a celestial saint and all that? How cowardly. Magrina's gaze turned even colder. Riach cleared his throat awkwardly and turned his eyes elsewhere. Well, you see, trying to gather faith on my own was really difficult. I am not as talented or gifted as you are, you know. Ahem. He began making excuses. All signs of dignity were long gone. Evan, who was standing nearby, now wore the same expression as Magrina, as if he too understood the situation. Riach, embarrassed, cleared his throat again. Anyway, I never intended to completely cover it up. If I did, I would've just pretended not to know you from the start. Well, I guess it's fortunate you had at least that much conscience left. Riach groaned at Magrina's sharp words, but kept speaking resolutely. Anyway, it's true that I became a god with your help. So now, I plan to return the favor by becoming your strength. My strength? Yes, I acknowledge you as a god and plan to share divine power with you. You mean Yao possessed the same power as me? What do you think? I may have shamelessly used our supposed bond, but doesn't this outcome benefit you too? Alan nodded. Riach's proposal, in fact, was not disadvantageous for him in any way. As the conversation on the topic matured, and there's one more thing I need to tell you. What is it? They want to see you in the East as well. Riach brought up a new topic. The Eastern Kingdom? Yes. It's quite far, so it's best to visit when you have time later. But I'd recommend going when your schedule allows it. Who exactly wants to see me in the East? At Alan's question, Riach shrugged. Sorry, I don't really know either. Could it be that someone like Yao Somyeon, who was once in the past and became a god exists there too? That's not it. But the king of that land said he wishes to meet the Marquis Palacio and asked me to make sure to pass that on. Alan fell into brief thought. The Eastern Kingdom, huh? The Eastern Kingdom. As far as Alan knew, like the lands of Grainifra and the Lizard Men, it was an island nation to the east that only became accessible after purchasing DLC. Who could it be? However, no matter how much he combed through his past memories and existing knowledge, Alan couldn't quite figure out who would want to see him. Among the people he saved in the past, there were no Easterners he had built a relationship with. Therefore, for now, understood. He tentatively concluded that he'd visit if the opportunity arose. Thus ended Alan's audience with Riach. Alan exited the great pyramid-shaped temple. So, Marquis, it looks like the urgent matters are taken care of. What are your plans now? Of course, we'll also need to drop by the Tiriana colony, Evan added. He was right. Let's head to the colony one last time. Alan made his way toward the colony. At the center of the continent, a wasteland between the Allied Kingdom and the Empire. A barren desert where nothing lived and no creature could easily be found. In an underground chamber located somewhere within that wasteland, a man quietly stroked his chin. In front of him knelt a masked man, his entire body covered in black robes, maintaining silence. Then they say Marquis Palacio has returned from the dead. Is that true? Yes, that's correct. The masked man bowed his head deeply as he answered the man's question. I see the man's soft murmur echoed in the chamber. The masked man cautiously glanced up to observe him, and soon, a look of surprise appeared on the face hidden behind the mask. And for good reason, at the corner of his master's lips was a clear smile. Had he ever seen his master smile before? The masked man tried to recall but quickly shook his head inwardly. To his knowledge, not once. He had never seen his master smile before, which is why he blankly stared at him for a moment. Why? Surprised. The master's sudden words brought him back to his senses. He realized he had committed disrespect. He quickly lowered his head and said, I apologize. I was being rude. He hurriedly tried to explain, but no, it's fine. After spending so long with me, it's only natural you'd find this surprising. The man shook his head instead. Then he asked the masked man anyway, is there anything else to report? Yes, there is one more thing. What is it? It concerns the mutants that had recently drifted toward the border from the United Kingdom. Mutansa, the ones spilling out of the jungle, you mean? Yes. How many were there? Approximately 130 units. And the result? All were taken care of. We also eliminated all remnants of the Maw, as previously reported. The masked man bowed again in respect. In response, the man said, good work, you may go. He gave a dismissal order. The masked man vanished without another word. Soon after, as silence filled the room, congratulations. A woman appeared, leaning on the man's chair. Like the man, the woman also had heterochromatic eyes. Suddenly, what do you mean suddenly? You've been dying to meet him. That's am I wrong? As if she already knew his thoughts, she spoke with certainty. The man remained silent for a moment. Sis, enough with the teasing. But you're going to meet him, aren't you? That strange guy's predicted time has already passed anyway. Well, that's true, but... No, the king of curses. The man who led the curse weavers lowered his head and muttered. I do want to meet him then. Should we go say hello? Sis, isn't this a little too sudden? You want to see him soon, don't you? Still, we should prepare some gifts or something hearing he was still alive. You've been gathering all kinds of gifts for the past 300 years, haven't you? And now you want to prepare even more. Besides, you've been secretly helping him through the Information Guild this whole time, haven't you? Barely charging him any money. If you just mention that to him, I bet he'll be thrilled. You think so? Of course. That's the kind of person he is. The king of curses, sis, since we've made up our minds, we should strike while the iron's hot, right? Let's go right now, to meet the one who saved us. Nangwon looked up again, and on the corners of his lips there was an undeniable look of anticipation. Chapter 257, A Dark Temple Beneath the Roots. There, two figures were seated. One was the Apostle of Wrath, clad in a black robe. The other was a silver-haired man who didn't quite match the gloom of the underground. He let out a satisfied humor rather. "This is nice." The Apostle of Purity nodded, clearly pleased with the current situation. "You think it's nice?" Like a bottomless abyss, nothing could be seen. The Apostle of Wrath, cloaked in pitch-black robes, asked. It was a grotesque voice, neither old nor young, male nor female, so eerie it made one frown just from hearing it. "Yeah, I like it." The Apostle of Purity smiled unchanged. "Look, the numbers are perfect now. Just two," he said brightly. "Who you see, others might not care, but it really bothered me, so I find this situation quite satisfying. Oh, not that I wanted the apostles to die, okay? Even just one dying would have been enough for me. Because then it'd be four, right? Two on each side perfectly balanced," he chuckled to himself while mumbling. The Apostle of Wrath, silently watching him, finally spoke. "So what do you plan to do?" "What do you mean?" "You already know from the previous apostle's failure. You know what I'm talking about." At those words, Purity tilted his head, then let out a soft ah. "You mean the seed we planted got ruined?" "Yeah, that's a shame. We put in a lot of effort, and now it's going to waste without even being used properly." But still grin. "I am not too worried. We did tweak it a bit as that one's vessel, but it's not like it has to be used. Then, there's no need to cling to him. I'll kill him to retrieve it, sure, but I don't have to dirty my own hands." Purity smiled as he pulled out a dark-colored cube from his robe. "Do you know what this is?" It's something made by some half-baked guy, but it turned out to be pretty useful. So I mass-produced it a bit. Added a touch of that one's authority, too." "You're thinking of using that to create a vessel?" At that question, Purity placed the cube in front of Wrath. "Of course not. This is just prep work for the others. Even if they're not apostles, they'll need to come out eventually, right? In that case, I've already picked out the perfect vessel to receive my great one. Found a fine candidate, too." He walked to the other side of the table. "Well, I think we're done here. I'll be going now. Let's meet again sometime." Waving with a grin, the Apostle of Purity began to fade. Oh, just as his form was vanishing, he let out a small exclamation as if he remembered something. "Just in case, I'll take care of him too." Marquis Palacio? Seems like most of the failures were his fault. And with another wave, you don't show it, but unlike me, you're grieving over the apostles' deaths, aren't you? He disappeared completely. Silence fell once again over the temple. Left alone, the Apostle of Wrath stared wordlessly at the abyssal object Purity left behind. A hand slipped out from the unseen robe. The hand picked up the abyssal cube. Bringing it close to their face, the Apostle of Wrath muttered, "Marquis Palacio." They stared blankly at the abyssal object for some time. For a long, long time. Before returning to the Marquisate, Alon visited Grainifra one last time and received an unexpected item from Magrina. It's your ring, right, brother?" It was the ring Alon had lost in the past. He examined the ring Magrina handed over. It had a few faded spots, unable to withstand the ages. But it was definitely the ring he used to wear. "Where did you get this?" When Alon asked, Magrina closed her eyes for a moment as if trying to recall an old memory. "Someone gave it to me." "Someone?" "Yes, a person with blue eyes." "That must be the one I saw," said Basilira, curling his body around the ring. "Do you know who he was?" Alon asked, but Magrina shook her head. "No, not at all. I also wondered why he had your ring, so I tried to investigate, but I found nothing. Just in Casido, you remember what he looked like. MMNO, his entire body was wrapped in a black robe. I could only see his eyes, exactly like I remember." As Basilira agreed, Magrina tilted her head. "I thought you might know who he was, but I guess not." "Right." Alon nodded, then suddenly realized something odd. "Magrina, when did you receive this ring?" "It was about a month or two after you disappeared, I think." At that answer, Alon frowned. If what Magrina said was true, a strange contradiction emerged. Wouldn't that mean there should be two of this ring? Magrina had received the ring from the mysterious blue-eyed man. And now, 700 years later, she gave it to Alon, which meant that for those 700 years, the ring Alon had lost had been with her. At first glance, that seemed fine, but one undeniable contradiction remained. If, as Alon knew, this ring was one of a kind, then it didn't make sense for him to have obtained it in the labyrinth a few years ago, because the ring he had lost should have still been with Magrina. Same goes for the glove. Alon looked down at his hand. The glove is said to have once been used by the primordial elf as a staff was another mystery. When he went back in time, he hadn't sealed it away or done anything with it. He pondered the matter for a while. Well, I understand for now. Thanks for keeping the ring safe. Not at all, brother. Alon stood up from his seat. What are you thinking about so deeply? About a week had passed since they left Grainafra. As Alon stared silently out the window, Basilira asked, There are too many things that don't add up. Don't add up. Oh, are you talking about the ring and the glove? Yes, and also the man with blue eyes. Now that you say it, it does sound a little strange. Evan, who was listening nearby, nodded and then shrugged. But well, in the end, didn't it all work out? There was no real problem. Alon rubbed his chin. Evan was right. No actual issues had occurred. Even so, something kept bothering him. In all of Alon's experiences in psychedelia, there had been differences from the original story and setting before. But never had a unique setting like this changed. It feels like something's off. A sensation like something was stuck in the back of his mind. At that moment, oh, Marquis. Speaking of which, there's something I remembered while we were talking. What is it? Evan leaned in. Do you remember the Abyssal Core? The Abyssal Core. Yes, the one from Duke Comelin's case. Don't tell me it's still being circulated. Is that what you're saying? Not exactly. I told you last time that a few pieces still move around, remember? Alon nodded. Even after Duke Comelin was taken down, Evan had continued to share updates. Then what's going on? Well, this is just a rumor, but apparently a special kind of abyssal core is being mass distributed right now. Mass distributed? Yes, it seems someone has started producing them again. That stirred things up a bit in the underworld. That doesn't sound like good news. It probably isn't. So what's so special about this abyssal core? When Alon got to the point, Evan hesitated for a moment before answering. I heard it significantly enhances the user's abilities more than the usual ones. Enhances them more? Yes. HMPH, it's probably just a powered-up version of those half-baked failures we fought before. Nothing to worry about. Basilira scoffed and laughed arrogantly. Didn't you fight one of those half-baked ones last time? What nonsense. I shredded 5 of those guys on my own. Did you? Evan responded to Basilira like an answering machine, picking a fight. The inside of the carriage grew noisy again. Meow Blackie, who had been sleeping on Alon's chest, rubbed his eyes and looked at the two with an expression full of pity. Their peaceful journey continued for several more weeks. Master. As soon as they arrived at Colony, Alon was greeted with a dramatic welcome. Xiaoreng clung tightly to him as if she had been waiting forever. Have you been well? Yes. I've been great. Alon patted Xiaoreng's head as she smiled brightly. But he noticed something odd about the awkward smile on her secretary, Lime's, face. Marquis, since you arrived early this morning, why not head straight there now? Let's do that. Following Evan's suggestion, they headed directly to the ruins. As always, Alon entered through the entrance of the ruins and walked the long tunnel. In the distance, the view of the ruins began to appear. Alon stared at the scene, and unconsciously made a puzzled expression. The reason was though it had been a long time since he last saw the ruins, they felt incredibly familiar. A strange sense of déjà vu, like he had seen this place somewhere before. Master. What's wrong? Xiaoreng, walking beside him, tilted her head. But Alon simply stared blankly ahead. With a soft murmur, he realized 2 things, where he had seen this scenery before, and why the capital of the allied races had felt so familiar when he visited it in the past. This was the place. Alon finally understood. This was the capital of the allied races he had seen 700 years ago. Chapter 258. Alon walked, blankly staring at the city before him. The ruins remained unchanged from 700 years ago. Why hadn't he realized this sooner? He was lost in thought for only a moment. Soon, he emerged from the long tunnel and arrived at the ruins, and Alon became even more certain that this had once been the capital of the other races. Several questions arose in his mind. Why is it underground? As far as Alon remembered, though it had been gray, the sky had definitely been visible in the capital of the other races. Though the sky might be seen if one broke through the wall here, this place was clearly underground. Another question soon arose. And the name of this ruin is the city of the old god, Kahara. Then Alon realized. There was no real reason to dwell on that point. The city of the old god, Kahara wasn't a name given because something was found here. It was likely a name given by the first explorer who discovered the ruins. Some questions remained unanswered, while others were unexpectedly easy to resolve. Having sorted through his thoughts to a degree, Alon said, I'll get going. I'll wait here, master. Have a safe trip. Yeah. Receiving farewells from Sialrang and Evan, he walked toward the center. Because the person who could answer his unresolved questions was here. Hugh arriving at the tower in the center of the ruins, Alan began ascending without hesitation. At the top of the tower, which he hadn't visited in a very long time, it's been a while. He saw the figure of a god, now different from before. Oh, perhaps noticing Alan's reaction, the god looked down at him with a smile. Alan gazed up at the figure. The first thing he saw was long blue hair that reached the waist. Next were eyes so blue they bordered on icy. And lastly, a long, elegant blue tail. Did you fall for me after seeing my true form? The dragonkin chuckled, as if she had found a fun new toy in Alan's reaction. But Alan wasn't staring at the dragonkin because he had fallen for her. It was because a certain connection had just sparked in his mind. A connection that allowed him to guess the name of the god before him. So Alan, silent for a moment, said, Yongrin. He uttered the name as if to confirm it. At that, her previously smiling face subtly changed. I never told you my name. She questioned him. Then, as if realizing something, Yongrin's eyes widened. How did you meet Dawan? She immediately figured out what Alan had not said. Yongrin's expression grew complicated and mysterious. After a moment of silence, Alan said, ... It may be hard to believe, but I traveled to the past. He slowly began recounting what he had experienced. That's true? Yes. Unlike before, when she always stayed perched on a bookshelf so Alan had to look up at her, Yongrin had now come down to his level. After hearing everything, she showed clear disbelief. Well, I suppose it would be stranger not to believe, since Dawan's traces still remain. Soon, she nodded as if she understood. Then, you really are Yongrin? Yes. But if I remember correctly, didn't you say you sealed yourself away because you were afraid to fight the Black Ones? As the dragonkinner Yongrin nodded, Alan asked what had been bothering him. The one Alan fought had been Barma, not the Black Ones. To that, Yongrin rolled her eyes and looked at Alan. Alan tilted his head in confusion. After a moment of evading the question, Yongrin finally said, Don't people often tell you that you're slow to catch on? Slow to catch on? Ha, she let out a long sigh. Yeah, you're right. I did say that when I met you. Then was I mistaken? Of course not. Then, at Alan's follow-up question, Yongrin sighed again. She blushed slightly and shouted, I just said it like that, okay? Why? Why, you ask? Yongrin fiddled with her bangs for no reason. Her fingers twisted and untwisted strands of her hair. Unable to meet Alan's eyes directly, she turned her head to the side. Well, wouldn't it sound pathetic? The other gods fought the Black Ones and vanished in a grand epic, but I survived, only to run away during the Barma incident, using sacrifice as a pretext. She mumbled with a slightly gloomy look. But didn't you actually buy time with your sacrifice? Alan asked, but Yongrin shook her head. No, it was running away. Back then, I was the one leading them. I should have taken responsibility to the end. But in the end, she gazed into the air, as if recalling the past, then murmured, I passed the responsibility onto them instead of bearing it myself. But still, didn't you buy them time with your sacrifice? That doesn't matter. What matters is that, despite exercising authority over those who worshipped me, I failed to fulfill my duty. Alan was about to say something, but closed his mouth. Not only was he someone who couldn't fully understand the burden Yongrin bore, but he also didn't want to trample on values she held dear under the guise of comfort. Values could vary greatly in importance depending on the person, and Alan understood that very well. So instead of offering comfort, he said, still, there was no one who resented you. What? The soldiers, the king, all of them. They may have grieved your sacrifice, but none of them resented you. He stated the fact plainly. Thank you. That's sudden. If what you say is true, then had you not defeated Barma, those who worshipped me wouldn't have survived. Yongrin sincerely expressed her gratitude to Alan. Right after that, you can't hear anything. Yeah, I couldn't hear anything at all even after holding onto it for a few months. Alan took out the jewel and handed it to Yongrin, the reason he had intended to visit her in the first place. Yongrin furrowed her brow as she examined the jewel intensely. Then, as if she had realized something, she let out a quiet exclamation. It looks like it suffered a shock. A shock? Yes, this jewel was originally reconstructed using the divine power I had left, but it seems like some other divine force seeped into it and caused some misalignment. It wasn't just an ordinary gem. It contains the soul of a mage. Of course, it's not a regular jewel. Yongrin levitated the red gem into the air and began forming geometric patterns. The patterns were different, somewhat foreign compared to the divine power and magic that Alan used. After a short while, all done. Is it over now? Yes, you should be able to communicate again in about a day. Yongrin returned the ring to Alan. By the way, did you finally manage to acquire your own spell technique? Yeah. So, what law did you distort? I thought you already knew. I do know it's something about reversing the heavens, but I'm not exactly sure what kind of law it is. As Yongrin asked, Alan thought for a moment. It's a power that overturns the laws of magic, he admitted. What? Yongrin's relaxed eyes widened once more. A visibly shocked expression. Alan was confused by her reaction. The Apostle of Purity wore a deeply displeased expression. He was only walking toward the communal cavern entrance. So why did he look so annoyed? Was it because someone had disrespected him? No. Was the cave too dark? No. Was it the tension of meeting the one who waited at the end of this cave? Not that either. Certainly, the being at the end of this path, the very thing he had come to see, this vessel of purity was a being even the Apostle of Purity had to feel wary of. But that wasn't the reason for his displeasure. What truly irritated him, why is the lighting only on one side, was the fact that the cave was lit only on one side. Unable to smooth out his frown, the Apostle of Purity clicked his tongue. She snapped his fingers sharply. And in that moment, bzzzzzt, the lights that had gently illuminated the cave a moment before were all cleanly severed and dropped to the floor, as if sliced in a single stroke. Few only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. With lighter steps, he soon arrived at a massive cavern. At the center of the cavern, he saw a man and a woman standing behind his chair. Two individuals with chillingly unnatural auras. The Apostle focused his gaze on the man among them. A smile twisted onto his lips. He had reviewed him several times for investigation, but the reality surpassed all expectations. It was almost to the point where he could summon that one right now without any further preparation. But of course, the Apostle had no intention of doing so yet. The vessel offered to that great being must be endlessly perfect. That was why he had come here to ensure that perfection. Nice to meet you. The Apostle greeted with a smile. The seated man looked at him expressionlessly. You're the merchant, then? Rather than a merchant, I see myself as someone who shares hope. Speaking of hope, the Apostle pulled out a cube. The man glanced at the cube. Hope, that's hope. To those without power, it certainly is. Just absorbing it gives one strength. Wasn't that why you asked to meet me, because you were interested in this? He spoke confidently, as if he already knew everything. A moment of silence passed. So, what's the price? At Nangwen's follow-up, the Apostle's lips curled into a smile. The vessel, who was said to be obsessed with power. Just as he heard, the man clearly showed strong interest in the essence of the abyss. As the events played out just as he had predicted, the Apostle felt pleased. And then he spoke of the price he had in mind. Money isn't necessary. I just want you to take care of someone, to easily remove a troublesome nuisance. Alan Paladioth, Marquis of the Kingdom of Asteria. The Apostle uttered the name, with a satisfied smile. And then, Alan Palatio? Yes, the Apostle replied. You want me to take care of him? That's right. That was when something felt off. Nothing had changed. The King of Curses still sat in his place, looking down at the Apostle. The woman behind him remained the same. But then Shiver, his body, wouldn't move, as if he had been struck by something. In that moment, the Apostle realized it. Why his body wouldn't move. It was killing intent. A viscous, suffocating intent to kill, so strong that even his instincts had failed to sense it, had wrapped around his body. And the next moment you want me to? Take care of my brother. The Apostle saw it. If you're running your mouth just to piss me off from deep within the abyss, it began to stretch, then let me say this sincerely. Good job. Countless hands, so many that they couldn't be counted. Chapter 259, the Apostle of Purity could not understand the current situation. From beginning to end, nothing made sense. Just moments ago, the King of Curses had seemed perfectly calm. Why then had his expression twisted like that of a demon? Why was he exuding such a spine-chilling killing intent? Why did the King of Curses react so violently to the name, Alan Palatio? As far as I know, they have nothing to do with each other. The Apostle of Purity hardened his expression. Naturally, he had done some preliminary research before coming here, on Alan Palatio, and on the King of Curses, the leader of the executors, but there had been no known connection between the two. No, rather than that did they even know of each other's existence in the first place. The Apostle of Purity tried to open his mouth, bewildered, but crunch. Unfortunately, His next words were silenced by the black hands that not only twisted his neck completely, but tore it off. As soon as the apostle's head was ripped off, his body began pouring out thick, sticky blood. Even then, Nangwon's expression remained twisted. Nangwon, you were too hasty. Shouldn't we have at least heard him out first? Sis, even so, wasn't it a bit much to just listen while that bastard was suggesting we kill Big Brother? True, but he ran away, didn't he? Resting her chin on her hand, the sister of Nangwon, Nangyeon, replied. Nangwon turned to look forward again, at the corpse still gushing bright red blood like it was real. But as the black hands soon shredded the body squelch, instead of organs that should have been there, only red blood splashed down onto the abyss-like floor. Nangwon confirmed the sight. I knew it, but I still didn't want to hear it. You already heard it, though. Well, I get it. It's your reverse scale. He's your irreplaceable hero, right? To Nangyeon's teasing tone, her eyes half-lidded in mischief, Nangwon glanced away with a rare side turn of the head, grumbling. That was hundreds of years ago. You still bring that up? Looks like you haven't changed at all since back then. Laughing like teasing Nangwon was the most fun in the world, Nangyeon looked down at the apostle who had now completely turned into red blood and vanished. Anyway, I think we need to go see him soon. Seems like something annoying is targeting that person. Just checking, but you haven't gathered any info, right, sis? If I had, I wouldn't have even bothered meeting that guy. We called him in the first place to gather some info, didn't we? She pressed her brother. Anyway, let's go pay our respects. You've picked the gift, right? Not yet. How long are you gonna take? Like I said, we can give gifts regularly, so just bring something small this time. Still, it's been so long, don't worry. That person would be happy even if you just brought some cheap booze from the local market. Right? Yeah, that's true, Nangwon nodded. The corners of his mouth twitched with expectation. Seeing that reaction, Nangyeon smiled. All right, let's go then. Let's go see him. She started moving. Nangwon also stood up, following his sister, on the way back from the ruins to the colony. Alan recalled what Yongrin had said earlier. Maybe not. Was I mistaken? Maybe I am wrong, ask that guy just to be sure. But if what you said is right, then she muttered something and then disappeared, only saying, see you next time. Alan stroked Xiaoring's head, pondering for a moment. Well, if I ask the one inside, I should be able to figure out why she was so surprised. He gathered his thoughts while looking at the red jewel. Just then, Evan suddenly spoke. Marquis, I've got something I am curious about. What is it? You traveled to the past 700 years ago, didn't you? That's right. Then, like that elf before, did you also meet that Queen of the 100 Ghosts or whoever he is back then? Alan nodded. Yes. Then shouldn't you go see her now? It's not that I haven't thought about it, but I've got too much to do at the moment. Indeed, Alan had planned to meet the Queen of the 100 Ghosts again someday. He just didn't have the time right now. Evan agreed. Yeah, you've got a lot going on. Right, I'll go see her when I have more free time. Then, are you also planning to visit other people you were connected to in the past? Other people? Yes. From what I heard, there were quite a few. Weren't there? Alan thought carefully. Yeah, I do want to meet some of them again, unfortunately. Aside from the Queen of the 100 Ghosts, he didn't know where the others were. The only one I vaguely know about is Historia. I have no idea about Arquilena Cizo, but I do know where Nangwon is Nangwon. As soon as Alan thought of him, his expression became odd. I didn't have time to think it through then, but he really looks nothing like before. The leader of the executors, the king of curses he saw in Psychedelia, had an extremely grotesque appearance. But 700 years ago, he had been undeniably handsome. If it weren't for the eye of insight, he wouldn't have believed it was the same person. I wonder how that face became that face. Alan now had one more personal mystery to solve. I'll have to meet Nangwon again when I get the chance. Having reached that conclusion, he chatted a little more with Evan. Eventually, as the sun began to set, Alan arrived at the colony. Oh, you're back. Lime welcomed Alan with a smile the moment she saw him. But behind that smile, there was a trace of unease. Do you have something on your mind? W worries? And no, it's nothing like that. Really, you just seem uneasy, that's all. That can't be true, right? Lime laughed awkwardly. Alan looked a bit puzzled but soon shrugged and called for Xiaoring. Xiaoring? Yes, what is it, master? Have you decided where you want to go for our trip? He had promised to travel with Xiaoring before. Honestly, with everything that had happened, he wanted to return to the Marquisate and rest. But he couldn't break the promise he had made with Xiaoring. At that, Xiaoring thought for a moment and replied, I have, but we don't have to go right now. Is that so? Yup. You look tired, master. We can go another time. I want you to enjoy it too. Her ears perked up as she smiled brightly. Alan felt a gentle warmth rise in his chest and stroked Xiaorang's head. Because of that, he didn't notice that behind him, Lime was watching Xiaorang with a rather strange expression. The next day, after recovering from travel fatigue then, I'll see you next time. Okay, got it, master. With Xiaorang waving eagerly, Alan left the colony. Not long after finally, I can speak again. An unfamiliar voice came from inside Alan's coat. It was Sparrow's voice. Alan, who had been watching the long line of merchant wagons in the distance, looked down at his chest. So you can finally talk again? Alan, you bastard. How could you sell me off? Sell you off, you totally sold me off. At Sparrow's outraged reaction, Alan recalled the past from several years ago. Did I sell him? Strictly speaking, it was more like he entrusted him to someone rather than selling. Sparrow had definitely been dumbfounded at the time. Well, I didn't sell you, just entrusted you. And look, I brought you back, didn't I? Kaya, Sparrow let out a frustrated scream as if Alan were unbearable. Just then, Basilira, who had been resting lazily atop Blackie after Xiaorang left, chimed in. Who are you talking to? You can't hear it. Not at all. I am talking to this. Alan held up the gem where Sparrow resided. Basilira lost all interest in its eyes and replied, Ah, I see. Clearly not wanting to understand, it once again enjoyed its peace atop Blackie. A short while later, come to think of it, there's something I wanted to ask. What is it? Sparrow responded a bit sulkily to Alan's question. But he didn't reject it, so Alan calmly brought up the technique Yongren had told him about yesterday. While listening to Alan and offering simple replies, wait, what did you just say? What do you mean? The reverse heaven technique. When Alan began explaining the concept, Sparrow, like Yongren, repeated the name in a surprised tone. It's a technique that reverses the laws of magic, or rather, it reverses the very concept. But is that really so shocking? Yongren reacted similarly. After hearing Alan's explanation, Sparrow went silent for a moment. Yes, it is shocking. Why? Because the law behind the technique you described is the same as that of the closed-eyed one who gave birth to the black beings. What? A shocking truth was revealed. Is everything going well with preparations? Yes, it's progressing smoothly. At the report from the tribe chief, the god of the lizard men, Riachir rather, Hazad let out a heavy sigh. Make sure everything is prepared properly. Yes, understood. But, oh great one, may I ask you one question? Go ahead. It was rare for the chief to ask questions. When Hazad nodded, he cautiously opened his mouth. May I ask your reasoning for wanting to bring that person to stand beside someone as great as yourself? Why? Hazad paused to think. In his mind, that person was more than worthy of being revered as a god. Moreover, it was with that man's help that he had essentially become a god. Of course, he did wonder whether it was necessary to divide divinity like this. Not more than wondering, it almost made him want to cry. Even so, the reason Hazad had proposed it to Alan was simple. There's no benefit in making an enemy of him. Hazad recalled that moment. Back then, he had sensed a fragment of Alan's power. He noticed the eye from the world behind Alan that he hadn't been aware of before. And not just that. That girl? When Alan visited not long ago, Hazad had felt a presence that still remained vivid in his memory. She hadn't shown hostility toward Hazad, but just by entering his domain, her overwhelming strength had been undeniable. A golden-eyed beastkin girl who was silently watching over Alan. Hazad found himself recalling the same question again. Just what kind of being was Marquis Alan Palacio? But he erased that thought soon after. As long as he didn't become Alan's enemy, there was no need to dwell on it. Also, he knew well, that becoming Alan's enemy was something that must never happen, so the only answer he could give was because he is worthy of it. I see. That was all. Still, what was that beastkin girl? A bodyguard or something? Well, either way he would never become Alan's enemy. Hazad vowed firmly. Chapter 260, Closed-Eyed One? Yes, but how could you possibly? Sparrow asked again, as if he couldn't understand it at all. Alan searched through his memory for any information about Closed-Eyed One, but he shook his head. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall having obtained any such information. Could you explain a bit more? Alan asked Sparrow for clarification. I don't even know where to begin. Unfortunately, this is the first time I am hearing the name Closed-Eyed One. After pondering for a moment, Sparrow added, Unfortunately, I can't explain much either. All I know are the achievements of Closed-Eyed One. Achievements? The one who gave rise to the Black, who devoured the lifespan of the elves, the father of all sins. Though clearly a mage, he stood with the black forces and sought to bring about the end of the world. That's what people who lived in that era would say when they spoke of Closed-Eyed One. Alon nodded, and Sparrow asked, "You said your spell's name was Reverse Heaven, didn't you?" "That's right. And you created the spell yourself, correct?" "Yes." Another silence settled between them. As if he were piecing things together in his mind, Sparrow stayed quiet for a long time before finally sighing. "To be honest, I don't know." "What is it that you don't know?" "The fact that you possess both the name Reverse Heaven and the law of Closed-Eyed One, I don't understand how that's possible." "Is it really that strange?" "It is." "No, it's beyond strange." "Then what?" "From a linguistic standpoint, it's like a paradox. From a rule-based standpoint, it's something that should be impossible." "In what sense?" Sparrow took a breath before explaining. "Basically, once a law has been engraved, its name cannot be changed or overridden. If your spell's name is Reverse Heaven, then the law you use must be the same as that of the primordial mage." "I definitely created the law myself, though." "Then that means you created the exact same law as the primordial mage. Unless you engraved it identically, you would have had to use a different law." "Is that so?" "That foundational premise is unbreakable. It's been proven through countless experiments." Alon could easily infer what Sparrow was trying to say. "So what you're saying is, if I use Reverse Heaven, then it must follow the primordial mage's law when the issue is that law belongs to Closed-Eyed One." "It's not an issue, per se, I am just shocked." "If what you're saying is true, then the primordial mage and the one who tried to destroy the world, Closed-Eyed One, are the same person?" "Yes, the same person." Alon paused, thinking about the conclusion drawn, then casually asked, "What's the probability they just happened to use a similar spell?" "As far as I know, that's impossible. The only conceivable possibility is that the primordial mage and Closed-Eyed One were master and disciple. That would make sense." Sparrow let out a deep sigh. "Of course, there could be something I don't know. I never reached the pinnacle as a mage. If you ask someone else, you might be able to get help. There might be a method I am unaware of." Naturally, Alon thought of Kilris. "Anyway, aside from that, there's something else I personally find curious." "What is it?" "The fact that you obtained a law of the ancient." "A law of the ancient? You already know how a mage engraves a law, don't you?" "Yes." "Have you ever wondered why so many mages choose to become disciples instead of creating their own laws?" Alon thought for a moment and answered, "Isn't it because creating laws is difficult?" "That's part of it, but the more fundamental reason is that it requires an exponentially greater amount of faith to create the law one desires." "So you're saying the amount of faith needed depends on the kind of law?" "Yes, that's also why the number of mages hasn't grown very much." "And to engrave the law you possess, you would need the faith of the greatest god in Calgunius, the one who watches from above." "Actually, I'm not even sure that would be enough. It's to that extent? That's why I said it's curious." Alon recalled the time he first created his law. Indeed, he had gathered faith from many different races, but it hadn't seemed that extreme. "Anyway, that's all I can tell you." Alon reorganized the information Sparrow had given him in his mind. "In the wasteland between the Allied Kingdom and the Empire. There, where no one was supposed to be, were the elves, please spare me, and the lizard men. At a cliff in the barren wasteland, the last executive of the Black Hand pleaded desperately for his life. Elven warrior Rim and lizardman Kabu drove an axe and a sword side by side into the man's chest. Finally, we killed them all." They embraced each other reflexively, shouting in triumph. With that, the Black Hand was fully eradicated. The air was filled with the heat of victory. The two, still locked in a tight hug, "Let go of me, you lizard. W what the hell, you're the one who hugged me first." Suddenly pushed each other away, flustered. The awkward moment when their eyes met, both of them fell into a strange sense of disillusionment. After all, Rim and Kabu were originally supposed to be guarding Marquis Palatio. So why were they here, or to be exact, why were the Elf Guard unit and the Lizardman Guard unit in this place? It was all because of the Black Hand, the organization that had dared to target Alon when he passed through Tyria. In truth, neither the elves nor the lizardmen needed to go this far to take down the Black Hand. But the force that drove them to act so fiercely was pure rivalry. A rivalry to prove objectively that they were more helpful than the other. At first, the elves and lizardmen cooperated to swiftly dismantle the Black Hand. But unfortunately, as the extermination went on, they ended up contributing equally. That meant neither side gained the upper hand. So they didn't stop there and tried to settle it by chasing down the last remnants of the Black Hand, driven by a singular desire to win this battle. And the result was exactly this. Elf Rim and Lizardman Kabu glared at each other with bloodshot eyes, looking absolutely filthy, a testament to their relentless effort to prove themselves more useful than the other. And it wasn't just the two of them. The rest of the escort troops glaring at each other looked like homeless vagabonds. If this scene were in the middle of the capital city, any passing citizen would have thought, oh, beggars fighting over turf again. But the bigger problem was that the final remnant had been slain by both Rim and Kabu at the same time. In other words, they still couldn't determine who was superior. So now the two were simply staring at each other in existential defeat. And after a while, let's head back. Yeah, neither the elves nor the lizard men hesitated to start walking, not out of rivalry or competitive spirit, but from a strange sense of kinship. After more than half a year, when they finally crossed back over the border after thoroughly taking down the Black Hand, they were given a report. Primordial Elf died and came back to life and was then crowned King of the Elves. A close friend died and came back to life and rose to the same level as the Great One. It was such a surreal report that they couldn't follow the story. The elves and lizardmen who had spent nearly half a year isolated at the border war expressions filled with bizarre confusion. A few weeks later, Alan arrived at the Marquis estate for the first time in ages and paused without realizing it. While he was gone, the Marquis territory had developed so much it was almost unrecognizable. Isn't this practically at Taria's level? Seeing the state of the territory, Alan couldn't help but think so. Of course, it was still lacking in many ways compared to Taria, but that only made the progress more impressive. A faint, satisfied smile formed on Alan's lips. So I am finally home. Yes, it's home. After arriving at the Marquis mansion, Alan handled only the most basic tasks and then immediately took a rest. A mountain of absurdly high-stacked paperwork awaited him in the office, along with Election, who looked like he had a lot to say. But Alan decided to deal with that the next day. After taking a full day of rest for the first time in a while, Alan spent the following day getting a rough grasp of the mansion's current affairs. First, he learned that Peenia had gone to the Mage Tower and hadn't yet returned. Just as Alan was thinking he might postpone dealing with paperwork until she came back, Marquis. Yes, what is it? You have a guest. A guest? Yes, they insisted on seeing you personally. I was told to let you know that they're someone from your past. Someone from my past? Yes, Evan informed him of the visitor. Alan paused briefly in thought, then nodded in understanding. Not long after that, two people entered the study. A handsome young man who looked to be just 20, holding both the features of a boy and a young man, and a mature-looking woman. As Alan looked at the unfamiliar visitors in confusion, the young man's eyes welled up with tears as he approached Alan. Brother, it's really been such a long time. He bowed deeply on the spot. Momentarily dazed by the unexpected situation, Alan soon recognized the familiar voice and Nangwon, he uttered the name. Yes, it's me. Nangwon beamed with genuine joy, while Alan, unlike the image he remembered from Psychedelia, looked at the now beautiful youth and thought, what on earth? A flurry of question marks swirled over his head. Chapter 261, as far as Alan could remember, the face of Nangwon, the head of the order he saw in Psychedelia, was utterly miserable. To the point that in the community, Nangwon was even described as a face that invites malice. Alan agreed with that evaluation as well. It felt almost like the developers were trying to show, we can go this far. The visuals were revolting. That's why Alan wore an expression of complete incomprehension as he looked at the man in front of him. Nangwon, this guy. The voice was very similar, so he was able to recognize him. Even at this moment of correctly guessing that this man was Nangwon, Alan found it hard to accept. The face of Nangwon in Psychedelia and the face before him now were drastically different. Still, it wouldn't be right to keep zoning out in front of Nangwon, so Alan pulled himself together. It's been a while. Have you been well? Yes, sir, thanks to you, I've been able to keep living. And this here is its Nangyon, Sir Alan. You've grown a lot? Of course I have. It's been such a long time. I'm glad to see the Marquis is also doing well. Nangwon leaned his face in a bit too close, rather awkwardly, and Nangyon had clearly matured much more than in the past. After briefly exchanging greetings with the siblings, Alan asked a question that had come to mind. By the way, your eyes, what happened? Nangwon's eyes were supposed to be reversed pupils, but now his eyes looked just like those of a normal person. Oh, I've temporarily concealed my appearance. We're a bit unusual now, after all. Nangwon smiled, then removed a ring from his finger, as did his sister. At that, Nangwon's face began to change. Only then did Alan realize that Nangwon had been using an artifact to look like a young man, and he nodded. But only for a moment. Alan's eyes widened even more. The face that returned after removing the ring, other than the eyes turning black, there was barely any difference. No, it wasn't just that there wasn't much difference, he looked more handsome. Is he even the same person? It's like his genes were modified. The difference was so drastic, Alan wondered if the Nangwon he saw in Psychedelia was actually a different character altogether. As Alan stared at him blankly, this is just broken balance. Evan, who had also been looking at Nangwon, muttered the very same thought that had crossed Alan's mind. Sir, called back to reality, Alan cleared his throat and said, I just mean to you've grown up well. Is that so? Nangwon scratched his head awkwardly. No matter how he looked, it was too different. Though flustered by the mismatch between memory and reality, Alan sent the two siblings ahead to the tea room for further conversation. Let's go as well. After finishing a small task, Alan was about to follow Evan to the tea room when my lord. What is it? Evan stopped Alan with a very serious tone. Then by any chance are you close with the person who just visited? He asked, uncharacteristically shy. Alan, raising an eyebrow, still nodded. Yes, one of the old connections I mentioned before. Then could I ask you to check something for me? What is it? Whether that person has a lover, or you know what I mean, right? Evan flushed for no reason. What on earth was he talking about? Understanding Evan's meaning, Alan placed a hand on his shoulder. Evan, yes. Is that your type? Excuse me? Nangwon is a man. Evan wore a blank expression for a moment, then let out a laugh in disbelief. My lord, you didn't think I was talking about him, did you? Weren't you? No, I was talking about the woman behind him. The woman? You mean Nangyeon? Yes. Seeing Evan's apparently indignant expression, Alan nodded for a brief moment. All right, I'll ask. Thank you. Alan gently comforted the unusually excited Evan as they headed for the tea room together. The conversation with Nangwon lasted quite a while. They talked about how Nangwon had lived over the past 700 years. Alan also learned about the races of the order that weren't shown in Psychedelia. So, most of the order members are surviving half-demons from back then? That's right, sir. Not all of them, but the majority are. Alan nodded. In Psychedelia, most order members were either fully covered or shown as black mist. He hadn't realized most of them were half-demons. You've done well all this time. No, I couldn't have done it alone. It's all thanks to you, sir. Because of me? Yes, you showed me the path. Seeing the admiration in Nangwon's eyes, Alan recalled the last words he had said to him. Live righteously, was it? He had said it just in case, knowing that Nangwon would later become the king of the order, one of the 4 major powers, and not exactly a nice one at that. If it weren't for you, I don't know how I'd be living now. Nangwon gave Alan all the credit. I only pointed the way. You're the one who brought the half-demons together and found a way to survive. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Alan replied calmly. No, it really is thanks to you, sir. I think so too. Nangwon and Nangyeon answered firmly. You might not think it was that big of a deal, Sir Alan, but to us, who had nothing, those words meant everything. Nangyeon said with a smile. Alan scratched his head, slightly bashful for no reason. A warmth bloomed from a corner of his heart, and at the same time, he felt a strange sense of pride. In the end, Nangwon had formed the group known as the Order. But just as Alan had feared, he was neither in a pitiful state nor consumed by power. Looking at it this way, the Order is very different from the one I knew in the original work. While Alan was immersed in his positive thoughts, and there's something else I need to tell you. What is it? Nangwon brought up 2 new topics. One was about someone selling abyssal creatures on the black market, and the other blue eyes? Yes, it was about a man with blue eyes. To be honest, I've known that you were in this era for about 300 years. 300 years? Yes, but even so, the reason I didn't come to see you was precisely because of those blue eyes. Nangwon slightly frowned, as if recalling that moment. He warned me not to approach you. Not to approach me? Yes, he clearly said so. What was the reason? He didn't tell me. He just said that our connection might disappear, then vanished. So that's why you didn't come to find me? When Nangwon nodded, Nangyeon, standing beside him, added, the truth is, we both wanted to come see you, but what that man with blue eyes showed us made us hesitate. What did he show you? When Alan asked, Nangyeon looked at her brother. Nangwon then shared his assumption. I think it was a memory. A memory? Yes, a memory of the world's destruction. Alan's curiosity about the blue-eyed man surged to the top of his mind. Just who is that guy? Alan tried to piece together what he knew about him. He had taken the ring from Alan, handed it to Magrina. He was a being who had lived for more than 700 years. Putting it all together only made things more confusing. Wondering to himself, Alan asked, just in case. But the answer Nangwen gave was the same as Magrina's. Just who was he? So you don't know about the blue eyes either, do you? No, but it is a little bothersome. I've been trying to gather as much information as I can since then, but I'll look into it more thoroughly. I'd appreciate that. As Alan nodded, Nangyon spoke up this time. Oh, and even though we couldn't come see you, we've been helping you all along. Helping me? Yes, with this. Nangyon pulled a document from inside her cloak, a black-colored document. Alan didn't understand at first, but soon realized it was a document issued by the Information Guild. He looked at Nangyon with a speculative gaze, and "You're right, Sir Alan." She gently smiled. "I am the leader of the Information Guild, Noof Darkness at the End of Night." She revealed the truth. "I've always done my best to find the things you're curious about and provide help. I thought the speed was impressive, but right. And I also gathered and passed along rumors from around you." Muttering all for free, Nangyon smiled calmly. Looking at her serene expression, Alan was impressed. As far as he knew, the leader of the darkness at the end of night had never been revealed. No, in the original work, it must have been someone else. After all, the reason Nangwen became twisted in the original was because his sister had died. Then suddenly, one word made Alan tilt his head. "Nangyon, yes. Just to make sure, did you say for free?" "Yes, it's free." Nangyon confirmed it once again. At that, a new suspicion was born in Alan's mind. Up until now, every time he used the Information Guild, he had been consistently giving money to Evan. Wondering what was going on, Alan glanced sideways. And there stood Evan, awkwardly twisting his neck. "Evan, yes, is it true?" He didn't ask at length. Evan, glancing around nervously, replied, "No, my lord, it's not like that. I've been saving it little by little. Surely you don't think I pocketed it all?" He immediately began defending himself with everything he had. Who saw all that drinking and splurging near the estate last time that money must come from this? "You damn snake-headed bastard." Not long after, Basilira's testimony rang out, Evan let out a scream. "Let's talk about this later. I am sorry." Evan confessed cleanly. "With the embezzlement issue temporarily settled, now that I think of it, I had a gift to give you, but I forgot." "A gift? Yes. Nangwen brought a few things to give to you, my lord." Thus began Nangwen's gift time. Somewhere in the eastern part of the kingdom of Ashtalon, right after dealing with the strange gate that had opened near the estate. As night fell, Elibin's party set up camp in the forest. Among them was the mage Yan. "Elibin, yeah, what are you doing here?" He spotted Elibin tending a fire in one corner of the camp. "Oh, just dealing with something real quick." Elibin answered lightly. When Yan turned his gaze, he saw something like black cloth engulfed in flames. "What's that?" "Something I used to use. You used it and now you're burning it." To that question, Elibin gave an unreadable smile. Then he stood up and looked at Yan. "Yeah, I don't need it anymore," he replied cheerfully. "All right then, let's go back to camp." "Ah, okay." Elibin began walking back to the camp with Yan. Then, suddenly turning around, he looked at the blazing black cloth, with eyes as deeply blue as ever. Chapter 262. Right after saying he had a gift, Nangwen took something out from his pocket. It was a pouch. A very small pouch. Alan, who was staring blankly at it, quickly realized what it was. It's a subspace pouch. As if to demonstrate, Nangwen pulled something from the pouch and placed it on the table. It was a sword so magnificent that it was hard to believe it had come from such a small pouch. It's the Sword of the Heavens. WH. Alan let out a soft exclamation of awe. It wasn't an artifact he was deeply familiar with. But just by its appearance, which screamed I am ridiculously expensive, Alan couldn't help but admire it. The Sword of the Heavens? Even Evan, who had been watching Nangyon just moments ago, stammered in surprise. "You know it? Of course, my lord. That's the sword forged by a dwarf, and now it's something you can barely find even in the eastern lands of other race, perhaps not even there anymore." As Evan shouted in excitement, Nangwen smiled and nodded. "That's correct. There's no need to give me something so precious. No, it's all a gift I've prepared for you, brother, and there's still more." "More? Yes." Nangwen then pulled out a staff from the subspace pouch and handed it to Alan. This time, Alan too couldn't hide his surprise, because he knew that item very well. "The Staff of Verdancy?" "Correct, brother. How did you know? Not many people are familiar with it. I once saw it in a book." He hurried to clarify when Nangwen asked curiously, but of course, it wasn't from a book. Unlike the Sword of the Heavens, the Staff of Verdancy had appeared in the main storyline of Psychedelia. If I remember correctly, this staff appears around the mid to late part of the game. Furthermore, as far as Alon remembered, if you developed your character as a magic-type dealer with a focus on certain spells, this item was highly useful, because it increased the effects of specific magic by 300. Even knowing this, the reason Alon hadn't bothered to get the Staff of Verdancy was simple. It required extreme grinding to obtain. Not just casual grinding, but several months of non-stop effort. That's why he never expected to see it in real life. Alon looked at the staff, his expression blank but his eyes full of wonder. There are still more gifts. Perhaps satisfied with Alon's reaction, Nangwen smiled and pulled out the next gift. It's the ring of the nameless swordsman. Wow, I've only ever heard rumors. Isn't this the item that even lets regular people who can't use magic unleash sword aura just by wearing it? You're quite knowledgeable. Nangwen looked proud as Evan reacted excitedly. But this time, even Alon was genuinely impressed, because he had planned to find that item himself before heading to the Holy Kingdom. I didn't expect to get it like this. Even though Alon wasn't a swordsman, he wanted this item because of another artifact it could help him acquire on that was essential for him at the moment. While Alon was quietly impressed, Nangwen pulled out another item. This is the Gauntlets of Conviction. Both Evan and Alon gasped. Then Nangwen took out yet another item. And once again, accompanied by their astonishment, a new item emerged from the pouch. This time it's the Gloves of the Hidden One. Alon and Evan marveled nonstop. But then 10 minutes passed. This is the Iron Armor of Bian. 30 minutes passed. This is the Tear of Orim. By the time an hour had passed. This is the left arm guard of the Holy King. Alon realized something was wrong. He looked around. The tea room, which had only contained the refreshments moments ago, was now, somehow, filled to the brim with items on the floor, the tables, everywhere. There was no space left to step. And the strangest part, there's still more to go, was that more items were still coming out of Nangwen's tiny pouch. Nangwen, yes, is something wrong? Do you still have many gifts left to give? Alon glanced toward the pouch. Yes, just a few more. Is that so? Yes. About 5, Nangwen spread his fingers wide as he answered, and Alon breathed a small sigh of relief. Honestly, by now, he had run out of things to say and it was becoming exhausting. As Alon sighed lightly, hours should be enough to finish. What? Maybe 6 hours. The unexpected follow-up left him stunned. Alon's eyes trembled in disbelief. Eventually, only after a full 6 hours had passed, Nangwen's gift-giving ceremony came to an end. The next day, Alon felt dizzy just looking at the mountain of gifts piled high in the tea room. And that very day, Nangwen and Nangyon left the Marquis estate. It would have been nice if you stayed a bit longer. I'd love to, but I've got too many things to take care of right now. I'll come visit again once they're all sorted out. All right, please call me if you ever need anything. I'll come running. With admiration in his eyes and a deep bow, Nangwen turned to leave, but then, as if sensing something, he walked back toward Alon. Brother, what is it? It seems like there's a disobedient wolf near you, he whispered quietly. A disobedient wolf? Yes, but you don't need to worry, I'll take care of it. Soon after, he smiled brightly and said, Then, see you next time. He left, cheerfully bidding farewell. Quite a refreshing presence for someone called the King of Curses, huh? As soon as Nangwen left, Evan offered his impression. Alon agreed. Indeed. And quite different from the rumors I've heard, too. Rumors. There were rumors? Well, yes. Evan shared the details. From what I know, the King of Curses is supposed to be very violent and egotistical. Violent and egotistical? Alon recalled the image of Nangwen he had just seen. With striking looks that would make anyone turn their head, Nangwen had followed Alon around with a cheerful smile. He seemed far removed from any notions of arrogance or cruelty. The same could be said of Nangyon. Sounds like baseless gossip. Alon doubted the truth of the rumors. Honestly, I think so too. Right? Yeah, Evan agreed weakly. Alon tilted his head at Evan's sudden drop in energy. You seem down. I got rejected. Just now, she said she's not interested in guys weaker than her. Only then did Alon realize Evan had confessed to Nangyon. When did that happen? Yesterday. Fast, aren't you? Well, I'm a passionate guy. Confidence is key for a man. And now all that's left is ashes. The phrase, that's too much, practically appeared on Evan's face. Marquis, do you realize your deadpan remarks are getting sharper lately? After responding to Evan's grumbles, afternoon rolled around. Behold my arrival, Penia returned from the blue tower, very noisily, with a grin stretching all the way to the heavens. Fush made strange noises, then said, "Who am I?" The youngest scholar to present a paper at the Mage Association. Who am I? The youngest to have a lead paper published by the Mage Association. Answering her own questions, she began showing off proudly in front of Alan. As if intoxicated by her own success, she bragged nonstop. Congratulations! HMPH thank Yaowu. When Alan said a word, Penia couldn't hide her bouncing shoulders and her cheeks flushed red. Oh, and Marquis. I found something for our next research. Research? Yeah, remember what we talked about last time? About your spell formulas. I think I found something worth experimenting with. That's good news. Penia brought news with her. After a brief compliment, Alan stood up and held out a pen to her. Penia looked puzzled, glancing back and forth between the pen and Alan. Now, could you help me a little? When Alan offered the pen again, Penia hesitated, then slowly opened her mouth. Who am I again? The person who barely slept 3 hours a night for a month writing that paper, and still managed to help calculate spell formulas for the Marquis during all that. In other words, she was very tired. But unfortunately for her, Alan was immune to such complaints. To him, Penia, can you see this? Gasp. The artifacts left by Nangwon. To put it simply, they were the kind of objects that would make a researcher like Penia drool with curiosity. If you help me now, I'll let you study 2 more of these. Are really? Yes. Nodding, Alan handed her the pen. Penia let out a long, groaning sigh, but when she saw the mass of artifacts behind Alan, with slightly darkened eyes, she said, I'll do it. She grabbed the pen like she was signing a deal with the devil. Smart choice. Alan guided her to the desk, where she sat down with little energy, and then, wow, what's wrong? I just didn't expect to be put to work the moment I got back. At that moment, Evan entered the office and noticed Penia. As if even Satan wouldn't go this far, he gave Alan a disapproving look. She's doing it of her own will. Alan stood his ground. Fair enough. Oh, Marquis, here. Without much else to say, Evan handed Alan a letter. This is a letter from the royal family. Ah! Alan was reminded again that Cian had been trying to reach him. Opening the letter, he found a single short sentence. A new memory regarding you and the cardinal has resurfaced. Please come see me. A very simple line, but to Alan it was not one he could ignore. Looks like I won't get any rest. Alan sighed as he muttered, that afternoon. Just as the Marquis territory was starting to fade into the distance, Nangwon and Nangyeon saw someone appear before them. A beastkin with radiant golden eyes. The disobedient wolf, I presume. Despite the sudden appearance, Nangwon calmly spoke without surprise. The beastkino, Xiaoring frowned. You, what are you? What do you think? Unlike you, I follow brother's orders properly, unlike someone who defied him to follow after him. The cheerful smile Nangwon had shown Alan was gone, replaced with a cold smirk. Go back, wolf. Brother never ordered you to guard him. His voice turned cynical. No, I am going to protect master. Brother's orders are absolute. Didn't he tell you to stay in your place? I still won't go back. You want? Nangwon's brow furrowed sharply at Xiaoreng's defiant answer. Then I'll make you go back by force. He muttered softly. At the same time, black hands began to scatter in the air. Try it. Responding in kind, radiant lightning erupted from Xiaoreng's body. Thus a battle began between 2 of the strongest in the allied kingdoms, exactly 30 minutes later. Let go. 2 powerful individuals, capable of leveling mountains, you let go. I said let go. You let go first? We're now grabbing each other by the hair. The reason was simple. Nangwon knew how strong Xiaoreng was. Xiaoreng also had a rough idea of Nangwon's strength, and the moment they clashed seriously, they both knew the commotion would reach Palatio territory. In other words, for both of them a flashy battle was not ideal. Xiaoreng had followed Alan without permission, and Nangwon knew how much Alan cared about Xiaoreng. So, as both were mindful of Alan, their lightning and black hands gave way to a quiet, pitiful tug-of-war. Which ended like this. Nangyeon silently watched the 2, the way they awkwardly grabbed each other's hair. Don't pull. I said stop pulling. You stop first. Let's both let go on 3. Fine, and that exchange really didn't feel like a clash between powerhouses. 1, 2, 3, pull. Hey, let go. You first, was kind of embarrassing. No, very much so. Nangyeon averted her gaze before she even realized it. She simply couldn't bear to keep watching. Chapter 263, The Underground Waterway of Rosario. It was once the place where Rosario's chief cardinal, Anderter, gathered abyssal beings in an attempt to create a god for humans. Now it was thoroughly purged and had become a quiet place where nothing remained. There, a man the apostle of purity, walked out. I can't say I am in a good mood. The apostle muttered with a sour expression as he fiddled with his own body. Good thing I used a decoy, just in case. As if speaking to someone, he muttered quietly. Then, as he stretched his shoulders, he stopped mid-motion and sank into thought. There really shouldn't have been any point of contact, so what is this? Before approaching the King of Curses, he had done his own investigation. There had been no known link between the King of Curses and Marquis Palacio. Big brother, huh? A hollow laugh escaped him. At this point, even he couldn't help but grow curious about the true identity of Marquis Palacio, whom he had only thought of as someone to eliminate. Could it be that Palacio is also connected to the 100 ghosts or the blind dragon, who were only planned for later? No way. The apostle laughed briefly at the ridiculous thought. Even with all things considered, it was too far-fetched. Well, it's not like I was planning to visit them anytime soon. Truthfully, part of him wanted to go see those on his schedule. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time. Or rather, to be precise, he knew very well that that one wouldn't be able to wait any longer. That's why he had come here. I never expected to use my final fallback option, though. This place had been hidden away as a contingency plan. It should be right by now. Maybe I should take a look. The apostle walked slowly through the dark waterway. Soon, the waterway was once again filled with a chilling silence. Exactly a week had passed since Nangwen left. During that time, Alon took care of the tasks that had piled up. The first thing he dealt with was the paperwork. Having been absent for over half a year, there was a mountain of documents stacked in his office despite Election's diligent work. It took him about 3 days to sort through most of it. Afterward, Alon rewarded Election, who had managed the territory in his absence, with a bonus. He then immediately resumed ritual research with Penia. The technique Alon had acquired, Reverse Heaven, came with many side effects. Moreover, Alon began learning not just his usual magic, but also other spells. And then today, you didn't know about the principles either. It's only natural I wouldn't. All I knew was that the technique called Reverse Heaven was used by the primordial mage. Alon had been discussing related matters with Kilris while using the footsteps of the past. If what you said is true, and the Reverse Heaven technique alters concepts themselves, then the primordial mage might be the closed-eyed one himself, or perhaps his disciple. Kilris stroked his chin, pondering deeply. Alon asked again with renewed curiosity. Just to be sure, would it be a big problem if the primordial mage really was the closed-eyed one? Kilris shook his head. It wouldn't be a huge issue. That's all in the past now. But there is something it suggests. What would that be? If our guess is correct and he really is the closed-eyed one, it means the primordial mage was incredibly powerful. Absurdly so, I see. In any case, I understand now why it took you so long to return. A vague past, huh? Their exchange didn't last much longer. Well then, let's begin right away. Kilris summoned a spirit dragon and prepared to spar with Alon. Exactly 1 minute later, you held out a little longer this time, Marquis. We were talking for a while. It was still only about a minute. Back in the present, Alon replied nonchalantly to Penia. Then he rose from his seat and let out a quiet sigh. Just to check, did you not use any rituals? If you had, I think you could have lasted a bit longer. To her question, Alon shook his head. I didn't. The point of fighting Kilris wasn't to win through rituals. Is that so? Well then, she nodded, but then as if remembering something, she spoke again. Oh, that reminds me. While you were inside earlier, I had a thought. What is it? Up until now, you haven't been able to control all that mana, right? So, whenever you activate a ritual, your body quickly gets drained. Alon nodded in agreement. Though it hadn't been long since they began researching, there still wasn't a clear direction for improvement. This was troubling for Alon's current research into rituals. Did you come up with a solution? Well, calling it a solution might be a stretch, but what do you think about this? Instead of just using sorcery, what if you used magic too? More precisely, combining the two. Alon listened to Penia's explanation carefully. That could actually work. He nodded, finding the idea promising. Then, 1 full month passed. Marquis, don't you think it's risky to keep delaying? It's been over a month since the kingdom sent a letter. Immersed in his ritual research, Alon finally began to prepare for departure to Turia after hearing Evan's reminder. This time, only Alon and Evan would be heading to Turia. Although he really wanted to bring Penia with him so he could consistently use the footsteps of the past, she was unfortunately too busy. Was it an additional thesis? It seemed being recognized by the academic world was something extremely important to Penia. So Alon didn't insist on bringing her along. After all, what's important differs for everyone. Anyway, strange, something feels strange. Mimiawa, what's wrong? No, this isn't supposed to be a desert, right? It's not. Then why am I sensing a familiar magic? Familiar magic. Yes, it feels like that beastkin's magic. Meow, maybe you're mistaken. There's no way Sialrang would be here in the first place. Right? Meow, I really hope she is. I hope she's here and gets dragged into a dress-up game. Shut up. Back in his usual routine, Alon chatted casually with Basilira, Blackie, and Evan as they headed toward Taria. After a journey of several weeks, they finally arrived at a place where Taria could be seen in the distance. Marquis, do you remember that abyssal being from before? Are you talking about the slightly modified abyssal entities spreading around? Yes, that one, I do remember it. It seems there's quite a serious problem related to that incident. How serious? Pretty serious. There's chaos all over because of it. Just as they crossed the gates into Taria, Evan updated Alon on the situation with the abyssal beings. Are artificial outer gods appearing now? There haven't been any cases of artificial outer gods yet, but even minor thugs who've absorbed abyssal beings are becoming absurdly powerful. Even minor thugs, that much? Yes. As far as Alon knew, the abyssal beings were originally added in Psychedelia's ladder, half to balance the power levels of the protagonist's party. But even then, they weren't meant to give that much power to mere street thugs. And more than that, the quantities released weren't that large either, which made it more puzzling. Soon, Alon arrived in the inner castle. His Majesty is waiting. Following the servant's guidance, Alon headed toward the palace where Cian was. He walked down familiar palace corridors and, like before, arrived not at the audience chamber but at the office. The moment he entered, he saw Cian. There wasn't much change in her expression, but her cheeks were slightly puffed out in a pout. A humble servant of Asteria greets the Great One. Alon subtly observed her reaction as he bowed his head. But Cian only glanced at him and said, "No need for words you don't mean. It's clear you don't see me as someone great." She turned her head away with a curt reply. Alon broke into a cold sweat. In truth, this was entirely his fault. No, it was something he couldn't even make excuses for. No matter how powerful Alon was, defying the Queen's orders without explanation was unacceptable. As Alon awkwardly cleared his throat and tried to read the room, Cian sighed deeply, as if she had no choice. "Enough, sit down." "Yes, Your Majesty." As soon as Alon sat down, a sweet potato was placed before him without fail. "Eat." "Thank you." Even in this situation, Alon wondered whether he was really expected to eat the sweet potato. Still, he carefully began peeling and eating it. Around the time he was halfway through it, he noticed Cian smiling gently as she watched him, and he couldn't help but wonder, does watching me eat sweet potatoes make me look charming? A rather ridiculous thought, but no matter how he thought about it, it didn't make any sense. "I've finished eating." "That's good to hear." Alon respectfully lowered his head after diligently finishing the sweet potato. Wiping his mouth, Alon finally brought up the main topic. "So, may I ask what came to mind this time?" Getting straight to the point with no small talk, you must not have missed me much. Cian's voice was tinged with disappointment. "And no, that's not it." As Alon fumbled for a response, Cian smiled as though she had been waiting for that. "Just kidding, I was being petty and teasing you." "I see." Cian chuckled softly at his reaction, then extended her index finger to gently push up the corners of Alon's mouth. "As I wrote down, this time a memory involving you and the Cardinal came back. It was a bit unusual, so I wanted to tell you sooner." "An unusual memory?" "Yes." As if tracing the memory, she stroked her chin and slowly began her story. "It was in the audience chamber." "I see. You were there with a rare troubled expression on your face." "I see. Was Cardinal Yusha with me?" "Yes." Unlike now, she had her hair swept to the side back then. Alon nodded and asked, "What were we talking about?" "To be honest, I don't remember the conversation itself, but Cardinal Yusha seemed to be pouting, and you were going along with it." "Yusha was pouting?" "Yes." I couldn't hear the voices, but it was obvious to anyone watching. How should I put it? She kept turning her head and going HMPH. "HMPH, something like that," Cian added with a soft laugh. "After you left the room first, she approached me in the memory and said, what did she say?" At Alon's question, Cian paused for a moment. Then, with a lowered voice, she spoke. "Don't touch him, he's mine." Chapter 264, "Don't touch him, he's mine," is that what she said? "Yeah, that's what she said." Alon's expression turned rather peculiar, because the scene Cian described was simply unimaginable. Yusha, who expresses her emotions so blatantly, Alon pictured Yusha in his head. Yusha usually wore a gentle smile on her lips. Nosh always did. But now she was humming and turning her head side to side. She showed her emotions so openly, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't really picture it. Alon looked at Cian. "So this is what you meant to tell me the other day." "That's right. A story I kept hidden to make you come quickly, though it seems you weren't particularly moved by it." Cian stabbed at his conscience whenever she got the chance. Alon, at a loss for words, discreetly shifted his gaze to the side and asked, just to be sure, what kind of outfit was Cardinal Yusha wearing in the memory? "Now that you mention it, she wasn't wearing her clerical garments like she does now." "Then," Cian thought for a moment before answering, "she was wearing a robe." "A robe?" "Yes, a rather antique robe in black and red." Watching Cian lift her eyes to the air as if sifting through memories, Alon fell into deep thought. What on earth is going on? He had already been puzzled when he first heard that Yusha appeared in Cian's memory. Specifically, the mystery surrounding Cian's golden eyes. From what Alon knew, the golden eyes were a power of inheritance, a power that inherits the abilities and fragments of memories of the previous monarch, a power that becomes stronger the more generations it passes through. But precisely because of that, the memories passed down through the golden eyes had to be from the past. So then, why was Yusha appearing? Alon continued pondering. Truthfully, it had been strange from the beginning. Not only did he appear in Cian's memory, but the stories of the past that she conveyed, which someone must have seen or heard back then, were somehow helpful to him now. Still, he hadn't bothered to dig into it. There was no need to investigate every detail of the distant past. But now even Yusha was appearing. Of course, even if Yusha appeared in the inherited memories, there was no urgent need to uncover the context. It wasn't like it was causing any immediate problems. Still, the growing questions in his heart were real. And to top it off, his and Yusha's behavior in the memory was kind of strange, too. Don't tell me I am going back to the past with Yusha. The hypothesis that suddenly came to Alon's mind sounded oddly plausible. After all, he had already been to the past once, and he also knew how to get there. Of course, he didn't know when in the past he would end up. In any case, the point was Alon could travel to the past and return to the present. Thinking along those lines, if Yusha and Alon had gone to the past for some reason, and left those memories in the mind of Asteria's king out of necessity, then Cian's memory wouldn't be so illogical after all. After all, Alon had already left traces in the past once before. Even the words she's shared so far, based on those memories, have all helped me. He thought maybe his future self had arranged things in advance for a reason. Of course, it's weird how free my expression was and how expressive Yusha was with her emotions. Still, he judged that it wasn't entirely impossible. The future is something no one can predict. Someday, Alon might reclaim those expressions, and Yusha might become close enough to reveal such emotions. Alon, having organized his hypothesis, called out to Cian. "Your Majesty." "Yes, may I share my thoughts?" Alon began to explain the inner workings of the current matter, something that, save for a few, no one else truly knew. After listening attentively for a while, "If what you say is true, then it might indeed be something that happens when you go to the past in the future. It's not certain, but I think it's possible." Cian stroked her chin and closed her eyes, seemingly reviewing Alon's words. How much time had passed? When she opened her eyes again, Cian looked at Alon. "So you're saying the you in my inherited memory could be your future self. As I said, it's not certain, but it might be." After nodding for a moment, Cian lightly shrugged her shoulders. "Well, we can discuss that again later. Let's move on to the main topic." She leaned forward. "Can you travel to the Holy Kingdom?" "The Holy Kingdom? Yes, it seems there's something you need to do there." "Something I need to do?" Of course, I wasn't told the details. Just vague memories remain in my mind. Cian tapped her own head a few times. "Understood for now." Recalling the Holy Kingdom, Alon accepted the order for now. After some brief small talk, just as Alon was about to stand, "Oh, right," he awkwardly sat back down at Cian's exclamation. "What is it? You've been receiving quite a few gifts lately, haven't you?" "Gifts?" "Yes." Alon nodded cautiously. There had always been many, but recently, even more gifts had been arriving at the Marquisate of Palatio under various pretenses. "Indeed, I've been receiving quite a lot lately." "Ah, that's not the kind of gifts I meant. I'm talking about gifts from people of other nations." At Cian's words, Alon let out a quiet awe of realization. Now that I think about it, I really have received quite a lot of stuff. The volume was so great that he couldn't open every gift individually. Still, he made a point to check who sent them. Even if Alon wasn't particularly interested in the social customs of the nobility, he knew that taking too much without giving back would cause trouble. So he had started drafting a list of noble names to reciprocate accordingly. Lately, he began seeing royal names popping up more frequently on that list. I have received them, but when he answered that way, Cian stared directly at Alon, a gaze that seemed to demand something. Alon quickly understood what Cian wanted. Please don't worry, Your Majesty, I have no intention of defecting to another nation. He bowed deeply with proper etiquette. In truth, he had no intention of leaving for another kingdom. Maybe in the past, but now, the Marquisate of Palatio had become an inseparable part of him. The dedication he had invested, the time he had spent it, was all too deep. Is that so? Perhaps she sensed Alon's sincerity. Your answer puts my heart at ease. Cian wore a rare smile that seemed almost pleased. After the audience ended, Alon left the palace and headed straight for Rosario without delay. He had originally planned to stop by the Holy Kingdom anyway, so he figured this would be a good time to do it. I also need to meet with Yusha and Yuman while I am at it. He had already met with everyone else, but Yusha had been too busy, so their only contact was through exchanged letters. Wanting to greet her properly, Alon began his journey to Rosariohan. Evan brought him a strange piece of news. Marquis, what is it? Speaking of the Holy Kingdom, it reminded me apparently, things over there have been a little unstable lately. Unstable? Yes. Did something happen? It's not so much that something new happened. More like something that was bound to explode finally did. Something that was bound to explode. Yes. Evan began to explain in more detail. So in summary, it's that no new clergy in Rosario have been able to receive blessings for quite some time now. Is that it? Yes. At first, everyone just kept it quiet, but as time passed, the issue started surfacing. Was there ever a case like this in psychedelia? Alon thought for a moment but then shook his head. There was no need to ponder it too long. As far as he knew, such a case had never occurred in the Holy Kingdom before. Which meant what is going on now? Alon's expression turned strange, but he resolved to investigate the truth once he arrived in Rosario. And a few weeks later, Alon arrived in Rosario after passing through several villages. However, it really is unsettled here. The atmosphere in Rosario was far more chaotic than before. At the same time Alon arrived in Rosario, inside the Palace of Asteria, having finished all her official duties, the Queen of Asteria, Cian, sat alone in her office, gently stroking her chin with a strange expression. The reason was the conversation she had with Alon a few weeks earlier. The hypothesis Alon presented was quite plausible. He had, in fact, traveled to the past before, so it was a credible theory that could arise from logical reasoning. The future seen from the past, huh? A soft murmur echoed through the room, and yet there was a strange uncertainty lingering in Cian's eyes, because from her perspective, there was still an unresolved question. To be more specific, a question that no one else could even begin to judge, except for Cian herself, who had the fragments of that memory. Clearly, it was a question that only occurred to her after Alon had left. The Yusha in that memory. She looked a bit younger, didn't she? Cian recalled the Yusha from the memoir expressive face. Yes, but she also looked even younger than she did now, which made it difficult to believe she was from the future. With that image in her mind, Cian tilted her head slightly in thought. Chapter 265, the scenery of the Holy Kingdom Rosario hadn't changed much from before. Pure white buildings and clean streets, especially the grand temple located in the center of Rosario, so majestic that its mere existence stirred the faith of all who saw it, remained unchanged. However, despite nothing having visibly changed, there was something strange in the atmosphere of Rosario. It definitely feels like something's wrong. Alon observed the citizens visible from the carriage window. Their appearances were the same as always. If there was one difference, it was that unease could be seen written across all their faces. The blessing isn't descending, huh? It was what Evan had told him. The fact that the blessings weren't coming down was a huge issue for Rosario. No, it was more than just a problem, it was a catastrophe. Rosario, as a nation, was more like a religious organization grounded in faith. Its foundation lay in the moon god, Saturnia. And this system was sustained thanks to the existence of the clergy, who strengthened the faith of the believers. But now the clergy had stopped appearing? Naturally, since the country was fundamentally built upon faith in Sirenia, the entire nation was bound to be shaken. For whatever reason, the fact that divine miracles no longer touched the earth was enough to incite anxiety among the people. Just what is going on? With a hand stroking his chin, Alon contemplated the unfamiliar situation. He had thought this before too, but even back in Psychedelia, while heretics or corrupt cardinals occasionally stirred up trouble in Rosario, there had never been a situation like this. As his worries continued, meow. The little black creature that had been dozing lazily until just now suddenly sensed something and climbed up Alon's body to hide inside his chest. Just as Alon was wondering, he realized the carriage had stopped. And then my lord, Yusha. He saw Yusha smiling at him as always. It's been a while, my lord. Yes, it has. Alon stepped out of the carriage and looked around. At some point, they had arrived at the temple in the center of Rosario. Sorry I couldn't greet you last time, my lord. I had some things to take care of. As Alon was staring at the temple, Yusha's voice reached him. No need. I am sure you had your own duties. Thank you for understanding. The two of them headed together to her office. So, what brings you to Rosario, my lord? They began the real conversation once inside. I had some personal matters to attend to. Personal matters? At Yusha's question, Alon nodded. On the surface, his visit was to speak with Yuman, but in truth, he had another goal. It was to obtain an artifact located in a labyrinth near Rosario at this time. Meeting Yuman was merely a pretext. Of course, Sian had hinted that something valuable could be gained from the Holy Kingdom too. Yes, and I also plan to speak with Yuman briefly. I see. Yusha gave a small nod. By the way, are you okay, Yusha? What do you mean, my lord? Alon cautiously brought it up. Well, about the current situation. I heard a rough explanation. Yusha, momentarily puzzled, soon let out a quiet hum. It somehow carried a sense of detachment, as if it didn't concern her. Though Alon briefly found it strange. You mean about the goddess blessing, right? Yes, there's definitely a problem. I thought so too. Is there something in particular that worries you? Well, to be honest, it doesn't really concern me, but I asked because I was worried about you. It wasn't just a polite gesture. After all, Yusha was a cardinal of Rosario, and the authority of a cardinal fundamentally depended on the moon god Sirenia remaining intact. But what if the loss of blessings continued? Of course, it would become difficult for Yusha too. That's why Alon had asked, out of genuine concern. Thank you for worrying, my lord. But Yusha then smiled more brightly than usual, like a fully bloomed flower. You really don't need to worry too much. Is that so? Yes, I believe everything will return to normal soon. Return to normal? Yes. Have you perhaps found a solution? No, but I think I might be able to find one. A solution? Yusha spoke with certainty. Alon, tilting his head in curiosity, soon accepted it. If Yusha said so, then surely there was a way. Still, the timing isn't too bad. At the sudden remark, Alon looked curious. What do you mean? I was planning to tell you anyway. I was hoping you'd come by, my lord. Yusha then took a small box from her inner pocket and handed it to Alon. What is this? Open it. When Alon opened the small box, inside was a necklace, a neatly placed necklace. Unlike the birthday gift from last time, this one had a white jewel, like a diamond, embedded right at its center. This is. Alon stared at the necklace, unable to bring himself to touch it. It's a gift for you, my lord. It seems a bit too much. The necklace looked undeniably expensive at a glance. No, I'd still like you to accept it, my lord. All of a sudden, yes. I think my gift was the smallest among all for your birthday. Alon let out a quiet sigh. All the birthday gifts had meaning. But if one judged purely by impact, Yusha's gift had been the most modest compared to the others. Yusha, as you know, even so, since each gift had its own value, he was about to politely refuse if that was her concern. I know that you don't really judge gifts by their worth, my lord. But I just couldn't stop thinking about it, so I wanted to give you this. Yusha, as if she had already expected Alon's reaction, blocked his refusal ahead of time. Please, will you accept it? In the end, Alon said, in that case, I will accept it with thanks. He accepted her sentiment. Would you like to try it on? Alon nodded and carefully put on the necklace. Yusha looked him over with great satisfaction. Thank you, my lord, for going along with my little fuss. I didn't think of it as fuss. I am relieved to hear that. The necklace hung next to the brooch she had gifted before. Alon stared at the symbol of the necklace for a moment. And just after that, Lady Yusha, I have something to report. Cardinal Sergius came looking for Yusha. I suppose I kept you too long. Not at all. Then, I'll see you next time. Yes, I'll visit you again while you're here. Alon stood up to give them space. Good day to you. Ah, good day, Marquis Palacio. Cardinal Sergius looked at Alon with a somewhat awkward expression. He looks a lot thinner than the last time I saw him. Previously, he had a hearty impression, but now his face was gaunt. It puzzled Alon for a moment. Huh. Suddenly, Sergius let out a squawking noise. Alon realized his gaze had stopped on his chest. Just as he was about to ask why ahem, Sergius hastily cleared his throat. Then, farewell. He unnaturally turned his gaze and passed Alon, heading straight to Yusha. Alon couldn't make sense of the reaction. He lightly brushed the necklace with his hand as he left Yusha's office. It's been a while, brother. Yes, Saint. I was delayed because of work. No worries. Right after leaving Yusha's office, Alon headed straight to where Yuman was. Ah, come to think of it, I meant to ask her about that but completely forgot. It wasn't until he met Yuman that Alon remembered the question he had for Yusha, but he decided to leave it for next time. By the way, I couldn't mention it last time, but there are quite a few amusing rumors about you, brother. Rumors? Yes. Things like you being a god named Kalanin, the lightning receiver, or his apostle. Interesting stories like that. Alon was at a loss for words. Of course, Rosario wasn't a country that officially rejected other deities. Still, Yuman was a saint. He might feel uncomfortable. And given the situation, he might be especially sensitive right now, so Alon carefully considered how to reply. Then even so, you really hit it well. Yuman spoke first. Huh. Alon blurted out his confusion without meaning to. I was really impressed. If such rumors are circulating, no one would ever guess your true identity, brother. But Yuman, seemingly not hearing him, continued speaking with a smile. This is getting lengthy. Let's return to the main point. I'm sure you've already guessed why I called you here, brother. The flow of conversation was definitely odd. But before Alon could ask again, Yuman changed the subject, so he decided to go along with it for now. Is it because the blessings have stopped descending? Yes, exactly. It's already been 2 years since the goddess has ceased all communication with us. That's why I wanted to ask you a favor. A favor? Yes. Of course, you're likely in a similar situation as I am, but may I ask you to meet with the goddess? Alon, confused, asked as he failed to understand. I understand your words, Saint, but we ask me. He was genuinely baffled. It was only natural, since he had no relationship whatsoever with the goddess Cyrenia. So then, is he asking me to relay a message to Yusha instead? But surely Yusha has already tried many times. As Alon considered various interpretations of Yuman's words, Yuman, who had also been tilting his head, let out a soft sound as if he realized something. I see now. I understand your intention, brother. But given the urgency of the matter, I would like to ask you to temporarily set aside your oath of the hidden saint made in her presence. Then, with an earnest expression, he added, and Alon, the hidden saint? Me. He had no choice but to swallow his words in silence. Chapter 266. Alon had countless question marks pop up in his head. Naturally, it was because of the word Yuman had just said. Hidden saint. What's a hidden saint? First of all, Alon didn't know what a hidden saint was, and he had no idea why Yuman was calling him that, which made sense. Because the term hidden saint wasn't even mentioned in Psychedelia. The best he could guess was since the word saint was attached, it must be something similar to a saint. He quietly looked at Yuman. There was still a strong sense of faith in the man's eyes. I figured he must be wildly mistaken, but he had already expected it. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened, and he had tried to clear the misunderstanding before. Though he failed because Yuman gave off that yes, I already know everything attitude. Still, he didn't expect that misunderstanding to have continued all the way until now. So that's why he's been so kind to me this whole time. Only now did Alon realize the reason Yuman had treated him so kindly, even calling him brother. And he began to wonder what he should do about this situation. Although, it wasn't really something to worry about. He had received quite a bit of help from Yuman, but now that he realized the man was mistaken, he couldn't just ignore it. He could have played along and continued receiving kindness, but Alon felt uncomfortable in that kind of situation. So, after calmly clearing his throat, Alon said, Saint. Speak, brother. I am sorry, but I am not the hidden saint you're referring to. He said it with a bit of firmness. Excuse me? Yuman's face turned blank for a moment. It wasn't like Alon had intended to mislead him, but seeing that reaction made his chest tighten with guilt. I mean it literally, Saint. I don't know what part of me led you to that conclusion, but I am not the kind of person you think I am. Once again, he stated it clearly, and concisely declared that he was not the hidden saint. After finishing his statement, Alon awkwardly turned his gaze away, because the situation was incredibly uncomfortable. How much time passed? I see Yuman, who had been quietly looking at Alon, nodded as if he understood. I am sorry. Excuse me, I was too careless. Is that so? Yuman acknowledged his misunderstanding without much agitation, almost gracefully. Alon was a bit confused, but internally let out a sigh of relief. As expected of a saint, he doesn't blame others for his own misunderstanding. Most people, when realizing they've misunderstood, either get angry or make the atmosphere awkward. Alon, impressed that this wasn't the case, thought indeed I was at fault. Even in an emergency, I shouldn't have told you to break the vow with the goddess. The next words from the saint made Alon realize something was wrong. I apologize. Because of my personal feelings, I misspoke and told you to abandon the vow you've upheld all this time. That was my mistake. Yuman bowed his head politely. Alon, dazed, quickly helped him up. No, brother, please raise your head. Thank you for your consideration. He had to clear up the misunderstanding somehow, so he repeated the truth. More importantly, as I've been saying, I am not the hidden saint you think I am. Yes, of course. Saint? Yes. I am not the hidden saint. I know, I was careless. Yuman only smiled and said he understood, and Alon felt a strange sense of déjà vu. This feels eerily familiar. As if he were saying, ah, my bad, that was just your setting. Sorry, I'll protect you anyway, ah. Alon realized it. It was exactly like with Magrina. Thinking of her made Alon sigh. Brother. But still, could you at least meet with that person just once? With a misunderstanding that showed no sign of being cleared all right, he quietly nodded. The day after finishing that conversation, Alon headed to the place where the chamber of the Holy Spirit was in order to fulfill Yuman's request. Ah. You're here, brother? Yes, Saint, but who are these people? There were already a few people gathered near the chamber. They are the cardinals of Rosario. Is that so? Yes. It seems they wish to personally confirm that you enter the room. Alon looked at the 5 cardinals. Seeing their uniformly unfriendly expressions, Alon realized 2 things. First, that he wasn't exactly a welcome guest. He was momentarily puzzled but quickly guessed the reason. Is it because of the rumors? Aside from Yuman, who mistook him for the hidden saint, the current rumors labeled Alon as the lightning receiver, the apostle of Kalanin, or even a god. In other words, from the cardinals' perspective, it was no different from a heretical god entering their holiest place. Their expressions were, perhaps, justified. And the other thing he realized was these cardinals there, not the faces I remember. He found the faces of the Rosario cardinals unfamiliar. In psychedelia, the corrupt cardinals of Rosario appear as antagonists to the protagonist, which is why Alon knew most of their faces. So nothing particularly bad must have happened in Rosario then. Alon was simply relieved that Rosario seemed to be clearing up. Just looking at how they were wary of him proved it. Even if these people were corrupt too, surely they were better than the original cardinals. While Alon was having a standoff that wasn't quite a standoff with the cardinals, you're a bit late. We are. The door opened, and Yusha and Sergius entered. The two mingled among the cardinals. Then I'll leave it to you. Yuman opened the door as if he had been waiting. A rare look of displeasure appeared on Alon's face. With all these cardinals gathered here, if nothing happened when he entered the chamber of the Holy Spirit, it would be incredibly awkward. Last time, it responded when I used magic first, so I'll try that again. Alon reluctantly moved his feet, and the interior of the room he had seen years ago came into view. A chamber built of pure white marble, as if not a speck of dust would be tolerated. At its center stood a massive statue of the goddess Cyrenia. Approaching it, Alon cleared his throat and, just like before, perceive. He cast a spell using the keyword. However, there was no response at all from the statue. As expected. While Alon stood awkwardly staring at the statue, Sergius, who had been watching the room from outside, grabbed his throbbing head. Not because of what was in front of him, but because of his grueling recent schedule. Cardinals typically have a lot of duties, but Sergius had even more. The obvious reason was Yusha. She kept assigning him personal tasks, and he hadn't had a break in days. Of course, Yusha would smile and say, if it's too hard, you're welcome to rest. But how could he possibly rest? It was impossible to tell whether she meant he could rest for a little while or rest forever. To make things worse, Yusha had become even scarier lately. She would be deeply focused on something, suddenly smile like she was in a great mood, then, just as suddenly, twist her face into a scowl. Sometimes, she'd puff her cheeks out in odd frustration. In short, to anyone watching, she might seem to have mood swings or even bipolar disorder. Sergius had always made an effort not to offend Yusha's moods. But now, more than ever, he felt he needed to tread extremely carefully. At that moment, a deep sigh came from beside him. Feeling goosebumps all over, Sergius turned toward Yusha. The face of the woman who had been so happy to meet her beloved Marquis Palacio had gone cold. Then her blood-red eyes gleamed. We should have crushed them from the start. She muttered something so quietly even Sergius, right next to her, couldn't make it out. And then whoosh, light began to flow from the statue inside the chamber of the Holy Spirit. Lately, Hidden had been living quite comfortably, all thanks to the return of the great moon. When news of his death had first arrived, it felt like he'd been struck by lightning. His responsibilities had multiplied exponentially, and he had suffered greatly, which made his current relaxed lifestyle feel all the sweeter by comparison. Enjoying this leisure, he moved a bit slower than usual, and as he was on his way to Rosario to report on a task Yusha had entrusted to him, he witnessed a strange sight. A lizardman and an elf standing together. The unexpected pairing made Hidden let out a small gasp. Weren't they once so hostile they'd practically bite each other on sight? But even then, Hidden had no idea that he was about to witness an even stranger situation. I said let go. He looked down upon hearing the commotion. Down below, he saw a familiar face and a man, two of them, one with golden eyes and the other with inverted pupils. Before he could even question why they were there, let go. You let go. I said let go, didn't I? You first. The sight before him made Hidden's mouth fall open. Gripping each other's hair, foreheads pressed together as they growled and hurled curses at one another. You want me to rip out all your hair? I'll pluck out every one of your tail hairs. Though overwhelming killing intent radiated from their bodies, the way they were acting looked downright disgraceful, so Hidden gave up trying to understand the situation and just silently gaped in shock. Chapter 267, Why is Lady Xiaoreng acting like that? That was the first thought that came to Hidden's mind as he stared blankly at the scene before him. It was only natural. Currently, Hidden was near Rosario, far from the colony. In other words, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have encountered Xiaoreng here. And yet, there she was, right in front of his eyes. Why go back, Wolf? I've told you over and over. No. Why was she grabbing a man whom he had never seen before by the hair and confronting him? No, calling him just an unknown man doesn't seem right. He's unusual too. Hidden examined the man's appearance. He gave off a similar vibe to Xiaoreng. He didn't appear that old, more than anything. The same killing intent that Xiaoreng exuded surrounded him. That alone made it clear that this man was no ordinary person. Could it be that Lady Xiaoreng is evenly matched with him? Or is she holding back? There was no way Hidden could possibly measure their strength. Staring at the two overwhelming figures, Hidden returned to the most basic question. Why are they even fighting? No matter how much he watched, he couldn't understand. For a brief moment, he wondered, should I help Lady Xiaoreng? But then he quietly turned around and decided to slip away from the area. He knew all too well that his tiny hands wouldn't be of the slightest help. Besides, look at how the fight was going. Why were they pulling each other's hair in such a crude and childish way instead of using proper strength? Like some neighborhood kids roughhousing. Whatever the reason, it was clear that stepping into that would only complicate matters. The choice was obvious. Following his instincts, Hidden quietly slipped away while the two powerful people had yet to notice him. Right up until the moment Alan entered the saint's chamber, Yuman had been thinking, could it be? To elaborate a bit more, he had a thought he would never usually entertain. Could it be that Marquis Palacio isn't the hidden saint? Of course, Yuman had already seen with his own eyes that Marquis Palacio Alan was indeed a saint like himself. He had even confirmed that Alan was a hidden saint, one who must walk an even harsher path than he. Even so, the seed of doubt had been planted due to what happened yesterday. Saint. I am sorry, but I am not the hidden saint you're referring to, just as I said. Saint, I don't know what made you mistake me for someone else, but I am not the person you think I am. A complete denial without the slightest hesitation. Alan, by nature, rarely showed any change in expression, making it hard to discern truth from lie. But his eyes struck Yuman's mind. those honest eyes that seemed to say he truly didn't understand what was being said. Yumin wavered for a moment in the face of those pure eyes. Of course, even that could have been a clever strategy employed by the brother walking the thorny path to avoid breaking his oath. For a hidden saint must deny his own identity. Still, a small doubt had taken root in Yumin's heart, that perhaps it really was a misunderstanding, and even if Alan was indeed the hidden saint. At this point, with all communication from Lady Cyrenia cut off, he might not be much different from Ha. But the moment Alan entered the chamber of the Holy Spirit, all worries were rendered meaningless and futile, because the statue of Goddess Cyrenia began to shine so brilliantly. Standing before the radiant statue was Marquis Palacio. Watching that scene, Yumin couldn't help but marvel. Despite walking a painful and lonely path, and even under Yumin's pressure, he never showed the slightest sign. No, more than not showing, Science had practically deceived Yumin and still kept his oath. As expected, brother, you're amazing. Yumin's misunderstanding grew stronger and stronger. And just as that strange faith, born of misunderstanding, began to solidify, Alan, behind his expressionless face, was secretly flustered. So suddenly, he briefly thought, was it reacting to my sensing ability? But Alan shook his head slightly. If that were the case, the statue should have reacted the moment he activated his senses like last time. As he fervently analyzed the situation in his head, it's been a long time. He heard the voice of the goddess Cyrenia, the one he'd heard years ago, but one thing felt off. Formal speech? The tone had changed. She had definitely spoken casually before, but now she was using honorifics. Baffled for a moment, Alan hurriedly opened his mouth. Great goddess Cyrenia, I am Palacio, Marquis of Asteria. Is that so? Short, clipped responses as if something was bothering her. Alan showed his confusion at that, but saw, no, Marquis Palacio, please save my greatest servant. If you do, all this disaster will naturally be resolved. I'm sure you can do it. What does that? Let's end it here for now. We'll continue the conversation after you've saved my great servant. Goddess Cyrenia finished saying only what she wanted and then vanished. Soon, the light faded from the statue. A heavy silence fell over the sanctuary of the Holy Spirit. Standing alone in the middle of it all, what was that? Alan stood still like a stone statue for a moment. Right after that, just to be sure, he used his sensing ability one more time. The statue didn't budge. Staring quietly at it, Alan exited the room. Brother, Marquis. He was immediately surrounded by cardinals. Alan relayed Goddess Cyrenia's words exactly to the cardinals, including Yumin. Those words mean, surely, about His Holiness the Pope. Brother, did the goddess truly say such a thing? She did. As Alan confirmed again, the cardinals' expressions grew solemn. Then Marquis Palacio, no brother, thank you so much. If it hadn't been for you, we wouldn't have even realized that something had happened to His Holiness the Pope. One cardinal bowed deeply to Alan. He clenched his fists in frustration. I'm truly ashamed. To think I believed such ridiculous rumors about someone as faithful as you. And then, the cardinals standing nearby began to speak one after another. Indeed, Cardinal Yusha's decision was the right one. I was still like a frog in a well, knowing nothing of the truth. I now regret my own ignorance. Please forgive someone like me. The cardinals began apologizing in a chain. Alan noticed Yusha's name being mentioned in between, which sparked his curiosity. Brother, I am truly sorry, but the situation is urgent, so I'll express my thanks later. Don't worry about it. Alan let the hurried cardinals go without protest. On their faces, a faint sense of hope had begun to form. Once the commotion settled down, Yumin approached him. Brother, Saint, I am really ashamed of myself. Without warning, he grasped Alan's hand. It's just, after our conversation yesterday, I was momentarily confused, wondering if I had misunderstood everything, but it turns out it was a pointless doubt. Yumin gave a sheepish smile. But you really did misunderstand. Alan instinctively stated the truth once more. Yes, I know, brother. With the look of someone who believed all doubts had now been cleared, Yumin nodded confidently. At his intense conviction of I now know everything truly, Alan could only sigh internally, thinking, you didn't understand anything at all. Well then, I'll take my leave for now, brother. I'll return after I finish the urgent tasks. Yumin, too, soon disappeared into the distance. Congratulations, my lord. Yusha, who hadn't followed the cardinals, approached him last. With a smile that half covered her red eyes. Is this something to be congratulated on, isn't it? You've gained the favor of those uncomfortable cardinals all at once. That's not untrue. Though it was a situation built on a misunderstanding, he had indeed earned their favor in the end. As Alon nodded, he suddenly recalled something the cardinals had said earlier. Yusha. Yes, my lord. I think I heard something in passing about Cardinal Yusha's decision. Was there something related to me? Then cough. Ah, sorry, I just choked a little. The one who reacted to Alon's question wasn't Yusha, but Sergius. He coughed awkwardly, looking uncomfortable, and gave a forced smile. Yusha quickly stepped in front of him. No, it wasn't anything big, my lord. Is that so? Yes. It's just that when rumors spread about you having died, there was a little controversy along with the old rumors connected to you. I merely addressed those briefly, that's all. Alon could see Sergius' shoulders twitching behind Yusha, but if Yusha said it wasn't anything big, then perhaps it wasn't. So it wasn't anything serious. No, truly nothing at all. So don't worry too much. It died down quickly anyway, a warm smile and a calm voice. Alon nodded, but another question came to mind. Ah, come to think of it, I have one more question. What is it, my lord? All the cardinals seem to have changed. Did something happen in Rosario while I was gone? He had been curious about that from the start. Yusha slowly shook her head. No, nothing particularly serious. Just a bit of an unfortunate incident. An incident? Yusha raised her index finger to her cheek. Yes, the cardinal council room suddenly collapsed. Collapsed? Yes. Because of that, all the other cardinals except me, who had temporarily gone out on a mission, sadly passed away. She delivered the news in a tone like she was casually mentioning there were lots of fish in the lake nearby. Alon, bewildered, repeated her words. That's not a big deal? It isn't. I am sure Goddess Cyrenia took them because she needed them. They were all very devout in their faith. Alon briefly recalled the cardinals of Rosario from within the psychedelic space. They had all been corrupt pigs with no faith to speak of. Alon subtly shifted his gaze beyond Yusha to look at Sergius. Sergius was now staring off into the far distance, as if determined never to look this way again. My lord? At Yusha's clear voice, Alon met her red eyes once more. The apostle of vengeance hasn't shown up yet, has he? Alon suddenly felt uneasy. Chapter 268. A little away from Rosario, on the outskirts. A small cave situated atop a cliff overlooking the capital city. That place was the secluded chamber where the current pope resided. The pope, who hadn't shown himself for years. Surrounding him were the cardinals and Roman, who had been in the chamber of the Holy Spirit just moments ago. And they weren't the only ones. The holy knights led by the cardinals were present, so were the inquisitors. Countless other clergy members had also gathered by the cliff. There was only one reason why everyone had come here. It was because of the door to the secluded chamber. No, to be more precise, because of the symbol that had appeared on the door. Everyone silently stared at the symbol. Normally, the symbol should have been radiating a pure white divine light at all times, and in fact, it had been when the cardinals first arrived. Until the cardinals had used their divine power. Everyone gazed at it with grave expressions. The symbol was now oozing a bizarre, malicious energy, dripping dark mana onto the ground as if pulled from the depths of the abyss. The moment divine power was used, the symbol had changed suddenly and violently, which led them to rush here with nearly all available forces. Just the transformation of the symbol alone was enough to alert them to the seriousness of the situation. Then, since everyone seems to be here, I'll begin opening it. Yusha, who had just been urgently summoned from Rosario, raised her hand toward the symbol dripping with thick darkness. I'll help as well. Yuman also raised his hand beside her. From their hands, divine power flowed forth. Ooh, as the clergy murmured in awe, the divine power swiftly enveloped the abyss-tainted symbol. And then the symbol began to absorb the divine power at a frightening rate. Drrrrrrrrrk. With a hideous grinding sound, the symbol twisted. It began to vanish slowly, bubbling like molten metal being scraped away. And then crack, with a sound like something being shattered, the symbol was completely destroyed. It scattered into the air and disappeared as if it had never existed. Everyone, prepare yourselves. A holy knight shouted loudly as he drew his sword. The air was tense with suffocating silence. But that silence didn't last long. The reason why, well now, it's been quite a while. From within the abyss-like cave, a mano, your holiness, the pope, it was Pope Valeniart who stepped out. Perhaps due to years of seclusion, his face was gaunt and a long beard hung down to his navel. But those present clearly recognized it. The man before them was undoubtedly their Pope, Valeniart, who had vanished years ago. Why, your holiness, are you all right? one of the cardinals approached to ask after his well-being. Valanert let out a hearty laugh, as if in good spirits for the first time in a while. Of course I am all right. I've gained a new enlightenment. That's a relief. Yes, it's indeed fortunate. Despite his aged body, the Pope laughed heartily as if to show off his health, putting everyone at ease. Unlike the ominous symbol that had been drenched in darkness, the Pope looked perfectly fine. However, among them, one person Sergius felt something was off about the Pope. Something's definitely strange. Most of those gathered here had never seen the Pope up close before, so they didn't sense anything unusual about him. But Sergius was well aware of the Pope's disposition. Valanert was a man who upheld rules and principles, no matter how urgent a matter was, even if the symbol outside had turned murky and dark. If his seclusion had been interrupted, he would have first expressed his fury. That was the kind of Pope Valanert was. And yet this Pope, he didn't even verify the situation upon stepping outside, nor did he frown. He didn't question why so many soldiers were gathered. Of course, it could be that he was simply too happy to be outside and decided to ask questions later. But there was something else strange, too. He should be seeing that cardinal for the first time. Knowing Valanert's personality, if he saw someone he didn't recognize wearing cardinal robes, he would have pointed it out immediately. And yet there was no reaction at all. It was so strange that Sergius tilted his head in doubt. "Everyone, may I have your attention for a moment?" The Pope Valanert spoke. All eyes turned to him. And then the Pope, now smiling as if pleased with the situation, slowly began to grow younger. What? Even as the clergy looked on in confusion, the Pope's body continued to regain its youth. His snow-white hair rapidly fell away, replaced by black strands. The wrinkled skin beneath his fallen beard became smoother and more vibrant, his once thin frame now filled with firm muscles. It was a transformation that couldn't be achieved even with divine power, a true miracle. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, at the final moment, whoosh, from the Pope's back, brilliant white wings burst forth. What is? Voices of awe mixed with confusion filled the air, giving rise to a strange reverence. The wings that sprouted from the Pope's back gleamed with dazzling purity. As everyone stood frozen, staring at him the now youthful Pope spoke in a calm voice. He turned around slowly, as if showing off his body, and then pointed at one priest. "You there, what do you think?" "Pardon. What do you mean? I am asking what thoughts came to your mind when you saw me." The priest, flustered, quickly opened his mouth to respond. I thought it was truly holy. Especially the wings on your back. No, that's not it." The Pope firmly shook his head, as if that wasn't the answer he wanted to hear. "That's not what I am asking. I am asking what your personal thoughts were when you saw me." Holy? No, I am not looking for some dressed-up impression. I want to hear your unfiltered, honest reaction." Confused, the priest hesitated before answering. I thought to myself, I wish I could be like that someday," he murmured reluctantly. And then, even though he had said it himself, the priest wore an expression of disbelief, as if he didn't understand what had just come out of his mouth. Because his usual self would never have said such a thing. Unlike the priest, who was engulfed in confusion, the Pope, wearing a satisfied smile, continued asking questions. "So, what else did you feel?" "I felt envious." "Did you feel jealous?" "Jealous. That's not no, I'd like you to express your feelings honestly. I asked because I wanted to hear your heartfelt truth. Go ahead, speak." The Pope urged gently. In the end, the priest confessed, "Yes, I did feel jealous." Once again, he uttered something he normally would never say. And in response, "Yes, I see." Behind the Pope, who now smiled brighter than even his pure white wings, squelch, another pair of wings sprouted. Oh, the clergy murmured in astonishment. But the Pope paid them no mind. "Yes, thank you for your answer. That was exactly what I wanted to hear." He gave the answering priest a pat on the shoulder, then raised his hand as he looked around at everyone. "Is there anyone else willing to confess their emotions like this brave soul?" There was no immediate answer. However, me too, the silence did not last long. When I saw the Pope, I initially felt something holy, but at the same time, I was jealous. A holy knight confessed, as if in a confession booth. With that as the start, me too, I felt the same. So did I. As if bewitched, those gathered began to reveal their feelings upon seeing the Pope. The Pope had performed an unbelievable miracle before their eyes. He had become a young man from an old one, and angelic wings had sprouted from his back. Yet even in the face of such an incomprehensible miracle, no one voiced suspicion. Only a strange fervor of faith continued to rise. "Good, very good. Everyone speak freely and bare your hearts. That is the path to the next enlightenment. Squelch, squelch, wings began to sprout continuously from the Pope's back. One pair, then another. The steadily growing wings soon became more than 3 pairs, then 4, from 4 to 5 pairs. With wings like a great archangel, filled with holiness, the faces of everyone there began to shine with reverence. Then squelch. More wings sprouted again. From 5 to 6 pairs, from 6 to 7, from 7 to 8, 10 pairs, 15 pairs, what? 20 pairs, 25 pairs. Wings multiplied aggressively, devouring the Pope's body. So much so that even his human form was no longer distinguishable, buried under the sheer number of wings. The eyes of the clergy that had shown reverence were now filled with horror. Confusion and tension began to cloud the eyes of the holy knights. And then the moment Eumen tried to unleash divine power toward him, the Pope, "Ah, me dear lambs, you have spoken your hearts truthfully," was already floating in the sky. Eumen looked up. There in the sky was a bizarre creature, no longer anything one could call a pope. A being with a massive eye at its center. With over hundreds of pairs of wings, it hovered in the air. "Do not fear me, for I shall grant you enlightenment." As if mocking those present, the holy voice pierced their ears. "Now rise, my children." And at that moment, a priest began twisting his whole body. The man who had first responded to the Pope. As if in agony, his body contorted unnaturally. Then he bent over, crack, crack. Like a larva hatching from its egg, his human skin and flesh burst apart. A pure white being was born from within. It was many times larger than a human, but had the same general form. Yet it was grotesquely thin, like a starving creature. And that marked the beginning. And no, this can't be. It can't. One by one, the people present began to transform into grotesque, creature-like beings. Now, cultivate the earth into a paradise. The voice that deceived them echoed again over the land. Crack, the massacre had begun. What on earth is this? Sergius trembled with fear as he lifted his gaze. In an instant, chaos had erupted. Massive, white beings several times the size of humans. They pulled out spear-shaped crimson weapons from their bare hands as if they'd always had them. Shhhing, they began slaughtering every living thing on the ground. While the inquisitors and holy knights quickly regained composure and launched a counterattack, Sergius couldn't hide the terror on his face. The reason was they keep multiplying. Those killed immediately transformed into new white beings, joining the massacre of the priests and knights. The situation had spiraled into utter catastrophe. Sergius turned his gaze immediately toward Yusha. Lady Yusha, shouldn't we do something?" His voice trembled in urgency. But Yusha simply stared no, glared at the eye surrounded by wings with an expression of distaste. Frustrated by her silence, Sergius called again. "Lady Yusha?" He called desperately once more. Yet Yusha's red eyes remained locked on the grotesque angel. Only when the newly transformed white creature raised its spear to strike her did she let out a small sigh. A sigh that sounded like she was annoyed, then scheduled. Yusha muttered quietly as she began to raise her hand slightly. A seal, hand signs, she saw it, god of flashing thunder. Crack. The head of the white being that had aimed its spear at her burst apart without warning. And then, "My lord, how are you here?" Yusha, startled, couldn't finish her sentence as she looked at the familiar man who stood in front of her. "I sensed a commotion and thought it'd come up just in case." "I see," Alon's voice echoed calmly. "There's no need for you to handle this yourself." "What?" Yusha's crimson eyes widened like a full moon, as if something had been exposed. Chapter 269, Obsession with Purity and Jealousy, 2. Alon frowned as he looked at the being with hundreds of pairs of wings. "Why is that thing here?" Alon knew what it was. There was no way he couldn't. He had faced it multiple times while playing Psychedelia. The Angel of Purity. That was the name when it first appeared in Psychedelia. Later, when one actually plays through the boss fight, its real name is revealed. The Seraph of Jealousy. Why on earth is it here? Indeed, it was the Seraph of Jealousy. Hiding its name to perfectly embody the sin of jealousy and draw both envy and reverence from all. The most difficult opponent to deal with in Psychedelia. Fragmented pieces of information flashed through his mind. He was fully aware that the main storyline had already changed significantly due to the butterfly effect. Even so, Alon found the appearance of the Seraph suspicious. As far as he knew, the Seraph was supposed to appear not here, but in Rax's, where Raiden was. However, Alon soon set that doubt aside. Unfortunately, now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. My lord, what was that you just said?" Alon turned his gaze toward Yusha. Unlike usual, she somehow looked a bit uneasy. Feeling a sense of doubt, Alan asked back, "What do you mean?" That I don't need to intervene, she seemed hesitant, as if she were walking on eggshells. Just as Alan was pondering whether that statement was strange, brother Yuman urgently called out to Alan. Thinking that conversation could wait too, "Yusha, there's something you need to do." He brought up the more pressing matter. The moment Yuman saw Alan, he felt hope. And not just him. Every priest and holy knight present held a sense of anticipation at Alan's appearance. Some had not witnessed Alan's power with their own eyes, but they had at least heard the rumors. There were far too many rumors for it to be about a single person. Each story read like an epic of a mythical hero. And in response to that hope, Meow, a black cat perched on Alan's shoulder, murmured softly. And at that moment, assimilation. The words left Alan's mouth. At the same time, grin on the abyssal body, where there had been nothing just moments ago, eyes began to appear, first one pair, then two, then four, then 8. Before anyone realized, eyes rapidly sprouted along its tail and began to spread out like shadows. As soon as the radiant beings sensed something strange and turned their gazes toward Alan's spirit tree. Thud. Black thorns simultaneously pierced through the radiant beings. The space, once filled with chaos, fell into silence. The holy knight who had been shouting Cyrenia's name in fear. The priest who had wielded divine power to protect others. All went silent as they stared, as if the massacre just now had never happened. The radiant beings dangled helplessly from the black tree, having lost their freedom. A gasp escaped someone's lips. A ripple spread through the silence. One word passed through everyone's mind. Overwhelming. No other word came to mind. Purely and cleanly that word alone struck their minds like a bolt. Then, as if synchronized, everyone turned their gaze in one direction. They saw him. A man with an indifferent expression who had formed seals and wiped out the radiant beings in an instant. Alan Palacio. Eventually, when the spirit tree disappeared, the radiant beings hanging from it began to crash down to the ground one by one. A gruesome sound accompanied by blooming blood-red flames. The beings that had disturbed this cliffside were completely annihilated. What remained was a single entity. The seraph of jealousy, gazing loftily down at Alan with its massive eyes. Hope filled everyone's eyes. Attack just as a holy knight opened his mouth. Stop. The long silent Alan cut in, just one word, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Confusion rose in their eyes. "Why, brother?" Yuman asked in a confused voice. Everyone looked at Alan, clearly sharing the same question, and Alan calmly responded. "We cannot kill that thing," he made his declaration. "What do you mean?" Yuman opened his mouth in disbelief, but his question was cut off. "You have an unsettling degree of insight." A sacred voice from the seraph echoed. Everyone's eyes turned toward the seraph once more. "That's right. I am not something you can harm simply because you wish to. I am not something you can erase simply because you desire it. All you can do is witness my birth." After declaring so proudly, it turned its massive body. That monster is heading for the capital." It began to move toward Rosario. Priests hastily summoned their divine power. However, it's no use. Alan's words halted them once again, and their faces were painted with disbelief. "Brother, are you saying we should just let that monster go to Rosario?" Yuman protested strongly, but Alan remained silent. If he had his way, he would have brought that thing down immediately. Having played psychedelia before, Alan knew well what the seraph of jealousy would do next. If the sin of sloth was known in psychedelia as the epitome of grotesque cruelty, then the sin of jealousy was infamous as the embodiment of genocide. Alan steadied his breath. Now the memories were quite faint. He forcibly dragged out fragments of the seraph of jealousy. The seraph of jealousy. This was, in fact, a stage just before it became the sin of jealousy. The moment it moves toward a crowd and devours fear, reverence, and jealousy, the seraph of jealousy undergoes metamorphosis and is born as a sin. Some might find this puzzling. How could anyone feel reverence and jealousy toward that thing? However, that wasn't a major issue. Even if its appearance was monstrous, its ability implanted reverence and jealousy into those who felt fear. Its sole purpose was to bring the sin of jealousy into the world. If that were the only ability of the seraph, Alan wouldn't have been forced to stand by like this. He could have simply eliminated it before it did anything. But the fundamental reason why Alan dared not act was because of one of the seraph's other abilities. In action, until it transformed into a sin, it had the power to nullify all attacks. That's why, in psychedelia, for nearly 20 turns, only trash mobs like the radiant beings would appear, and the boss had a gimmick designed to help players prepare for the upcoming battle against the sin to be born, which meant they were now in a situation where they could do nothing but watch the mass slaughter unfold. "Brother," Yuman cried out desperately. There were even priests who ignored Alon's words and fired divine power at the seraph. But as expected, none of their attacks landed. Not the Holy Knight's swords, nor the priest's spears, nor even the cardinal's overwhelming divine powers. Even Yuman's fierce will to somehow stop the seraph from reaching Rosario had no effect. And then do not be afraid when the seraph of jealousy finally reached the skies above Rosario. Everyone's faces were filled with dread. "My children." The hope in their eyes flickered like a candle before the wind. "I am the one who shall grant you enlightenment." A dreadful despair swallowed their hearts. "All shall look up to me." A sin-like helplessness clutched their limbs like a vice. In that fleeting moment, hundreds of grotesque wings twisted and broke all at once, heralding the birth of a new being. The birth of a sin. And then SHHHK Alon, who had waited only for this moment, moved. Brother? Yuman, stunned by helplessness, mumbled blankly. But Alon, turning his back to everyone's gaze, calmly formed hand seals. At the same time, water thunder seal. 6 seals, lightning god, it was unleashed as it was. Alon stared ahead. Hundreds of pairs of wings were being sucked into the creature's massive eye. Below it were citizens gazing at the sky in fear. What was about to happen was obvious. The moment the sin of jealousy was born, all those who felt fear and reverence would be transformed into radiant beings. And as if it were their destined mission, they would hunt humans. Yes, in just a few seconds from now, that's why Alon had waited for this moment, when everyone offered their reverence, when the seraph of jealousy was preparing to be born as a sin. This very moment, when it was no longer the seraph but not yet a complete sin reverse heaven, was what he had been waiting for. Whoosh! His body became engulfed in pure white radiance, and stars began to appear above his head. 1 star marked a point, 2 stars formed a line, 4 lines formed a shape. 8, 16 countless stars drew a galaxy beneath the twilight sky. Alon's mind, overloaded in an instant, felt as though it would melt with heat. His eyes became bloodshot. His mana core, too small to withstand the endlessly generated magic power, relentlessly tormented his brain. Yet even amid that, Alon finished his analysis with a cool head. "My current spells won't work." Alon admitted it plainly. Even using reverse heaven, simply pouring mana recklessly into a spell would only widen the range, not increase its power. Even if the sin was still incomplete. Sins, by nature, were fundamentally unreasonable beings. Alon's spells, no matter how much mana he crammed into them, could only expand in area, not in destructive force. So he recalled. An idea that had first come from Penia. So basically, the problem is that Marquis can't control his mana, so he just floats it all up into the sky, right? That's right. Then why not use that as a sort of preparation? Preparation? Yes, obviously difficult spells would be too hard. But what about a simple second-tier spell? You could fight with quantity. Instead of ejecting mana randomly, shape it in a certain way, and then fire those mana lumps in lines all at once, a line of magical exploration. For something implemented mid-development, it actually looks pretty promising, but Marquis, you must not use this recklessly, okay? Do you think there's still a problem? In many ways, yes. First off, it's incomplete, right? It's also not quite what we originally intended. Most importantly, it's way too unstable. Especially never use it where there are lots of people. I understand that much. Just as she had worried in the flashback, what Alon was about to use now was indeed unfinished. Its effects could not be properly drawn out. It was completely uncontrollable. Even the spell chants and incantations had been crudely assembled. Yet even so, the moment he saw the seraph of jealousy with his own eyes, and even asked Yusha to prepare in advance before casting the spell, was because even if it was incomplete right now, he had no other choice. And so linked calculation, 4 seals, under the twilight sky meteor shower. The galaxy began to fall. Chapter 270, Obsession with Purity and Jealousy, 3, Yuman stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him. He wasn't the only one. The holy knights who had lowered their gazes just moments ago, as if everything was over. The priests who had been wielding their divine power until the very end to stop the seraph of jealousy. Even those who had been wearing expressions of despair and helplessness. All of them were staring blankly at the sight before them. A man, radiant in pure white light, with the sunset behind him. A man who had created a galaxy streaked with the hues of dusk across the sky. A man standing in the middle of a meteor shower. Marquis Palacio. From the sky painted with sunset, a shower of blue meteors rained down. Splendidly, beautifully, and kwhhhh, destructively. Hundreds, thousands of meteors surged down from the sky, aimed at the nascent sin of jealousy, and took everything from it. The wings that were supposed to serve as nutrients. The great cocoon that was supposed to birth a body. Just like how the goddess Saturnia erased all that was imperfect from this world, as written in the scriptures. What the hell is that? At that moment, someone blurted out. But no one replied. Even the person who spoke didn't seem to expect an answer. It was simply awe, pure reverence. Everyone present shared the same feeling. Among them, Human looked down at the Rosario. A few meteors that had missed the seraph were now falling toward the Rosario. Tension briefly filled him. But then, suddenly, a meteor burst midair. To be precise, it was blocked effortlessly by an invisible, pure white divine radiance. Human quickly realized that this was a divine fortress defense mechanism powered by Rosario's holy power. However, the fortress defense should only activate with at least 2 cardinals present. Just as the doubt arose, a scene flashed in his mind. Alon speaking to Yusha earlier. Human realized that Yusha and Sergius were not present at the moment and gave a hollow laugh. That meant Alon had known all along. From the moment they arrived here, he had known this would happen. That's why this is the hidden saint. Human looked at Alon with eyes that now went beyond reverence. Huff no sooner had the meteor shower ended than Alon descended onto the temple roof using Thunderstep. He immediately deactivated the reverse heaven and gasped for breath. His heart pounded out of his control, his eyes losing focus and then regaining clarity repeatedly. Did I last 30 seconds? 40 seconds. I guess this is the limit without using divinity. Alon wiped the warm blood trickling from his nose and thought, but even this was a sufficient result. I managed to endure even without divinity. Alon hadn't used divinity during the ritual just now. In other words, he had used the spell with all safety measures turned off. Even though it could have caused his brain to melt or his mana core to rupture and kill him. The reason Alon had taken such a risk was simple, could no longer afford to recklessly burn through his divine power like before. The amount of divinity gathered now was completely different from what he had back then. Knowing that the fight against sin would not end with just one battle, he had conserved it. Still, I am glad I achieved what I wanted. Alon looked up at the sky. There, emitting bizarre grinding noises, was the seraph of jealousy, or rather, the cocoon of sin, now tattered and torn like rags. The cocoon had been battered by the meteor shower before the body could even properly form. I've done all I can. He had literally done everything possible at this point. He had struck before the seraph of jealousy could fully transform into a sin, delivering the maximum possible damage. But more important than that, he had taken away the reverence that was meant to become the power of the sin of jealousy. And he had protected the citizens who were now nothing but pure white beings. Unlike other sins, the power of the sin of jealousy strengthened according to the reverence and jealousy gathered by the seraph. That's why Alon had chosen to appear before everyone and use his ritual openly, even employing Thunderstep, to steal away as much reverence from the sin as possible. If only I had been able to buy a bit more time. That thought briefly passed through his mind, but Alon pushed the regret aside. Even if he had maintained the reverse heaven longer, he wouldn't have been able to completely deal with the sin of jealousy. As far as he knew, once a sin began to awaken, no attack could completely eliminate itly inflict near-catastrophic damage. In other words, to kill an already awakened sin, one must first witness its birth. In fact, Alon had confirmed it during the meteor shower. At a certain point, the cocoon that had taken heavy damage stopped receiving any further damage. Though this was reality, the sin felt like an invincible object from a game. Alon found that absurd, but steeled his heart. It was something that had to be done now, regardless. Alon gazed at the sin, slowly beginning to stir in its tattered state. At that moment, this is kind of unpleasant. The apostle of purity, or rather, the apostle of jealousy, looked up at the sky with a frown, displeased as he watched the cardinals, holy knights, and priests rushing down toward the Rosario like receding waves to help Alon. Where his gaze landed, the sun had fully set behind the mountain and darkness had taken over. There, the cocoon had become nothing more than rags. Marquis Palacio. The apostle of jealousy spat out the name like he was chewing it, then struck the tree he had been leaning on with sharp taps. If it hadn't been for that man, everything would have gone as planned. the seraph of jealousy would have successfully bloomed after devouring the priests, knights, and cardinals of Rosario as offerings. At the same time, with the forces eliminated, it would have absorbed reverence and fear from the foolish humans and awakened as a sin. By the time he manifested, his army would have completely engulfed Rosario. But that perfect plan had gone up in smoke, all because of a single man. No, calling him just a man feels inaccurate. His abilities are truly extraordinary. The apostle looked up at Alon standing tall on the temple roof. Indeed, his power was beyond what the apostle had assessed. Knowing that brief moment of overwhelming display, it seemed his entire assessment had been off. It had been a spectacle that even left him speechless. I have no choice but to acknowledge it. The apostle admitted it plainly. That he had underestimated Marquis Palacio far more than he should have. That the man was a far greater threat than anticipated. At the same time, he felt relief, because he had already prepared for even this kind of situation. Snap, the apostle snapped his fingers gleefully. And then, quadiu-diu-diu-diu-diu-ng. From the barren ground, pure white beings just like the ones the seraph of jealousy had created began to burst forth, not only where he looked, but from all across Rosario. The pure white beings were crawling up from the ground. What the hell? Wah! The apostle hummed a tune as he heard the screams pouring in from Rosario's capital. These pure white beings were creations of the apostle's divine authority. They were nothing compared to the pure white beings made by the seraph of sin. But even so, it didn't matter. Even if each one was weak on its own, their sheer, overwhelming numbers made up for it. He had spent hundreds of years preparing for this one moment. And now, the fruits of that labor had ripened at last. Desperate wails, screams rising and overlapping. The more chaos filled the air, the more the apostle's lips curled in satisfaction. These beings he had created would return the stolen reverence, disrupted by unexpected interference, back to him. Hearing the success of his backup plan take effect through the sounds around him, the apostle stretched out his hand, aiming it at Alon, still standing atop the temple. He was a cautious man by nature. Ordinarily, he wouldn't act this recklessly, but the apostle had already grasped the situation. That this very moment was his chance. Anyone could see that Alon was exhausted, so much so that he couldn't even detect a simple spell properly. If I take him down now, there will be no one left to interfere with his birth. With that thought, the apostle gathered mana at his fingertips. Wu-wang. Dark mana swirled at once, devouring the air with a chilling force. At that moment, boom, KWOM, a heavy explosion rang out in the apostle's ears, far away, from a place perhaps even outside his line of sight. And then he saw it. Two beams of light racing along Rosario's eastern and western walls toward him. Golden light so blinding it almost burned his eyes just to see. And something pitch black that looked like it would swallow him into the abyss. Realizing something unusual was happening, the apostle gave up gathering more power and immediately fired his spell at Alon. But at that very moment he realized it. The mana he had fired didn't even pass Rosario's outer wall and was erased after brushing against the golden light. Crack! And then countless black hands, which had been reaching toward Alon, twisted the apostle's own hand in a grotesque direction, turning it back toward himself. And then in the next moment, the apostle's eyes shot wide open from the unbearable pain, as if his limbs were being ripped apart. And before his eyes, two figures had already arrived. You bastard, how dare you touch my brother? With endless black hands spiraling menacingly around him, the king of curses glared coldly at the apostle. Yao, what are you? The god of thunder, clad in flashing yellow lightning, said. Chapter 271. Obsession with purity and jealousy. 4. The apostle could not comprehend the current situation. He couldn't understand why the king of curses, whom he had tried to persuade, and the avatar prepared by the apostle of pride were here. However, even amidst such confusion, there was one thing the apostle realized clearly: this is dangerous. That this situation was extremely perilous. Realizing this, the apostle immediately moved his body backward. Splat. The apostle's right hand, which had been grabbed by a black hand, was severed, and red blood splattered in all directions. Despite the pain of severing his own hand, the apostle didn't even blink. Rather, as if it were an opportunity, he threw the severed hand towards Xiaorang and Nangwen. Then boom, from the arm where blood gushed out like mad, pure white flesh burst forth. It looked like a beam of light exploding. In an instant, the rapidly growing flesh engulfed Xiaorang and Nangwen nearby. However, unfortunately, the apostle's clever trick was crushed in an instant. Crackle! Golden flashes shot out like rays, mercilessly shredding the flesh and instantly reaching the apostle. Even the apostle, blessed by the Great One, momentarily failed to track that speed. He tried to react, albeit belatedly crash, but his body had already been flung away. His body bounced like a ball, drawing a massive line across the ground. Eventually, the apostle's body tore through trees and wrecked the forest, and further boom, it crashed right into the middle of a cliff, creating a massive crater. The apostle coughed up black blood, eyes wide in disbelief. Is it really this strong? He had known that the avatar form was powerful. But that Xiaorang would be this strong? The reason he had felt a sense of danger moments ago was because of the King of Curses, whom he had seen as a threat, not the golden moon standing before him now. Which is why this is ridiculous. The apostle hurriedly tried to get up to prepare his next move. Crunch! Unfortunately, buried in the cliff, he couldn't get up. It was because of the black hands that had appeared around the cliff, hands that hadn't been there just a moment ago. Hundreds of hands brimming with curses and malice. Seeing them, the apostle spewed flesh again. Crack, just like before, flesh burst out from his severed arm. But crack, arg. The black hands that had already emerged grabbed the apostle's body tightly. Don't think y'all walk away from this, scum. In the next moment, the abyssal lord of black water. His body was crushed. Neck, shoulders, chest, waist, pelvis, legs, knees, every joint twisted. His arms bent grotesquely. His neck was torn. His legs were crushed. His waist twisted at an impossible angle. And so, the apostle's body was discarded on the ground. But it wasn't over. The black hands that had now completely covered the cliff smashed its edge and dropped it directly onto the apostle. Soon, with a heavy thud, the massive cliff die was slammed down by Xiaorang. The earth exploded. Dust scattered in all directions. The deafening noise reached all the way to Rosario, a tremendous uproar. In truth, until now, Nangwen and Xiaorang had been extremely careful. They didn't want Alan to discover their true selves. That's why they had engaged in childish, hair-pulling fights up till now. But at this moment, all their previous worries vanished as if they had never existed. To them, protecting Alan was far more important than the possibility of being hated by him after revealing their true forms. Xiaorang and Nangwen's eyes were sunken in complete stillness. They looked toward the place where dust had risen thickly. The apostle's figure, visible in the dust, could no longer be considered intact. There was not a single normal part left on his body. His limbs were grotesquely twisted, and more than half his neck had been torn off. His appearance was pitiful. Covered entirely in grotesquely protruding white flesh, it was no longer human. Hugh, even in that moment, the apostle twisted his lips into a grin. Such a shame, looks like I won't be able to help him now, the apostle muttered to himself. However, still, it seems I won't be completely useless. He soon sneered, and in an instant, pure white flesh began to engulf the area around Nangwen and Xiaorang. Before they could react, the flesh enclosed them completely, like forming a miniature arena between the apostle and the two. Crack! In the next moment, the apostle had his head ripped off by Xiaorang. Yet even so, the apostle looked at Xiaorang as if amused. It's pointless. Even if you kill me, this won't disappear. And you won't be able to break through this flesh either. It's a little special. Now let us watch together the glorious descent of the Great One. Watch, sneer. What happens to the one you tried so hard to protect? He mocked arrogantly. As the sun disappeared and the dark night fell, a strange sound echoed. Alan looked up at the sky. There, the silent flesh of Sin was making bizarre noises as it stirred. The wriggling flesh seemed to signal the coming manifestation of Sin. Gripping his dizzy head, Alan tried to make sense of the situation. Below, the white beings are rampaging, killing the faithful, and above, Sin is about to be born. The situation wasn't good, but it wasn't the worst either. Sin had been weakened to its limit. On top of that, he had already instructed Yusha to evacuate the faithful to the opposite side of where Sin was to appear. For how urgent the situation had been, he had done everything possible. In other words, Alan had made the best possible choices with the information he had. Even so, the reason there was anxiety in his eyes now was because of the Sin that was about to manifest. Sin was certainly weakened. If it appeared now, it would only have about 1/5 of its original power. But Alan knew. He knew how absurdly unreasonable Sin was. Throb, just as he thought that the flesh that had been twisting violently stopped moving. And what appeared next was a hand. A giant hand that covered the night sky. A hand so large it seemed it could easily cover half of Rosario, tearing through the air as it descended. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Before Alon could do anything, the hand pierced the ground, ignoring Rosario's protective barrier as if it were nothing and slammed into the city. Kaboo. And then, everything it touched began to return to nothingness. The pure white streets brushed by the giant fingers crumbled. The plazas were crushed into ruins. The temples collapsed with one swing. Just a single attack was enough to bring an unstoppable calamity down upon the earth, reducing half of Rosario to rubble. At that sight, Alon Ha was overwhelmed by the absurdity, by the sheer existence of such a being. As the giant hand slowly withdrew, a horrifying scream echoed throughout Rosario. A scream so dreadful, it drained the will to fight. And with it, from the cocoon began to form a new, incomplete but massive shape, like a newborn life being conceived. Alon hardened his resolve. Sin had awakened, but there's only one chance. That's why he knew this moment was the opportunity. And then, reverse heaven. With Alon's murmur, the necklace around his neck began to emit a blue light, a brilliant blue glow like a blue moon, on the rooftop of the Eastern Temple where most of the faithful had evacuated. Sergius screamed faintly, looking over the scene of Rosario. With just one attack, half of Rosario was now gone. But despite that, they had successfully dealt with the pure white beings pouring endlessly into the temple. Everyone sighed in relief at the fact they had survived. But then Ha, the resting faithful, let out a hopeless sigh. That's just unbelievable. Sergius collapsed to his knees without realizing it. The resolve that had begun to kindle as they drove out the white beings was completely extinguished by what they had just witnessed. That's how overwhelming it was, the irrationality that sin displayed. With his soul now gray and empty, Sergius simply stared blankly ahead. Suddenly, he heard a small laugh and turned his head without thinking. There stood Yusha. Yusha, smiling brightly as if this situation truly brought her joy. In her eyes, the Milky Way spread across the sky with the blue moon at its center. A soft red glow shimmered on her cheek, the same hue as her crimson eyes, and on her lips bloomed only a radiant smile. That sight was so beautiful and so completely alien. Half of Rosario had vanished. In a way, today could mark the beginning of Rosario's end. Even in her eyes, surely, Rosario's destruction alongside the Milky Way was reflected. And Yech was smiling, more brightly than ever. Lady Yusha, as if bewitched, Sergius opened his mouth. At his call, Yusha turned with a smile and looked at him, then her red lips moved. Sergius, why yes, you asked me once, didn't you? How a god is born, her sudden question. It was true that Sergius had once asked her that, but he had never received an answer. More accurately, Sergius hadn't really expected one either, so why was the answer coming now? Sergius simply stared at Yusha in silence. Yusha looked into his eyes and said, "It's now." Pardon, right now, it's being born. With an utterly blissful smile on her lips, Sergius turned his gaze to the sky and witnessed it. Wearing a twilight-hued coat that billowed under the moonlight, emitting a radiance rivaling that of the goddess Saturnia, standing nobly beneath the blue moon, my god. One man the hope beneath countless eyes. Marquis Palacio, bearing the goddess Saturnia on his back. Chapter 272, Obsession with Purity and Jealousy, 5. A blue radiance enveloped his whole body. Alon let out a startled exclamation without realizing it and looked at the necklace. Now, as he rose to deliver the final blow to sin, the momentary doubt over the necklace that suddenly emitted blue light was short-lived. There's no time. A voice suddenly came from behind, and soon he realized it was the goddess Saturnia. Goddess? Alon quickly set aside his doubts and prioritized taking down the sin before him, because now was the perfect opportunity. For some reason, the moment he rose into the sky, the sin of jealousy, who should have swung an arm at him, froze with its gaze fixed on the air. Alon captured the sight of the sin in his eyes. It was very different from the sin he had seen in psychedelia. The body born from the messy cocoon had not fully formed, leaving its limbs abnormally long. And there was no sign of the intelligence that should have been in a sin's face. In short, it was a monstrously incomplete being. Alon inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Even such an incomplete sin wielded irrational power. Had a fully formed sin been born, it would have been unimaginably horrifying. He didn't even want to imagine it. Listen carefully, you must take off its head in one strike, no matter what it takes. Despite the headache caused by the recoil of reverse heaven, Alon nodded to the goddess' instruction and hesitated for a moment. The moment his hesitation ended. Crackle, lightning sprang up around Alon's body and two horns began sprouting atop his head. At the same time, chilling cold spread from the clawed gauntlet on his fingers. And soon, what he grasped in his hand was crackling, bluish lightning. A spear emitting lightning ropes in all directions as if connecting the earth and sky. It was now gripped firmly in Alon's hand. But Alon knew that while this was his best, it still wasn't enough to defeat the sin before him. Thus, the choice he made was a ray of thunder, adding more power to the lightning spear. Of course, he had never experimented with this before, thus it was reckless. Thus it was dangerous. If he made even a single mistake in the incantation here, this golden opportunity could be lost just like that. Even knowing this, Alon spoke the incantation because he had no other choice, because he had to fight with everything he had. The spear in his hand grew ever larger. The lightning that had merely illuminated the ruins of Rosario now split the sky and scattered fierce light across all of Rosario. Yet he did not stop. More, just a little more, just a bit more. The spear grew larger. More, just a little more. And thus, what was created, infused with Alon's seemingly infinite mana, was a colossal spear that split Rosario. It blotted out the starry Milky Way spread across the dark sky. It blotted out the bright blue moon. The vivid bluish spear shimmered in Alon's hand. It was a spear imbued with an amount of mana unimaginable for Alon under normal circumstances. Even Alon himself couldn't grasp how much stronger this attack had become. He only knew that brute-forcing mana didn't necessarily translate directly into firepower. Originally, this magic was extremely incomplete. Neither fully researched nor properly tested, merely improvised based on Alon's knowledge at this moment. Thus, he could not be confident, but one thing was clear. This was the best he could do. Heaven, Alon threw the lightning. Along with it, the blue radiance wrapped around the spear of lightning, and the dark sky split open. The cleft darkness contained an incredibly blue and clear sky within. Soon after, as if seeing something truly amusing, the long silent eye behind Alon curved strangely into a smiling shape. The moment that happened, light engulfed the world. Right after the pure white light faded, Alon, having completed reverse heaven and descended to the ground, saw a sin with only half a head remaining. Alon furrowed his brow and tried to use reverse heaven again, but soon stopped, because the sin's body was turning to dust and slowly disappearing. The disappearance of the sin, confirming this, Alon let out a sigh of relief. "I am sorry, my child." The goddess Sirenia, still positioned behind Alon. Alon, puzzled by her murmuring, suddenly realized something. That clear rationality had momentarily returned to the eyes of the previously mindless sin. Alon, who had been staring blankly now. "Please do not mourn too much, goddess. It's just, unlike the grotesque screams it had let out earlier, the sin now struggled to open its mouth with a clear voice. My choice was simply mistaken." He gained a new understanding. He realized why the sin of jealousy had stopped its attack earlier. And then, the light that had been lingering on the necklace faded, and the figure of the goddess Sirenia disappeared. The vivid blue light that had shone in the sin's eyes also slowly faded. "Thank you." With its final words, the sin returned to its mindless state. From that moment, the sin's body rapidly oxidized. The moment Alon bowed his head and let out a small sigh. "This is not the end." At the sudden voice, Alon hurriedly looked forward. Protect. There still stood the vanishing sin. Its ash-gray eyes devoid of reason, opening its mouth toward Alon, to protect in an endlessly chilling voice. "Protect!" Alon repeated the word the sin had uttered. However, unfortunately, no answer came back from the sin. The next moment, the sin's mouth vanished. Eyes devoid of reason stared at Alon. Then, with difficulty, the sin looked up at the sky. And finally, the sin disappeared completely. Alon stood in the ruined world, blankly staring at the place where the sin had vanished for a while. At the same time, Alon killed the sin. No way this could happen. The apostle who had once rejoiced with his head fallen when the sin awakened, now was desperately running away, his face filled with disbelief and horror. Crude arms and legs made from pale flesh sprouted from his neck and moved awkwardly. "It's all because of that guy. That guy. Because of him, 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 because of him." The apostle ran madly through the forest, repeating the same words. The man who had always been composed now had eyes full of confusion and fear, even while defeat wrapped around his entire body. "It's fine. I can still escape and start over from the beginning. Even if it takes some time, if I can just summon him back here, then it will be fine." He thought so. but unfortunately the apostle's hopes, crack Graia, were crushed by the black hand that snapped his leg. The apostle rolled on the ground, desperately trying to regenerate his leg and get back up. But unfortunately, the newly regenerating leg was again snapped by another black hand erupting from the ground. Kaya, screaming in agony, the apostle collapsed again and quickly turned his terrified face back. Behind him, a man and a woman were slowly approaching. The woman's golden eyes shone brightly even in the dead of night. The man tilted his head, scattering black hands all around, like a grim reaper declaring death. Eek! A metallic scream burst from the apostle's mouth. Despair and terror filled his eyes. Xiaoreng and Nangwen, who had been indifferent until just now, widened their eyes. They froze in tension and stared beyond the apostle's back. Puzzled by the sudden change in their attitude, the apostle hurriedly turned his head at the grotesque voice coming from behind him. Obsession with Puritino, I guess there's no need to hide it anymore. Wrath! As he turned his head, he found the apostle of wrath standing there. As always, the figure was shrouded in a black hood, making it impossible to discern their identity, looking down at him. Help me, quickly. Get rid of those two. Jealousy's voice was filled with delight. In contrast, Xiaoreng and Nangwen frowned at the being before them. Both prided themselves as among the top 10 strongest in this world, and yet, what is that thing? An unsettling doubt grew in their hearts. Could they really defeat this unknown entity cloaked in a robe? No, it was more than doubt. They instinctively felt it. If they rushed at this being now, they might die. Tension surged on Xiaoreng and Nangwen's faces. I'll start over again. I'll kill them and start over, and this time I'll summon him in perfect form. Jealousy sneered at the tense pair as he spoke. F-whoosh. A sound that should not have been heard echoed. Jealousy let out a confused gasp at the strange noise, then looked down. There, a hand had pierced through. A delicate, blood-soaked hand bursting out of pure white flesh. Confusion filled Jealousy's eyes. What is this? Unable to believe it, Jealousy turned toward Wrath. Of course, Jealousy could see nothing. Only a black robe, not Wrath's face, not Wrath's emotions, not Wrath's reasons. He could understand nothing. Why, thus, endless questions flooded Jealousy's mind. And then, even with incomplete hearing, Jealousy heard it. Your role ends here, Wrath's muttering. And then, F-whoosh, Jealousy burst apart. Without even a scream, his body vanished without a trace like a bomb exploding. The moment Nangwen and Xiaoreng wore stunned expressions. Sorry for stealing your prey, but I hope Yao'll understand. Wrath's voice reached them as he turned away. I wanted to kill him myself, because he irritated me a little. With those low murmured words, the apostle of Wrath disappeared, as if he had never been there to begin with. Chapter 273. Declaration 1. 2 days after the sin of jealousy devastated Rosario. Are you feeling better now, Marquis? Yes, I am fine. Alon answered Evan's question as he repeatedly clenched and unclenched his hand. Fortunately, it's recovering faster than when I first used it. Of course, since he hadn't overexerted himself like he did against Barma, the recovery was naturally quicker, but even considering that, the speed was significantly faster. In other words, his proficiency with reverse heaven had definitely improved compared to before. Of course, there was still a long way to go. But the fact that he was growing, especially using reverse heaven without employing divinity, was undeniable. So, feeling somewhat satisfied, he nodded his head. By the way, Marquis, what is it? When did you even prepare that kind of magic? That kind of magic? You know, the one where meteor showers fell from the sky. I was honestly mesmerized without even realizing it. It was certainly cool. At Evan and Basilira's admiration, Alon shook his head slightly. It's incomplete. Excuse me? The magic you saw? What? That one? Yes. The magic Alon had used this time wasn't even 30 complete. It was merely a prototype born from a simple idea and a few rounds of verification. Nothing more, nothing less. There are still many issues left to solve. The magic he displayed in the battle against the Sin might have looked flashy on the surface, but there were many aspects still needing improvement. It was especially true since it was conceived to reduce Alon's computation resource burden. So basically, it was a half-finished spell? Something like that. And if that half-finished magic was that powerful, what kind of magic are you trying to create? Evan looked utterly dumbfounded. Alon lightly shrugged his shoulders. Y'all see it later when it's complete. When will it be completed? Who knows? Alon stroked his chin. To be honest, he expected it would take quite a long time to complete. Until now, In the computation experiments and small-scale implementations he had conducted with Penia, there were countless problems that remained unsolved. However, after actually using the magic in the battle against the Sin, he had found clues to solve those issues. Well, it won't take too long now. It might actually speed up. Alon headed outside with Evan. "Brother, are you all right?" "I am fine, Saint." At that moment, Yuman, who had been earnestly conversing with the cardinals in front of the temple, rushed over. But, behind Yuman, the cardinals lined up and bowed deeply toward Alon. A bit too deeply. Alon felt a moment of bewilderment behind his expressionless face. "Please, everyone, rise." At Yuman's words, the cardinals cautiously raised their bodies. "I truly apologize, Marquis. We've shown unseemly behavior." Indeed. As he listened to their continuing apologies, larger hooks of suspicion started forming in Alon's mind. He had heard from Evan that more and more Rosario citizens had come to regard Alon as a divine envier, even something more. When Alon dealt with the sin of jealousy, a huge light sphere, which was the symbol of the goddess Saturnia, had appeared behind him along with a blue glow. Still, that could be understandable from the perspective of the believers. But to see even the cardinals, who could communicate somewhat with the goddess, reacting like this, it was incomprehensible. I'm pretty sure they said they could communicate with the goddess again. If he talked with the goddess, the truth would be clear, so Alon, wearing a puzzled expression, "Ha ha ha, you don't need to worry so much. We simply came to express our gratitude for this matter," Yuman said. "Yes, that's right. I feel the same. I only came to express my thanks for this event, so please don't be concerned. We haven't heard anything else." Hearing the cardinals chatter beside him, Alon spotted Yuman smiling warmly and finally understood roughly what was going on. "Just to make sure, I am not that kind of person. Oh, of course, we know that Marquis Palacio is just Marquis Palacio. We know very well. And apparently you also have the title Lightning Receiver." As if saying, "Oh, we get it." The cardinals laughed heartily like they were wrestling in a WWE match. Without giving Alon a chance to explain, they left, telling him to relax and talk freely. Alon, who had been staring blankly at their retreating figures, shifted his gaze to Yuman, who was still smiling. "I didn't say anything, brother." Before Alon could even ask, Yuman beat him to it. "Really?" "Yes, I merely mumbled to myself." Alon felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if he were going through something he had experienced somewhere before. And soon, another doubt arose. If the communication with the goddess has truly been restored, shouldn't I have been exposed by now? That thought crossed his mind, but only for a moment. "Is your body completely healed now?" When Yuman asked, Alon organized his thoughts and nodded. "Yes, by the way, how is the situation?" "As you can see, not very good." Following Yuman's gaze, Alon saw the many faithful still staying at the temple and the completely ruined wreckage. "We have been actively working to recover the situation since yesterday, but it's still a bit difficult. The House of Palacio will do its utmost to support." "No, there's no need. You've already helped us a lot. Moreover, we are now receiving aid from each kingdom." "That's a relief. And it seems some people have already helped us." "People who helped?" Yuman nodded and began explaining, and after a while, Alon asked back in disbelief. "All the pure whites stationed outside Rosario have been massacred." "Yes. In the east, it looks like they were all electrocuted by something. In the west, they seem to have been crushed by something. And in the north, many were slashed to pieces." "You don't know who did it?" "Correct. The only clue we have is that someone saw a golden lightning strike in the east." "Golden lightning?" "Yes. Do you perhaps know anything about it, brother?" Immediately, Xiaoring came to mind, but Alon slowly shook his head. "I can think of someone, but it's probably not her. She's far away from here." As far as he knew, Xiaoring was in Colony. "I see." Then, after chatting a little longer, Yuman bowed politely toward Alon. "Anyway, thank you, brother." All of a sudden, "If it weren't for you, brother, Rosario might have been completely destroyed." "Please don't think too much about it. I only did what was natural." "Right, we're on the same path. No, wait, that was a slip of the tongue." Yuman laughed awkwardly, pretending he hadn't said anything strange. As Alon thought that Yuman was the type to say everything he wasn't supposed to, "Still, I hope things like this don't happen again." Yuman quietly muttered as he looked at the devastated ruins. At that, Alon recalled what the Sin had said 3 days ago. "This is not the end." Protection for the just before disappearing. It wasn't the Pope, but the Sin with murky eyes who had spoken. Although the sin of jealousy had only left behind a few words, it had made Alon think deeply about many things. What does protection mean? What does it mean that this isn't the end? Alan had thought from the beginning when he first encountered the apostles, that once the apostles were gone, the sins would no longer appear. It had seemed like a natural conclusion. He had witnessed with his own eyes that the apostles were the ones who created the sins. However, the sin had clearly said otherwise, that this was not the end. Does it mean the sin of wrath is still left? If not, while Alan was immersed in thought, "Oh, right, brother, if you have some time, could you visit the chamber of the Holy Spirit?" The chamber of the Holy Spirit. Yes, the one there would like to speak with you. With me? Yes. Yuman requested it, and Alan nodded and headed toward the chamber of the Holy Spirit. My lord, Yusha. On his way to the chamber of the Holy Spirit, Alan encountered Yusha. When Alan greeted her warmly, she approached with a somewhat worried expression. I'm sorry I couldn't visit you. I've just been so busy. No, it's fine. Of course, you have your duties. Besides, I wasn't seriously hurt. Thank you for your understanding. Yusha bowed her head. Waving his hand lightly as if it was nothing, Alan suddenly sensed something. Yusha, yes. Did something bad happen? Yusha's expression didn't look good, like someone who had been caught doing something she shouldn't have. Anxiety and nervousness mixed on her face, prompting Alan to wonder. And no, it's nothing. She hastily shook her head and began glancing furtively at Alan, as if she had something she wanted to say. Is there something you want to tell me? Well, when Alan asked first, Yusha hesitated, then lowered her head deeply and peeked up with only her eyes. Do you remember, my lord, that time? That time? Yes, when the seraph of jealousy appeared. I remember. You told me then, right, that I didn't need to use my power. Alan recalled it and nodded. He certainly had said that. Yes, I did. Why? I was just wondering what you meant by that. Hearing her question, Alan felt a bit puzzled inside but answered. I meant exactly what I said. Exactly what you said? Yeah. I figured it would be better for you to go down immediately and deploy a barrier, rather than use your power there. At those words, Yusha momentarily showed a confused expression. All right, that's what you meant. Then, with a little ha, she seemed to relax and nodded with a strangely relieved look. Still, why ask about that so suddenly? It's nothing, my lord. Anyway, you're on your way to the chamber of the Holy Spirit, right? Yes. Then you should hurry. We've prepared it for you. Let's talk afterward. Yusha, who had looked so anxious just moments ago, had completely returned to her usual self. Although feeling puzzled, Alan nodded. Soon after, then I'll be back. Yes, see you after that. Yusha bowed slightly and walked away with light steps, a hint of joy in her gait. Watching her, Alan tilted his head. He felt an odd sense of discomfort, something strange, an unpleasant sense of unease. Feeling as if he had missed something important, Alan replayed their earlier conversation in his mind. And at one point, he realized where this discomfort was coming from. Come to think of it, did I ever say that the being floating in the sky was the seraph of jealousy? The name seraph of jealousy. Alan had never told anyone that the entity he fought was a sin, because revealing that fact would make the already noisy allied kingdoms even more chaotic due to the abyss creatures. Thus, how did she know? Alan turned around. But Yusha was no longer there. Chapter 274, Declaration 2, Alan's suspicion toward Yusha was brief. Come to think of it, I meant to ask her about the necklace too, but I didn't get the chance. Alan fiddled with the necklace hanging around his neck. The necklace was presumed to be a holy relic of the goddess Cyreneia, which had helped him deal with the sin. Now that I think about it, didn't the cardinals have little to no reaction to it? Only Cardinal Sergius seemed to respond. Alan, furrowing his brow, soon began walking. He couldn't just stand still forever because he had things to think about. Eventually, he arrived at the chamber of the Holy Spirit. Alan entered the room right away. Whoosh. Then, as if it had been waiting, the large statue of the goddess Cyreneia lit up brilliantly. There's no need for that. As Alan bent his waist in greeting, he stopped at the sound of the goddess' voice. I know well who stands before me. Is that so? Hearing her words, Alan nodded in agreement and bowed his head again to show his gratitude. Even so, thank you. If it hadn't been for you, goddess Cyreneia, I wouldn't have been able to defeat the sin. You don't need to be so humble. I merely assisted you. That can't be. Without you, my spell might not have been the finishing blow. He meant it sincerely. Alan's magic was undoubtedly powerful. But even so, he was well aware that it wasn't enough to defeat something like the sin on its own. So, as Alan spoke with heartfelt sincerity, no, really. I know I was the one who only assisted, so you don't have to say that, Alan. Cyreneia replied. Alan immediately felt something odd, not because of what she said, but because the goddess had used honorific speech. Alan briefly wondered if he'd misheard. Rather, I should thank you for helping me, Alan. The goddess repeated herself, again using polite speech, confirming that it wasn't Alan's imagination. Why the sudden formal language? Alan asked, hiding his confusion behind a calm expression. To that, Cyrenia said, I acted rudely when I didn't know, but now I know your identity. As if she knew everything, she spoke. And in that moment, Alan realized the goddess before him was gravely mistaken about something. Just to clarify, I am just an ordinary human. Yes, I know, Alan. She responded affirmatively, yet her words made it clear she didn't understand at all. I'm serious, I know. I really mean it. I really do know. May I ask what exactly gave you that mistaken impression? You don't need to ask. I know full well that you're an ordinary human, Alan. This felt eerily familiar. Feeling a sense of déjà vu, Alan decided not to ask further. There clearly seemed to be no room for negotiation. Why is it that even when the person involved insists it's a misunderstanding, they still won't believe it? While he was seriously pondering that apologies, Alan, but though it's a bit early, may we end our conversation here for now? So suddenly, honestly, I would love to talk longer, but I've expended too much energy this time. I am at my limit. Wait, could I ask just one last question? As Cyrenia signaled the end of their meeting, Alan quickly spoke. One question should be fine. What should he ask first? There were too many things he wanted to ask right away. He needed to ask about the necklace Yusha had given him. He also needed to ask why Yuman believed he was the hidden saint. And he was curious about who Cyrenia had mistaken him for. He had also planned to ask about the final words left by the sin, but knowing he didn't have time for all that, Alan chose one. After the goddess vanished, the sin left behind some words. He chose to ask about what the sin had said. Do you have any idea what they meant? After a moment of silence, the goddess Cyrenia replied, unfortunately, I don't know much about the sin either. However, if you travel to the east, you might find the information you seek. The east. With that statement then, until we meet again, Alan. She faded away with the white light. The east, in the now silent chamber of the Holy Spirit, Alan quietly muttered, Brother, did you have a good conversation? Saint. As he stepped out of the chamber, Yuman was waiting for him. Yes, I think I said everything I could. That's good to hear. So, what are your plans now? At Yuman's question, Alan paused to think before answering. I am thinking of heading back. Given the current situation, I imagine having an outsider around might be uncomfortable. Nonsense. How could your presence be uncomfortable? I am sure no one thinks that way. Thank you, even just for saying that. This is absolutely not just talk. If you doubt it, shall I gather the cardinals and ask them? At Yuman's sincere suggestion, Alan shook his head. That won't be necessary. Besides, I was planning to leave anyway. Alan originally had 3 reasons for coming to Cyrenia. First, because of Sian's words. Second, because there was something he needed to hear from Yuman. And finally, to obtain an item from the labyrinth near Rosario. In other words, he had already accomplished 2 of his objectives. As for the final goal, retrieving the item from the labyrinth, he could simply stop by on his way back, so there was no reason to remain here. I see. Yuman responded with a hint of regret. Alan, watching him, suddenly remembered something and opened his mouth. Now that I think of it, I had something I wanted to ask. What is it, brother? I heard that when I disappeared, 5 cardinals all returned to the embrace of the goddess Cyrenia at once in the conference room. Ah, you mean that incident. That was truly a regrettable event. Seeing Yuman nod calmly without much change in his expression, Alan felt puzzled. The Yuman he had known until now would surely have suspected Yusha of orchestrating the whole thing, because Yuman didn't particularly like Yusha. Yet he was so composed now. Could it really not have been Yusha? Just as he started feeling guilty for having doubted her well, it's unfortunate, but I think it was a natural consequence. A natural consequence. Yuman continued without warning. Yes, they weren't exactly devout, and he thought for a moment and added, they had no faith. He looked directly at Alan as he spoke, and with the strange mood that suddenly formed, I see. Alan could only respond like that. After the conversation ended anyway, until next time. Yes, brother, let's meet again soon. As they exchanged farewells, Alan tilted his head slightly at Yuman's words. Because there was no set schedule for when he would return to Rosario, he was momentarily curious, but understood. Alan simply shrugged and left. The next day, he planned to meet Yusha before leaving, but since she was busier than expected, Alan ended up departing Cyrnia directly. He began searching the nearby villages for the entrance to the labyrinth. Normally, he would have found it quickly, but this particular labyrinth was located in a hidden place, making it difficult to pinpoint. After a week spent searching, finally found it. Indeed, it did take a whole week. Or did it? Was it not that it took a whole week, but rather that they found it in just one? Considering how quickly you usually find places like this, isn't this kind of slow, Marquis? Meowhoo, this place feels similar to the one we saw in the north. Well, let's head in. Alan had discovered the entrance. Can I just wait outside? Why? Well, it just feels a little creepy, and I instinctively sense I won't be of any help. There are no monsters. Right. As Alan's party entered the labyrinth, hoping to find the item meanwhile, in the chamber of the Holy Spirit, still in ruins but slowly being prepared for restoration, Yusha stood in the center. With a faint smile, she gazed up at the enormous statue of the goddess Cyrnia. Just moments ago, the statue had been silent, but now it began to glow brilliantly. And then, well done. Yusha, who had remained silent until then, let her ominous red eyes gleam. Thanks to what you did well, everything went perfectly. She praised the statue. Of course, I am sure you're quite displeased with how things turned out. But keep this in mind. Your choice was the right one. Her voice was calm. But precisely because it was calm, it felt eerie. Truly. Wearing the robes of the servant of the moon goddess Cyrnia, holding the title of cardinal in Rosario, which worshipped that very goddess, and yet evaluating and commanding the moon goddess Cyrnia herself, Yusha's presence seemed contradictory and alien, like a false illusion. Moreover, and I hope you refrain from trying anything funny. If you do, I'll have no choice but to consider a disposal. The profanity that flowed so casually from her mouth words that could turn every believer in Rosario into her enemy. Despite crushing the authority of the goddess Cyrnia with her words, Yusha's expression remained serene. At that moment, I understand. That won't happen. Cyrnia's voice rang out. That's a relief. Yusha smiled and nodded. But only briefly, no, rather, I am planning to support you even more. That's good to hear. Yes, it would be strange to end things like this. After all, that one has returned. There's not much more I can do, but I intend to help with all my strength. As the goddess continued, Yusha's crimson eyes trembled slightly. Even though she had just been threatened, the goddess now showed determination to support her. No, in fact, I should reveal even the hidden ones and rally all strength to aid you. It didn't take long for Yusha to realize that something was very wrong. Chapter 275. Declaration 3. The name of the labyrinth Alan found near Rosario, this time, was the Labyrinth of Whispers, and it wasn't particularly well regarded among psychedelia users. This was because the gimmick of the labyrinth was so vicious that players called it truly filthy. Of course, as Alan told Evan, there were no monsters in the Labyrinth of Whispers. Is that all? There weren't even traps that killed the player instantly if stepped on by mistake. The path wasn't even complicated. And yet, the reason nearly all players gave it the same filthy rating was because of a special effect called delusion that afflicted the entire labyrinth. The moment you enter the Labyrinth of Whispers, all characters fall into a state of delusion. It didn't matter if the character was a Libin or another powerful character following him. The moment they set foot in the Labyrinth of Whispers, all characters were guaranteed to fall into delusion. Characters affected by the delusion's status begin to wander around on their own, seeing various hallucinations and ignoring player commands. It was a completely uncontrollable situation. That was why most players unanimously described the Labyrinth of Whispers as filthy. In truth, the layout of the Labyrinth of Whispers was almost linear. But once inside, all the player could do was press the turn button while watching their character move freely. And then, horrifying, Alan had now reached the end of the Labyrinth of Whispers, having personally experienced its full horrors. He looked behind him. Meow egg far off, Blackie was enthusiastically licking Basilira, who was screaming bizarrely after being caught. And I am grateful in spirit, but I cannot accept your love. Next to the two of them, Evan was leaning against the labyrinth wall, gazing into space with sentimental eyes and mumbling. Who in the world is he talking to? That pointless question quickly passed. Alan turned his gaze to the stone gate at the end of the labyrinth and the circular hole at its center. The second reason players found the Labyrinth of Whispers so detestable, unlike other labyrinths, this one required a key to obtain the item. In other words, if you made it here after enduring the dull process of passing turns but didn't have a key, It was all for nothing. From the player's perspective, just hearing Labyrinth of Whispers would make them shudder. Hugh, remembering that unlocking the door would dispel the delusion, Alon quickly pulled out a ring from his inner pocket. It was one of the artifacts presented to him in a flurry of gifts by Nangwon, the Nameless Swordsman's Ring. Without hesitation, Alon inserted it into the circular hole in the center of the stone gate. Woo-wang! A strange, magical hum rang out. With a loud rumble, the thick stone gate began to split open from the center. And then meow, huh, ah! With various gasps of surprise, Alon could finally see what lay beyond the heavy stone door. It was closer to a statue than a doll, yet calling it a statue made it seem more like a doll. Found it. Alon lifted the beast-like humanoid figure, something straight out of fantasy. He nodded in satisfaction while examining the relatively compact statue. It was the exact item he had been searching for. The Beast of Possibility. Was it? The Beast of Possibility. The item obtainable in the Labyrinth of Whispers had a simple effect. It summoned the user in their strongest state for a limited time. Though there was a time limit, just being able to summon the user's strongest form made it incredibly powerful. Of course, like the lotus he had obtained before the fight with Ulthal Tucson of the monstrous beingsit was a one-time use item, so he couldn't afford to waste it. Still, it was reassuring. In the game, the Beast of Possibility transformed any character into their ultimate form, raised their level to 99, and unlocked all skills. Though since this isn't a game, who knows how it'll work here. In any case, since it was an artifact that could save him from danger, Alon carefully tucked it into his coat. Kaya, get off me. Meow. Snapping out of it, Alon turned to see Basilira having a seizure while Blackie swatted him with cat punches. And Marquis, what is it? Please return her. Return what? Return my Anata? Evan, who had been standing absent-mindedly after rising from his seated position against the wall, suddenly knelt and burst into tears. What on earth did he see? Alon had no choice but to look away. Having secured the artifact he wanted, Alon headed toward the Palacio Marquis estate. Truthfully, he wanted to go to the Eastern Kingdom as Hazed had suggested. But first, he wanted to organize his magical knowledge. Until now, Alon had used magic haphazardly, adapting it to each situation on the fly. Especially, I need to properly define divinity and magic, match incantations and hand signs, and I still need to hear from Sparrow about spell formulas and spar with Kilris. He realized that rushing around everywhere had made him neglect what truly mattered. This time, he planned to take some time to solidify his magic foundation. I should plan a relaxed schedule first, then go to Rax's to borrow a ship from Raiden. Or maybe it'd be better to go straight to Hazed. While Alon sorted out his upcoming plans and returned to the Marquis house in the capital of the Kingdom of Ashtalon, it's been a while. Indeed, I didn't expect to see you like this. Your son has done quite a splendid job rampaging, I must say. King Stallion V and Zukurak the Scarred clad in a black, dusky armor were conversing. That part, I must admit, I feel keenly. Is that so? Well, it's your son who should be feeling that the most, not you. Oh, he's definitely feeling it. King Stallion V affirmed. Zukurak stared at him for a moment, then chuckled and nodded. Well, of course he is. I heard his life was threatened every other day. That's a hard-earned, valuable experience. Ahem. King Stallion V made a slightly uncomfortable expression at the sarcasm leaking from Zukurak's helmet. However, he didn't bother to refute Zukurak's words. After all, King Stallion V was someone who had directly witnessed how a single sentence could escalate things to the worst-case scenario. Well, it's better to think of it as a blessing then. As he swallowed his frustration, suddenly, a strange remark was made, prompting King Stallion V to ask, "What do you mean by that?" Just as I said. It was actually a good thing that it happened back then. I am asking what that means exactly. Zukurak tilted his head and said, Oh, now that I think about it, that rumor probably hasn't reached here yet. He muttered to himself, then looked at King Stallion V. If that guy had said such nonsense now, the pointy-eared folks would have come running to turn your son into a pincushion. Pointy-eared? You mean the elves? Yeah. King Stallion V raised a question at Zukurak's words. He had heard bits and pieces from Zukurak that Alon had some kind of relationship with the elves. But for them to come after his son just for saying something foolish. That didn't make sense, and just as he was about to ask further because that person is about to become royalty. What? You didn't hear? He's about to become an elf royal. At Zukurak's following words, King Stallion V instinctively opened his mouth in shock. He's becoming an elf royal? Yeah, that's what I heard. Zukurak shrugged. King Stallion V held his head, dizzy from the news. The Marquis Palacio is becoming elf royalty. Startled by the shocking revelation, he tried to recall the Marquis' face. He wanted to check if the Marquis had long ears, but I am sure his ears weren't long. Alon's ears didn't look anything like an elf's. They were clearly human ears. Can I ask just one thing? What is it? Is the Marquis Palacio an elf? King Stallion V couldn't help but wonder if the Marquis had been hiding the fact he was an elf all along. But there's no way he's an elf. Really? Of course. That man isn't an elf. Zukurak's sharp reaction only deepened his curiosity. Zukurak stood up from his seat. In any case, I have some work piled up, so I'll be dealing with that now. I'll probably see you again in a few months once the strange gates have increased. Yes, let's do that. King Stallion V sat there, still full of doubt. Then suddenly, realization struck him. He remembered that even if the Marquis Palacio wasn't an elf, there was still one possible way he could become royalty among them. I am pretty sure I heard the elf ruler is a queen. King Stallion V, thinking intensely, opened his mouth again, which had only just closed. He had understood nothing earlier, but with this thought no way. All his questions started fitting together and being resolved. So King Stallion V reached a conclusion. The Marquis Palacio is becoming the elf queen's consort. In the end, he arrived at that ridiculous conclusion. It was purely a misunderstanding. But it was a misunderstanding ridiculous enough to shake the entire allied kingdom. And just as that odd misunderstanding was taking root, this toast is quite good. Better than sweet potatoes? Sweet potatoes might be slightly better than toast. Does it matter? You're eating sweet potatoes between slices of bread, so it's practically the same thing as eating sweet potatoes. It's different in its own way. Alon, delicious, was enjoying a new or rather familiar culinary delight. Chapter 276. Something is strange. 1. About a month had passed before Alon finally returned to the Marquisate. He sensed a slightly odd atmosphere. It wasn't that something had happened. The statues of the northern lords erected by Deus and the auction house that would enrich the Marquisate, they were all still in place. At least on the surface, it appeared so. Then what exactly was this subtle feeling? Alon only understood after seeing the piles of documents in the office and facing election. Bandits are running rampant. Yes, and because of that, the situation has become quite difficult lately. Starting from that point, election explained what had been happening around the Marquisate. From what I've heard, it's not just Asteria. Apparently, bandits are swarming across the entire allied kingdom. Things were better in the old days, election said with a brief sigh. After a moment of silence, Alon asked, is it because of the abyssal entities? Yes, that's correct. It seems more serious than I expected. Indeed. Unlike last time, they're spreading in large numbers, and even weaklings can gain power from them, making the situation all the more devastating. As election sighed, he suddenly clapped his hands. Come to think of it, have you not encountered any, my lord? I haven't. Is that so? Is it that unusual not to encounter any on the road? To be honest, yes. The situation looked worse than Alon had originally understood. This is starting to feel like the middle part of Psychedelia. When the sin-based enemies start appearing in the midsection of Psychedelia, there's a depiction of how the world begins to collapse as bandits surge due to the abyssal entities and enemy levels rise overall. All right, I understand. Let's formulate a countermeasure. Understood. Election gave a respectful bow and left the office. This seems really serious. It does indeed. But for all that, we didn't see even a single bandit, did we? Evan was right. During the long journey back to the Marquisate, they hadn't encountered a single bandit. We were just one carriage, clearly a tempting target were we just lucky. He only had a moment to ponder it. Anyway, work comes first. Looking at the mountain of paperwork already felt like confronting a bandit. Alon sighed and reluctantly picked up his pen. A week later. Alon had managed to handle most of the work that had piled up. Even the remaining tasks that required in-person inspections took a few more days to complete. Well then, time to start the real work. As for the timeline, since Magrina told me to take my time last time, let's plan for 2 months now. To be safe, 3 months. Just as Alon began to make his plans. My lord, election? Unlike before, election appeared with a bright face free of worries. He walked briskly toward Alon and beamed. I'm surprised, my lord. I didn't expect you to take care of it so quickly. Take care of what? Yes. Thanks to you, the bandits around the Marquisate have been dealt with, and now the merchants are all saying the area is safe. Everyone is praising you, my lord. Alan had no idea what he was talking about. He couldn't help but wonder once again. At that moment, outside the Palatio Marquisate Spare Meghek, a one-sided massacre was taking place. Peepleys slash, an elf ruthlessly beheaded a terrified bandit looking up at her. Rim brushed her hands off and scanned the surroundings. Even a quick glance showed that dozens of bandits were dying, coughing out ominous black smoke. Ha, as Rim caught her breath. Captain, what's the situation? An elf appeared behind her as if waiting, bowing respectfully. We've cleared all the bandits near the Marquisate. What about the south and east? The lizard men took care of those areas. Or rather, some parts were already dealt with before they arrived. Already? Yes. It's assumed that beastkin and half-demons associated with him took care of it. Is that so? Rim murmured quietly as she looked at the bandits. Still, just in case, sweep the surroundings. They may be meaningless scum to him, but he might still find it annoying. Her gaze grew cold and sharp. Yes, understood. The elf who had received the command vanished, and Rim quietly disappeared from the place as well. Alan was briefly bewildered by Election's sudden praise, but he decided to move on and begin organizing his plans in earnest. The tasks ahead could be divided into two main goals. The first was to properly establish a foundation for magic. Although Alan hadn't exactly used magic incorrectly until now, his magic had shown a heavy tendency toward imbalance. For example, he would often focus solely on incantations, or conversely, only on hand signs when casting spells. Therefore, Alan felt it was time to personally establish a solid magical framework. This was partly because he wanted to study the magic of sorcerers more deeply, but it was also due to Sparrow's words. He had said that before learning how to use spell formulas, one must first fully understand incantations and hand signs. The second task was to train with Kilris. You can at least last a minute now. Huff huff in a world where everything had perished. Alan gasped for air in front of Kilris, who stood calmly with the dragon behind him. Even though he had moved for only a minute, Alan collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Kilris, watching him, muttered in a detached tone, "You're still too soft." Alan glanced up at Kilris. He wondered if perhaps Kilris was also worn out, but pretending to be fine to maintain his image. However, seeing Kilris looking completely fine, Alan sighed. Even though Kilris wasn't using reverse heaven, his strength was undeniable. As Alan caught his breath, Blackie tilted his head beside his shoulder. While petting Blackie's head, Alan said, "I remembered what you asked me last time." "Last time, you asked about the origin of magic, didn't you?" Ah. Kilris' words brought a small sound of realization from Alan. He remembered asking about that a few days ago while organizing his thoughts on magic. "You said back then that nothing is known except that primordial mage spread magic, right?" Kilris nodded. "That's right. But as I recalled, there were a few theories that floated around at the time." "Theories?" "Yes. The theories arose after primordial mage shared the knowledge of incantations and hand signs." Kilris stroked his chin. "Let me start by saying, most sorcerers concluded that primordial mage was the one who invented incantations, hand signs, and spell formulas. Is that so? Of course. Back then, none of those concepts existed, so there wasn't much reason to question it, but there were other opinions as well." After a brief pause, Kilris continued. "One theory was that the magic taught by primordial mage was actually from a previous era." "From a previous era?" Kilris nodded. "As you know, the era of our sorcerers is now called the Forgotten Age of the Gods in this world. But even before that, there were earlier ages." Alan recalled having heard this somewhere before. He paused to think, and then he remembered he had heard it from the observer he met at the Sea of Raxas. "I heard something like that, though I didn't get the details. I'm not much different from you. I just know a little Mormonly, that the incantations and hand signs we use were supposedly created during that earlier age." "They were created in that era?" "Yes. While primordial mage may have crafted magic using those components, the components themselves existed beforehand. That's about all I know." Kilris shrugged casually. Alan organized the new information in his mind. "Got it. Still, thanks for telling me." As Alan expressed his gratitude, Kilris looked at him intently. "You said you were trying to systematize magic, right?" "Yes. Once you feel you've built a solid structure, let me know. It'll teach you something you can use at that point." Probably he swung the tail of the dragon behind him toward Alan. "It'll be quite helpful to you in your current state." Crack. "Oh, you're up later than usual today?" That's a new record. As usual, Alan had awakened in the second office where Penia was. While Alan continued doing his duties in his own way in the kingdom of Ashtalon, a strange rumor began to circulate. Why is His Majesty preparing so many gifts? There's no special event coming up, is there? You didn't hear? What? I heard the Marquis Palacio is getting married. And to the Elf Queen, no less. A strange rumor that completely ignored the will of the person involved. What? Really? Hey, keep your voice down, gasp. But is that true? I heard it from a royal guard, so it must be. Apparently His Majesty said so himself. Wow, so that's why they're preparing in advance. At night, Jack's wide-eyed question, another knight beside him nodded discreetly. Right. Seems like they're trying to make up for the prince's previous actions. Anyway, we've been told to keep it discreet, so keep it to yourself, all right? Of course. You know how tight-lipped I am. Of course I do. The two swore their utmost secrecy to each other. However, you know what I heard. Despite that vow in a kingdom where the only tasks were boring administrative ones, this kind of spicy gossip was an incredibly tempting topic. And even the tightest-lipped knight couldn't help but chatter like a paper leaf blown in the wind. Thus, the supposedly secret information, Sir Jack. Hello. Oh, Hanson, what's all this? Obviously, gifts for you, sir. Haha, I see. I'll put them to good use. This may not be much in return, but let me share a piece of important information. It might be useful to you. Ooh, what is it? Like a word with no feet traveling 1,000 miles, the rumor quickly spread outside the kingdom. Gasp, really? Yes, but keep it to yourself. Of course, who would I tell? They used to call me the Anvil of Marlot, you know. Eventually, the rumor reached the Anvil of Marlot. Hanson, what is it? Padrick, come here, you won't believe what I just heard. In less than 5 hours, the rumor reached the ears of traveling merchants moving together in caravans. And then what did you say? They're saying the Great Moon is getting married. Is it true? It seems like it could be. As Hidden was heading to Rosario to report to Yusha Bludia, the rumor reached his ears. Yuna, what? Could you go to Rosario for me? Sorry. Someone's calling. I have to go. Yuna hastily cut the communication, making it very obvious. Left alone in the hideout, Hidden said, even though he had done nothing wrong, he shut his eyes tightly, sweating coldly. I want to go home. Only a soft sigh echoed throughout the hideout. Chapter 277. Something's off, too. It had been a few weeks since Alan heard the story from Kilris. I think we've more or less got it sorted now. Right, this seems to be the limit. After systematizing the true mage's magic with Penia, it wasn't perfect, but they had managed to organize it to some extent. Yeah. Still, I think we did it pretty fast considering it's been less than 2 months. Well, it's thanks to Mr. Sparrow's help too. As Penia spoke while looking at the red gem in Alan's hand, Sparrow replied in a proud voice. Glad to hear I was of help. Watching Sparrow shrug his shoulders, Alan thought to himself. Though they called it systematizing, to be honest, all Alan and Penia had done over the past few weeks was to compile the phrases and seals usable by true mages. Some might think, did it really take that long just to do that? The reason Penia said they had finished quickly was none other than the amount. Sparrow, what is it? Are these really all the phrases that a true mage is supposed to learn? Yes, you could say they're the very basics. Alan looked at the compiled book, a book thicker than any heavy textbook. This was exactly why Penia had said Shed sorted the phrases quickly. Wow, I didn't expect it to be this much. Penia marveled as she flipped through the phrases she had organized. But Sparrow immediately added, this isn't even that much. Is that so? Yes, most true mages learn all of these basic phrases to begin with. Just in case, let me ask, after learning all these, do you actually get to use them? Sparrow answered without hesitation. Of course. All of these? Sure, there will be some you won't end up using. In the end, once a true mage fully inherits an imprint, they settle on the phrases they use most. Then doesn't that mean you don't really have to memorize them all? What kind of nonsense is that? Is it? When Alan asked again, Sparrow let out a sigh. I think I've said this before, but fundamentally, true mages are researchers, and at the same time, they receive an honorable duty from their predecessors who passed down the imprint. A duty. Yes, to further develop the imprint. That's the duty and honor all true mages who receive an imprint must carry, and to do that, essential knowledge about magic must serve as the foundation. Sparrow continued. I told you before, but a true mage's foundation is divided into 4 parts. First is phrases. Once you memorize them, then come seals. Once you memorize those, you move on to order. And after that, you enter the realm of self-realization. Do the spell techniques come after that? No, strictly speaking, spell techniques are both the beginning and the end. Every true mage receives the spell techniques the moment they inherit an imprint. Of course, even if you inherit them, it takes a long time to actually use them. He added that even among those who ascend a step through the imprint, many never end up using spell techniques to the end. In any case, the conclusion knowledge is an indispensable part of developing an imprint. Then what about someone like me? How am I supposed to grow? Yeah, I can use spell techniques, but I don't know any phrases or order. Then y'all have to create your own order. I've already learned the spell techniques, though. Do I really need to? Sparrow responded without delay to Alon's question. Of course you do. You seem to be misunderstanding something. Let me put it this way, it might be hard for you to understand otherwise. Give me a second. Like a teacher trying to explain something to a student, Sparrow pondered seriously, then suddenly exclaimed. To put it simply, a spell technique is like an awakened state. Awakened state? Yes. For example, the thunder god type Yurei using does originally have that effect. But when Yurei using it in a spell technique state, its effect becomes completely different. Completely different. Unfortunately, I don't have a body right now, so I can't show you, but yeah, ask Kilris to show you. Y'all definitely feel the difference. Well, since it's his spell technique, it'll be different again, but still Sparrow cleared his throat. Even if you can use spell techniques, it's not the end, it's only the beginning. You've just obtained a foothold to further develop your imprint and eventually reach the end. Although before that, y'all need to reach the phase of realization. Realization? That's not something you need to worry about yet. At those words, Alon nodded. Even if he didn't yet know how to develop magic further, he now understood why he had to study magical theory. As she listened to the conversation, Peenia suddenly chimed in. By the way, I just got curious while listening. Can I ask something? What is it? You said something about reaching a foothold toward the end. What exactly is that end? A question born of pure curiosity. Sparrow paused in silence before answering. Unfortunately, I can't explain the end in detail either, because I've heard that the only true mage to ever reach it was Primordial Mage. I see. Of course, we know what it is. Or rather, there's no true mage who doesn't know. The ultimate goal for true mages is to reach the end. What is it? Alon grew curious as well. After a moment of hesitation, Sparrow bluntly said to become a god. A god? Yes. That answer raised another question in Alon's mind. Why would that be the goal? As far as I know, gods I know. Every true mage's imprint begins from the birth of a god. But the god we're talking about here is not that kind of god. Then what kind? A true god. A true? Yes, all true mages continue their pursuit with that as their goal. But as I said, we don't really know what being a true god even means. At best, after a short pause, Sparrow added an explanation. They say it's like the one who has ascended. That sounds like nonsense. What's that supposed to mean? It just means there is such a thing. Sounds quite profound. Peenia mumbled, lost in thought beside him. Alon, who had been staring down at the thick book, said anyway, the fact that I need to learn this still stands. Of course, he soon steeled his resolve. After spending a short break, Alon remembered his upcoming appointment with Magrina and began preparing to leave. Is it time to get moving? Yeah. Peenia asked as Evan, who had just entered the office, spoke. Oh, you said you're heading to the east this time, right? Yeah, though I'll have to check if I can actually get there. Can I come along as well? I was going to ask you to join me anyway. He didn't want to interrupt his training with Kilris. At that, Peenia smiled mischievously and stepped closer. So the Marquis does need me after all. Well, you've been a great help in many ways. In that case, would it be too much to ask for one more artifact for research? So that was her real goal, he thought briefly. When Alon nodded, Peenia squealed like a dolphin and vanished. Anyway, let's start getting ready. Understood. By the way, does that mean you're not stopping by Rax's? Didn't you say before you needed to talk to Raiden about boarding a ship? I did, but now that I think about it, Rax's and the East are quite far apart. Well, that's true. Nodding, Evan placed a neatly wrapped package on the desk. What's this? A gift sent by Baron Christo, apparently. Baron Christo, a noble affiliated with Kalfa. At Evan's words, Alon stared at the gift for a moment, then looked toward the corner of the office. A space that should have been empty was now filled with presents. QZZZ on top of the pile of gifts, Blackie and Basilira lay napping lazily under the sunlight. Watching the two, Alon called out to Evan. Evan, yes, haven't the gifts been piling up lately? I've been noticing that too. Is it some kind of special day? A birthday? It's not your birthday yet. That's still some time away. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't recall any specific day it might be. Moreover, if it were some special occasion, there'd probably be letters, but there aren't any. A situation where gifts kept arriving with no letters. He briefly felt something was off. Well, I'll look into it. I haven't been to the Information Guild recently anyway. Isn't it a bit weird to ask the Information Guild about this kind of thing? It is, but we've got to check somewhere. After that decision, he departed for Grainifra the next day. Hidden, unusually, used his head. What this means is that, quite simply, ever since the rumor spread, he hadn't gone to see Yusha and instead focused on gathering information. Of course, most of the information Hidden collected wasn't very useful. He knew that too. Even so, the reason he made that choice was simple. He was scared. The moment he personally delivered the rumor, he had no idea how Yusha would react. So he deliberately delayed things. He had hoped she would hear the news from someone else, not from him. Unfortunately, however, that hope was betrayed. You've been away for quite some time. I had some things to take care of. Yusha, it seemed, had been busy the past 2 months and had no idea about the rumors. Hidden was left with no choice but to deliver the news himself. And there's a rumor going around that the Great Moon is to become the Elf Queen's consort him, as Hidden carefully began to speak. That's so. He was bewildered by Yusha's unexpectedly calm response. He thought of the fear that had plagued him for the past 2 months. So that kind of rumor was spreading, huh? Hidden gave a hesitant nod. Yes, that's right. Well, it's just a rumor. No need to pay it any mind. Yusha continued to speak with a smile. Hidden breathed a sigh of relief, but also blamed himself. Right? There's no way Lady Red Moon would be shaken by such nonsense. His tension melted away in an instant. He felt foolish for having worried so much. A smile naturally formed on his lips. Then, as he took a sip of water from a silver cup on the desk and saw Yusha pick up a pen to write something crunch, was he seeing this right? Oh dear, the pen bent. And the paper too. Yusha looked down at the warped pen tip with mild regret. She pulled out a new pen and paper from the side of the desk and tried to write crunch, but she couldn't. The pen is a bit weak. Yusha muttered quietly. At that moment, Hidden realized 2 things. One, there wasn't a hint of emotion in Yusha's voice. The other, the silver cup she had just lifted, was now so dented it could hardly be used as a cup. And the moment he realized that, really, I wonder who started such a rumor. Truly, Yusha's voice rang out like a sheet of ice. Hidden tightly shut his eyes. Chapter 278. Something feels off 3, a few days after Alon headed toward Grainifra. Also, this is loneliness. He started his nonsense again. Shut up, snakehead. If you didn't talk nonsense, I would've kept quiet. Meow. As Evan and Basilira began their usual comedy routine, Alon watched them. Marquis, he suddenly turned to look at Penia, who had called him. What is it? Oh, it's just you looked so serious. I wondered what you were thinking about. He lightly shook his head, as if it were nothing. No, I was just recalling what Evan told me earlier. Ah, that information. Evan had brought back some information when he stopped by a village. There were 3 key pieces of information. One was about the underworld. It was about how public safety in the Allied Kingdom had rapidly deteriorated due to the explosive increase of abyssal creatures. Perhaps even more than in the psychedelia that Alon originally knew. Of course, since he only heard about it, he couldn't properly compare it to what he'd faced in the game. But it was clear that it was a serious issue. Is someone creating abyssal creatures again, like last time? Alon continued to trace the root of the abyssal beings. Well, there certainly was a lot to pay attention to. Especially what was his name again? Ilibin. I heard he's been gaining quite a bit of fame recently. Penia nodded and agreed with Alon's words. It was true, just as she said. Ilibin was rising to fame through heroic actions that players typically showed in psychedelia, based on the original story's timeline. No, he's actually moving faster than in the original. According to Alon's memory, Ilibin only started gaining real fame after he dealt with the first of the 5 sins that appeared in the middle of the game. In other words, by the timeline of the original work, that was supposed to happen a year from now. But the current Ilibin had already gained fame by resolving bizarre incidents at an astonishing pace, even without dealing with the sins. Of course, it was a good thing for Alon. The harder Ilibin worked, the more peaceful the world became. Thinking like this makes me feel like I am some great hero worried about the world's safety. Though his face remained calm, Alon felt a strange emotion. Thinking back, all he ever wanted was to live peacefully, doing nothing and bothering no one. How did he end up here? It was a sudden realization. Of course, Alon's actions were fundamentally for his own survival. He was going through all this in order to reach the lofty yet humble goal of living a carefree life, eating and playing without worries. Well, the amount of things he had to do for that modest goal had increased a bit. Still, he wasn't particularly dissatisfied. Most of the time, he was doing it because he wanted to, not because he had to. But what you're most concerned about is that, right? Peenia fidgeted with her fingers and cautiously spoke. Yes, that rumor about marrying the elf queen. I was curious about that too. Is it true? Even Evan, who had been bickering with Basilira, chimed in, and Alon looked at him coldly. Does that sound true to you? It's not. Of course not. Didn't I already say so earlier? Back when Evan brought the news, Alon had clearly dismissed it as nonsense. Evan shrugged once. You did say that, but you know there are a lot of times when people deny something and it turns out to be true, so I had to ask. There were such times, Alon started to reply but stopped. Thinking back, that sort of thing had happened before, but only for a moment. In any case, it's absolutely not true. The rumor must have gotten twisted somewhere along the way. Then it's strange. Don't the Allied Kingdom and the Interracial Alliance usually have a bad relationship? They do. Then how did the rumor spread? Oh, you're right. Peenia agreed with Evan's question. Alon also wondered for a moment where such a rumor might have come from before offering a guess. If I think about it from my perspective, it's likely from Ashtalon. Ashtalon? Yes, because Zukurak is there. In any case, if it's really just a false rumor, that could be a bit troublesome. Well, it is a bit awkward. The only person who could pass information from the closed-off interracial alliance to the Allied Kingdom was likely Zukurak in Ashtalon. At that moment, boom, as if it had been waiting, a loud noise echoed from somewhere deep in the silent forest. Alon immediately turned toward the direction of the sound. What was that noise? Maybe just some monsters fighting and knocking over a tree or two? It felt a bit too loud for that, but Alon soon lost interest. It was a relaxed afternoon, with sunlight filtering through the shining leaves. Are we here? By the time Alon reached the vicinity of Grainifra, after some time had passed in the capital of the kingdom of Ashtalon, Hustalion V let out a heavy sigh. It wasn't as if anything major had happened. Everything was running smoothly. The recent surge in bandit exterminations was progressing quite well. And the secret project related to the bazaar gates with the lizardmen was also going smoothly. Even so, the reason worry clouded Stalion V's face was because of the strange occurrences that had begun recently. What the hell is this? Lately, Stalion V had been plagued by bad luck. Of course, it wasn't severe. Just a few inconvenient incidents happened each day. For example, he'd be walking on perfectly flat marble floors and suddenly trip, or be startled awake at night after seemingly being struck by something small, trivial things like that. But even trivial things, if they happen every day for nearly 2 weeks, are bound to wear a person down. Why on earth is this happening? Stalion looked at his reflection in the mirror. Anyone could see his complexion was terrible. Due to the nightmares that started a week ago, his eyes were sunken, and bruises covered his body. Something's definitely going on. After nearly 2 weeks of this, Stalion V instinctively realized something was definitely wrong. However, the fact that he didn't know why this was happening only added to his stress. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Despite the streak of misfortune, the long-awaited day had arrived. Is it today? Zukurak was supposed to return today with the results he had been waiting for. Remembering that fact, Stalion V cheerfully walked to his office as usual. And then, Your Majesty, what is it? A letter has arrived. A letter. He was confused by the report he received the moment he arrived at work. Stalion V quickly took the letter handed to him by the servant. What in the? His hands trembled uncontrollably from the shock. And for good reason. The letter he had just received was a corrective letter? It was a corrective letter. Stalion V stared blankly at the letter, not even opening it yet, realizing something was deeply wrong. It made no sense. He had done nothing wrong, and his relationship with Rosario wasn't bad. More than that, when the incident in Rosario had occurred, he had made a generous donation toward recovery efforts, just like the other kingdoms. In other words, there was absolutely no reason for Rosario and Stalion V to have a falling out. The servant who delivered the letter was drenched in cold sweat, bowing deeply. With trembling hands, Stalion V finally opened the letter and saw its contents. Not more precisely, he saw torn pieces of paper so shredded it was hard to call it a letter at all. What is this? He tried to decipher the contents, but couldn't read it at all. The parts with writing were so slashed and torn it was impossible to make out anything. In addition, at the end of the letter, a small pen nib fragment glittered as it caught the light. The only thing Stallion V could infer from the letter was one thing, that the person who had written it had been extremely angry. Stallion V unconsciously swallowed dryly. And then he realized who the sender was: Cardinal Yusha. Cardinal Yusha Bludia, the de facto ruler of Rosario, and with the Pope missing, the one who held more power than even the saints. He was momentarily stunned by the confusion, but then his brow furrowed sharply. The Allied Kingdom generally respects Rosario, but this was a different matter. A cardinal from Rosario sending a barely legible corrective letter to threaten the king of a nation was clearly crossing a line. Bring me some stationery immediately. Stallion V intended to respond in kind, sending a letter rather than going in person. But no need for that. A woman's voice rang out. He instinctively turned his head. I wanted to see you quickly, so I came myself. Their eyes met. With a calm smile on her lips, her red, gem-like eyes with an eerie stare, Yusha Bludia was looking directly at Stallion V. So, Your Majesty, is this a good time? Just seeing her was enough to feel a suffocating, chilling aura radiating from her entire being. It was clearly a breach of etiquette. She had entered the royal office without permission and was now forcing an audience under the guise of formality. This was the kind of behavior Stallion V hated the most. Normally, he would have shouted at her on the spot, so he took a deep breath. No matter how powerful the person before him was, he was still a king. He had to maintain his dignity. Cardinal Yusha, no matter how important this is, but CRRRAC. The moment he began to speak, he saw it. The enormous steel door Yusha had entered through, engraved with various sigils, had been crumpled like paper. Stallion V was a king, which meant he was quick to judge a situation. No matter how important, of course, I have time, he immediately responded to Yusha's rhetorical question. Satisfied, she smiled sweetly and took another step forward. That's a relief, Your Majesty. It would have been disappointing otherwise. Yes, a relief indeed. In his 20-year reign, Stallion V, using his masterful political drift skills, narrowly avoided disaster. Am I still alive? For now, he silently applauded himself for surviving. Chapter 279, The East One. You're a little late, brother. Sorry, am I very late? Not at all. That's a relief. And Alan, who had arrived near Grainafrain, other words, near the land of the elves, Fildegreen was greeted warmly by Magrina. Brother. Nangwan? He saw Nangwan. Yes. Have you been well, brother? Yes, I've been well, but before he could ask, why are you here? Nangwan opened his mouth first. I came to check on something. After thinking for a moment, Alan nodded. Come to think of it, we knew each other even back when I saved him. Most of the children Alan had saved tended to stick together. Brother, since it's late tonight, let's talk tomorrow after you've rested. Let's do that. At Magrina's gesture, another elf guided Alan to his room. Marquis, you've arrived a bit early? Yes. Didn't you say you had a few things to ask? Evan was right. Alan had a few questions for Magrina, but the reason he didn't ask right away was because of Nangwan. If they're talking even into the night, it must be something important. Alan didn't want to interrupt Magrina and Nangwan, so he held back. Besides, he could always get answers tomorrow. They seem a little busy. I see. As if relieved that Alan had arrived early, Evan shrugged lightly. Well then, could you help me dry those over there? He pointed to one side. Alan looked in the direction Evan pointed. There stood Penia, precariously carrying a mountain of books. What is she doing? Penia had piled books so high it was a wonder she hadn't dropped them. Well, there's a bit of a situation. Yes, I went to the library and oh my, there were tons of books that could help with your magic, Marquis. Wouldn't that content be more helpful to you? Gah! Placing the tomes on top of Basilira's body, Penia continued. Anyway, I carefully selected only the absolutely necessary books, and that's how many you picked. Right? Tapping her index fingers together and glancing around with cat-like eyes, Penia cautiously asked. So, about that, Marquis. How long will we be staying here? Well, probably about 3 days. Then if I sleep just 3 hours a night. Upon hearing Alan's words, Penia began forming a grand plan in her head. While Alan admired her unwavering love of magic, in the audience chamber, so you're saying that rumor isn't true? Did you really come all the way here to ask something so obvious? Nangwan and Magrina were having a conversation. Obvious or not, the rumor spread like wildfire. Sigh, who on earth spread such a rumor? Magrina sighed quietly as if the whole thing gave her a headache. Nangwan stared at her. Why are you looking at me like that? You say it's a headache, but the corners of your mouth are lifted. Pointing out the subtle smile on her otherwise calm face, Nangwen made Magrina flinch and hurriedly cover her mouth. Seeing her cheeks tinged with a blush, Nangwen sighed. Wake up, I wasn't thinking anything like that. Magrina furrowed her brows in protest, and Nangwen chuckled. Well, I know. You and I both only admire brother. Sai, if you know that well, stop joking. It feels like something sacred is being tarnished. At Magrina's passionate response, Nangwen shrugged. For someone who says that, weren't you planning to just play it off if his reaction wasn't bad? He teased once more. He could joke so easily because he knew Magrina's feelings were not so different from his own. Magrina subtly turned her gaze away. Nangwen saw it clearly. Silence instantly spread through the space. The joy of seeing an old friend vanished quickly, and as the air turned awkward, Nangwen hesitated over what to say. Trying to break the tension, he opened his mouth to think about the age gap. If you consider the age gap, then if you say one more word, I will seriously kill you. It wasn't a warning, but a definitive statement. Nangwen had no choice but to close his mouth. Yet, even sensing the danger, he continued his train of thought. At this point, she's basically an old ha. He accidentally said out loud what he was only thinking. BOOM. Did someone just get attacked? Calm down. Is it okay to sleep only 4 hours a night? You bastards, help me out of here first. Alan and his group turned puzzled faces toward the audience chamber where the loud noise had come from. The next day, after being assured by the attendant that it was nothing serious and taking a proper rest, did you and Nangwen fight or something? Behind Magrina's cheerful smile. That is, with the wall gone and the beautiful world tree in full view, Alan was about to ask something else. No, of course not. Alan soon nodded and began the conversation they couldn't finish the day before. And so it really was a baseless rumor. Of course it was a baseless rumor. Do you think I would do something like that without brother's permission? Hearing the slight hint of hurt in Magrina's voice, Alan hurried to respond. I knew it was just a rumor. I only asked because I was curious where it started. Honestly, I am not sure either. Probably only Hazed knows about this. Then it's likely from that side. Is that so? As far as I know, they don't have any contact with the humans either. To her question, Alan shared his general thoughts and soon changed the subject. So, when should we hold the ceremony? The preparations are all done, so I think tomorrow should be fine. Will it take long? Of course not. Just think of it as a kind of declaration ceremony. I see. Oh, and just in case, let me ask thy's ceremony, don't worry. It's going to feel more honorary than anything else. There shouldn't be anything uncomfortable for you. As if she already knew what he was going to ask, Magrina answered right away. When Alan nodded, this time she asked a question. Brother, will you be leaving right after the ceremony? Yes, I plan to head to the Eastern Nation. The Eastern Nation? Ah, right, back then as Magrina nodded, recalling her previous conversation with Hazed, Alan asked. Just to be sure, is it possible to go to the Eastern Nation right now? There's no reason you can't. That's a relief. What kind of place is the Eastern Nation? After a brief thought, Magrina replied. The Eastern Nation is the land of the beastkin you saved long ago, Marquis. With that, she began to explain the Eastern Nation to Alan, one point at a time. After the explanation ended then, what will you do after visiting the Eastern Nation? I'll probably come back here. To this place? Yes, because there's someone I have to take with me. Ah, Magrina looked momentarily puzzled at Alan's words, but then let out a quiet sound of realization. You mean Sister Rhine? That's right. Alan recalled the words written on the stone gate where she had been sealed about 7 months ago. 10 months later. At the time, she had asked him to lift the seal after 10 months, and Alan had never once forgotten that request. Knowing truth, it wasn't something he could forget. She had made a sacrifice for Alan, and he believed that forgetting her even for a moment would be something utterly unforgivable. Therefore, after returning from the East, I am thinking of staying here for a while depending on how much time is left. Would that be all right? Alan asked. Of course, brother, thank you. Magrina nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. And the next day, Alan participated in the ceremony to become royalty among the elves. At the time the ceremony began in Grainifra, unlike Alan, who had already figured out the truth, the words that originated from the supposed source of the rumor Emperor Stalion V had already spread across the allied kingdom. Thanks to that, each kingdom was busy devising ways to lure Marquis Palacio to their own lands. By the time nobles were all busy preparing gifts for the Marquis, that story, of course, reached Dia's ears as well. Truthfully, Deus didn't have any particular feelings about the rumor. If Marquis Palatio truly wished to become the Elven Queen's consort, Deus had no intention of objecting, because that would be the will of the Great Moon. Of course, aside from that, if the rumor was nothing more than a baseless tale that could bring harm to the Great Moon, then he would find its source and erase it entirely. In any case, because the truth had yet to be confirmed, Deus made no judgments for now. But he was the only one in such a state. How dare they, how dare they? His sister, Silly, seemed to be thinking something entirely different. Deus blankly stared at Silly and the temple behind her. Half a year ago, the land had seemed mostly empty aside from a giant cannon. But now, an impressively grand temple had been built. So grand, in fact, that it made the money Deus spent on statues seem laughable in comparison. Even as he wondered where she had gathered the funds, Deus cautiously called to his sister. "Silly, what is it, brother?" At his call, Silly whipped her head around in response, and at the same time crack. As if responding to her will, lightning shot from behind Silly, from the thing she called divine punishment. Deus flinched momentarily, but forced himself to speak calmly. "I mean, no need to get so angry, of course there is." Silly answered even before Deus could finish speaking. "That ridiculous rumor is trying to drag him down to our level. Drag him down? Isn't it obvious? He is a god. That rumor is an attempt to degrade him from his divine throne. Do you know what we call that?" As Silly's words poured like a waterfall, Deus fell silent. Of course, he could grasp the gist of what she was saying well. Actually, there were quite a few parts he didn't understand, and to be honest, he couldn't help but think she was overreacting. But it's blasphemy, I say. It wasn't hard to guess that directly refuting his sister's rage would only bring trouble, so Deus simply looked away. It was early summer. Chapter 280. The East, too, recently, on the cliffside of Rosario, where a city destroyed completely was being rebuilt. A figure stood silently overlooking Rosario from the cave where the Pope had once stayed. A man dressed in black sacred vestments, adorned with various chains and accessories. He looked away from the half-destroyed Rosario and silently gazed at the Cavino, more precisely, the place where the battle had taken place. How much time had passed like that? A faint smirk appeared on the lips of the man whose lower face was visible beneath his hood. Gluttony fed by greed has been dealt with, and even the half-formed sin has been taken care of. Huh. He muttered to himself, amused by something. Well, it's not completely done yet, though. Saying so, he looked up at the sky. Though the sun had not yet set, the softly glowing Milky Way for a while, in silence. This should be worth watching, because it will appear soon. He stared. Just as Magrina had said, the ritual didn't take very long. It started in the morning and ended around early afternoon. However, even after the ritual ended, Alan couldn't rest. "The reason was, Sir Alan, I look forward to working with you. From now on, I'll be your escort. Hear me, name is Latvia. Right, I'll be counting on you. It was because of the elves' introduction session." That's right. Alan was meeting the elves one by one and exchanging greetings, and not even in a group, truly one by one. He wondered if it was necessary, especially since he didn't plan on staying in Grainafra for long. But unfortunately, Alan had no veto power. According to Magrina, this was a traditional custom among the elves. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. So Alan decided to respectfully go along with the tradition. At least that was his resolve, until about the 10th elf had been introduced to him. "Are you all right? I am fine." Magrina looked at him with concern. Alan reassured her and turned his gaze to the window. Before he knew it, the moon had risen in the middle of the sky. In other words, he had spent the entire second half of the day on introductions. I didn't think they'd really introduce every single one of them. Although, to be precise, they were only introducing those working within the kingdom. Even so, the sheer number was overwhelming, and he couldn't help but sigh. Alan asked, just in case, is this not the end for today? Do we have more tomorrow? There's a little left. How much is a little? About an hour? Alan cautiously voiced his hopeful guess. But, about half a day? Half a day? Yes, that hope was immediately crushed. Alan was briefly speechless but finally managed to open his mouth. "This is a tradition, right?" "Yes, but if it's really too much, should we stop?" Magrina asked with concern. "No, that won't be necessary. Besides, since I've already started, it's better to see it through." Had he known from the beginning, he might have quietly refused. But given how far it had come, there was no need to quit now. So the next day as well, Alan followed the tradition and went through all the introductions until late afternoon. "Is it finally over?" "You did great, brother." Alon's neck was starting to feel stiff. Can I finally rest now? Yes, your part is essentially done now. But before that, may I ask one thing? What is it? Did you find anyone difficult to talk to among the elves? Someone? Difficult? Yes, like someone who was unpleasant to speak with or behaved rudely. Alon thought for a moment but shook his head. There were a few he could recall, but none worth remembering specifically. After all, there had been far too many. No one in particular comes to mind. Is that so? Yeah, why do you ask? Well, since you're a royalty now, if someone acts like that toward you, they need to be warned. Alon nodded. He didn't really intend to criticize the elves for being a little standoffish. No matter how extraordinary he was in their eyes, he was still just a human. He understood that perfectly. Even so, he didn't deny her words because the way the elves treated him could end up affecting Magrina. Now that Alon was royalty, every time he was disrespected, it could damage her honor as well. It wasn't something he could simply ignore just because he didn't care personally. So he decided to leave it to Magrina. In any case, you've done a great job, brother. Another tiring day came to an end. 2 days later, dragging along a desperate Pinia who was pleading, please, just one more day, Alon decided to leave Grainifra. Well then, I'll be waiting for you, brother. Safe travels. Right. I'll see you next time. Naturally, Alon becoming royalty didn't change much. The elves who had always been kind continued to be so. Those who had always been indifferent still didn't change their attitudes, but Alon didn't mind and headed toward where Hazed was. Ah, if only I had one more day. Pinia stretched her hand longingly toward Grainifra, dark circles under her eyes, looking utterly forlorn. She looked like a tragic heroine forced to part with her beloved. Seeing this, Alon spoke firmly. Next time, I will. Pinia sulked, her lips drooping. But the moment didn't last. How long will it take to get to the lizard men? If we're heading to where that god Hazed is, it'll take around 3 weeks. Alon and Evan talked about the schedule ahead. And after a few more weeks, I've been waiting for you. Hazed greeted them with a smile. You were waiting? Didn't I say it last time? Since I borrowed your name, I promised to grant you power in return. Ah, right, you did. You didn't forget, did you? Truthfully, he had forgotten, but he didn't show it and asked instead. Are the preparations complete? No, unfortunately, it's not so easy to set the stage. It'll take a bit more time. Then what do you mean by waiting? I heard it from Magrina. You're heading to the east, right? That's right. Is it something you prepared in advance, then? Hazed scratched his head awkwardly and opened his mouth. Well, to be precise, not exactly. There's a bit of a problem. A problem? Yes, it seems that traveling to the east is a bit difficult right now. What's going on? To Alon's question, Hazed let out a groan and began to explain. As Alon listened quietly, so in short, the path leading to the east is overrun with strange creatures, making it difficult to travel. He summarized Hazed's explanation. Yes. Because of that, actual trade has been cut off lately as well. After thinking for a while, Alon asked a question. Even with your power, you can't handle it. It's not that. But as a divine sage, I can only use my power in my designated territory. There are restrictions. There are. But if I explain it all, it'll take a while, so I'll tell you next time. Anyway, it's difficult for me to handle it. So if I want to go to the east, I'll have to deal with those creatures myself. You could also wait a little longer. Such monsters have appeared before, and they usually disappear after about half a year. Which would be the better choice? To wait half a year, or to cross the sea now, risking a little danger and go to the Eastern Kingdom? It didn't take long to decide. Let's go. Having thought of a way, Alon made his decision without hesitation. At that time, back in Grainifra, Your Majesty, here is the observer list. Did this come from Ramu? Yes, give it here. Mew, who also served as Magrina's secretary, handed her a sheet of paper. As Magrina calmly scanned the paper with her eyes, Mew spoke up, seemingly curious. Your Majesty, if it's not too forward, may I ask something? Yes, go ahead, Mew. Magrina gave her a gentle smile without taking her eyes off the document. Mew took the chance and asked the question she had been holding back. It's just I heard that during the recent ritual, you introduced everyone working in the palace to Lord Alon. Oh, you weren't there at the time? Finally looking up from the paper, Magrina turned her eyes to Mew. Mew nodded. Yes, I was out briefly due to work, so it overlapped. Yes. Magrina stared at her for a moment. Well, it's fine. Sorry, she shook her head as if it were nothing. Oh, it's nothing. So what was it you wanted to ask? Though puzzled by the reaction, Mew brushed it off and asked her original question. It's just that I was wondering why you upheld the traditions so thoroughly. Lady Magrina, You usually don't care much for those customs, and you're not the type to compile a list of everyone Lord Alan met either. Moreover, as far as Mew knew, Ramu wasn't an ordinary elf but a member of the Black Leaf. In other words, not the kind of person who would compile observer lists, which only added to the mystery. Magrina nodded. Yes, that's true. Just as Mew said, Magrina wasn't one to like or even respect the elves' traditions all that much. She put down the paper she was reviewing and stared directly into Mew's eyes. Mew, do you know something? What do you mean? That us elves show everything on our faces. Our faces? Yes, elves are pure. Because of that, we can't hide our expressions easily. Unless we avoid contact entirely, if we like someone, it shows, and if we don't, that shows too. Right. Mew nodded, but at the same time, the doubt on her face only deepened. The answer didn't really match the question she had asked. Leaning back slowly in her chair, Magrina, that's why I like elves. They're a pure and easy to read. She murmured so softly that even Mew standing nearby couldn't hear. Then, she looked back at the paper. At the name tags of observers that revealed hidden markings when viewed with a specific magical pattern. And then looking at Mew, who still seemed clueless and simply nodded. Magrina smiled. Quietly. Chapter 281, the East 3 Alan, despite his confident tone, didn't actually know much about the monstrous creatures. His confidence stemmed from the fact that he had someone who could help him in various ways when crossing the sea. Of course, it's a bit far, so I am not sure if I can ask for help right away. Either way, he had to try reaching out to know for sure. Alan pulled out the communication orb he had received from Election to contact Raiden and pushed his mana into it. Soon, the orb started to hum and vibrate. Alan looked down at it, stroking his chin. What if Raiden can't help me? Then he'd probably have no choice but to rest and wait, even if it takes time. Just as he was pondering this, brother, Raiden's face appeared not long after. It's been a while. How have you been? Of course I've been well, brother. What about you? I've been doing fine too. After exchanging simple greetings, Raiden, excited and bubbly as always, and Alan quickly moved on to the main topic. I am sorry to ask this, but can you help me out? Of course, brother, what is it? Seeing Raiden readily agree without question, Alan felt a sudden sense of pride. After explaining the whole situation, Raiden responded, understood, brother. I'll come right away. He twitched as if he were about to dash off immediately. Alan asked calmly, thank you for offering to help. But just out of curiosity, how long do you think it'll take you to get here? To where you are, brother? It was an important matter. Hazed said this has been going on for 2 months now, which meant the sea would likely stabilize in about 4 months. So if it would take Raiden over 2 months to get there, it wouldn't be worth the trouble. So, given the situation, if it's going to take too long, you don't have to come. Alan added more details about the current circumstances. Raiden paused for a moment, then nodded. Don't worry, brother, I'm coming right away. It won't take that long. Juice, he raised 2 fingers energetically. 2 days is enough, brother. His voice was full of confidence. Alan, on the other hand, was taken aback. 2 days? Yes. Wait, did you understand what I said correctly? It just didn't seem possible. The distance from Rax's to here was incredibly far, but it's possible, brother. Just wait for me. Raiden curled his lips into a grin, then I'll see you soon. He quickly shut off the orb and disappeared. Alan stared blankly at the mana orb. Marquis, what did Raiden say? He said he's coming. Oh, that's great news. But why do you look so uncertain? Even without expression, Evan was now able to gauge Alan's inner thoughts based on the mood alone. He said he'll be here in 2 days. What? 2 days, not 2 months. Evan looked baffled. Maybe he just doesn't know where this place is. To be honest, I think that's quite likely. 2 days, is that even possible? Evan tilted his head in genuine confusion until something came to mind. Oh, maybe it is possible after all. Possible how? You know, that floating ship in the sky, but come to think of it, it didn't seem all that fast last time. Evan murmured to himself briefly. Well, either way, if he says he'll be here in 2 days, we should wait and see. Alan decided to place his trust in Raiden. Please, let him come quickly. Please. Did you really want to go east that badly? Pinia was nervously pacing beside them, clearly eager for the eastern journey to proceed quickly. She stopped and smiled brightly. Of course I want to go. It's the place you've always wanted to visit, right, Marquis? Is that the only reason? Of course. With complete sincerity, Pinia stated her case, and Basilira, who had been reading the mood, snorted. HMPH, that's not it. She found out from a book that the East has an ancient library with precious magical knowledge QX. Peenia quickly surrounded the book she had been reading with Mana and pressed down on Basilira. Stop, why am I being treated like this just for telling the truth? But Basilira didn't give up and continued shouting. Peenia ended up sitting on the book. Crag, too heavy, I'm getting squashed. Don't say I'm heavy. As she began wrestling with Basilira over her weight again, Peenia suddenly noticed Alon's gaze and subtly shifted her eyes away. Then, well, unlike others, I really hope the Marquis uncovers the secret. Evan chimed in as if waiting for his turn. However, HMPH, you're just excited about all the beautiful beast women in the eastern lands. Peenia's sharp comment made Evan flinch. That's not true. Not true. The moment I told you the Easterners are beautiful and like humans, your eyes changed. No, I was just curious. I've never had thoughts like that. Evan brazenly denied it. But that was a lie. What? I made that up. You look so bored, I just wanted to give you something fun to imagine. That was a liga. Evan, openly disappointed, quickly swallowed his words. Like Peenia earlier, he glanced over at Alon. With Peenia smirking, Basilira screaming, and Evan still watching cautiously, Alon thought, there really is no one in this world I can trust. Meow? Only the black creature tilted its head innocently amidst the chaos. It was late afternoon. 2 days later, brother, Raiden really did arrive in just 2 days. Even Alon, whose default was a blank expression, widened his eyes slightly. It's been a while, brother. Raiden was breathing heavily, clearly exhausted. Seeing his pale face, Alon pushed down the urge to immediately ask, how did you get here? And spoke instead. Did you overexert yourself getting here? No, brother. When you call, I have to come running. He smiled brightly, flashing perfect teeth, but he still looked tired. Alon ushered him inside. After giving Raiden a moment to catch his breath, Alon learned how he had managed to arrive so quickly. You used this to get here so fast. Yes, brother. Alon looked down at the item Raiden handed him. A familiar wing-shaped ornament worn around the ankle, the rune of relentlessness. Inside the game, it was a relic that could be obtained from a minigame held in Raxes. It consumed a set amount of mana, but doubled the number of tiles a player could move in one turn, making it a must-have item for players who enjoyed thief builds. Thieves, who always landed critical hits when attacking from behind, greatly benefited from being able to move over longer distances each turn. I didn't think it'd be this helpful for simple travel, though. Alon glanced at the rune of relentlessness with renewed appreciation. What's all this? Oh, I used all of that to get here, Uncle Evan. That artifact eats up a lot of mana. Alon, noticing Evan's curiosity about the artifacts laid out and Peenia drooling over them, spoke up. You must be tired. Rest for about a day. I can go right away, brother. There's no need to push yourself. I'm grateful you came rushing here as it is. Brother. Raiden looked deeply moved by Alon's words. Is it really that touching? Alon thought, but he wasn't tactless enough to ruin the moment. He simply patted Raiden's shoulder. The next day, after letting Raiden rest well, are we heading out? Yes. Then I'll prepare the ship, supplies, and map. Some skilled folks put it together, so it'll hold up against 1 or 2 attacks, no problem. Before heading east, Alon paid Hazed a visit. He was there to collect the supplies Hazed had promised to prepare. Just give me the supplies and the map. You don't need the ship? No, I already have one. You do. Hazed looked puzzled, but he shrugged it off shortly after. This time, Alon asked, by the way, you looked a bit uneasy earlier. Did something happen? Oh, it's not from our side. I just heard something odd from the elves, something odd. Apparently, some elves have been dying recently. All of a sudden, Hazed nodded. They weren't attacked. Most say it's natural causes. Some elves are nearing the end of their lifespans. But the weird part is how simultaneously it's been happening. Hazed downplayed it and said goodbye, and Alon left shortly after. We've got everything now. Then let's head east. Once everything was ready, Alon's group began their journey toward the eastern sea. It wasn't long before they arrived at the shore. All right, please step back. Once the group stepped back, Raiden pulled a small key from his pocket. Then, as he whispered something under his breath, he thrust the key into thin air. Wooong. A heavy ripple appeared in the air where nothing had been. Thud, kagagagagak. Soon, a massive ship began to materialize. Boom! With a thunderous noise, a colossal dark vessel fully emerged. As the group stared in awe, Raiden shouted, brother, you may board now. Once everyone was on board, the ship began to move forward. There's no one operating it, though. Whoa. While Alon was puzzled that the ship moved without a navigator or helmsman, Peenia quickly realized how it worked and gasped in amazement. It's powered by mana? When Alon muttered the question, Raiden smiled and nodded. Yes, brother. This ship, Zebo, runs on my mana. Zebo? Yes, that's its name. Another relic from Rax's? That's right. It's one of my most treasured items. Alon nodded. It certainly looked like something worth cherishing. The ship alone was impressive, but there was something else that surprised him. What about that flying ship we saw before? Aren't you using that one? Oh, that one can't be used for long. Really? Yeah, it burns through mana stones like crazy. Alon agreed with Raiden's explanation. If it had poor fuel efficiency, it'd be unsuitable for a voyage lasting over a week. Well, if you prefer, we could use that one, Raiden asked hopefully. But Alon shook his head. No, that's not necessary. I'm just worried. There are a lot of strange creatures roaming around this season he didn't even get to finish. SKRE. Not long after they left the shore, a spine-chilling cry echoed around them. Alon quickly turned his gaze toward the sound. What the hell? He heard Evan cursing just as he widened his eyes in shock. Countless monsters were swarming toward their ship as if they had been lying in wait. So many that they were impossible to count. Just a moment ago, the sea was calm and blue. Now it teemed with beasts. Each one was different in shape, but all were massive, big enough to not only cover the sea but blot out the sky as well. Heh, the overwhelming scale almost made Alon laugh. But there was no time to reroute. Should he freeze them with reverse heaven? Could he freeze that many at once? Maybe it'd be better to just blast them with meteor, as Alon racked his brain to find a way to eliminate the monsters. Penia, now serious, began chanting a spell. Don't worry, brother, I'll take care of this. Huh. Raiden nodded with confidence, then thrust his spear into the deck of Zebo and turned it like a key. Unlock. As soon as he spoke WNG, blue light began streaming through the air from the dark ship. Like mechanical circuits, streams of intricate mana lines were drawn across the sky. A massive surge of mana exploded outward. Then crack. The lines tore the sky apart, revealing weapons? Yes, weapons. Spears, swords, blades, hammers, axes, and even more whose use couldn't be identified began pouring out from blue rifts. But these weren't ordinary weapons. Some were familiar to Alon, others not, yet all were relics. Relics that could be obtained from Rax's coasts, each one with unique powers. Dozens, no hundreds, no, thousands. Just like Alon's meteor storm, the weapons filled the sky, an endless rain devouring the heavens. And then fire. At Raiden's whisper, a barrage of light shot downward, and then a sea of blood arrived. Chapter 282. Treatment 1. Blinding flashes shot through the blue fissures and rushed toward the monsters that even covered the sky. Screeches so chilling they raised goosebumps rang out, and a sea of blood unfolded. Alon stood dazed, staring at the scene. And he wasn't the only one. Even Evan, who had been making a fuss just moments ago. Even Penia, who had been preparing to chant her magic seriously. All of them lost their words, simply staring at the sea of blood before their eyes. And then, along with the next ear-piercing scream, Alon and his companions instinctively turned their gazes. And they saw it. A monster charging straight toward Zebo through the blood-soaked sea. The giant creature, similar in appearance to the sea god Raiden had once captured, or to Basilira, looked far from intact. Its tough-looking scales were already pierced with hundreds of weapons. The side of its body that rose and sank above the bloody sea was in such a horrible state it was a miracle it hadn't been torn into chunks. Even in that state, it charged toward Zebo. But then crack, BZZZZZT. Just as the monster reached Zebo, Alon saw it. A massive boulder tearing through the blue rift. No. A sword, an overwhelmingly massive greatsword. A greatsword so imposing it looked like it could split the blue sky itself appeared and was immediately unleashed. Rumbly, the greatsword, which unleashed a powerful shockwave simply by moving, split the massive monster clean in half and killed it. With that, the monsters that had been charging at Zebo disappeared completely, gone forever into the red sea of blood. Whoa, Evan, still frozen, let out a breath of awe. You okay, brother? Alon, who had also been blankly watching the entire sequence of events, turned his head at the sound of someone calling him. Standing there was Raiden, who no longer wore a serious expression, but now grinned proudly, shrugging his shoulders. I am fine. Still, that was incredible. It's not that big a deal, brother. Alon looked around. The sea that had once been filled with monsters was now completely still. Overwhelming force. And even after displaying such power, Raiden didn't show the slightest sign of exhaustion. Alon admired it just for a moment. But still, if it's like this, should we postpone the journey east? Such thoughts crossed his mind. If monsters like those showed up frequently during their journey east, there was no way they could make it through. At that moment, Raiden casually offered a solution. Just go as is. Yes. We can cut up the corpses of the ones we just sank, hang the parts on hooks, and carry them around. That actually works. Sea creatures are naturally aggressive, but they tend to avoid creatures stronger than themselves. So basically, if we gather enough of the corpses we just dealt with, then we'll be seen as strong enough that nothing will mess with us. Unless we run into something stronger than the ones we fought, yeah. So don't worry too much. You really saved us. Alon felt a sense of pride swell in his chest as he watched Raiden confidently pat his own chest like he wanted to be trusted completely. Brother, go ahead and take a break. I've got something I need to do. You're going to retrieve the pieces of the corpses? Yep. And I have to collect something too. When Alon tilted his head curiously, Raiden responded like it was the most obvious thing. The artifacts. Alon recalled the artifacts they had launched at the monster. We need to retrieve those, right? Is that even possible? Getting them back isn't that hard. I've already set them to be identified as separate artifacts, so I know exactly where each one is. Anyway, I'll be back soon, brother. Raiden gave a cheerful wave before diving into the water. Alon watched him with a peculiar expression. Raiden's logic did make sense, but still, something felt off. While he was thinking that, Pinia's voice came from beside him. Othmi research materials are all just floating around like that. What if we lose them? They'll be nearly impossible to find again. Pinia stomped her feet in genuine panic. Though really, she was more worried about the artifacts than she was about Raiden. Seeing that, Alon thought, wait, why is she even worried? Those are Raiden's, right? The questions just kept piling up. A few hours later. Sorry, I am a bit late. As the blue sky turned orange with sunset, Raiden climbed back aboard the ship. He immediately set Zeebo on course. If it's not too much trouble, could I take a look at some of those artifacts? Pinia approached Raiden, drooling like a hyena that had found prey. Raiden blinked, a bit confused, but then turned to Alon's request. Would it be possible? Well, if it's you asking, brother, it's really not that big a deal. Raiden inserted a spear just like before, opening a small rift from which he pulled out several artifacts. Woo-oh, Pinia beamed like a child as she inspected the artifacts. But then, she suddenly frowned in confusion. Seeing her reaction change so suddenly, Alon asked, what's wrong? Well, they're definitely artifacts, but something about them feels like they've been touched by human hands. Isn't it normal for artifacts to be handled by people? I mean, yeah, technically unable to properly explain, Pinia tilted her head several times, then picked up one artifact and showed it to Alon. Alon took the sword from her, and after a moment of inspection, let out a soft ah. It's perfectly symmetrical. Right? Normally, there would be nothing odd about a symmetrical sword. But this artifact's guard wasn't supposed to be perfectly symmetrical, which made it feel strange. Then, as if catching onto something, Alon looked over at Raiden. Oh, I modified that one myself. You modified it? Yes, it was a bit uncomfortable. Pinia gasped in shock at Raiden's response. Alon immediately understood why Raiden had altered the artifact. Because of his obsessive cleanliness. Obsessive cleanliness. Knowing Raiden's compulsive tendencies, Alon simply nodded. Well, I only removed the visible parts, so there's no impact on performance, brother. Raiden added a brief explanation. Meanwhile, Pinia's eyes were sparkling again as she happily fiddled with the artifacts all on her own. Watching her, Alon suddenly had a question come to mind. Pinia. Yes, what is it? Pinia responded with the artifacts Raiden had given her clutched lovingly to her chest. Why do you like researching artifacts and relics so much? This was what Alon had been curious about. He knew that most mages showed some degree of interest in artifacts and relics, but Pinia's obsession was extreme. Oh, why do I like it? Yes. Wait, are you telling me you don't know? What? The Blue Tower has always specialized in artifacts and relics. Seriously? Pinia nodded quickly. Wait, the Blue Tower specializes in artifacts and relics? Yep. All mages dabble in them, but the ones really interested in artifacts usually come to our side. Most of the spells in our tower are modeled after the activation principles of artifacts. Then, excuse me for a moment. Apparently unable to sit still, she immediately ran off. As Alon silently watched her disappear, he suddenly felt someone's gaze and turned his head. Raiden was silently staring at the red brooch pinned to Alon's chest, more precisely, to the pocket. What's up? Oh, brother. Startled when Alon called out to him, Raiden pointed at the brooch with his finger. Is that a gift? I got it from Yusha. At Alon's reply, Raiden let out a soft sigh and looked away. Is something wrong with it? No, not at all, it's nothing. Really, in any case, you should rest for now, brother. If a monster shows up, the ship will automatically sound an alarm anyway. Alon had been planning to rest anyway. Being on the ship, he did feel more sluggish than usual. All right, I'll get some rest then. Yup. Alon moved toward one of the rooms on the ship with Evan. Not long after that, the cabin had gone quiet with everyone inside their rooms. Left alone, Raiden scratched his head with a sheepish expression. The reason was the red brooch pinned to Alon's chest. To be exact, it was because he had instantly figured out what the brooch actually did. Just as he was about to mention it to Alon SHH, he saw Yusha Bloodia with crimson eyes, silently watching him, holding her index finger up to her lips. She said she trusted him, said we didn't need to guard him that much, but now it looked like she was the one overprotecting him the most. Muttering that to himself, Raiden once again recalled the brooch, an artifact that could share vision from any magically active space in a time, anywhere. But Raiden, who had recovered tens of thousands of artifacts and used many of them himself, could tell instinctively. That artifact definitely had something more to it. Where in the world did Yusha get something like that? Raiden pondered for a moment. But then he realized thinking any further was pointless and shook his head. He knew very well that if Yusha didn't want to reveal something, no matter how curious someone was, she'd never say a word. Instead, more importantly, isn't this borderline illegal? Raiden quite seriously spent time considering whether Yusha's behavior might actually be a crime. Of course, even if it was, he didn't have the power to stop her. It was late at night, under the starlit sky. 2 weeks later. Just as Raiden had said, while monsters continued to appear from time to time, no further battles occurred. Thanks to that, Alon was able to reach the east peacefully. And at that moment, what is it this time, King Stalion V received another letter. This time a blue envelope from the Temple of Kalanin. Chapter 283. Treatment 2. Stalion V stared at that thing in his hand with a confused expression. A blue proselytizing letter. No, it was hard to even call it a proper proselytizing letter. After all, he worshipped Cyernia, the goddess of the moon, not Kalanin, the lightning receiver. So unlike the one he received from Rosario, this blue proselytizing letter posed no political burden to Stalion V. And yet, the reason his expression was clouded was because of the followers of Kalanin. First of all, there was Saintess Silly, who was currently gathering believers and expanding the Kalanin religion. She was the one and only younger sister of Deus Macallion, Caliban's first sword. And Deus Macallion cherished his sister deeply. In Shorth was a textbook siskin. That reason alone was enough to give Stalion V a pounding headache. If he overreacted to this letter and ended up provoking that strategic bomber Deus Macallion, who was already hard enough for Caliban to control. That was a scenario that simply must not happen, and one Stalion V refused to even imagine. Still, he had to consider the possibility, because he knew all too well that Deus Macallion was even more reckless than people assumed. Last time, he personally showed up and threatened to cut off someone's head just because his son had made an offhand remark. And what if he ignored the proselytizing letter this time? If Deus Macallion flew off the handle and came charging in? Sure, maybe they could mobilize everything they had and deal with it. In fact, since Deus Macallion would be making the first move, Ashtalon could politically frame itself as the victim. But the real problem was, it was obvious that a massive amount of resources would be needed just to stop Deus, and it would be near impossible to quickly find capable allies to help restrain him. In other words, if Deus Macallion made a move, no matter how things played out, Stalion V would only come out at a loss. And beyond that, there were plenty of other complications. Even just the mages the Kalanin Saintess had brought together would be a huge headache if they became hostile. But more than anything else, the reason he couldn't afford to ignore Kalanin was because Marquis Palatio was connected to Kalanin. The connection between the Marquis and Kalanin was still the subject of much speculation. Some said the Marquis was Kalanin himself. Others claimed he was merely Kalanin's apostle. But the truth didn't matter. From Stalion V's perspective, what mattered was that the Marquis was entangled with Kalanin. With just one word from the Marquis, there was a real possibility that those deranged strategic bombers would gather and reduce Ashtalon to rubble. And on top of that, Your Majesty, I am not the most patient person. I hope there won't be any more unfortunate incidents like this in the future. The girl's voice remained etched into his memory, so vivid it felt like it was whispering in his ear. A breathtakingly beautiful face. And yet, the eerie terror that made him hold his breath was unforgettable. That's why Stallion V silently stared down at the letter for a while. He let out a short sigh, wondering how things had come to this. Then, finally managing to move his stiff fingers, he unfolded the letter. Oh, Alon let out a quiet gasp as soon as they neared the Eastern Kingdom. The scenery in the distance looked unlike any other kingdom he had seen. The Oriental-style buildings gave off an air of mystique at a glance, and the village view, reminiscent of martial arts novels or fantasy games, was breathtaking. Wow, it's like a painting. Amazing. Evan and Penia followed with their own exclamations of awe. HMPH, not bad. Even Basilira, despite grumbling, was clearly absorbed in the view. At last, the group entered the Eastern Kingdom. Smoothly and without incident. Yes, up until their arrival, there were no problems. Up until they arrived. Alon looked ahead. The moment they stepped down from the carriage, they were met with a chilling spears raised toward them as if they had been waiting. Marquis, were we supposed to start from a situation like this? Evan asked nervously, his body tense. Alon shook his head, though he couldn't help but wonder. He hadn't exactly expected a warm welcome. Sure, he fought alongside the Beastkin 700 years ago and defeated Barma, but that was 700 years ago. Except for the long-lived spirit beasts, few would remember that event. Still, even so, to be treated with this much suspicion, Alon scanned the soldiers. Their eyes brimmed with hostility, as if facing a mortal enemy. Just as his doubts grew deeper surrender, a wolf beastkin stepped forward from between the spear-wielding soldiers. He wore a slightly more ornate armor than the others, but the hatred on his face matched the rest. "I'd like to have a conversation, if possible," Alon offered after some thought. HMPH, what could I possibly talk about with a filthy human who incited rebellion? The wolf beastkin drew his sword and held it to Alon's neck. The situation escalated from a single sentence. Just as it was about to become a headache, Hawasai came from beside him. Soft but full of irritation. And then "I'll give you 5 seconds. Raiden's voice rang out, and all eyes turned toward him. The ever-playful smile on his face had disappeared. The usual mirth in his eyes was gone, replaced by cold indifference. The mischievous air around him had twisted into a strange pressure. Raiden stepped forward. Put that sword down. Now. A chilling warning aimed at the soldier threatening Alon. The soldier scowled. 5, but Raiden began counting, unfazed. 4. At the same time, Alon recalled a moment from the past, the time Raiden casually took off a ship captain's head. 3. That's why it's all right, Raiden. Alon decided to stop Raiden. Brother, but these guys. Raiden's face twisted with frustration. Truthfully, Alon wasn't in a great mood either. He had come to the East solely on Hazad's word, but he never expected to be treated like this. Still, if Raiden acted out here, not only would things become more complicated, but it might take much longer to accomplish what they came to do. That's why he intervened. I am really fine. Understood. Raiden clenched his jaw in displeasure but took a step back. The beastkin who had pointed a sword at Alon now looked even more agitated. Noticing this, Alon calmly explained. I am Marquis Palacio, here by introduction from Hazad, the sage god of the lizardmen. If it's not too much trouble, could you please explain what's going on here? A polite request. Perhaps thanks to that. The beastkin withdrew his sword and slid it back into its sheath. Alon sighed in relief, thinking, now we can talk. Bind them. With those next words, his mind went blank. To cut to the chase, Alon was dragged away, tied up by soldiers. Marquis, aren't we in serious trouble here? Evan whispered anxiously. His concern was warranted. Alon's party had been restrained to the point that they couldn't do anything. It was clearly an unpleasant situation, but there were 2 reasons why Alon tolerated it. The first was the original goal gathering more information about the words of sin or sin itself. He couldn't afford to make enemies of the beastkin. If he deepened to the Eastern Kingdom even once through psychedelia, maybe things would be different. But unfortunately, this region was only available as DLC, and Alon had never set foot in it. On top of that, Hazad had only given him the most basic of briefings. In other words, if Alon wanted to achieve anything here, he had to gather information first. That information would have to come from the beastkin. And the second reason was simple confidence. Alon could easily break out of these restraints, and that wasn't all. While Evan might not be able to, both Penia and Raiden confirmed with eye contact that they could break free at any time too. In other words, they were in no real danger. Having reached that conclusion, Alan remained alert even as they were led away. Then, upon entering a large building, he saw it. So you're the ones? The humans from outside. A flamboyantly dressed man stood before them, the type whose face practically screamed narcissist. I am Marquis Palatio, here by introduction from Hazed, the sage god of the lizard men. If it's not too much trouble, could you please explain what's going on here? Alan introduced himself once more, but the man sneered openly. That's unfortunate. That won't be possible. Why not? Because you're humans. It sounds like something happened involving humans, but we have nothing to do with it. That's what they all say. Every last bug we've caught said the same thing. Alan could see it clearly. The deep disgust in the man's eyes and the mocking smile at his lips. And then, well, whether or not you're actually involved with them, we'll find out once you're dead. At the man's signal, the nearby soldiers began raising their spears toward them one by one. Seeing this, Alan realized something. He didn't know what had happened in the Eastern Kingdom, but contrary to what Hazed had said, there was never any room for dialogue in the first place. And the moment he recognized that, he began preparing to release his mana. Raiden and Penia did the same. Just as they were about to act what's going on, a woman's voice rang out from the direction of the door, which had been tightly shut until now. Her voice was clear and elegant, like the scent of lilies in the air, but there was something oddly familiar about it. As soon as Alan heard it, he turned his head, and there she was. A woman with large wolf ears like delicate snowflakes and white hair. Her clothes weren't fancy, but what did stand out was the beautiful sword at her waist. Still gasp? Just her appearance caused the entire room to stir. All the beastkin lowered their weapons and bowed deeply to her, an unmistakable sign of respect. And it didn't end there. We greet the great race. Even the arrogant beastkin who had flaunted his hatred of Alan moments earlier widened his eyes and hurriedly bowed his head. What's going on? The woman asked again, her tone calm and detached. We were just about to execute these disgusting traitors' allies. The man reported, bowing even lower. The woman, with a slightly vacant look unlike the others, slowly approached everyone. Then, the moment she saw Alan's face, she froze, as if turned to stone. And then Alan finally realized why her voice had sounded so familiar. And beyond that, why her appearance felt so familiar as well. At the same time, a question arose. To his knowledge, she wasn't supposed to be in the Eastern Kingdom, should have been on the continent. But there was no doubt. The woman before him was the one he knew. Rhea, he called her name. Divine One, her once still tail gave a small flick. And then the beastkin who had been sneering at Alan just moments earlier realized something. Something had gone very, very wrong. Chapter 284, Treatment 3, right after meeting Historia. I am truly, truly sorry. Alan looked down at the male beastman groveling in front of him. His earlier cynical attitude had completely vanished, replaced with a man practically prostrating himself. Wow, that's pathetic? Evan, standing nearby, muttered with a cold look in his eyes. To be honest, Alan felt similarly. This man, who had been no better than a villain just moments ago, now couldn't even lift his head. Of course, it wasn't Alan's power that had brought him to this state. Rhea. Yes, God, Historia answered immediately when Alan called her name. Her characteristically blanker, perhaps slightly dazed eyes stared straight at him. Aren't you a little too close? Just as he said, Rhea was standing very close. So close, in fact, that she was pressed up against Alan's body, her white tail wrapped around his waist. It was always this close before. The tail? It was always like that. Rhea wasn't wrong. Ever since Arquilanaces had wrapped her tail around Alan's waist, other tailed beings had followed suit. What does the Marquis even do to have women like that constantly clinging to him? Well, it's kind of complicated, but most of the time it is his fault. From behind, he could hear Evan and Penia's conversation, and for a moment, Alan tried to ignore Raiden's uneasy gaze. He began to think about why the situation had resolved itself so neatly. They did call Rhea Great Race, and once she acted like she knew me, things settled instantly. With just a word from Rhea, the soldiers had cleared out like the ebbing tide. Alan spoke to the beastman still kneeling before him. Please raise your head. As I said earlier, we did not come here to start a fight. May I first ask who you are? Why, yes, of course. Tensing his entire body, the man introduced himself as Hao, the one who managed the harbor in the Eastern nation. I am so sorry, he bowed low once again. Seeing him bend over so much, Alan found it difficult to blame him. Please lift your head. I'll admit I'm not thrilled about what happened, but I don't intend to hold it against you. Thank you so much. How smiled brightly, as if he'd been granted salvation. At the same time, he kept sneaking glances at Historia. Seeing this, Alan became curious about how much power she held in the Eastern nation, but he brought the conversation back on track. May I ask about the current situation in the Eastern nation? As I mentioned, we're outsiders and unfamiliar with what's happening here. I'll tell you everything. With a sharp breath, Hao straightened up and began to explain the situation in the Eastern nation. Alan was able to grasp the details. Rebellion and terrorism, you say? Yes. To summarize, humans dressed in red who call themselves the Martyred have appeared and stirred up chaos, resulting in a full-blown rebellion within the Eastern nation. The Martyred, you say? Alan murmured while stroking his chin. It was a name he knew all too well. The Martyred. They appeared in the middle part of Psychedelia, right after one of the sins was destroyed, and they were notorious in the player community as a massive nuisance. If players didn't complete the emergency quests triggered by their appearance within each territory, the territory would fall, and all facilities would become unusable. Moreover, the Martyred aimed to destroy the world in order to crown a new god, a motive that made little sense. Players saw them as nothing more than a cheap trick by the developers to ramp up the game's difficulty. In the time-sensitive Psychedelia quests, they were the epitome of annoyance. However, Alan now had a question. Weren't those guys only supposed to appear in the Allied Kingdom? Granted, Alan had never played the DLC, so predicting what would happen in the Eastern nation was impossible for him. Even so, the presence of the Martyred here felt out of place. He quietly pondered for a moment, then nodded as if he understood and turned to Historia. Historia tilted her head at Alan's gaze. Ria, God, why are you here? You mean in the Eastern nation? Yes, Historia opened her mouth slightly and then answered. Because of a gift. A gift? Yeah, I came here for that, to receive it, grant a favor. So, you granted a favor and came to receive a gift. Is that it? Nod. Their conversation was fragmented and oddly disconnected. As Alan pieced together the information, Historia just kept nodding. Feeling once again that their conversations always seemed just slightly off, Alan turned to Hao. Would it be possible to have an audience with the king of the Eastern nation? You mean His Majesty? Yes. I came here because I was told the king wished to meet me. Of course, what made Alan decide to travel to the Eastern nation in the first place had been the words of the goddess Cyreneia. Now that I think about it, Cyreneia just told me to go east, not what I was supposed to do when I got here. Maybe I'll find out if I ask the king. Alan was just thinking that when God is meeting the king your goal? Yes, it is. Then I'll take you. You will? Yeah, I was planning to head there after finishing my business anyway. Historia cut in. If you travel to the sacred vessel where His Majesty resides with Lady Historia, you'll definitely be granted an audience, Hao added. With those words, Alan made his decision and stepped out of the room. That was a close call. As soon as Alan and Historia left, Hao let out a deep sigh of relief, like a man who had just escaped death. He flinched and quickly turned his head at the presence he felt nearby. Lady Historia, is something the matter? There stood Historiaho had definitely walked out with Alan just moments before. Startled, Hao forced a smile. Historia, staring at his twitching lips, said, Remember, with a completely expressionless face, there won't be a next time. She said that, then silently turned and walked away. After that, Alan was able to learn two more things. The first was the reason why Historia was currently here. She had come at the king's request to deal with the Martyred, who were at the center of the rebellion. And the second, Lady Historia? Wow, it's Lady Historia. That's the great heavenly white wolf. That Historia held an incredibly high status within the Eastern nation. Alan observed the gazes of the beastkin. Filled with awe and reverence, they looked just like the devout believers he used to see in Cyreneia. This is a bit surreal. The Historia he knew both from the past and from the game had been a quiet figure who always moved alone, even among the 7 great powers, so this was an unfamiliar sight to him. But only for a moment. God, wait here. Historia took a step forward. So you're telling me to wait while you handle business? Yeah, it won't take long. You've figured out their location already? Alan spoke to her. Well, help. You will, God, yes. After all, I've received your help. Of course, even without Historia's help, he could have escaped that earlier situation. But without her, the chances of a peaceful resolution would have been close to zero. Historia pondered briefly, then casually wrapped her white tail around Alan's waist and said thanks. Then let's get moving. Yeah. The two stuck together as if one started walking. Seriously, are they not going to tell us anything? I thought I gave a rough explanation earlier. A bit more detail would've been nice. Sigh, let's just go. Not like this is the first time I've been left confused. Evan, lamenting as he watched them walk away, soon shrugged and followed after them. Peenia also started to move, but then she noticed that Raiden, who stood beside her, wasn't moving. Aren't you coming? Raiden, chewing nervously on his lip with a troubled look, muttered under his breath. This is dangerous. I might not be able to hold myself back. What was that just now? Peenia flinched and gave him a weird look. But Raiden didn't seem to care, still soaked in unease. And within his trembling eyes a red brooch shimmered. It wasn't long after they started helping Historia that Alon arrived at the hideout of the martyred. Or more accurately, this is far beyond the level of a hideout. They were standing before a massive fortress. It was nestled in a gap beneath a mountain range, so enormous it could block out the sun, a place no normal person could hope to approach. Just looking at it, the fortress of the martyred radiated an ominous energy. Everywhere Alon turned his gaze, he saw them the mutated monsters that always appeared alongside the martyred. These monsters were easily twice as strong as normal ones, and that wasn't all. Compared to the martyred strongholds he had dealt with in Psychedelia, the one before him looked far larger. But the thing that troubled Alon the most, abyssal beings. They're here too. The abyssal beings, already a huge problem in the Allied Kingdom, were also here. While Alon considered what to do, SSS Historia, who had been clinging to Alon with her tail wrapped around his waist, stood up. Rhea, Alon called out to her. Historia looked at him for a moment, then said, "I'll be back. It won't take long." She began walking forward. "Wait, it's better not to go alone." Alon reached out, trying to stop her. He knew from the start how powerful Historia was. Even if he didn't know much about 700 years ago, she had been one of the 7 great powers of the Allied Kingdom. But still, the martyred were no ordinary foes. Each one was monstrously strong, appearing in the mid-game with terrifying abilities. And under the name of sacrifice for the great god, they committed all manner of atrocities, including suicide bombing. He knew that taking them on alone was unwise and tried to stop her. But in the next moment, Alon saw it. A massive amount of mana gathering around Historia's body as she prepared to draw her sword. Then, first ritual. Historia drew her blade. Genesis. Nothing happened. Click. Historia returned the sword to its sheath and turned around. The world remained unchanged. The martyred and the fortress still existed. The monsters were still there too. Nothing had changed? Evan looked completely confused. So did Peenia, and even Raiden tilted his head slightly in puzzlement. Alon was no different. But you've gotta be kidding me. Only Basilira, perched on Alon's shoulder, cursed in disbelief. And just as Alon turned to question Basilira's reaction, a faint sound reached everyone's ears. It was like something being scratched at a tiny, subtle noise. Skrrrrrrk, and then Alon saw it. A sharp, blinding sun that seized his gaze in an instant. He squinted at the light, confused. In this position, the massive mountain should block the sun, leaving this place in shadow. So why was sunlight pouring down? It didn't take long to find the answer. Beneath the sunlight was the great mountain, now sliced clean through horizontally, falling toward the valley where the martyred were gathered. A thunderous roar echoed across the world. Chapter 285. Treatment 4. With a tremendous roar, the mountain collapsed, reverting everything to a state as if nothing had ever existed. It happened so quickly that not even a scream could escape. Unbelievable. In the silence that followed, Evan's mutter echoed in everyone's ears like a thunderclap, yet no one present could easily deny Evan's words. There were several reasons for that. Some, like Evan, were awestruck by the phenomenon Rhea had caused, but Alon was shocked for a completely different reason. The mana, I didn't see it. Alon was a mage, and also a 5th-tier mage. That meant ever since his first battle with the Apostles, he had been able to visually trace the remnants of mana. And yet, even so, he couldn't see a trace of mana in Historia's sword strike. It was as if she hadn't used mana at all. When he turned to look at Peenia, she wore the same expression. A look that said, how did she do that? Even for a swordsman, using mana was a given. As Alon stood there confused by the unanswered question, he suddenly felt a soft touch around his waist. It was Historia. It's over. Let's go. Historia showed no sign of exhaustion. Looking at her, Alon found himself falling into yet another question. She's stronger than I thought? Alon had known that Historia was strong. After all, she was one of the 7 strongest in Psychedelia. But the strength she had just shown was far beyond what he had expected. As Alan stared at her, Historia tilted her head slightly, twitched her ears, and gently unwrapped her tail. "I'll be right back. Where to? There's still someone left. ... In there?" Alan glanced at the valley where the dust was beginning to settle though now. It was so shattered that it could hardly be called a valley anymore and followed Historia down. There, they found a man. A man whose mangled body was pinned beneath a massive pile of rocks. Even Alan was horrified by the sight. The man's lower body had been completely crushed under a boulder many times the size of a grown man and was completely gone. But that wasn't what shocked Alan the most. The martyr of all things? The martyr of all things. He was the leader of the Martius, those who willingly sacrificed themselves and, if left unchecked in psychedelia, he would eventually awaken as a bizarre entity known as the starvation of all things. That was who this man truly was. Gawk, thick, dark red blood burst from the martyr's mouth. He was on the very brink of death, but there was no pity. The martyrs were a fanatical, cruel group. They would commit mass murder without hesitation if necessary, offering up victims in sacrifice. They would even burn newborns alive if they saw it as necessary. Yet, separate from that revulsion, a question filled Alan's mind. It wouldn't be strange for a martyr to be here, but the martyr of all things? That's odd. He was fully aware that the original storyline had been twisted more than once. And he also knew that the future he once knew was now completely different. Still, even taking all that into account, it made no sense for the martyr of all things who should have been in the allied kingdom to be here. Just as he tilted his head in confusion, damn it, the man who had been spitting up black blood now looked up with resentment. And then if it weren't for those blue eyes, a faint voice, full of hatred and grief, trailed off into an ashen tone. "There's still hope," and with that, his last words. Thud, before he could finish his resentful muttering, the martyr of all things died completely. Alan, who had been blankly staring down at him, blue eyes, quietly repeated the words he had heard. After dispatching the martyrs so swiftly, Historia and the others moved straight toward the High Lord. That night. So it's not that she didn't use mana, but that she condensed it to the extreme, and managed to control that purely through technique? Yeah, amazing. Alan quietly watched Historia explaining her sword techniques to Peenia at her request, or rather, insistence. "Marquis, what is it? That beastkin named Historiash is someone you said you met in the past, right?" Evan, sitting beside him, asked in a low voice. "Well, yeah, why do you ask?" Evan gave a strange look and spoke. "It's just that I've seen some of the people you said you met in the past a few times now." "That's true, but doesn't she feel not as dramatic as the others? I get what you mean." "Right? Indeed. The people Alan had reunited with so far may not have all been melodramatic, but there was usually some emotional depth to their encounters. But still, isn't this about the level you'd expect from seeing someone after a long time? I mean, it's been 700 years. Shouldn't there be something more? I mean, I did see her wrap you with her tail, but still." "Yeah, right." At Evan's words, Alan simply shrugged. "Well, Historia's always been like that." "Really?" Alan recalled the Historia of the past. She had never been very talkative to begin with. Even when he saved her, aside from a fleeting smile, she was mostly expressionless, and even when she was with others, it was hard to tell what she was thinking. Still, meeting again after 700 years and brushing past it like that feels a bit shallow. Come to think of it, unlike with Magrina or Nangwan, he hadn't had much of a conversation with Historia. No, maybe it's more accurate to say he couldn't. Historia has always been a one-word answer kind of person. Even when spoken to, it was rare for her to respond with more than 3 sentences. So maybe that's why it felt like they hadn't had a real conversation. Still, yeah, Alan didn't particularly try to have a long conversation with Historia, because he knew that, even without doing so, there was no awkwardness between them. Time to get some sleep. After watching Peenia and Historia for a while, Alan said this and lay down. Before they knew it, it was the middle of the night. Peenia, who had been lying with a visibly uncomfortable expression, let out a soft groan and held her lower back as she sat up. This sleeping arrangement is awful. Though Peenia had traveled to many places as the Weisstower master of the Blue Mage Tower, sleeping outdoors like this was rare. Of course, it wasn't as if she had no experience. During wartime travels, it had been inevitable. That time, when she had crossed into the past with Alan, even a carriage was a luxury they had to sleep on the bare ground. Still, it didn't make it any easier to get used to. While looking around at the peacefully sleeping party with a face full of discomfort, she soon realized that Raiden and Historia were not in their spots. Peenia felt a moment of curiosity. She instinctively scattered a small amount of mana to catch the faint voices from beyond. Then she carefully walked in that direction. After a short walk, she found Raiden and Historia, who should been asleep, standing there. And then let me give you a bit of advice. Don't get too close to the marquee. Penia felt a strange sense of déjà vu from the way Raiden was issuing such a serious warning. Where have I seen this before? Penia struggled to recall the scene. Why not? I said don't, just don't. Why? Because you're not right for him. As she stared blankly at Raiden, who suddenly clammed up as if he couldn't reason with her anymore, Penia finally realized where she had seen this before. This is exactly like that scene, isn't it? A romance novel she had once read out of curiosity. It was a classic commoner meets noble story, which was precisely why it had been so popular. In that novel, a noblewoman having realized her son was in love threatened the commoner heroine by saying, "My son isn't meant for someone like you, so disappear." This moment was extremely similar to that. The only difference was that Raiden was now in the noblewoman's role. He's kind of serious about this. Penia found herself wondering why Raiden was giving such a warning to Historia. No matter how deeply he cared for Elan, this seemed overboard. Deep in thought over this bizarre situation, Penia considered a possibility. Could it be? She thought of a plausible reason why Raiden had called Historia out just to give this advice disguised as a warning. Does he like Historia? Penia recalled something from not long ago. Ever since Historia showed up in front of Elan, Raiden had become unusually quiet and kept following her with his eyes. Come to think of it, Raiden had changed a bit since then. When it was just us, he was really cheerful, but after Historia joined us, he became oddly quiet. He even had that uneasy look whenever she was near the marquee. Her theory, which had started with an "I wonder," now seemed to make more and more sense. Unconsciously, Penia's mouth fell open. In truth, it wasn't Historia's proximity to Elan that unsettled Raiden. It was the ominously glowing brooch on Elan's chest. But there was no way Penia could have known that. And so, listen to me. If you stay near him, nothing good will come of it. I don't want to. As she eavesdropped on Raiden and Historia's conversation, Penia naturally began forming a plan in her head. A plan to help Raiden. More specifically, a perfect plan to help Raiden and, in return, gain full access to study the relic he possessed. Before Raiden could say anything more, Historia turned her body and disappeared without a word. This is bad. Raiden groaned and clutched his head like it was pounding. Penia held back a wicked smile from leaking out and tiptoed away like a sneaky little cat. And the next day, just trust me. You don't need to look at me like that. I know everything. Suddenly rushing up to Raiden's side, Penia made a dramatic entrance with a mysterious smile. Did she eat something weird yesterday? Raiden was bewildered inside, but subtly turned away from Penia's unnerving gaze. And then, after about 2 weeks had passed, we're here. Elan and his party had finally arrived at Sunju, the capital of the Eastern nation. Chapter 286. Treatment 5. Wow, everyone in the group exclaimed in awe as they arrived at Sunju. It was because the city looked so breathtakingly beautiful. Even the outer fortress and the vividly colored buildings within it looked more like works of art than mere architecture. Everyone had their mouths open, unable to hold back their astonishment. Soon, Elan stood in front of the main gate leading into Sunju. We greet the great race. Once again, he could feel Historia's commanding presence firsthand. Just moments ago, there were only 2 guards at the main gate, yet now dozens had rushed out and saluted in unison. That wasn't all. Even those waiting in the long line for inspection were casting admiring glances at Historia. She really is popular. Historia, however, simply nodded nonchalantly as if she was used to it. Elan clicked his tongue inwardly, though only for a moment. But who are these people? The beastkin began to turn their attention toward Elan's group. More precisely, their gazes fixed on Elan. The reason was obvious. It was because of the tail that Historia had wrapped around Elan's waist. Feeling oddly embarrassed, Elan tried to say something. "We came to meet Yurang." "His Majesty, you say?" "Yeah." With just that single remark from Historia, the guards led Elan and his companions into the capital without any further inspection. Elan once again felt a surge of curiosity. It was already clear that her social standing here was impressive, based on what he had seen so far. But to call a king by name without anyone objecting. Now he was genuinely curious just how high her status actually was. I am sure she said she just received reasonable treatment here last time. Thinking that, Elan looked at Historia. "What? As if she sensed his gaze, she tilted her head with her usual vacant expression. He still couldn't get used to the contrast. Then we greet the great race. Hardly had they entered the capital when officials, who seemed to have been waiting, came out to receive Historia. Just judging by their attire, it was clear they were high-ranking individuals. Yet even in front of them, who all bowed respectfully, "Let's go." Historia gave only a light nod and proceeded forward without hesitation. The group followed the officials deeper into the heart of the capital. Eventually, a massive palace came into view in the distance. A palace so overwhelmingly large that it made comparison with other buildings meaningless. "He's in there." Historia gave a brief explanation and led the group in that direction. As soon as they entered the palace, "I'll be gone for a bit. You have somewhere to be?" "Yeah, I see." Without further explanation, she left. Despite her vacant expression, she walked away decisively. After she left, Alan followed the officials to a giant door. When the door opened, a man seated at the far end of the room came into view. A golden throne, placed at the highest point to signify royal authority sitting upon it, was a wolf beastkin whose entire being radiated majesty. Recalling that many of the officials were also wolf beastkin, Alan thought, was Xiaoreng also a wolf beastkin? And bowed, Alan Palacio greets the ruler of a nation, a concise greeting. But even that seemed to convey something as the king let out a soft O of recognition. "So you are Marquis Palacio?" "That's correct." "Incredible. I didn't expect you to come at this time." Yureng, the king of the Eastern nation. Seeing his intrigued reaction, Alan was momentarily puzzled, but soon understood the reason behind it. It must be because of the sea creatures. More precisely, not just sea creatures but the invasive deep-sea monsters. Recalling Hazed's words, Alan remembered that trade routes had been severed because of them. "Well, your timing doesn't really matter now. Thank you for your welcome. You deserve it. I've been waiting for you." The king gave a brief smile and hummed in thought. "Normally, it'd be proper to let you rest before discussing matters, but how about it? If you prefer, we could jump right into the conversation." He offered to get straight to the point. Alan nodded without hesitation. "That sounds good to me. Glad to hear we're in agreement." Satisfied with Alan's answer, the king nodded and said, "Everyone else leave us." "Ah, and I am sorry, but I'd like even your companions to step outside. This is a conversation that must be shared between just the two of us," he added as he issued the command to clear the room. As Alan's group exchanged glances, the soldiers and officials withdrew from the audience chamber without a moment's hesitation, like the tide going out. Seeing this, Alan gave a small nod to his companions, and Raiden and Penia, along with the rest, followed suit and exited. Now the space held only the two of them. A brief silence passed. "Now we can finally talk." The king let out a light sigh and rose from his seat, walking toward Alan. Step descending the stairs, Yureng finally stood before Alan. Even having come down the steps, he was still tall enough that Alan had to crane his neck to look up. Even setting aside the instinctive pressure, he gave off what's going on. Alan couldn't help but tense up as the king had suddenly stepped down from the throne to approach him directly. But that tension lasted only a moment. Before he could process the situation, Yureng, king of the Eastern nation, deeply bowed to him. Even Alan, who rarely showed much expression, couldn't fully hide his surprise. "As the descendant of the great Eastern nation, I pay respect to the savior of the past." "Ah." Alan let out a quiet gasp at those unexpected words. "Thank you for understanding the need to clear the room." Only then did Alan realize why the king had ordered everyone out of the room. "No, not at all. This is a very important matter, after all. Thank you." If things were calm internally, it might be a different story, but given the situation at Yureng's words, Alan recalled that a rebellion was currently taking place within the Eastern nation. Even if I don't know the full details, in times like this, the king's authority becomes all the more crucial. Alan wasn't someone with a noble mindset, but having lived as a noble, he also understood just how important authority was in times of national instability. "By the way, did you hear about me from Historia?" When Alan asked, Yureng shook his head. "No, I did not." "Then, it is something passed down by the fifth ancestor of the Eastern nation." The fifth ancestor. He was known as King Sua, and his name was Rangbin. At the name that came out of Yureng's mouth, Alan let out a quiet breath. It was a beastkin he knew very well. Rangbin, a strange stir rose in Alan's chest. Despite being referred to as an ancestor, Alan had vivid memories of him. Thanks to the story he passed down to his descendants, I was able to express my gratitude in person like this. Nodding at the explanation, Alan asked, "So, is that the reason you wanted to meet me? To thank me?" "Yes, that's correct. But that's not the only reason. The main reason I requested to see you is that I have something to pass on." "Something to pass on from Rangbin?" "Yes." Rangbin emphasized it over and over. "That this message must be delivered to you, and that it should never be forgotten as long as the Eastern nation stands." With that, Yurang pulled something from within his robes and handed it to Alan. As Alan took the white, Magatama, comma-shaped jewel, Yurang conveyed Rangbin's message. "In the north of the Eastern nation, where there are 4 pairs of sarasu trees, someone who can help you lies in slumber." That is the message left by the former king to you through his descendants. "What is in that place? I know the location, and I can guide you there if you wish, but I don't know what lies within." "We've simply preserved it." "That too was Rangbin's will?" "Yes. No one except you, Alan, can enter that place. It has been guarded with that in mind." Hearing Yurang's explanation, Alan looked down at the comma-shaped jewel and asked, "When can we go there?" "If you'd like, you could leave right now, but considering the distance, it might be best to depart tomorrow." Alan lifted his head and glanced around. Before he knew it, the palace walls were dyed in a deep crimson hue by the evening light. It seemed wiser to leave after making preparations. And so, the conversation came to a close with Alan accepting Yurang's proposal. "Then please get some good rest." After exchanging farewells, Alan stepped outside. Sensing a gaze from somewhere, Alan turned his head toward the suspected direction. In the distance, his eyes met with those of a man who was glaring at him with open hostility. He was visibly younger than the other beastkin and dressed so extravagantly that his presence stood out even from afar. He was shooting such a cold look at Alan that it was obvious to anyone how much he loathed him. Then, without a word, he scowled and turned away, disappearing from sight. That brat's got no manners. Peenia, who had walked up beside him unnoticed, cursed under her breath, expressing her displeasure. Evan, standing next to her, nodded in agreement. "He looks about the same age as me, probably a prince. How can you tell? Think about it. Someone who can walk around here with that kind of attitude, clearly living an easy life, and young on top of that pretty much narrows it down." "Ooh, that was sharp. Heh, I am kinda smart, you know." "No, not quite." As their banter flowed naturally, Peenia shut Evan down with one remark and then furrowed her brows, muttering as if something was bothering her. "But something feels off." "Off." "Yeah," Peenia stared at the spot where the prince had disappeared and fell deep into thought. But before she could make sense of her suspicions, brother. "What is it? Should I kill him?" Raiden, echoing the words of a certain someone else, casually proposed murdering the prince from within the palace. "Don't do that." Alan quietly sighed and pressed down gently on Raiden's shoulder. And just like that, he ended up protecting the life of the man presumed to be a prince. Before long, the next morning arrived. "Well then, I'll guide you from here." Alan and his group set out toward the place where Rangbin's secret was hidden. Chapter 287, Treatment 6, The Scenery is Killer. On the way to the place where Rangbin had left his secret, Evan muttered as he looked around. Hearing this, Peenia nodded in agreement. "Right. The Eastern Kingdom's scenery is beautiful overall." "Ha ha ha, thank you so much for the compliment." Perhaps pleased by the praise, the fox-eared girl who was guiding them swayed her fluffy tail. A proud smile appeared on her face. "I always get sentimental when I see scenery like this." Evan joked as he brushed his hair back. "Isn't it more like you're acting on instinct rather than sentiment?" Peenia shot back without missing a beat. "What makes you say that?" "Look at you. You're already getting all flirty. Your instincts are clearly overactive." "I used to not be like this, but lately it feels like people are treating me worse." "Of course they are, considering your behavior has become excessively predictable. Honestly, it's kind of pathetic." As Evan looked flustered, Basilira chimed in without missing the opportunity. "Shut it, you pet snakehead. Tusk tusk. Even when presented with the cause, you refuse to face it. You're the textbook definition of a foolish human." While the 3 of them got caught up in their spirited bickering, Raiden calmly watched on, clearly used to it by now. Alan turned his gaze from the group toward the fox beastkin girl who was guiding the way. "If you don't mind, may I ask you something?" "Of course you may. How could I refuse a request from His Majesty's guests?" The fox girl politely bowed her head. Wearing traditional clothing resembling a hanbok and swaying her foxtail, she looked very much like a gumiho. "This might be a sensitive question, but I heard the Eastern Kingdom is not in a great situation right now." At Alan's careful words, the fox girl hesitated for a moment before smiling awkwardly. "Yes, you may have heard already, but the Eastern Kingdom is currently going through a very difficult time due to General Chinga's rebellion. Chinga, you say? Yes. The fox girl remained silent for a moment, as if organizing her thoughts, and then began explaining the situation in the Eastern Kingdom in detail to Alan. To summarize her words, General Chinga staged a rebellion. Yes, along with other generals, he has taken over the eastern region and continues the war. Alan paused for a moment, recalling Historia's face, and spoke. I heard that Historia had been requested to help. If that's the case, won't the war end soon? Alan didn't know the exact strength of the Eastern Kingdom. He could only speculate based on the DLC information, which suggested that the recommended entry point into the Eastern Kingdom was around the mid to late part of the storyline when the sins start appearing more actively. However, Historia was strong, possibly even much stronger than what Alan knew through psychedelia. Even just glimpsing a fragment of her power was enough to understand her overwhelming strength. As far as I know, Great Race is providing assistance, but even for such beings, I imagine it won't be easy. Their forces are that powerful. They have tens of thousands of soldiers, and the generals, including General Chinga, have all reached the state of Doknyom. Doknyom? Oh, my apologies. I believe it's called derivation in the West. You mean unique abilities. Yes. A shadow passed over the Beastkin girl's face as she nodded. And recently, I've heard that General Chinga and the others have grown even stronger. Do you mean they're giving off a dark aura? Yes, exactly. How did you know? We're facing the same issue on our side. Images of the Eastern Kingdom's current state began to form in Alan's mind. It was clear now they were already in a tough spot because of the rebellion, and now it seems some fanatics have stolen abyssal beings and scattered them here. But where do those abyssal beings keep coming from? The abyssal beings were originally created by Duke Comelin, and according to Alan's assumptions, the Apostle of Sloth who resumed their production had already been dealt with. And yet, the abyssal beings continued to appear. As Alan sank further into thought, I see in any case, if possible, I truly hope Great Race can help resolve this matter. Nodding in agreement with the fox girl's heartfelt words, Alan shared her sincerity. While Alan was heading to the place Rangbin had led him to, in the eastern part of the kingdom, a man in splendid attire, the king's son and current acting ruler of the Eastern Kingdom, was speaking to another man. Did you send the letter? Yes. And the arrangements? They said they will definitely get it done. I heard they've already made extensive preparations to deal with Great Race. Are you certain? They assured me not to worry. Satisfied with the servant's report, Burang nodded. Anything else we need? All internal personnel have been handled. We've secured everyone we can, so the only thing left is for you to ascend the throne tomorrow once everything is over. Excellent. Burang responded to the servant's flattery with a deeply satisfied smile and looked out the window. A massive palace came into view. After staring at it for a while, he muttered quietly. If only Father had just handed the throne over to me peacefully, the reason Burang had joined hands with the rebellious General Chinga, it was because of his father. More precisely, because he realized that King Yurang, the current ruler of the Eastern Kingdom, intended to name the second prince as his heir rather than Burang, the first prince. The truth was that this decision wasn't due to favoritism, but rather because Burang himself was wholly unfit to lead the Eastern Kingdom. His shortcomings were obvious to everyone, but Burang alone refused to acknowledge that. The only thing he accepted was this, that he must depose the current king and claim the throne as his rightful inheritance. In other words, he would rule as king. To do that, allying with the great general was Burang's best opportunity. So while the general caused chaos externally, Burang plotted rebellion from within. And as of yesterday, all preparations were complete. The appearance of Great Race was unexpected, but Burang decided not to concern himself with such beings. If the general he knew was as capable as he remembered, then dealing with some old fox shouldn't be difficult. Of course, even aside from that, there were still variables. After all, just yesterday, guests of the king had arrived. Of all times, Burang's brow furrowed. He had even received help from that person to block the sea route, and yet they still forced their way through. The unexpected intruders brought him nothing but discomfort, but only for a moment. He soon took a deep breath and calmed his restless mind. He had never believed that a plan like this could be undone by just a few outsiders in the first place. Therefore, I look forward to tomorrow. With a sly smile on his face, Burang imagined the day when a grand cause would rise. Is this the place? Yes. It was in the late afternoon, with the sun slowly sinking to one side. Alan had arrived at a mysterious location, though visually, there was nothing particularly special about the scenery. 4 towering sarasu trees stood at the center of the landscape, and in the middle of the space was a staircase leading underground. Still, Alan felt an eerie sense of familiarity with the site, a strange déjà vu-like sensation. Because of that, he paused and watched for a moment. Then, "I'll head down now. Take care. Well be waiting, brother, me too." Alan moved forward alone, leaving the group behind. The king had specifically instructed that he must go down by himself. Thud-thud-thud, the sound of his footsteps on the underground stairs echoed through the silence. As his footsteps accumulated, the light from the surface slowly faded, and darkness consumed his vision. Before long, just as the echoes of his steps began to scatter, Alan found himself staring blankly at the underground chamber that had appeared before his eyes. It was because the underground chamber was massive beyond belief. Alan felt a strange sense of dissonance. It was a completely natural reaction. He had come down a staircase, yes, but not one so deep that he would need to look up just to see where he came from. At most, he had only descended about 20 steps, and yet the ceiling wasn't visible. The ceiling of the underground chamber was so high it couldn't be seen. It defied spatial logic, but Alan didn't bother cross-checking. Instead, he cautiously stepped further into the massive underground chamber. The chamber was bizarre. Logically, it should have been filled with pitch-black darkness where nothing could be seen. However, it was so brightly lit that Alan could see the surroundings clearly. As he continued walking inward, he began to understand why the chamber was so bright. Lotuses. Unusual lotuses were floating in a pond within the chamber, glowing with light. At the center of that pond stood a pavilion, a dreamlike and mystical scene. Alan, mesmerized, climbed onto the bridge that led to the pavilion, and just as he arrived, a faint light leaked from within his robes. He quickly reached inside to check the light source. It was the white magatama he had received from the king, glowing with white light. He lifted his eyes and looked toward the pavilion. At its center, he found a slot shaped perfectly to fit the magatama. Click, as though it belonged there from the beginning, the magatama fit precisely into place. Alan let out a quiet sound of amazement, but only briefly. The lotuses that had been glowing gently were suddenly swept toward the pavilion by a gust of wind. With perfect coordination, the fluttering lotuses began to converge. Before long, they had taken on the form of a human being. Startled by the sudden transformation, Alan's eyes widened. He rubbed his eyes carefully. The figure was clearly in front of him, but he couldn't recognize it. Just like when he had faced Yongren before becoming divine, even though the figure stood before him, he couldn't comprehend who or what it was. It made no sense. In the past, maybe, but not now. Alan possessed many divine authorities. He could even control a few of them properly now, and in Yongren's case, he could perceive her quite clearly. In other words, Alan's level had risen significantly, and yet he couldn't see this being clearly. Tension built within Alan without him realizing as he gazed ahead. At that moment I've been waiting, Major rather, a noble voice echoed in his ear. Star Reader. A voice that called his name. Chapter 288, Treatment 7. Alan stared at the presence before him. Its form wasn't clearly visible. Whether it was a man or a woman, even whether it was an elder or a child, couldn't tell. To Alan's eyes, it appeared only as noise. Even when I first saw Yongren, it wasn't this bad. The moment he thought that, a suspicious voice flowed from the being in front of him. When Alan raised the gaze he had lowered, interesting. The noisy figure looked at Alan and made that observation. What do you mean by that? Alan asked back, but the noise didn't answer. You truly know nothing. What? You know nothing, and yet you've become one who devours stars by awakening resistance where there should be none. It uttered incomprehensible words. What are you talking about? Even if I explained, it would be useless. Besides, explaining would require a great deal of time. Your body wouldn't be able to endure it. What in the world? Just as Alan's expression began to contort at the awkward conversation, he felt a moist sensation and instinctively raised his hand. He realized that blood was dripping from his nose. It had happened so suddenly. As he confirmed the dripping blood, he quickly tried to look up again. Don't meet its Gazathat is the only way you and I can remain in contact for as long as possible. At the creature's advice, he quickly lowered his eyes. And then Alan realized the strange sense of incongruity he felt the moment he saw the noise. This is definitely what I felt when I looked into the mirror at the observatory. His heartbeat accelerated. As he tried to steady his rapidly pounding chest, the noise continued speaking. How unfortunate. Had you arrived with a bit more awareness, I could have told you so much. But because someone is twisting fate and closing your ears, it is impossible. Huff, huff, Alon couldn't respond. His heart was pounding so wildly that it made his throat tremble. And then, just as blood began to pool in his eyes tap, something that appeared to be the noise's hand touched Alon's shoulder. And then, his heart, which had been racing moments ago, gradually began to calm down. He looked surprised by the change occurring within his own body. Don't lift your head. Doing so would only shorten our time to talk. Just listen like that? Alon silently nodded. When I disappear, take the Magatama and seek the Eastern Observer. She will teach you how to communicate. The Eastern Observer let us continue the conversation there. Would it be possible to ask just one question right now? Perhaps a short one, but keep in mind, Evan, with my help, your body can only endure another 3 minutes. Alon immediately asked his question. Do you know about sin? Are you referring to the black beings? Alon was about to start explaining from the beginning, but held his tongue. There wasn't enough time for that. He had no choice but to ask, even without the apostles of sin, do the sins still appear? When he posed the question in its most condensed form, the noise responded with a question of its own. Do you know the word inevitability? Yes, I do. That's what the black things are. Whether there are apostles or not is irrelevant. Their appearance in this world is inevitable. Something that cannot be changed by anything. The noise paused briefly. It is the inevitability we created. Alon widened his eyes and looked at the presence before him, but he still couldn't see it clearly. It remained filled with noise. There isn't much time left. Do you have one final question? Even as it acknowledged the end approaching, the noise's voice remained calm. But Alon's mind was in complete turmoil. In that brief instant, his thoughts became tangled by a single word spoken by the creature. What should he ask? Should he confirm if it was the one who created the black beings? Or should he ask what its true identity was? Or maybe why it did such things? Countless other questions also swirled in his mind. But amid the chaos, Alon made a decision. Why is it that only I can use the incantations? He decided to stop questioning the black beings. Once he heard the certainty that the sins would appear regardless, there was no longer any need to hear more. In any case, Alon was now in a position where he had to stop the black beings. So instead of pursuing the mystery of the sins, he asked another question, one that might increase his power to fight them. The noise paused for a moment at Alon's question. You don't even realize the constraints you yourself placed under that eye. And with that, oh child of the black eye, it left its final words behind. After the conversation with the noise, sir? Are you all right, Marquis? As soon as he stepped outside, Raiden and Evan rushed over with worried expressions. Alon waved his hand as if to say he was fine. I am all right. What happened in there? Peenia followed up with a question. Alon exhaled and then spoke. Let's talk about it on the way back. I need to organize my thoughts first. Though his companions were very curious about his answer, they had no choice but to hold back. And so, on the way back, unlike the tense atmosphere they'd had while coming here, the mood had grown quieter. Alon calmly organized the words he'd just heard. I got what I wanted. In the end, Alon received the answer he was looking for. The reason he'd come east in the first place was to confirm whether the sins would appear even after the death of the apostles. And he'd heard an answer to that. Yet Alon remained troubled because of a new question that had formed. The one who created the sins, The noise had clearly said so, that they were the ones who created the sins. And yet that being had clearly shown kindness to Alon, who was filled with determination to stop the sins. It was clearly strange. The creator of the world-ending sins was showing kindness to someone trying to stop them. At least from Alon's perspective, that made no sense. That wasn't the only strange thing. For instance, the resistance the noise mentioned was unclear, and the phrase Star Eater didn't make sense either. Among all the confusion, the most puzzling part was the noise's final words. The constraint I placed on myself. As Alon pondered what that could mean, he happened to glance at the ring on his finger. The ring that had made him form his first pact long ago. As he fiddled with the ring, Alon shook his head slightly. No matter how much he thought about it, the two constraints he had placed in the past weren't what the noise was referring to. Back then, the only restrictions he'd placed were on the use of incantations and hand signs. Still deep in thought, what is that suddenly a horrified voice rang out and Alon looked ahead. Then, without even realizing it, he clenched both fists tightly. The scene that unfolded before Alon was the very same landscape he had seen just the day before. The view of the capital beneath the sunset hanging on the mountainside was nothing short of beautiful. However, there was one key difference: the capital, holy shit, was burning, and at the center of that fire was the palace, situated in the heart of the capital. An attack? The fox beastkin, who had been nervously guiding them until now, cried out in despair. "Brother, are we going?" At Raiden's urgent question, Alon turned around quickly. "Let's go." Before long, they reached the city gate. The fox beastkin recoiled in terror. What filled her view was the sight of countless soldiers' corpses. All of them were brutally mutilated. And that wasn't all. Corpses littered the road to the palace, the devastation indescribable. It looked more like the work of monsters than humans, making such a theory far more convincing. Alon and his group immediately sprinted toward the palace. And at the very heart of it, they saw monsters devouring corpses that had been slaughtered in horrific ways, and a number of soldiers so great they filled the massive palace courtyard. Oh, uninvited guests. Standing at the center of it all, dressed in extravagant garb and glaring smugly, was the first prince of the eastern nation, Burang. Kneeling before him in a wretched state, face twisted in anguish, was Urang. I didn't anticipate this sort of situation. As Alon and his party stood stunned, a calm voice rang out. Burang, gripping a blood-soaked sword with a lazy hand, said, "Hey, are you guys stupid or something?" He smirked as he tilted his chin up. "What?" I asked. "If you're stupid. You should have easily guessed something like this would happen before even entering the capital. So I just can't figure out why you bothered to show up here." Tapping his own head with a finger, Burang chuckled mockingly. "To rebel against Chinga." Urang, pressed to the ground in humiliation, roared with fury. "Oh please, father, you're hurting my ears." Burang clicked his tongue as if Urang's words held no weight. "If you had just handed me the throne, none of this would have happened, right? You're the one who complicated things, so why blame me?" With a sarcastic smile, he went on, "Oh, and just in case you were hoping for help from that so-called great race, give it up. She probably died in the trap by now." His words struck like a bolt from the blue. "She's dead? That can't be. If she weren't, she'd already be here. She fell into the trap yesterday, after all." Urang was frozen in shock. Burang didn't even look at his father as he turned his gaze elsewhere. "Well then, farewell to you two." With a mocking flick of his sword clink, it was the signal. The waiting soldiers all raised their weapons toward Alon at once. And that wasn't all. The monsters, who had been ravenously gnawing on the corpses moments ago, now turned toward Alon's group as if on cue. "Eek!" The fox beastkin let out a terrified scream and trembled uncontrollably. But Alon calmly assessed the situation. There are a lot of enemies, more soldiers than monsters, and most of them are enhanced by abyssal energy. Same goes for the monsters. They all look pretty powerful. He now understood why Burang seemed so confident. The soldiers empowered by the abyss clearly had superior magical and physical abilities. However, naturally they were not a threat strong enough to pose a danger to Alon. The problem, however, was in dealing with them efficiently. Specifically, civilians scattered among the soldiers and Urang. If everyone here had been an enemy, he could have acted more freely. But in a situation where enemies and allies were mixed, it was trickier. He was still weighing his options when the enemy soldiers charged in. SSD? Suddenly, the soldiers rushing toward Alon froze in place. Not only the soldiers. Even the rampaging monsters let out shrieks and then abruptly halted, as if time itself had stopped. And in the next instant slice, the soldiers' bodies split in half. SHHHK, it was an utterly surreal sight. But the sharp metallic scent of blood that stung the nose reminded everyone that this scene was unmistakably real. What the Burang, overwhelmed by the speed of the situation, stammered in disbelief. And then what entered Alon's vision was a girl. What happened here? The first thing he saw was her silver hair, dyed in the glow of sunset. Then the 5 severed heads held in her hand. And finally, as she descended amidst a sea of bodies, their torsos and legs split cleanly apart, and the ground dyed red. What stood out most clearly, ask again, was a chillingly expressionless, what exactly pair of white is going on? Eyes, Chapter 289, Treatment 8. Burang stared blankly ahead. What filled his vision was the bloodfire, which continued to spread even at that very moment. Thud, a monotonous sound echoed repeatedly in his ears. Some loud, some soft, but regardless, monsters and soldiers alike collapsed as they drew bloodfire with their lives as the price. Amid them, a woman came into view. Her blood-soaked white hair glowed in the setting sun. Next were her emotionless eyes entering his field of vision. And finally, the 5 severed heads clutched in her hand. Ah, a faint sigh escaped Buring's lips. Was it because he felt cruelty in the 5 heads held in her hand, whose eyes hadn't even fully closed? No, that couldn't be. Had already sacrificed too many for this plan. The reason for his sigh, it was because the heads held in the hands of the great race included a face he recognized all too well. Among them, the one in the center was a face he could never forget. Is it really possible? Do not worry, Your Highness. Even if she is of the great race, she will not withstand our joint assault. Aren't you underestimating her too much? She's of the great race. That monster can split a mountain with a single blow. I am aware of that. But please don't worry. If you knew how much we've prepared to deal with her, you'd be surprised. We've even prepared the Grand Sealing True Talisman. The Grand Sealing True Talisman? You mean that cursed object said to have sealed even the spiritual beasts of Mount Tai? That's right. Even a member of the great race can't do anything once sealed by the sealing talisman. I'm sure you know what that means. Buring's mind wandered back to the conversation he had with Qingga a few days ago. Along with it came a memory from his childhood. The first thing that came to mind was a massive spirit beast in the form of a serpent, large enough to coil around an entire mountain. And next was the Grand Sealing True Talisman that effortlessly sealed such a colossal snake. That's why Buring had felt assured after his talk with Qingga. No matter how powerful the great race, if completely sealed, they would never be able to defeat Qingga and the other generals. Buring stared blankly at Qingga's face, the severed head. The dazed expression frozen on his face suggested he hadn't even realized what had happened to him. Could it be that the plan had gone awry, and that's why things had ended like this? Buring soon shook off that thought. The overwhelming wave of blue mana flowing from the great race clearly revealed what had transpired. Qingga had succeeded in executing the plan. No, he definitely had. He had used the Grand Sealing True Talisman, capable of sealing even a mountain-sized spirit beast, and the traps they'd prepared had also triggered properly. Yet despite that, the Grand General had been defeated. And even then, he hadn't realized how or by what he had lost. This doesn't make any sense. Buring burst into a laugh filled with despair and began stumbling backward, his body shaking. Slowly, fear began to consume his eyes. Seeing this, Historia lifted her sword without hesitation. Ag! And at that moment, please wait a moment. Yureng, who had been blankly watching until now, stepped forward to stop Historia. Everyone's attention turned to him. Still bound by the soldiers, he said, "Lady Historia, I beg of you. Please, I beg you to forgive my foolish son." He bowed low in desperation, a plea unthinkable from a king who had just faced rebellion. Alan and his group, watching the scene, wore expressions of disbelief. Historia stared at Yureng with a blank face. And among them, the first to speak was, I was foolish. I'm truly sorry," Buring himself. Just moments ago, consumed by ambition, Buring now prostrated himself on the ground, smashing his head into the floor in desperation. As though there was no other chance to live, he slammed his forehead again and again onto the ground. The floor began to stain with blood, and grotesque scars formed on his forehead, but Buring didn't stop pleading. Because he knew this was the only way he might survive. That's why, as he desperately bowed over and over, "Raise your head." At Historia's emotionless command, Buring let out an involuntary grin as he stared at the floor. The joy of survival burned hot through his body. But he couldn't let that be seen as he tried to force out tears and lift his head. Buring sensed something was wrong. He was clearly looking at the face of the great race. And yet, no matter how far back he tilted his head, he couldn't see her face. In fact, his gaze kept lowering, no matter how high he craned his neck. No matter how much he tried to look up, he couldn't see the face of the great race. And then, if you keep your head bowed like that, it's hard to swing. With those final words, Buring's consciousness was swallowed by the abyss. The very next day, after Historia killed first Prince Buring without hesitation, and within less than a day, eliminated all major figures behind the rebellion amid a very chaotic atmosphere, Alan began preparing to leave the Eastern Kingdom. Truthfully, he wanted to speak with Yureng before departing, but unfortunately, that wasn't possible. Naturally so, it had only been a day since the rebellion. The palace was in utter chaos, and Yureng had failed to contain it. But seriously, why did he try to spare a guy like that? Is it that whole "a father can't abandon his son" thing? Yureng so emotionally pure. That was random. Not random echoes of what you just said. Isn't it true, though? You really think the king tried to stop her because he was worried about his son? Didn't he? While Alon was packing, he heard Evan and Peenia talking nearby. Of course not. Isn't it obvious? He needed a public example. An example? Yeah. If a rebellion happened and the king couldn't deal with it himself, instead relying on outsiders, what kind of rumors would that spark? But if he hadn't done that, wouldn't he have just ended up getting killed by his own son? By the time Historia showed up, that possibility was already gone. If he'd spared Burang temporarily and later executed him publicly, it would have at least given the illusion that the king still held power. As Peenia finished explaining and shrugged her shoulders, Yurei, "Actually pretty smart, huh?" Evan murmured in mild amazement. "Not actually. I am always smart, okay?" Peenia snapped back. Their conversation echoed like background noise as Alon approached the palace gates. "Sir, Historia." As if she had been waiting, Alon encountered Historia standing in front of the palace. Did everything go well? Right after stopping the rebellion yesterday, she had disappeared for a bit, saying she had something to take care of. To Alon's question, she nodded. "Yeah, it's done. And here," she handed Alon a small jewel box. "What's this? A gift? A gift?" "Yeah." With a blank expression, she nodded once more. "Why give this to me?" "Because I got it to give to the Divine One." "This?" "Yeah, I can't meet the Divine One empty-handed." At that answer, Alon finally realized why Historia had come to the Eastern Kingdom. "So you came all this way just to get a gift? Of all the treasures I know, this is the most precious one." Historia's words were as pure as those of a child. To that, Alon responded, "Thank you, truly." He expressed his gratitude and tightly gripped the blue jewel box. Historia's tail began to sway gently. "You're not going to open it? The fact that I received a gift is more important than the contents." At Alon's words, Historia's tail wagged even faster. Unlike her blank face, the emotions revealed through her tail made Alon smile inwardly. He asked her, "Historia, are you planning to leave the Eastern Kingdom now?" "Yeah." "Then let's go together." "No, is something still left to be done?" Historia nodded right away. "You go ahead. I'll finish up what's left and follow right after. Then I'll wait at the same place as before. No need to wait. I'll be quick." With that promise, Alon left the Eastern Kingdom first. After Alon left the palace, Historia entered and met with Yurang. "You've arrived." Yurang bowed politely as Historia entered. "What do you want to say?" But Historia, completely uninterested in his courtesy, showed no change in expression or tone as she flatly asked. She had only come because of Yurang's request. Normally, she would have ignored him completely, but since she had received a royal treasure of the Eastern Kingdom, she accepted the request. As Historia stood still, Yurang bowed again and got to the point. "I called you to express my thanks." "Thanks for what?" "There were none beyond Chinga and the martyrs included in our contract." What he said was true. When Historia arrived, Yurang had only asked two things. One was to kill General Chinga. The other was to kill the martyrs. Anything beyond that was not Historia's concern. "So thank you so much for thinking of the Eastern Kingdom." Yurang expressed his gratitude sincerely. But as Historia stared at him, that's not it. "Excuse me?" she replied bluntly. Yurang's face turned blank in confusion. "And then it wasn't because I cared about the Eastern Kingdom." Her words echoed clearly. Before Yurang could even ask further in confusion, Historia spoke again. He pointed a sword at the Divine One. "That was the only reason," she muttered quietly. Then she asked Yurang, "Is that all you wanted to say?" "Ah, why yes, that's it." Snapping back to himself, Yurang quickly answered. "All right." As soon as he did, Historia turned and left. Yurang stared at the door for a while, then collapsed into his seat and recalled what had happened the day before. The moment when he had begged for Burang's life to be spared, hoping to make the aftermath a little easier. And Historia had looked down at him. Right. As Yurang recalled, there had been no emotion in those eyes, only the sense that she was judging something. Yurang had thought it was about the future of the Eastern Kingdom, whether it would be better for her to kill Burang now or let him live and deal with him later. But he had been wrong. He now understood. She didn't care about that. Not the Eastern Kingdom. Not Burang. At that moment, those eyes had been judging Yurang himself. Judging whether Yurang was involved with Burang in targeting Marquis Palacio, and therefore whether she would kill Yurang along with Burang. Phew! Yurang felt chills run from the top of his head to the tips of his toes. The realization that death had brushed past him without him knowing filled him with immeasurable dread. Yurang pulled himself together once more. To him, Marquis Palacio had once been a benefactor of the old Eastern Kingdom. But put another way, he was just someone from the past. Yurang would treat him with respect, but no deeper feelings were involved. But in that moment, Yurang was certain he must never make an enemy of his former benefactor, because now he knew that the Marquis had someone by his side who could, without hesitation, turn an entire kingdom into an enemy just because someone dared oppose him. Yurang let out a long sigh. His head throbbed. Chapter 290. Sin of Greed 1. The eastern part of the Allied Kingdom Alliance. Somewhere deep in the forest, possibly even closer to the elven land of Grainifra than the rest of the Alliance. A woman crawled out of the ground, breaking through the dirt. She gagged several times with a twisted expression. The apostle of greed, Emil, frowned in disgust. What the hell was that bastard? Greed recalled the memories passed down in her mind, right after encountering that strange being with blue eyes, and then the man in black sacred robes she saw upon awakening in her next body. On top of that, she had tried hard to recall the identity of the one who, somehow, had stolen her power without any effort. But she struggled to her feet. Even the limited access to the library, left in the avatar shed, handed over provided no information on who or what that being was. This is the end. Emil's face showed her growing anxiety. She had no more bodies prepared. In other words, if she were killed again now she would face true, complete death. I can't let that happen. Emil forced her still unstable body to move. Truthfully, she never intended to use this one. It was meant to be only a backup, and thus came with many flaws. For one, it wasn't properly attuned, and more importantly, its burial location was extremely dangerous. She tried to quickly move and escape the place. HMSO, you came back to life. Unfortunately, at the sound of that voice, she froze in place. Emil's eyes trembled. She knew that voice very well. Of course she did, because its owner Yurei was the one who stole a portion of her authority and whose identity even she couldn't uncover. In an instant, black roots surged from beneath Emil's feet and shot toward the man in the sacred robes. She knew well the attack could cause serious harm to her frail body, lacking both her book and a proper vessel, but if she wanted to survive, she had no choice. However, didn't you try this last time too? Unfortunately, her attack was effortlessly blocked by the black-clad man. Or rather, it wasn't even blocked. The roots disintegrated into dust before they could touch him. You know, it's meaningless. In that bizarre moment, fear consumed Emil's eyes. The man in the black sacred robes casually approached her. He lightly flicked her forehead with a finger. Then rejoice. I am giving you a special gift. Emil was puzzled by his words. She suddenly realized her body was turning white and hardening like chalk, and her eyes flew open in shock. She knew exactly what this phenomenon meant. A gift most fitting for an apostle. Stop, please. Emil's eyes were completely filled with fear. But no matter her terror, her body continued to harden, preparing to be remade anew. To be reborn through sin. Stop, I said stop, please. Emil no longer cared about the mystery of how that man could perform an act only apostles were capable of. She just pleaded. But despite her desperate cries, the man simply looked down at her. Shouldn't you be grateful instead? Your body will become one with the inevitability of the world. Shut up, let me go, this isn't what I wanted. She screamed, her face twisted in pain. The man watched silently for a moment, then you're not even worthy of being called an apostle. What did you say? He stated it coldly. You don't know anything. You're just drunk on power. You don't even know why these things exist, what noble purpose they serve, or even your own reason for existing such fools. He muttered briefly, but no more words came from Emil. Her body had already hardened completely, finishing its transformation into a new being. The man looked down at her white shell, then shifted his gaze to the Milky Way floating in the night sky. Soon he vanished without a trace. And what remained snap was a white cocoon, transforming into something new. A pure cocoon. About 2 weeks had passed since Alan left the Eastern Kingdom. Few returning to the Allied Kingdom aboard Raiden's ship, Zebo, Alan continued training with Kilris, aided by Penia. Meow-oh, it's gotten a bit longer now. Penia said as Alan petted the head of Blackie, who had crawled out from his chest and was wagging its tail. Really? Yes, before it used to pop out quickly, but now it seems like it's staying out longer each time. It's definitely lasting longer now. At first, he was concerned because the endurance time wasn't improving at all. But unlike back then, he could now endure quite a while during training with Kilris. And the things I've been practicing lately are looking pretty good, though I still lack proficiency. While thinking about the spell Kilris had recently passed on to him, so are we stopping here for today? Let's do that. I also need to continue my magic research and look into the divine rank as well. Alan sighed lightly as he spoke. Despite being on a journey, he had been quite busy lately, for obvious reasons because of what Noise had told him. The emergence of sin is inevitable. In other words, even if Alan had taken care of the apostles, it was a foregone conclusion that the sins would appear, so he had to prepare for them. Of course, Alan wasn't the only one in psychedelia capable of stopping the sins. According to the original story, there were others Aliban and his companions, and many other powerful figures depending on Aliban's path. But still, the reason Alan trained so diligently was because he kept experiencing things that told him the current world and the psychedelia he knew were fundamentally different. Therefore, prepare to the fullest. Separate from Aliban, Alan intended to make his own preparations to stop the sins. The first task was to draw out his full potential. He had already achieved quite a lot. He had organized most of his hand signs, and incantations know only research remained, and though he couldn't handle 3 divine ranks yet, he could use 2 quite well. But Alan knew that this still wasn't enough to face sin, especially since he hadn't fully mastered reverse heaven yet. While continuing his research into magic, he was also thinking of gathering people who could help deal with the sins, because sins weren't something one could fight alone. First, after rescuing Rhine, I should start reaching out to strong allies. Just as Noise had mentioned, he also needed to meet the observer. As Alan calmly organized the tasks ahead, oh, by the way, Marquis, once we disembark, how long are we staying in Granifra? Pinia asked. We are, but why do you ask? Well, I might need to visit the Blue Tower briefly. The Mage Tower? Is something wrong? Not exactly. It's for the conference. Do you remember? I told you I presented a paper last time? That's right. Well, the presentation itself is done, but I've been asked to give a follow-up lecture. So I was wondering when you were planning to return. Are you thinking of going ahead? No, of course not. Aren't we staying in Granifra because of Rhine Groff? When Alan nodded, Pinia continued as if it were obvious. Even if I am ambitious, no, just a little greedy for honor, not the kind of person who'd skip welcoming someone who risked everything for us. She added that if it weren't for Rhine, they'd all have been torn apart across space and time. She emphasized it was thanks to Rhine that they weren't floating around as dust. Is that so? Right, that's surprising. No, I thought you'd go to the conference first. I've been thinking this for a while, but don't you treat me a little too harshly? Just kidding. Even with that face, it really doesn't sound like a joke, you know. Alan averted his gaze from Pinia, whose cheeks puffed out in annoyance, and casually resumed his magical research. It was a relaxed afternoon. Time passed, and about a month remained before Rhine's seal would be lifted. Alan, having arrived on the continent, immediately decided on a destination. All right, let's head to Granifra. Let's go, got it. As Evan and Pinia nodded at Alan's words, he turned toward Historia. Ria, what are you planning to do? To which Historia responded, I'll go with you. She answered without even a moment's hesitation. Is there nowhere else you need to stop by? Nope. Then let's head out right away. Oh, and Raiden, what about you? He then asked Raiden. I'll come too. I also want to check if Rhine is safe. At Raiden's immediate response, Alan turned to the group. Okay, let's go at once. With that, he began walking toward the carriage. Whoosh, naturally, Historia stepped beside him and wrapped her tail around his waist. It was strange at first, but after a month, he had grown quite used to it. Alan walked toward the carriage without hesitation. If we depart right now, we should arrive in about 3 weeks. That's good. It's always better to have extra time. As he discussed the schedule with Pinia and opened the carriage door, his eyes widened, and not just Heisfrion Elsa's faces turned to surprise. Understandably so. Inside the carriage Alan had arrived in ZZZ was Sialreng, who absolutely shouldn't have been there, sleeping soundly as if without a care in the world. Sialreng, at Alan's quiet Kalinga, Sialreng jolted awake in a panic. After a moment, she seemed to finally grasp the situation and began darting her eyes around in every direction. Everyone stood in stunned silence, watching Sialreng's bizarre eye gymnastics. Meanwhile, in the holy nation of Rosario, well then, let's conclude today's meeting here. Understood. Good work, everyone. As you all know, next time we'll be discussing the vacant position of the Pope, so please make sure to attend. The meeting, attended only by the cardinals and Yuman, had just ended. After the cardinals all left Sai, Yuman let out a deep breath. This had already been the 4th long meeting in just a week. As he massaged his temples, his aching head pounding, something on the conference table suddenly caught his eye. It was a piece of scrap metal. A severely crushed piece of scrap. Yuman naturally approached and looked down at it, tilting his head in confusion. Scrap metal could be found anywhere, sure, but inside a meeting room, something felt off. Puzzled for a while, Yuman finally remembered that the object was sitting in the seat where Cardinal Yusha had been. And in that moment, he realized something else. The silver goblet that was present at every other cardinal's seat was missing from Yusha's. Yuman looked at the scrap again, and this time, he noticed something he hadn't seen before. On the surface of the scrap-on, what must have once been a smooth silver goblet was a grotesquely warped engraving of the national emblem. Seeing the condition of the goblet, so mangled it was hard to believe any human could have done it, Yuman was at a loss for words. Chapter 291. Sin of Greed 2. A drowsy Xiaoreng rose with a strange noise not long after waking up. So you came because you missed me? Yeah, I just got here. Master. Alan, staring blankly at Xiaoreng, who nodded eagerly, grew curious. But how did you know I was here? It was safe to say that no one knew Alan had gone to the Eastern Kingdom, because he had left the Marquis house without informing anyone. Xiaoreng turned her eyes sideways without answering. Qiwu, as she stretched and squished the body of the caught Blackie who couldn't escape in time, Alan nodded for now. He also needed to rescue the screaming Blackie. All right, fine. Yay. As Alan gave in, Xiaoreng's complexion brightened immediately and she nodded enthusiastically. Then she turned her eyes with a strange expression, toward where Historia was. Historia tilted her head slightly, giving Xiaoreng her signature blank look. Xiaoreng, unbothered by the reaction, stared to be exact at the white tail wrapped around Alan. Why are you doing that? She asked. A natural question, really. Historia blinked, mouth slightly open, and then because I wanted to, she replied briefly. At that answer, Xiaoreng stared intently at Historia's face, just silently. Historia did the same in return. Outwardly, it looked like a meaningless exchange of glances, but Alan was beginning to feel a bit awkward. Are they not on good terms? Since Xiaoreng had woken up earlier and met Historia, her expression had been weird. He didn't know why, but the two didn't seem very compatible. Hey, I think Master is feeling uncomfortable. Xiaoreng's voice rang out amidst the silence. There was no particular emotion in it, which somehow made it even more pressuring. Even her face was slightly stiff. Can she even make a face like that? Alan thought, a bit taken aback since Xiaoreng had always been cheerful around him. I don't think that's true. Historia finally spoke. Xiaoreng didn't back down and retorted. How would you know? I just do. And why is that? Because Divine One never said anything like that before. He didn't say anything because he's being considerate of you. At Xiaoreng's final remark, Historia turned to Alan. Is that true? She asked with a slight tilt of her head. While Alan awkwardly hesitated on how to answer, there's no way he'd say something like that. Master is too kind. Xiaoreng declared. Historia's gaze shifted back to Xiaoreng. Again, their silent stare resumed. It still wasn't exactly hostile, but it definitely looked like there was a lot to be said. Then Xiaoreng, with a mischievous smile, said, Master must be having a hard time since someone clueless keeps bothering him. She continued, Master doesn't like people who are a hassle. The words were clearly a jab at Historia. Yet Historia only stared blankly at Xiaoreng without a reply. When Xiaoreng looked at her curiously, okay. Historia simply nodded dryly, still not letting go of the tail wrapped around Alan's waist. I'm talking about you. Frustrated by her indifferent response, Xiaoreng furrowed her brows. Still, Historia just looked back at her with a face saying, Me? What about me? Xiaoreng's eyes flared with frustration as she clenched her fists and trembled. Watching the standoff between the two, Alan had a strong feeling this trip would be a bit chaotic. And the next day, Marquis, what is it? Aren't you tired? Alan slightly turned his gaze to the sides at Evan's words. On either side of him, Historia and Xiaoreng were asleep, their heads resting against the window. And wrapped around Alan's waist were tails, one white and one golden. I'm not tired, though. Really. I kind of wish I could lean against the window, too. He muttered quietly and leaned further into the backrest. This was in stark contrast to yesterday when he had argued about how uncomfortable tails around his waist would be. Today, Xiaoreng wrapped her tail around his waist as if to show off. It was fine when there was only one of them, but now that there were two, he couldn't even lean on the window. My neck kind of hurts. Alan muttered while massaging his stiff neck. To which Evan, Marquis, the thing is, what is it? No, well, I mean, of course your neck would hurt if you can't lean against the window. That's why your head keeps wobbling side to side. He started to say something else but quickly fumbled and changed the subject. Sensing something odd, Alon turned to gaze at the sunlight streaming into the carriage and slowly closed his eyes. By the time Alon's breathing began to settle into a steady rhythm, Xiaoreng's eyes, which had been closed just a moment ago, quietly fluttered open. She seemed to think no one noticed her waking, but to Evan and Peenia sitting across from her, it was clearly visible. In other words, she was being obvious. Unaware that Evan and Peenia had noticed, Xiaoreng slowly unwrapped her tail from Alon's waist. Swoosh, she gently wrapped her arm around Alon's and tugged it toward herself, which naturally caused Alon to lean against her body. Xiaoreng gave a satisfied grin and closed her eyes again. And once more, the steady rhythm of breathing returned, and shortly after this time, Historia opened her eyes, glanced at Alon and Xiaoreng, and immediately pulled him toward her. Thunk. Alon's head tilted instantly toward Historia. Seeing that, she quietly closed her eyes again. And then Alon, unknowingly being passed back and forth, furrowed his brow in discomfort without realizing it. Watching this unfold, Evan and Peenia turned to look at each other in silence. After a moment of wordless exchange, it became clear that they both shared the same thought. That during this journey, Alon was likely to get a littler, maybe very exhausted. About 2 weeks later, while traveling straight across Lizardman territory toward Fildegreen, Marquis, Illiben, Alon ran into Illiben. It's been so long. Illiben ran over with a bright expression the moment he saw Alon. Alon looked puzzled for a moment but quickly nodded in understanding. Come to think of it, there's no reason Illiben couldn't be here. The only reason Illiben hadn't set foot here during Alon's playthrough was because he hadn't purchased the DLC. In other words, in Psychedelia, where there were no such restrictions, Illiben could easily show up here. Alon turned his gaze to look behind him. I greet the noble. Greetings. There, Illiben's companions Yan, Bina, and Ralph offered respectful greetings. It's been a while. Alon felt a wave of nostalgia. The reason being, the gear worn by Yan, Bina, and Ralph was on a completely different level compared to when they had first met. They really did some top-tier farming. And it wasn't just any ordinary farming. These were items that only seasoned veterans, who knew the game thoroughly and acted at just the right times, could acquire. Impressed, Alon silently marveled. But suddenly, a question formed in his mind. Is that even possible? Alon studied Bina, Yan, and Ralph's equipment closely. The gear they wore exclusive to certain dungeons could only be obtained by a player who knew exactly which dungeon yielded what, and only by plotting an optimal route through the game. But this so-called optimal route only made sense to someone who already knew where everything was. From a general player's perspective, it was an extremely strange path. To get all that gear, one would have to clear the dungeon in Caliban, ignore all others, rush straight to the colony, and then immediately head for Asteria, which meant, to an average player, it was a completely irrational route. Still, he only pondered for a moment before I was actually planning to visit you a few times, but I am glad we met like this. Illiben's cheerful voice interrupted his thoughts, and Alon responded. You were planning to come see me. Yes, ever since I heard you were revived last time, I really wanted to visit. That time, Come to think of it, it had already been well over half a year. Recalling the moment, Alon snapped back to the present and asked, by the way, why are you here? Oh, I have some business in Fildegreen. A dungeon? That's right. I heard one opened up here. That's why I came. Do you know Magrina? No, not really. I just came because an elf I happened to be connected with asked me to. Since their destinations matched, Alon suggested, if you're heading to Fildegreen, let's go together. Oh, can I really? Illiben looked up at Alon with sparkling eyes. Alon gave a slight nod. And just as they were about to set off together, Alon suddenly recalled something he'd heard in the east and asked, Illiben, just wondering, have you ever heard of the Martyrs? The Martyrs? Yeah. Illiben tilted his head for a moment. No, I've never heard of them. Is it some new group that's popped up recently? He shrugged like he had no clue, more or less. Are they a threat to you, Marquis? It's nothing like that. I was just curious. Don't worry about it. Got it. But if anyone's been giving you trouble lately, please tell me. Even saying that is appreciated. With that, Alon and Illiben resumed their journey to Grainifra. Meanwhile, Historia, who had been sticking close to Alon the whole time, silently watched Illiben begin moving naturally toward Alon's carriage with a puzzled look on her face. Just quietly. It didn't take long for them to reach Fildegreen. They were practically already at Grainifra when they met Illiben. By the time the sun dipped near the mountains, Alon's party had arrived and immediately went to meet Magrina. Magrina. "Welcome, brother, you've returned. And it's been so long since I've seen that dear friend of yours again. Ah, and there are some new faces too. Hello." After greeting Alan, Magrina welcomed Historia and Sialring, who were clinging to either side of him. But then she caught sight of the two tails wrapped around Alan's waist and paused for a second. She cleared her throat as if nothing had happened. But who might these be? She turned her gaze to Alibin and his group standing beside Alan. "It's an honor to meet you, your majesty." Stepping forward as if he'd been waiting for this moment, Alibin greeted her with a pleasant smile. And just like that, Magrina's expression froze, as though she had suddenly realized something. "Then I am Alibin." Her gaze locked onto Alibin's face, on those impeccably pure blue eyes, with a look no one could quite decipher, without even blinking once. Chapter 292. Sin of Greed 3, Magrina? Ah! Magrina fell silent as she looked at Alibin. When Alan gave her a puzzled look, she blinked once and then gave an awkward smile as if she'd come to her senses. "Yes, what's wrong, brother?" "No, you just seemed spaced out for a moment." "Ah, well, he looked a bit like someone I know," but Magrina paused and stared at Alibin. "On second thought, maybe not." She shook her head slightly. "Haha, I do hear that a lot." Alibin laughed cheerfully. Alan, though thinking, "There's another guy out there that good-looking," nodded anyway. Considering elves are naturally born attractive, he figured it wasn't impossible for someone to look similar. So he just watched quietly as Alibin began chatting with Magrina like they'd been waiting for it. "So, it was through his introduction that you came here." "That's right." Having figured out how Alibin ended up here, Magrina welcomed him with her usual smile. "Then please make yourself comfortable." "Thank you, your majesty. Mew, please prepare rooms for our guests." "Understood." Right after Mew disappeared with Alibin, Magrina. "Yes, brother. Have you seen Alibin before?" Alan asked again. No matter how he thought about it, Alibin's looks weren't exactly common. In fact, he was so handsome that it would be hard to find even among elves. That earlier reaction of hers stuck in his mind, prompting him to ask again. "MMNO, I think it was just a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" "Yes." Magrina lightly denied it. When Alan nodded, she turned her gaze toward Historia. "More importantly, an old friend has arrived." "Hello, long time no see." "Yes, how have you been?" "Not too bad." Their responses were short and minimal for people with a long history. Yet they seemed to have no issue communicating, which struck Alan as a bit odd. "Ah, also brother." "Yeah, I haven't met the other two before, could you introduce them?" Magrina gently pointed in one direction. It was where Sialring and Raiden were standing. Realizing he hadn't introduced them, Alan cleared his throat and spoke up. "This is Sialring." "Hi." "And this is Raiden." "Nice to meet you." Sialring looked sullen, unlike her usual lively self, and Raiden gave a moderate response. Their attitude toward a queen was overly casual, borderline rude, but Magrina just smiled like it didn't bother her. "Sialring, Raiden, I've heard a lot about both of you." Then, as if she'd researched them in advance, she shared what she knew. "Sialring, you're the Baba Yaga of the colony, and Raiden, you're the great pirate, right? Nice to meet you." Alan raised his eyebrows in mild surprise at Magrina's words. That kind of basic information was easy to come by anywhere, but not for Magrina. Grainifra had no ties with the allied kingdom. In other words, for Magrina to know even that much, she would have had to make the effort to gather information from outside. "Thank you for always helping my brother." At her words of gratitude, Raiden shook his head. "It was only natural." "Right, he's my master." Sialring also chimed in without hesitation. "But no, even if you two received help from my brother first, you're still outsiders. Acting this way isn't easy." Both Raiden and Sialring wore puzzled expressions at Magrina's follow-up. "But before either could say anything, please continue taking good care of my brother." Magrina sealed the conversation with a polite nod. The two of them were momentarily dumbfounded. Sialring still hadn't grasped the situation. Raiden, who was a bit sharper, realized this was turning into a subtle power struggle. A bit childish, honestly, but a fight they absolutely couldn't afford to lose. "Hey, you've got it all wrong, all right. Me and the big girl here were like family with brother." "That's right," Raiden protested immediately, and Sialring, finally catching on, backed him up enthusiastically. But Magrina just covered her mouth with her hand as if amused. "Oh, I am very well aware that you two are like family to my brother. I am sure he thinks of you that way too." Raiden and Sialring were left confused by the suddenly lightened atmosphere. Was that a power play just now? At the moment Alan was thinking that creak, the door opened, and Mew returned once more. Magrina immediately made a request. Mew, would you show them to their rooms too? Understood. At that, Raiden and Xiaoreng turned away with embarrassed expressions, and Alan also turned his body. Ah, but brother, you need to stay here. You have something else to say. No, but Yurei officially part of the royal family now. Is that so? Yes. Magrina took hold of Alan and said, now that Yurei family, we can't have you staying in a guest room. She smiled sweetly. Only then did Xiaoreng and Raiden snap their heads toward Magrina, as if they had finally realized something important. But then please rest comfortably. Magrina waved her hand elegantly, issuing a graceful dismissal. Master, let's get married after all. Ignoring her command, Xiaoreng ran over and grabbed Alan's hand tightly. HMPH royal marriages aren't something you can bring up so casually. After all, there's the matter of class. Master doesn't care about that stuff. Even if he doesn't, there are still proper procedures that must be followed. Yurei want to talk about proper procedures when Yurei not even following them yourself. Me? Yes. How can you call him brother when Yurei hundreds of years older than him? Huh. A bit of chaos began to unfold. Just a bit. Right, just a bit. Alan thought to himself as he noticed Magrina's expression turning cold. In the end, Alan slept separately. The reason? As a newly titled royal, he could no longer stay in the guest rooms. Frankly, Alan didn't really care where he slept, but since he held the title-even if only Honorara chose to obey Magrina without complaint. And the next day he woke up, but H, here you are. Yes, I will bathe you now. No, that's quite all right, I can handle it myself. Then prepare your meal immediately. It wasn't that anything specific made him uncomfortable. In fact, from a physical standpoint, Alan was being treated much better now. What made him feel uneasy inside was, how would you like your food prepared? The overly attentive behavior of the elves. Alan knew. He understood that as a royal, the treatment would naturally change. But still this feels way too submissive, doesn't it? Alan even began to wonder if he was being low-key insulted. While humans didn't enslave elves in this world, the relationship between the races was antagonistic at best. But contrary to Alan's assumptions, the elves were overly kind. No, beyond kind, I'm fine. Are you really sure? Yes, really. Did I perhaps do something wrong? They even seemed afraid. Did I do something? Alan briefly searched his memories. But he had no significant interactions with elves in the past, which only deepened his confusion. Then he remembered what Magrina said yesterday and headed to the audience chamber. Ah, Marquis. Ilibin. Alan came face to face with Ilibin standing in front of the chamber. Here to see Magrina? Yes, I have some information I need to confirm. After exchanging a few brief words with Ilibin, who still wore his ever-energetic smile, Alan entered the chamber and met with Magrina. Welcome, brother, and Ilibin. Alan yielded the floor to Ilibin. Go ahead, take care of your matters first. With a grateful bow, Ilibin nodded. It's not about the strange gata, there's something else I'd like to ask. Would that be okay? He began asking Magrina questions. After some time had passed, Alan overheard something odd in their conversation. Near Grainifra, aside from the strange gate, mutated monsters were starting to appear. Mutated monsters? In psychedelia, mutations could occur not only during abyssal incursions, but also with divine manifestations or the appearance of apostles. As Alan pondered the implications, I've heard everything I needed. I'll take care of the tasks right away, and I'll return tonight to ask a few more things. Ilibin wrapped up the conversation and left. After that, Alan asked his question. Magrina, yes, brother. Mutated monsters, are they appearing? Emmais, there have been a few reports recently. Any idea what kind they are? Magrina shook her head. Not exactly. All I've heard are a few scattered reports of mutated monsters, nothing detailed yet. I see. But we've dispatched the shadow leaves to the areas where they've been seen. We'll know more soon. Leaving that topic for later, they talked a bit more before Alan brought up the real reason for his visit. How's the seal? The reason Alan had come to see Magrina today. He wanted to ask about Rhine's seal. It didn't show any major problems. The concerns you raised last time didn't come to pass either. That's a relief. Just a few more days now. Alan nodded at Magrina's soft murmur. The day was almost here. The day Rhine could finally be freed from her seal. I just hope nothing goes wrong. Alan muttered quietly, barely loud enough to hear. That night, Magrina was quietly gazing at the moon and the Milky Way shining over the land from her room. Then, sensing a presence behind her, she slowly turned around. Hello, it was Ilibin. Standing calmly in her private chamber, Elibin greeted her as if it were nothing. "The guards, don't worry, I didn't harm anyone. I am not here to cause trouble." Before she could even finish her sentence, Elibin smiled brightly and replied. Magrina stared at him and asked calmly, "By the way, did you finish your duties? I heard you went to deal with the strange gate this morning." "Of course not. That kind of thing takes time, no matter what." Their conversation felt strangely superficial. Magrina didn't bother asking how Elibin had managed to sneak into her chambers at night, and Elibin answered her questions without hesitation. "However, really? That's odd. I thought you'd finish quickly." "Why?" "Well, taking a step closer," Magrina continued, "you've lived for hundreds of years while hiding your power, haven't you? I figured you'd easily have that kind of strength." Her casually dropped comment caused a ripple. Elibin fell silent. "Am I wrong?" she asked again with a gentle smile. "Hiding won't work anymore, huh?" A calm voice echoed through the room. Elibin's blue eyes shimmered softly under the moonlight. Chapter 293. Sin of Greed 4. Magrina looked at Elibin. Elibin also looked at Magrina. However, no words were exchanged between them. Just silence. How long did that silence last? "Honestly, I didn't think you'd recognize me." It was Elibin who first broke the silence. "Is that so?" "Yes, because even if it hasn't been long for me, it's been a while for you, hasn't it? I'd say it's the same for both of us. Well, I am human, after all." To Elibin's light-hearted tone, Magrina responded with a subtle smile. "After living so long, isn't it strange to still call yourself human? Living long, well, you could say that's half true and half false." At his response, Magrina's smile vanished. In contrast, Elibin still wore a calm smile as he spoke. "May I ask you a favor?" "What kind of favor?" The man, who had remained composed the whole time, paused for a breath. "Please keep this matter a secret from the Marquis." At that, Magrina began to deliberate, a rather lengthy hesitation. However, Elibin waited patiently without pressing her. "All right." Eventually, she gave a light agreement compared to the long pause. "That's unexpected. I didn't think Her Majesty would agree so easily." This time, Elibin sounded genuinely surprised. "Is that so?" "Yes. To be honest, I thought we'd have a longer conversation. I also thought we'd each have to reveal a bit more of what we've been hiding." "Hiding things? Come on," I admitted it willingly. "Aren't you planning to do the same?" At Magrina's continued reactions, Elibin let out a brief chuckle before saying, "You consumed it, didn't you?" "Barma." As he spoke the name, Magrina's smiling face instantly froze. "You're a deeper than I thought. No one's figured it out until now. I know a lot of things. For instance, that Her Majesty has gone beyond just mastering the power of Barma. You really do know a lot, but don't worry. Just like you won't reveal my identity to the Marquis, I have no intention of exposing yours either. So let's keep this as our shared secret." Elibin held up his pinky finger. Watching him quietly, Magrina slowly opened her mouth. "Then since we're here, let me say one more thing. Elibin." "What might that be, Your Majesty?" "If you ever do anything to my brother in that moment," the world bathed in blue moonlight suddenly transformed. The surroundings turned shades of red and violet. Those lights mixed in chaos, creating a bizarre, painted world. The moon in the night sky shifted to a violet hue. KRRRRK, strange forms undulated in the sky where the Milky Way once floated. A grotesque sight that anyone would call terrifying. And in the center of it all, Magrina scattered terrifying magical energy. You should think very carefully about what might happen next. Her red glowing eyes pierced through her green irises and bore into Elibin as she muttered softly. Elibin remained silent for a moment at her warning. "Don't worry, I would never harm the Marquis. In fact, isn't that why Your Majesty agreed to keep my secret in the first place?" He replied without backing down. He was right. The reason Magrina didn't reveal Elibin's secret was because she judged that he would never harm Alan. Elibin's power was no small thing. If he wanted, he could have harmed Alan at any time. But he didn't. On top of that, for reasons unknown, he had even brought Alan's ring to her. Still, just in case, she had prepared to use force. But Elibin didn't waver in the slightest. In fact, a clear smile spread across his lips. "Once again, don't worry. I received the same thing Her Majesty did." "The same thing? What did you receive from the Marquis?" Magrina remained silent. There were many things she had received from Alan. He had saved her life more than once. He had protected her multiple times. In the end, he had even solved her greatest problem. And that wasn't all. She had received so much from Alan that she couldn't even begin to list it all here. He had given her the strength to live among these detestable kin. He had made it possible for her to become the queen of these people. He had given her he had Alan had. He had given Magrina far too much. So much that it couldn't possibly be summed up. That's why Magrina thought of a single word that could encompass everything Alan had done for her. That word was hope. In the depths of a void where there had been nothing, he had given her the one thing she needed most. I feel the same. As Magrina was lost in thought, reminiscing about that time, a voice suddenly snapped her back to the present. Alibin was still standing there, his blue eyes shining as if they would never fade. With a gentle smile, I was given hope too. Alibin spoke clearly. Hope that was like salvation. Eastern Grainifra. Once a protector of the world tree's roots, now a member of the shadow leaves, serving the queen since the roots were purifitter name was Ramu. Kiyek. She stared at the oncoming horde of goblins and orcs. Their number was at least several dozen. But despite being outnumbered, Ramu showed no sign of panic as she simply gripped her spear. And after a short while, only the corpses of greenskins lay around her. Bodies pierced with precise strikes to their vital points, all life extinguished. However, Ramus' expression remained anything but satisfied, even though she had taken them down with such ease. The reason was the unusual phenomenon on the bodies of the greenskins. The ones she had dealt with weren't ordinary. They were noticeably more savage and far stronger. But above all else, what truly caught Ramus' eye was that the ash-gray patches visible on their skin. And not the ordinary kind of ash-gray. Why is there ash powder? It was the same type of skin as the ash that had once lingered beneath the roots. As ash began to scatter among the corpses, Ramu turned and began walking in the direction they had come from. When she ventured deeper into the forest, she saw it, the being that the primordial elf had once defeated, the ash rooter, and not just one of them, 4 of them, there were 4 of them. She froze in shock for a moment. But then Ramu quickly turned to head back to Grainifra. She had to report this immediately. However, unfortunately, Ramu had to stop after only a short distance, because KRRRK. An absurd number of greenskins suddenly surrounded her, as if they had been waiting. Ramu clenched her teeth silently. The control is still unstable, but it should help your spell to some extent. Is that so? But don't keep it up too long. If you don't want your brain to fry and kill you without you even realizing it, shut it down the moment it feels like it's overloading. Alan listened as he faced Kilris, absorbing the explanation. Understood, Alan nodded. But Kilris gave him a strange look and added, just in case, let me say this, under no circumstances should you try to complete it. You wouldn't survive in your current state. He emphasized once again. You sure do worry a lot. I don't want to die either. I've never seen someone who doesn't want to die pushing their body that hard, though. At Kilris' remark, Alan momentarily fell silent, then changed the subject. So is this training finished? You could say that. You still need more practice, but from now on it's something you'll have to do on your own. As Alan fell into thought, gently petting the purring Kilris on his shoulder, come to think of it, there's something I should tell you. What is it? You asked before, remember? About wanting to unify your powers. Alan let out a quiet breath of realization. After it became certain that the sin of greed would emerge, Alan had asked Kilris the same question. Rather than trying to merge my powers into one, it's just that everything feels too scattered right now. Kilris looked at Alan for a moment before he began speaking. To be clear, I don't know how to unify your powers. I am a mage, not a god. I see, but I can at least tell you how to grow stronger. Are you talking about the dragon spirit? No, I am already teaching you that, aren't I? Then what? At Alan's question, Kilris tapped the side of his own head. You're different from me. Even without inheriting any mental image, you're able to use other mages' spells without any issue. He continued the explanation. Then suddenly, he clicked his tongue and fell silent. What's wrong? Alan tilted his head in question. But Kilris replied, seems like this isn't the right time to tell you anything more. He muttered that under his breath. We'll talk later. Looks like something urgent is happening outside. He stretched out something black toward Alan. In the next instant, Alan realized he had been thrown out of that space, as if he'd been killed and expelled from running through the past. While he was still dazed and trying to understand what had happened, my lord, Penia's urgent cry rang out. And the moment he saw her, Alan's eyes widened slightly. Just before he had gone to see Kilris, Penia had been happily immersed in reading books in the library. What's wrong? It's serious. She grabbed Alan with an uncharacteristically grim face. Sensing that something was definitely wrong, Alan immediately got up. And when he followed her to the front of the cathedral walls in Fildegreen, he was at a loss for words. And understandably, Sohat stood before Alan was none other than the ash rooter he had previously defeated. And not just one, like the one from beneath the roots the ash rooter, but 4 of them. 4 ash rooters were approaching Fildegreen, spewing magma and turning the green forest into a blazing inferno. Alan froze in place without realizing it, not because of how powerful the ash rooters were. With Alan and the current residents of Fildegreen working together, they could surely fend them off. The reason Alan froze was because of the very existence of the ash rooters. As far as Alan knew, they only appeared when the sin of greed emerged. And if 4 of them had gathered in one place, it could only mean one thing: no way. The sin of greed. It pointed to one undeniable truth. Alan had no choice but to accept it. Right here, in this very place, the sin of greed had been born. Chapter 294. Sin of Greed. 5. The sin of greed was born. At the moment he realized this fact, what came to Alan's mind was not the despair of the sin of greed's emergence. Magrina. Yes, brother. Don't tell me. Alan couldn't finish what he was going to say, not because he didn't know what to say. He definitely had the words in his head, but lacking the courage to ask, he let his sentence trail off. Don't worry, brother. The seal is perfectly intact. Hearing Magrina's response, Alan let out a deep sigh before he even realized it. The churning inside him gradually calmed. More important than the fact that a sin had appeared was that Rhine had not become the sin of greed. It was truly a relief. A slightly unfamiliar side of Alanin-like, the old him who prioritized stopping the emergence of the sins above all else. However, Alan himself was unaware of this change and began thinking calmly, unlike a moment ago. If there are 4 ash cedars, it means the sin of greed has already been born. Unlike the sin of envy he had seen before, this one wasn't incomplete. The sin of greed Alan would face now was the full-fledged one like the one he encountered in Psychedelia. A monster capable of destroying a kingdom just by appearing, devouring hundreds of thousands of lives, driving everything into ruin until death, leading the entire continent to collapse. Alan stared at the ash cedar approaching Fildegreen. Magma was oozing relentlessly from its body. Green trees shattered without mercy as it moved. The ash cedarer, rather, the mother of greed, was devouring everything in its path, just as its name implied. And at the center of those mothers of greed, it was there. The first thing that caught the eye was the impossibly pale, inhuman skin. Next were the many wing joints grotesquely bent and embedded into its back. Smooth, featherless skeletal structures. Yet dozens, maybe hundreds of pages of paper were stuck into those bones, fluttering like wings, their content unreadable. Finally, there were the inverted pupils. Black sclera with green, emotionless light, gazing forward with eerie intelligence. Alan let out a short sigh as he took it in. Sins, by nature, required time to reach completion. That's why when players confronted a sin, they were usually given an advantage facing the sin in an incomplete form, perhaps with weakened power or a sealed skill. But unfortunately, the sin in front of Alan now appeared nearly fully adapted. There was no time to hesitate. What the hell are we supposed to do about that? The muttering of an elf watching the scene reached his ears. The situation was far from good. Some were paralyzed by fear. Some clenched their teeth to resist being consumed by terror, yet their anxious eyes betrayed their inner struggle. Others stared ahead with blank expressions. As the mother of greed devoured everything on its way toward Fildegreen, even words like courage and hope were greedily stripped away from the soldiers. A desperate situation. All the more reason to stay composed. As he calmed his mind and continued thinking clearly, Alan Master turned his gaze toward Sialring, who had called out, "Should I just wipe them all out?" Hearing Sialring's words, Alan coolly assessed their strength. His thoughts didn't take long. "Sialring, Raiden Rhea, I need your help." "My queen, you must evacuate, immediately." From the top of the wall, Ramu, who had also been analyzing the situation alongside Alan, watched with a tense expression. The mother of greed was still heading straight toward Fildegreen, as if it were about to consume the entire city at any moment. "My queen, please," Ramu cried out again, more desperate than before. But Magrina, staring straight ahead with an unreadable expression, finally spoke. "Ramu, please don't worry too much." Her voice was completely calm. "This isn't simple concern, it's a truly dangerous situation." Ramu clutched at her chest in frustration. As a former member of the Shadow Leaves, Ramu knew all too well the power those things held. There's no way we can win against that. Of course, Ramu also knew that things were different now. The queen could use magic. and the primordial elf who had previously taken care of the ash cedar was also here. Even so, Ramu's fear remained unchanged, because she knew this wasn't the end. And then, what the hell is that now? A voice filled with horror rang out. Ramu immediately looked down below, and exhaled a breath full of despair. Down their greenskins with ashen gray skin were pouring out from the red magma, charging toward the city walls. The elves who had been struggling to hold on to courage now had their faces completely overtaken by despair. Even Ramu had to shut her eyes at the overwhelming sight. There were far too many ashlings to count. So many that their ashen gray forms blotted out the elves' field of vision. A soldier gave a hollow laugh at the overwhelming spectacle, but no one scolded him. Anyone would laugh like that if they saw this. That's how overwhelming the ashlings were. "My queen!" Ramu shouted once again toward Magrina, but Magrina, still expressionless, silently gazed ahead. Just as Ramu opened her mouth to speak again, "Up we go," a small voice rang out. Ramu instinctively turned his gaze. There stood Sialrang at the edge of the wall, rotating her waist and stretching her body. Ramu let out a dry laugh. She too had felt it intuitively. That beastkin was strong. But the fact that she was preparing to charge in without hesitation, even after seeing that number, it was incomprehensible. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't believe she could drive away that absurd number. Stop doing reckless things, just as she was about to stop her crackle. Lightning began to leak from Sialrang's body. Crackle zap. The lightning started from her golden gauntlets and quickly spread across her entire body. And then zap, the moment Sialrang, shrouded in golden lightning, became a thunder god. Rangchang, spear wolf spear. A calm incantation flowed from her lips, a chant that in some ways could even sound a bit cute. But right after, Ramu saw it. Just moments ago, Sialrang had definitely been standing before him, but now, she vanished as if she had never been there. And then flash. Zap, a brilliant yellow flash burst forth. The ash cedar at the front let out a horrific scream. A thunder god cloaked in golden lightning descended from the sky. The ash cedar in her grasp was ruthlessly obliterated. This is insane. An unbelievable sight. However, tap. As if that were only the beginning, Historia leapt from the wall and dove headfirst into the center of the ashlings. Even though the ash cedar had been killed, the ashlings surged forward with weapons raised to attack the incoming threat. And just moments before Historia's body touched the ground, click, her stance shifted. With one hand gripping the sword at her left hip, she lowered her body. At the very moment her body was about to touch the earth phase too, the ashlings charging toward Historia suddenly froze, as if time itself had stopped motionless. Then Historia gently landed. Click, and in the moment she sheathed a blade that no one had seen her swing. White moon. A giant crescent moon of foliage rose into the ash-gray landscape. And right after Historia wiped out the swarm of ashlings, gasp. Raiden, who had been calmly controlling his breathing, was the last to vault over the wall. Jumping even higher than Sialrang and Historia, Raiden pulled something from the air. Crackle zap. A bizarre sound, like the air itself splitting, as a weapon was drawn into Raiden's hand. It was the colossal greatsword from his treasure hoard not long ago, used to slay a beast many times the size of a ship. A sword so massive it could cleave the blue sky in half, broke through the rift and was summoned. What the hell is that? The soldiers who had sunk into despair looked up in shock at Raiden. In that moment, the greatsword began to fall toward the ground. Raiden did nothing more. He had simply summoned the enormous sword. No other action was taken. Because without an ocean, Raiden could not launch relics. But even so, the massive sword that could split the sky was more than enough on its own. Boom. The greatsword fell upon the earth, crushing another ash cedar like divine judgment. A plume of dust burst into the air. The elves, who had been in despair just moments before, now looked on in awe. And Ramu, who had also been watching in a daze, trembled with reverence. The last one to move was Alan. The full state of the battle before him was still unclear. But one fact stood certain: Alan had to deal with the remaining ash cedars and the sin. The control is still unstable, but this should help your technique to some degree. But don't maintain it for too long. Unless you want your brain to fry without realizing it, shut it down if you feel it overloading. Kilrus' words echoed vividly in Alan's mind, and above all, do not complete it. You won't be able to withstand it as you are now. A bit curt, but every word full of concern for Alan's well-being. Kilrus had warned him multiple times just how dangerous what he was about to use truly was, but even so, Alan had made up his mind. because without it he would not be able to deal with the sin. Blackie, meow. At Alon's call, Blackie climbed from his chest to his shoulder. Finally, Alon turned his back to the elves and formed the hand seals. Of the shadows, he chanted, awaken, without hesitation. Chapter 295, Sin of Greed 6, drrrrrrrr. As Alon murmured, eyeballs began to emerge from Blackie's previously blank body. 1, then 2, 2 became 4, then 4 quickly multiplied, and red eyes spread across Blackie's entire body. Wood spirit. At Alon's whispered command, Blackie's tail slithered like a snake and wrapped around Alon's body. Linked chain. Soon, black shadows and red eyes began spreading over Alon's entire body. Transformation. Blackie's body, which had been resting on Alon's shoulder, melted away like snow and vanished into his body. Then, darkness. The shadows cloaking Alon's body formed a black circle behind him. Like a halo, the black shadow gathered behind Alon's head and quickly drew a massive ring. Immediately after that, reverse heaven. As soon as Alon chanted the spell, from the black halo that formed behind him whoosh, a red eyeball appeared. Alon's fluttering black coat began rippling like a shadow. And then whoa. In a sky scorched and filled with ash, a Milky Way began to form. It feels peaceful. That was Alon's first thought as he gazed at the Milky Way created in the ashen world. The reverse heaven spell requires endless creation of stars to release ever-multiplying mana, forming a Milky Way. Normally, this brought brain-melting pain, but now it was tranquil. I should have learned this earlier. Alon was only able to open this spell so effortlessly thanks to a spell he learned recently from Kilris. The spell's effect was simple. It allowed Alon to fully merge with his shadow dragon Blackie and offload part of his mana calculations to it. Because of that, Alon could calmly analyze the current situation with a clearer mind than ever before. Still, it's unstable. At most, I've got maybe 2 minutes left. Naturally, the spell Alon received from Kilris was extremely incomplete. There was one reason. Alon hadn't mastered Kilris magic in full, had only learned the portions necessary at this moment. In other words, the awakening he learned from Kilris had no other effects besides aiding computation, and its duration was frustratingly short. It was nearly identical to the time Alon could forcibly maintain reverse heaven, but even that much was enough. With a light exhale, Alon leapt from the fortress wall, flicking the fingers of his gauntleted hand. Crackle, frozen earth spread across the ashen world. Ash rushing toward him froze instantly, forming mountains of gray dust. Landing atop one of those peaks, Alon formed a hand sign without hesitation. Then, as if waiting for this, the stars that embroidered the air like a Milky Way began to fall to the ground at his will. For an unfinished prototype, it seems decent enough. But Marquis, you really shouldn't use this carelessly, okay? Penia's warning echoed in his mind, and it was a valid warning. This spell had been created with Penia. Not only was it unfinished, but Alon hadn't even come close to completing it. Therefore, it wasn't something to be used lightly. The uncontrollable power from the calculations wouldn't just fall on the ash beings, it would destroy all of Grainifra. Yes, under normal circumstances, that would be the case. But that only applied when Alon no longer had the computational power to control the Milky Way. If Alon had enough computing power and a solid image to control it, then the side effects could be mitigated. Alon looked up at the sky. Mana spheres floated across the ashen heavens. Even with his current computational support, they were too many to fully control. But that didn't matter, because now Alon had an image in mind that could handle it all. Bzzzzzzz. As Alon formed a hand seal, the mana spheres above his head turned into thin threads and spread in all directions. What he envisioned was the blue fissure Raiden had shown him as a magic orb. While others saw only a crack, Alon had seen something else inside it, a rule that allowed the control of countless weapons at once. Crack, crackle, red fissures appeared in the sky. They looked identical in shape and function to the one Raiden had shown. However, the ones Alon created were extremely crude. He had simply cobbled together the structure as simply as possible to replicate it. The mana consumption was so massive that other methods would have been more efficient. Even so, Alon continued to multiply the fissures. For Alon at this moment, the massive mana consumption from the spell's crude form was practically irrelevant. Just like when Raiden had summoned the magic orb, the red fissures that began forming in the sky quickly devoured it. And then what? Is that? No way this. This is the work of the primordial elf. The soldiers gazed in awe at the Milky Way's glowing red within the sky full of fissures. Whoa, that's even Historia? Sialrang and Raidenhu had just been slaughtering ash creatures looked up at the sky in a daze. And finally, with all the mana spheres now under control, Alan stretched out his hand, fingers extended, toward the source of greed, the mother of greed, toward the sin of greed itself. Launch, he spoke softly. And from the sky, an uncountable number of flashes rained down toward a single point. Then the light blinded everyone. No way. After the light engulfed everything, Ramu muttered in shock as his vision returned, his face dazed. Even having seen it, he couldn't believe it. The ash seeders, who had seemed ready to consume the earth itself, had all vanished. And that wasn't all. The ash particles that had been flying toward Fildegreen were now, quite literally, turning to ash and scattering. Because of that, hope began to rise in Ramus' wide, astonished eyes. However, Alan, the one who had caused all of this, didn't look pleased at all. It was true that the mother of greed was no longer visible, but it was still there. With pale white skin and green eyes fixed intently on Alan, the sin of greed was still standing in that very spot. Her condition was far from good. Her body looked barely able to stand. Her lower half had been blown away. Her right arm hung loosely, and more than half of her face was gone. She was in a state closer to death than life. And yet, the reason Alan's face was frozen regeneration. She was healing those devastating wounds like it was nothing. At an unbelievable speed. Alan felt a wave of disappointment, but quickly gathered his thoughts. Even so, he couldn't give up on stopping the sin. The moment he tried to move his mana, Alan realized something. My mana won't move. And just as he recognized this, how fascinating. The sin's voice echoed. One of the many paper talismans floating behind her fluttered down to the ground. At that moment, as if by instinct, the three of them charged forward to stop her. Sialrang appeared above the sin in a flash of light, aiming directly for her head as he fell. Rang-chang, Historia dashed to the sin's front and drew her sword in an instant. Force-style Raiden emerged from behind with a trident in hand. And then what came next, or rather, what they heard, kaboo. A thunderous explosion rang out. Aarg, please, someone help, they were screams from the elves. When Alan turned to look, he saw the shattered fortress wall. And beyond it, a desolate wasteland, everything inside annihilated. And at the edge of that destruction, tremble stood Historia, gripping her sword with shaking hands, her entire body drenched in blood. My lord, she didn't even finish her sentence. Run and collapsed. Only then did Alan understand that they had all been defeated by the sin. As he turned his gaze, just as he suspected, huge clouds of dust were rising from all around, as if bombarded. And then why is something I clearly erased still lingering here? The sin of greed had suddenly appeared in front of Alan. Alan immediately tried to move his mana, but still, it didn't respond. Norse hack, Alan coughed up blood. At the same time, the reverse heaven spell was broken, and then he realized why his mana hadn't moved. My magic structure was simple. When using reverse heaven, Alan's magic was deployed based on the mana spheres floating in the sky. The sin of greed had reversed that structure and taken control of his mana instead. Just like how Alan had just used a reverse method to control the spheres via fissures, an utterly ridiculous feat. But something only a sin could pull off. Alan looked at her. The Milky Way had disappeared, and the world had turned gray once again, with the sin standing against it. Her blank, detached gaze looking down on him alone made him feel overwhelmed. Everyone who had once been filled with awe and hope now wore expressions of pure despair. And then, when the Milky Way Alan had created completely disappeared and the world turned gray once more so, what will you do now? The sin, who had been staring intently at Alan, suddenly asked. There's nothing more you can do. You're well aware, and yet you still haven't abandoned hope. The reason the sin of greed said those words was because she had noticed that the emotion in Alan's eyes was not resignation. What are you placing your hope in? You shouldn't have anything left to try. Her words were true. No matter how positively one looked at the situation, it was undeniably grim. The three who had fought alongside Alan were rendered unable to battle by the sin, and Alan himself wasn't in much better shape. Even if he used divine power to engage in combat temporarily, with his mana under control, he had no remaining weapons to rely on. And yet, despite that worst-case scenario, Alan said calmly, I don't need to do anything. From the beginning, Alan had never thought he could defeat the sin with just one blow. He knew all too well that incomprehensible something capable of destroying an entire continent couldn't be dealt with this easily. And yet, the reason Alan still chose to strike the sin was for two reasons. One was to confirm whether this sin of greed, manifested in another person's body, was the same sin he had faced multiple times in the game. And the other, the alarms already gone off. What? The sin asked again, but Alan turned his gaze elsewhere. Far off in the distance, smoke was rising beneath the world tree encircling Fildegreen, where the other mana spheres, launched during Alan's earlier attack, had landed. And then, was it just delusion? The sin of greed, who had shown a hint of interest, soon erased that expression and looked ahead. There stood the elves, countless elves, all staring at her in terror and despair. And then, I'm bored now. From the sin's body, mana began to pour out explosively. A simple act of mana release, yet that alone was enough for the sin of greed to scatter mana throughout all of Fildegreen. It's over. It's the end. The elves shrank back in horror. Even Magrina, who had been expressionless just moments ago, widened her eyes in realization of what was happening. Let's just end this all at once. She was sure of her victory and began to cast a spell, but she couldn't. Because of a strange sense of discomfort, the sin looked again toward the elves. They were still trembling in fear. Likewise, when she glanced below, Magrina still wore a stunned expression. Nothing had changed. And yet As she blankly observed the scene, the sin soon realized the source of her unease. It was simple. They're not looking at me. The elves were not staring at the sin. Even Magrina wasn't looking at her. And the moment the sin grasped that fact, she realized something else, that the dull sky above had darkened. She looked up. In the once ashen sky of Grainifra, a wall had formed. As if a surface had been built in the heavens. No, it wasn't. It wasn't a wall. It was a hand, one so massive that it covered the skies above Fildegreen. A giant hand. Cold sweat ran down the back of the sin of greed, a being who had cast off desires and emotions to become a transcendent being. And only then did she realize, this is something like me, that behind her there existed a being just like her. No, please don't think that way, said a voice. I don't want to be treated as the same as you by father. When the sin looked around, the first thing she saw was hair like living vegetation. You are, yes, that name suits me just fine. The next thing she saw were green eyes, radiant even in the dark, and finally longing. A woman who smiled and nodded. Call me longing, I like that. And then a massive hand fell, sucking in the gray clouds like a whirlpool, descending straight onto her. Chapter 296. Sin of Greed, 7. A massive hand descended, absorbing even the ashen clouds. Alan stood dumbfounded, his mouth agape as he watched the hand reduce everything to nothingness. It was Alan who had awakened Rhine, who had been sealed away. There were two reasons for this. One was that Rhine's help was essential in dealing with the sin of greed. What Alan had discovered while attacking the sin of greed was this. Though the incarnation before him differed in form, it wielded the same power of knowledge as the sin he had seen in psychedelia. And because Rhine possessed knowledge on the same level as the sin, Alan believed that with Rhine's insight, they could easily deduce and counter the powers the sin used beyond what Alan already knew. The other reason was that Alan believed Rhine had become far stronger than before. To Alan's knowledge, the place where Rhine had been imprisoned was where the Ash Cedarno, the mother of greed, who only appeared upon the sin's birth, had settled. And that alone was enough for Alan to easily imagine what choices Rhine must have made while trapped with that beast. The existence of the mother of greed meant that Rhine had likely delved into the forbidden knowledge housed within the eternal library. That's why Alan had felt relief when he saw the inscription in the place where she had been sealed. It was writing that a sin could never have created. Thus, based on this judgment, Alan decided to enlist Rhine's help to defeat the sin, and that decision proved correct. Despite having sought forbidden knowledge, Rhine remained unharmed, and just as Alan had hoped, she had grown far stronger. However, there was one thing he had miscalculated. He hadn't expected her to grow this strong. Rhine had surpassed even what Alan had imagined. He never thought she'd become this powerful. With a blank stare, Alan looked up at the towering figurano, the massive fist that had fallen from the sky. Rhine, as the enormous fist withdrew, a figure was revealed, and Alan instinctively murmured. She looked the same as before. Her hair, like that of wild grass, showed its color even under the gray sky, and her vivid green eyes gleamed brightly. There was so much he wanted to say. He wanted to thank her and at the same time scold her. But more than anything, he felt sorry. Alon had never experienced centuries of time. He couldn't even begin to imagine what it was like to live for hundreds of years. Even a mere 10 years was enough for the world to change easily. Even 10 years was enough for most of Alon's memories, save for the precious ones, to sink into the depths of forgetfulness. Because of that, he couldn't open his mouth easily. He couldn't just say you've been through a lot, or even thank you, because he couldn't begin to fathom how hard it must have been to endure hundreds of years in silence. As he remained quiet, Rhine, now standing right before him, lifted the corners of her once still lips gently. "Yes, Godfather. I am your Rhine," she smiled and responded. Alon opened his mouth to say something. But I think the greetings will have to wait, Godfather." At Rhine's following words, Alon quickly snapped back to reality and looked ahead. "What are you?" There stood the sin of greed. As its completely shattered body regenerated, it looked at Rhine as if it couldn't comprehend what it was seeing. As the regeneration finished, the paper that had been clinging to her shoulder blade lost its power and fell off. "What in the world are you?" The sin of greed, forcing out words it could barely utter, suddenly widened its eyes in realization, staring at Rhine. "And then no way you're the one from back then," in contrast to its usual emotionless tone, the sin muttered in disbelief. Rhine replied with a smile. "I am glad. You've got a new body instead of Agui's. I thought it'd cast off all worldly desires and emotions." The sin muttered, "But it seems I haven't. And in the next moment, let me repay the debt from back then." Its body began to swell as if about to burst. The sin of greed that Alon had faced in psychedelia had two distinct phases. The first phase was the humanoid form currently before him. During this phase, the sin uses numerous unconventional debuffs and spells through forbidden knowledge powers no one else in psychedelia wielded. However, in the game, phase 1 of the sin wasn't particularly difficult to deal with. Unlike now, when facing the sin in the game, Alon was joined by 3 party members including a Libyan, plus 3 powerful allies. Additionally, depending on the approach, there were generally at least 3 knight orders, and between thousands to tens of thousands of soldiers supporting the battle. So when facing the sin of greed in the game, the main concern was how to deal with debuffs and near-instant death spells by avoiding or enduring them. Thighs was the method to survive phase 1. But when all the numerous pages on the sin's wing blades were destroyed, and only 5 remained, the sin would then enter phase 2. The monstrosity phase, just like now, Tusk. As he watched the sin swell rapidly, Alon grimaced. Its pure white body suddenly began to mutate and explosively grow in size, taking shape. Before he could react, it started to form the massive shape of a skull. Seeing this, Alon thought, what should I do? Phase 2 of the sin of greed was essentially a final frenzy. Once it transformed into a giant skeletal beast, it began spawning dozens of arms to simultaneously cast all the spells it had used so far. In other words, the difficulty increased drastically compared to phase 1. What made it worse was that the current sin had skipped to monstrosity form even though it still had many lives left. That made things far worse. Just then, as Alon frowned further, from the sky, a massive hand like the one before began to fall again. Like a giant tower crashing down, the mechanical hand surged to crush the sin completely. Swallowing everything in its path and ripping the very air apart, the enormous hand slammed into the sin's body once more. From its massive wings, countless sin lives were torn off and scattered in an instant. Perhaps even this alone was enough to give Alon hope that the sin might be defeated. However, unfortunately, Alon's hope did not come true. The moment the retrieved hand fell once again, woo-woong, a massive magic circle appeared in midair, blocking the descending hand. Crack! The magic circle began to shatter. However, before it completely broke, dozens of hands like those of a 1,000-armed Data suddenly regenerated and began forming hand seals all at once. Woo-woong! Dozens of magic circles began to form above the sin's head. And then the moment 2 idle hands among the many formed seals, Alon instinctively grabbed Rhine and used Thunder God's form to escape from the spot. KWAHHHHH. As the green light devoured everything, Alon saw it. The western region of Fildegreen now turned entirely into a wasteland. The moment he saw it, a chill ran down his spine. Despite most of the sin's magic being used to block the mechanical hand, Plutathat was falling from above. Just 2 hand seals had created magic capable of such destruction. Godfather. That thought only lasted a moment. At Rhine's voice, Alon lowered his gaze and met her eyes. "May I ask a favor just for a moment? Just a short request." but Alan understood its meaning and nodded. With that, a massive magic circle formed beneath Rhine's feet, and the golden eye that hadn't been visible until just now began to shine brilliantly. Alan turned his gaze and moved again toward Rhine, spotting the sin forming seals once more. Blackie. Meow, he lifted Blackie from his pocket onto his shoulder, awakening of the shadow. He began chanting the incantation once again. Alan's body was once more filled with pupils, and soon a giant eye formed in his halo. Reverse heavens. The moment his voice echoed, a galaxy began forming once more in the gray sky. Alan saw it and felt it in his core. There isn't much time left. Ever since he resolved to buy time for Rhine, he had used divinity to restore his body, but the countdown had not reset. Who, as if even a fleeting moment was too precious, he began controlling the galaxies without hesitation. With a cracking sound, red fissures opened up. Though the sin had once taken control of them, it didn't matter now. The sin didn't have time to seize control of his spells again. Crack. The swiftly spreading fissures brought the magic orbs under control. Extending his index and middle fingers, he immediately fired the magic orbs. But they weren't aimed at the sin's body, kwhhhh. They targeted the hands forming seals. The magic orbs, streaking like flashes, shot toward the hands enacting the spell. Crack at the same time, the massive magic circle blocking the mechanical hand began showing signs of collapse. The seals that had just been cast toward Rhine shifted in form, but it was only for a moment. Alan felt his limit. His brain was sending warning signals, a sign that even a few more seconds of maintaining this technique would be irreversible. As if to prove it, the weakening magic circle began to stabilize again, and the sin's now free hands completed their seal screen light burst forth. It was so fast, Alan couldn't even react in time. But rather than thinking to block it, Alan instinctively redirected the magic orbs midair into the green light. Kwhhhh. His vision and hearing were consumed by the violent explosion. And at that very moment, Alan realized two things. One was that he had successfully blocked the incoming spell, and the other was that the reverse heavens spell could no longer be sustained. Coughing up black blood, Alan looked forward with blurred vision. The attack had been stopped, but the sin, unaffected by Alan's desperate efforts, Wuwang, had already nullified it and was preparing the next strike. Alan let out a hollow laugh at the absurdity. Grit, he clenched his teeth and tried to cast another spell. At that moment, click, everything stopped. The massive mechanical hand falling from the sky stopped. The magic circle holding back that massive hand stopped. The spell that had been aimed at Alan and Rhine stopped. The watching elves Penia, who had been about to rush in while chanting a spell to save Alan and Magrina, watching anxiously, all of them froze. Instead, they all turned their gaze in one direction, and they witnessed it. Far off, a colossal rift in the gray sky, like an abyss capable of devouring everything in this space. And from within it, a manufactured god revealed its form. Pluto, the massive full deployment. Chapter 297, Sin of Greed 8. In a silence heavy with gravity, everyone stares at the god visible within the rift. The elves didn't even recognize its existence. The members of the Shadow Leaves only sensed that something lay within the rift. Alan, too, couldn't quite identify exactly what he was seeing. The only thing certain was this green light emanating from the grotesquely massive rift, enough to give one goosebumps. How is that possible? That wasn't even in the library. As Alan stood there, staring blankly, he heard Greed mumble. Greed couldn't even finish the sentence, as if unable to comprehend the situation. And then grggggggggggh, the entity that had been watching motionlessly from beyond the rift, began to move. Just by raising its arm, the entire earth trembled violently, and upon the massive hand it extended a small sphere appeared. A very small sphere, but only for a moment. In an instant, the sphere grew rapidly, as if devouring everything around it, so large it could engulf the entire kingdom. Realizing what was happening, Greed immediately formed hand signs. A magic circle spread out in front of Greed. 1, 2, 4, 8. So many magic circles appeared in front of Greed that Alan lost count. What was formed was the fortress of iron and blood, a magical barrier so solid it seemed nothing could break through it. And just as that barrier protected Greed's body judgment. With Rhine's whisper, a massive beam of light shot out from the rift. And just before the world turned pure white, Alan saw it. The fortress of iron and blood that Greed had created being swallowed up and disintegrated by the green light. And then, a moment later, After the blinding white light had devoured sight and sound, the first thing visible was the dust cloud filling the air. Next came the sticky heat and the smell of burning that clung to the skin. And finally, after the dust settled, what was revealed was a massive hole. So enormous that even the entire western region of Fildegreen couldn't fill it. And at the edge of that hole stood Greed. Perhaps the monstrous transformation had been undone. Greed had returned to the human form shown during the first phase. But he didn't look well. Its lower body had vanished, as if it was never there to begin with. The countless sheets of paper that had once fluttered from its wings were now all gone. To the sin of Greed, this meant only one thing: death. Greed's remaining body began to crumble slowly into dust. Its eyes, the only part left intact, moved slightly. Alon met its gaze. "So you've taken it on, huh?" Greed seemed to be looking at Alon with an expression of understanding. No, that wasn't it. Greed wasn't looking at Alon. Behind, he was looking above Alon's head. Realizing this, Alon quickly turned around, but nothing was there. As confusion flickered across Alon's face, the remnant we dismissed. Greed, now nearly gone, called out to Alon. Alon turned to face it again. Its expression had returned to the blank, emotionless state from earlier. "We'll see if your choice was the right one." With those final words, Greed vanished before Alon could ask anything. Alon watched silently. "Is it over?" he murmured without thinking. He turned his head to look around. Aside from Greed disappearing, nothing else had changed. The sky remained gloomy. A massive hole remained in the ground. Fildegreen had suffered more damage than it did during the Rosario incident. Still, the fact that Greed had been defeated was enough for Alon to sigh in relief. "First, I need to rescue Raiden, Cialrang, and Historia. No, I also need to finish what I started with Rhine." As Alon tried to gather his thoughts, he realized that his elevated point of view had suddenly dropped. The next thing he felt was something warm trickling down his face. Alon raised a hand to wipe it carefully, but before he could, his body slumped forward. "You did well, Godfather. Now please rest a little." With Rhine's soft voice echoing in his ears, Alon closed his eyes. "Marquis, are you awake?" As Alon regained consciousness, he heard Pinia's voice. His head felt hazy. Alon stared blankly into the air for a moment, and slowly, the memories of what happened right before he collapsed began returning. How many days has it been? It's been 5 days since then. Alon pressed his hand to his throbbing head. "What happened to me?" He gently lifted himself up. "You don't remember clearly. I remember defeating Greed and turning around afterward. Then you basically remember everything, don't you?" "That might be true, but what I am asking is why I collapsed." Alon looked down to check his body. It was clean, not a single wound. "There are no injuries, though." As he murmured in confusion, Pinia explained. "It was probably due to overload." "Overload? Your head's pounding, right?" "Pounding doesn't even begin to describe it. Feels like someone smashed my skull with a hammer." "Then that's likely the cause of your collapse." Pinia offered her hypothesis. "Your divine regeneration probably healed everything. But the brain, even when healed, doesn't seem to be immune to overload." "By the way, didn't that person named Kilris also tell you that?" "He did mention it, but I didn't realize divine regeneration would be that useless." At Alon's response, Pinia's jaw dropped slightly. "Most people don't do what they're told not to, you know? I didn't have a choice." "I understand that, but still." Pinia sighed deeply. Alon furrowed his brow from the pain, then glanced around. "What about the others? Are they all okay?" Everyone is." Pinia began to explain the situation, but ill answer that. Evan suddenly cut in. Pinia frowned at him in annoyance, but Evan didn't seem to care and walked up to Alon. "Are you all right, Marquis?" "As you can see, I am fine, except for the headache." "That's a relief." "Oh, and all 3 of them are doing well. Cialrang and Raiden were slightly injured, but they're fine overall. Lady Historia is the same." "That's good." Alon let out a breath of relief and asked another question. "How's Rhine?" "Rhine is fine too, but, she said she won't be coming to see you." Alon was momentarily at a loss for words. What do you mean?" As he finally got the words out, Evan paused, then answered. "She said she'd be waiting at the top of the tower every night at midnight." "The top of the tower?" "Yes, she said she'd prefer your first meeting to be there." Evan added, "That's why she won't be coming to you." Alon asked quickly, "What time is it now?" About 2 hours until midnight." Alon turned his gaze to the window. The sky was already filled with a river of stars. "Let's go." "Excuse me? Right now? Yes, but it's not midnight yet." "And there's no need to rush," said Shell. "Wait every night. You should rest first." Despite Evan's objections, Alon stood up, lightly pressing his aching head. I wanted some fresh air anyway. Saying that, he stepped out of the room. Then let me guide, oh my God, read the room, will you? What? I just wanted to help since he looked tired. Wow, seriously, clueless? What? Us? Never mind. Leaving the bickering Peenia and Evan behind, Alon made his way to the top of the tower. When he reached the summit, was greeted by a cool breeze, the night sky adorned with the Milky Way and the moon. And then perhaps because he was so close to the sky, he could see the stars shine even more brilliantly than before, and beneath that glow, her figure shimmered even more quietly. Rhine, Alon softly spoke her name aloud. Rhine, who had been staring at the sky just moments ago, turned her eyes to him. Soon, a gentle smile spread across her lips. You've come, Godfather. Her voice was calm. Alon nodded as he walked toward her, his mind swirling in thought again. What should he say first? What feelings should he express first? What story should he begin with? Countless thoughts rose and faded in his mind. Things he never gave much thought to when talking to others now rushed through him. In the end, he reached Rhine without deciding what to say and stood before her. Just as Alon opened his mouth, I am sorry. Rhine spoke first. Her words didn't quite make sense, considering they came from her. Sorry for what? Alon looked puzzled. Staring at him, Rhine gave a faint, self-deprecating smile and replied, to be honest, I could have escaped 10 months ago. You could have. Yes, then why? Alon couldn't quite understand. Rhine, who had been looking at his face, lowered her gaze slightly. To me, it felt like centuries. But for you, it's only been a few months. Alon was about to ask what she meant. Then he realized what she was saying. While Rhine had been sealed in the past, she had to endure centuries before seeing Alon again. In contrast, Alon had returned directly to the present. To him, meeting Rhine again was like no more than a few months later. I just wanted you to think about me a little more. Was that too selfish of me? A quiet question echoed beneath the night sky. No. Alon responded immediately. That's not selfish. I'm glad to hear that. But even if you hadn't done that, Alon began to speak again. But his words never finished, because Rhine's finger gently pressed against his lips. You don't have to say it. Not yet. Murmuring to herself, it doesn't have to be defined yet, does it? Rhine then brushed Alon's face with the same finger that had just hushed him. First, the corner of his lips. Then, his cheek. Finally, she gently touched the furrow between his brows. At least for now, this is enough. Seeing the clear emotions surfacing on Alon's face, she smiled as brightly as the full moon. Then, after glancing once at the red brooch on his chest, she spoke. Godfather, since we've reunited like this, may I ask one favor? A favor? Yes. I was wondering if you could give me a light hug. That's not difficult. As Alon nodded to her request tap, she removed the brooch from his chest and tucked it into his breast pocket. If you hugged me like that, the brooch might catch on my head, she explained, noticing Alon's puzzled expression. Then, without hesitation, she gently wrapped her arms around him. I'll be in your care from now on, Godfather. Tightening her embrace, Rhine whispered. Yeah, I'll be in your care too. Alon replied with an unconscious smile. The Milky Way above shone down on the two of them. Flash and the brooch in Alon's pocket glowed as well, casting its light over the pair. Chapter 298, Divine Land, 1, the day after Alon greeted Rhine. Master. Big brother, Xiaoreng, Raiden. Alon went to see Xiaoreng and Raiden, who were now well enough to get out of bed. Are you okay? Yeah, thanks to you. If you hadn't told me, it would have been a disaster. Told you? Ah, you mean that. Yeah, about using magic. At Xiaoreng's words, Alon let out a small ah of realization. Indeed, just as she said, Alon had roughly explained the sin of greed to her when Mother Greed first appeared. In any case, I am glad you're safe. You were worried about me? Isn't it only natural that I would be? Alon responded with a question of his own. Xiaoreng laughed with a hee-hee, then Master, my ear. She pushed her face close to him. Alon naturally pressed Xiaoreng's ear gently, and Xiaoreng clung to him while humming softly. Seeing her like that, Alon smiled him. Big brother, what is it? Where's your brooch? Brooch. Only after Raiden asked did Alon realize the brooch on his chest had disappeared. Alon quickly recalled what happened yesterday. Oh, now that I think about it, I tucked it into my chest. I see. But why are you asking? Raiden hesitated for a moment, as if trying to figure out how to answer. Just when Alon started to wonder about the long pause, it's just that it looked really good on you, and suddenly you weren't wearing it, so I got curious. Ha ha ha, Raiden quickly responded. Yeah, it looked really good on you, Master. Xiaoreng, who had been quietly listening, nodded her head enthusiastically. Alon made a puzzled expression at their reactions. Just a moment ago, Xiaoring had been smiling happily, but now her pupils seemed to tremble. I suppose I should put it back on. Thinking nothing of it, Alan pinned the red brooch back on his chest. Xiaoring and Raiden let out a small sigh in secret. Have you met Rhine? At Alan's question, their expressions returned to normal. Oh, yeah, we met. Yes, we did, big brother. She seemed to be doing well, so I was relieved, Raiden added. Hearing that, Alan remembered what Evan had said that morning and asked, come to think of it, I heard you're both leaving soon, is that true? Yeah, that's right. Something suddenly came up. Yes, big brother, it's the same for me. Aren't you moving around too much without resting? That may be true, but there's something I really have to do, so it can't be helped. Same for me, master. I'd like to hang out with you more too. Expressing their regret, Raiden and Xiaoring said light farewells to Alan. Are you leaving right away? Yeah, see you again, master. I'll see you again too. Sure, they left so quickly it could truly be called in an instant. Like the wind. Though they had been oozing with regret, their quick disappearance left Alan with a strange expression, though only for a moment. Lord. Rhea. This time, Historia appeared in front of Alan. She looked clearly better than the last time Alan had seen her. I'm glad you look well. Yeah. As they spoke, Alan noticed the small pack on her back and felt curious. But, are you heading somewhere? Historia nodded. Yeah, you don't need to rest more. I am fine. I'll be back soon. Y'all be back soon? Yeah. With the short farewell of see you next time, she was gone. 3 people vanished so quickly. Alan grew more and more confused. At that moment on the outskirts of Fildegrino, of Grainifra. When they had left Fildegreen, Xiaoring and Raiden had still seemed full of energy. But now their expressions were somber. They walked in silence without saying a word. And as they neared the boundary of Grainifra, we didn't really help at all, did we? Xiaoring murmured quietly. Her voice carried a trace of discouragement. Raiden, who had also been silent, replied yeah, calmly and plainly. Once again walking silently, the two finally reached the border of Grainifra. And then I'm heading out. Xiaoring moved first. You're going back to the colony? I'm going back to prepare for what's next. What's next? Yeah. In case something like this happens again next time so I can protect Master properly, she murmured as she looked down at the gauntlet on her arm. See you next time then. She vanished before Raiden's eyes in an instant. Raiden stared at the spot where Xiaoring had been and let out a long sigh. Memories of the past clearly resurfaced in his mind. More than Xiaoring, he had been especially unhelpful. What should I even do? Raiden whispered softly, like a breeze. His hands clenched tightly with force, and at that very moment, Historia was also on the move. I have to retrieve it. She was heading toward the Ronobly jungle. With each step she took, her footprints dug deep into the ground. Shortly after the 3 of them had left, brother, are you sure you don't need to rest a little longer? Yes, I am fine. More importantly, how is the situation? Alan, who had been visited by Magrina the night before, walked around inside Fildegreen with her to grasp the current state of things, and he quickly came to a conclusion. Not good, it was exactly that. Fildegreen was not in a favorable condition. Because of the Sin's attack, nearly half of the territory had been torn away. Though the soldiers and civilians had evacuated in time and were unharmed, rebuilding the town would take over a year, even with every mage mobilized. Sigh, it's worrisome. Magrina sighed with a gloomy expression. After a moment of thought, Alan called to her. Magrina, yes, brother, if it's all right with you, would you consider receiving help from human mages? Human mages? Yes. Of course, he knew that elves generally disliked humans. But in this situation, restoring the territory quickly had to be the priority. After thinking briefly, she nodded in response to Alan's proposal. If what you say is true and we can really bring in mages, then I guess there's no other way right now. But is there even a method to invite them? If you let me use a few administrative permissions, there's a very simple method. Some permissions, Alan explained calmly to the curious Magrina. A few moments later, if that's all, it's not difficult. But are you sure that would be enough to summon mages? Yes. After reassuring a still slightly skeptical Magrina, Alan went to find Pinia. And then gasped so Yurei, saying that if they want, they can hand copy the contents of the old tomes. Yes, though not the ones in the underground archives, just those in the outer levels. But with this condition, the mages would come and work, right? It's totally doable. Honestly, if we put out a notice, I bet we'd have 50 of them lining up by tomorrow. That many? Of course that many. They know I wrote my thesis based on information I got here. Well, that's fortunate news. Just like that, they secured Laborno support with ease. As Alon nodded in approval, Peenia glanced at him and cautiously spoke. But Lord Marquis, what is it? If I bring in the mages for you, maybe, would I get something in return? She fidgeted with her fingers as she asked, and Alon replied, I'll see what I can do about giving you access to the underground archives and old tomes. I'll prepare right away. With just one word from Alon, Peenia's eyes sparkled, and she darted off. Her eyes gleamed like a character from an old idol anime who just pulled off a last-minute miracle endingso, Alon thought. Once the situation had been handled, Alon sat down and took a moment to catch his breath. Godfather. Rhine. This time, Rhine had come to see him. Did you get some rest? Not really, no. In truth, Alon hadn't gotten much rest at all today. He had sent off Cialrang, Raiden, and Historia, who had all suddenly departed in the morning, and spent the whole afternoon checking on Fildegreen. Honestly, I didn't have to personally oversee the Fildegreen situation. But since he had been granted a title, Alon felt it was his responsibility to handle at least the minimum. So he had spent nearly the entire day inspecting Fildegreen. Shouldn't you get some rest? That may be true. Oh, by the way, Rhine, what are your plans now? Me? Yes. Are you heading back to Lartania? At that, Rhine made a thoughtful expression and soon shook her head. No, I think I'll stay here for a while. For a while? Why? Rhine hesitated for a moment, as if unsure whether to say it or not. The truth is, she finally began to speak. And Alon, you're making an artifact out of Agui? Yes. It's still down in the underground. He was able to hear something quite surprising. So, to sum it up, when you were sealed, you used forbidden knowledge to summon the sin and incarnated Agui. Yes, and then you erased the sin but kept only the power of it. By the time I had completely subdued Agui, it was actually pretty easy to turn it into an artifact. It just took a long time to fully stabilize. So in conclusion, you can't leave the Grainifra area until the artifact stabilizes? That's right, Godfather. If I get disconnected from it, it'll go out of control. Is that artifact really that important? If I didn't have it, I wouldn't have been able to summon that thing last time. That's a seriously important item. Yes, I've put 600 years into it after all. But Rhine suddenly gave a crescent moon-shaped smile. If you tell me to give it up, Godfather, I will. All of a sudden, yes. That's not what I meant. And do you really think I'd say that, knowing how much effort you put into it? No, I actually figured you wouldn't say that. So this is, she smiled gently. Kind of like a way to appeal to you, she added, with a subtle meaning in her words, looking at Alon with green eyes glimmering between her smiling lashes. Alon instinctively turned his head away. Rhine looked at him with a pleased expression. A long silence followed between them. A few days later, just when Alon had fully recovered and was considering returning to his domain late at night, the Blue Moon Council was held once again upon Rhine's return. The meeting, which was originally scheduled every 6 months, had not taken place since Rhine's disappearance. But despite it not being time yet, Yusha had summoned everyone. The meeting had 6 attendees. Yusha, Cialrang, Rhine, Raiden, Deus, and Hidden. Even excluding Hidden, the remaining 5 were such a noisy bunch that a proper meeting was nearly impossible when they were together. Especially now that Rhine had returned. But at this rare meeting no one dared to speak easily. Cialrang darted her golden eyes around, trying to read the room. Raiden was the same. Deus, who at first cluelessly tried to brag about his little sister with a loud hum, quickly realized the atmosphere and awkwardly turned his gaze to the distant mountains. As for Hidden, who was tasked with leading the meeting GHHK, he involuntarily gasped for air, making tiny choking sounds every few seconds as he nervously glanced at the 2 sources of pressure, Rhine and Yusha, then quickly looked away. Please save me? Everyone thought, except for Rhine and Yusha. Chapter 299, Divine Land 2, to be honest. Hidden hadn't anticipated this kind of atmosphere at today's meeting at all. This was the first meeting since Green Moon, whose whereabouts had been unknown, finally returned. So he thought the meeting would proceed with a slightly softer tone than usual. It's been a while, Rhine. I'm glad you returned without any major issues. Yes, it's been a while, Yusha. But the atmosphere of the meeting was cold. So cold, in fact, that Hidden thought he might freeze on the spot if the gazes of Red Moon or Green Moon happened to fall on him. Why is it so tense in here? Hidden wondered amidst the frigid air. But that curiosity didn't last long. So, Rhine, why did you do that? Which part are you referring to? Talking about the brooch. The brooch. Oh, you mean the one on the Marquis chest? Yes, that one. You deliberately took it off and put it in your pocket, didn't you? Yusha's mouth was smiling, but her voice held absolutely no emotion. In contrast, Rhine, who had been speaking kindly until now, let out a small exclamation. Well, she gave a sweet smile. I thought it might hit my head when I hugged my godfather. As if to provoke. Wait, what, Rhine? You hugged Great Moon and slipped the brooch into the pocket? The one who reacted with a loud voice wasn't Yusha, but Xiaoreng. Xiaoreng looked at Rhine with a face full of betrayal, but Rhine didn't even glance at her and continued to look at Yusha. Yusha smiled even more deeply and spoke. Rhine, you shouldn't remove that without permission, okay? It's to protect the Great Moon. Oh, that brooch. Did it have some kind of effect or something? Rhine was startled, covering her mouth with her hand. You already knew that, didn't you? I didn't know. She added, not at all, and gently shook her head. Seeing that, Xiaoreng, who just moments ago was glaring at her as if she were a traitor, rolled her eyes. And it wasn't just Xiaoreng. Everyone present began shifting their gazes awkwardly, because they all knew. They all realized the situation had gotten much worse than before. Trying to read the room, Raiden spoke up. Deus, what is it? Didn't you say you were with brother the other day? Did anything happen then? He deliberately tried to steer the topic toward Deus. And soon, Xiaoreng's eyes lit up with admiration as she looked at Raiden. She had immediately realized his intention to use Dia's clueless praise of Elan to smooth over this cold atmosphere. Yeah, I was wondering too. Xiaoreng quickly chimed in. To help Raiden, she asked a question she normally never would have. Then come to think of it, I haven't told that story yet. Deus, who took the bait right away, started reminiscing as if recalling fond memories. Amazing. Even Hidden was impressed by the strategy. Deus, can't you see we're having a conversation right now? But then Rhine and Yusha's icy voices cut in. Just as Deus was about to speak, he froze in place. Well, I am terribly sorry, but something urgent just came up. He suddenly said that. Of course, just saying you suddenly have something to do isn't a valid excuse to leave a Blue Moon meeting. Everyone knew that, and no one had ever dared use that excuse before. But I must be going. Deus thought that Rhine and Yusha's stares were at least 100 times colder than when his sister, Silly, got mad and immediately turned off his orb. Now that I think about it, I need to get back to training. Come to think of it, well, I'll be gathering again soon anyway, why not just talk then? As if triggered by Deus, the other moons also left with similar excuses. And thus, the only ones remaining were Rhine and Yushi along with Hidden. Even if the others could handle it, Hidden knew he couldn't. And so, he had no choice but to remain in this suffocating space alone, while trying to regulate his breathing just to stay alive. Rhine. Yusha spoke up. Wouldn't it be best to be content with the position you currently hold? She raised the corners of her mouth as she said it, but her eyes still weren't smiling. Not more than just not smiling, they looked slightly menacing. By now, the conversation should have been wrapping up. Even if Green Moon sometimes clashed subtly with Red Moon, Hidden believed that in the end, Green Moon still watched Red Moon's reactions closely. But I never really wanted anything more, you know? Are you being serious? Yes, because Godfather is my godfather, but the returned Green Moon was different somehow. If Godfather sees it differently, then that's another matter. She said that to the threatening figure with a chilling smile. At that, Red Moon briefly stopped smiling. However, there's no way he would think differently of you. You're his precious daughter. Red Moon soon smiled again. This time, Green Moon's expression briefly stiffened. Still, I am closer than you. She responded plainly, as if stating the obvious. A crack formed in Red Moon's smile once more. But Green Moon paid no mind. Well then, I'll see you again. She left with a bright smile. Hidden instinctively glanced at Yusha, but strangely, the furious expression she had just moments ago had somehow turned relaxed, just as Hidden was wondering why Hidden. Yes, let's postpone the meeting. Oh, understood. Yusha left the meeting as if nothing had happened. Still puzzled, Hidden also ended his orb connection. And the next day, is that really true? Yeah, I heard the entire temple where Red Moon was staying suddenly collapsed. Hidden heard that news from Yuna, whom he met for the first time in a while to exchange information. Hidden began to dread the meeting scheduled for tonight. A few days later, just as Elan was about to leave Fildegreen and return to the Marquis estate, I'll help you dress. As I said last time, I am fine. Lately, he'd been feeling oddly uncomfortable with the elves' excessive kindness. Their devotion had started when he became royalty, but until recently it hadn't really bothered him. Because whenever Elan declined politely, they would back off without pushing further. but ever since he dealt with sin, I really want to do this for you, may I? If you insist, then go ahead. Even when he declined, more and more people were insistent on showing him their kindness. So lately, that discomfort had only grown stronger. And that wasn't all. I greet the primordial elf. Now, every time he encountered someone, they'd immediately kneel before him. Of course, Alon was still human, so he didn't completely hate being revered. But still, it all felt a bit excessive. Godfather. Rhine. On his way to see Rhine, Alon had already been greeted reverently by elves over 5 times. He let out a sigh and sat across from her. Did you sleep well? When Alon asked, Rhine hesitated for a moment and then shook her head. No. Is something wrong? I am just having trouble adjusting to a new bed. I think I could sleep well if you helped a little, Godfather. As Rhine trailed off, Alon readily responded. I'll help. Really? Yes. When Alon confirmed once more, Rhine gave a faint smile. Then could you maybe stay next to me while I fall asleep? She leaned slightly toward him. What? Alon was flustered, but Rhine gave a teasing smile. Just kidding, Godfather. I've been sleeping just fine. She giggled as if amused. So, didn't you say you had something to tell me today? Looking at her playfully smiling face, Alon cleared his throat and changed the subject. The reason he had come to see Rhine was because she said she had something important to tell him. At that, Rhine stopped giggling and said, The reason I asked to see you today is about your power, Godfather. She got to the point. My power? Yes. It's about fully making your divinity your own. Fully making my divinity mine. Of course, I know you handle your divine power well. But right now, it's like you're borrowing another god's divinity, isn't it? Borrowing another god's divinity, to be precise. Even if you're the core of that god's being, you're still using a name that isn't yours. Is that a problem? There's nothing inherently wrong with it, but it does have clear limits. A divinity that wasn't created by you won't truly suit you. After pondering her words briefly, Alon asked, So what you're saying is I need to create a divinity that fits me. Is that right? Exactly. More specifically, it's a process of unifying the divided aspects of your divinity. A process of unifying divided divinity? Rhine nodded. Yes, if y'all allow me, I'd like to show you the method. From what I've gathered, if you create and use a divinity that's purely your own, it'll definitely be more beneficial than your current state. For example, she added, in your current spells, Godfather. My spells? Yes. From what I've read, spells and divinity are like puzzle pieces. Puzzle pieces, each piece can function on its own, but together they create a far greater power. You got this knowledge from the forbidden section of the library, didn't you? Yes, though I didn't unlock everything. The price for accessing the forbidden section last time was paid entirely by Agwi's body, after all. Alon nodded. That was the same answer Shed given when he asked her about the forbidden knowledge she had acquired. After stroking his chin for a moment, Alon looked Rhine straight in the eyes. Then what do I need to do to truly obtain my own divinity? Do I have to gather faith in a crisis like before? No, there's no need for that. You already have more than enough faith. What you need now is something else, something else. As Alon looked at her, Rhine raised 3 fingers. Y'all need 3 things: divine land, divine people, and a night order. Alon's eyes widened slightly at the unexpected answer. To put it simply, think of it like forming a rosario. That sounds a little too large-scale. There's no need to overthink it. If you just follow my guidance, it won't be that hard to build. At her continued reassurance, Alon nodded and listened carefully. And a little later, Evan. Yes, Marquis, send a letter to the estate. All of a sudden. Aren't you going back to the territory soon anyway? I am, but there's something I need to pass on ahead of time. Though surprised by the sudden order, Evan quickly pulled out a pen. What should I write? Write that we're recruiting a holy night order. A holy night order? Yes. All right, got it. Evan nodded without questioning further. Seeing that, Alon gave him a hesitant look and asked, Does it sound weird to you? Sorry, what does? The part about recruiting a holy night order. Oh well, considering you're already using divine power and elves kneel the moment they see you, this isn't all that surprising. Is that so? Yes. Anyway, it just so happens that Penia is in contact with the magic tower, so I'll include this along with that communication. Do you want to include any specific conditions? At Evan's question, Alon shook his head. No need to be too detailed. Even though it's a night order, we're just gathering people on a trial basis for now. Understood. Surprisingly, the letter was sent to the estate without issue. And then, a few days later, recruiting a holy night order? A letter written by Evan was in Election's hands. What is this? He stared at the letter again with a puzzled expression. but the content was just one line. That Marquis Palacio was recruiting a holy knight order. What is this even supposed to mean? Elections expressions subtly twisted. Naturally, the letter contained nothing beyond that statement. No mention of how many recruits, no criteria, no explanation of what kind of knight order this was. No specifics whatsoever. Still, having received the letter, he couldn't exactly ignore it. Well, I guess I'll just post a notice. Following Alon's letter, Election decided to post a recruitment notice for the Holy Knight Order, setting a 2-month application window. He had no idea that this small task would become something much bigger. And exactly 10 days later, now this is fascinating. We have to leave immediately. Master's Knight Order. Marquis is forming a knight order. A single rumor began to spread across the entire allied kingdoms. Marquis Palacio was forming a Holy Knight Order. Chapter 300, Divine Land 3. It had been about 2 weeks since Alon left Grainif. Marquis, what is it? Are you planning to take a longer break this time? On the way back to the Marquis estate, Alon, who had been blankly enjoying the sunshine, paused at Evan's question and cleared his throat. Well, I am not sure. Of course, having gone all the way to the east, he did feel the need to rest a bit. Even so, the reason he couldn't answer easily was because of the sin. He had heard about the emergence of the sin. He had actually confronted it, and he still had to face 3 more sins. In short, he couldn't afford to relax. How did things end up like this? Alon looked out into the distant mountains. Come to think of it, all he had ever wanted was to live a quiet noble's life. Why are you sighing all of a sudden? No reason, I was just thinking about how I wanted to live my life baking toast, but somehow things turned out like this. Evan tilted his head with a question mark practically floating above it. Likewise, Penia, Blackie, and Basilirajo had been lounging on top of Blackyall looked at Alon with puzzled expressions. Why are you all giving me that look? Alon was rather confused by their reactions. No, it's just. That's just so absurd. I think so too. An awkward silence briefly passed between them. Alon cleared his throat and said, in any case, I do think I'm getting closer to the dream. You're fighting monsters that can wipe out half a territory in one blow. How is that anywhere near a peaceful noble's life? Well, Alon was about to say that once he dealt with the sins, he'd be able to live in peace without any more threats, but he swallowed those words back. The moment he said it out loud, it would only lead to more explanations than necessary. So instead, no, forget it. What's that? You were about to say something and stopped. Rather than responding to Evan's complaint, Alon recalled something Rhine had told him before. Half finished, huh? That was how Rhine had put it to him. She said divine powers and incantations were like puzzle pieces, each could function independently, but together they created something complete. To be honest, I still don't quite get it. Up until now, Alon had been using both magic and divine power, but he had never once thought of them as similar. After all, the two were fundamentally distinct forces. Magic drew from mana, while divine power drew from divinity, were different from the very beginning. Of course, if you go as far as rituals, the concept of pulling from established rules might make the structure look a bit similar. Still, because the core energies were different, he couldn't quite grasp what Rhine meant. Strictly speaking, she had only told him what to do first, hadn't explained how divine power and magic might complement each other. Or rather, I haven't opened it yet. In a way, it was a subtle and ambiguous situation. Even so, Alon had 2 major reasons for choosing to follow Rhine's advice. First, he knew that the library in Rhine's mind was a place that held only truth, no lies. And second, Alon himself believed that integrating divine power could be of great help. If I can somehow combine the 2 divine powers that I currently can't use simultaneously, it'll definitely be a huge boost. Alon calmly organized his next steps while recalling the divine magic puzzle that neither Kilris nor Sparrow had known about. The first task was to create the divine land, just as Rhine had mentioned. Of course, there were other things to be done too, like saving his followers or founding a knight order. But creating the divine land had to come first. The second task was to seek out the observer, just as he had heard in the east. Anyway, let's get this divine land thing sorted out first. Declaring divine land wasn't particularly difficult. He could even do it now, technically. The issue was finding a location for it. I'll need to talk this one out. Although Alon held the Marquis title under the Kingdom of Asteria, declaring divine land on nearby lands would require the Queen's permission. Of course, even if he went ahead without permission, it probably wouldn't cause much trouble. But still, it was better to get formal approval. I suppose I'll have to visit the kingdom of Asteria. Alon finished mapping out his plan in his head. But Marquis, what is it? Now that I think about it, what's that? Following Evan's gaze, Alon looked down at his own chest. There was a badge adorned with a green gem. Oh, that. It's something Rhine gave me. Really? She said it was a gift. Rhine had asked him to wear it no matter what before he left Fildegreen. As Alon thought back to that moment and stared at the green badge, is that so? Evan stared at the gem for a while, fascinated, then shrugged his shoulders. After a few weeks of travel, Alon finally returned to the Palacio estate for the first time in a long while. Marquis, election? As soon as he stepped into the estate, he was met by a breathless election, whose face had gone pale. Her Majesty the Queen is waiting for you. What? Still panting, election delivered the shocking news. It's hard to even catch a glimpse of you these days. I have no excuse. The moment Alon entered the office and greeted Cian, he bowed his head deeply. Truthfully, Alon should have shown his face in Tyria right after stopping by Rosario. Were you busy with something? Standing before the queen who had come in person, Alon nervously cleared his throat. Yes, a bit. Cian stared at him intently. However, well, fine. It feels a bit much to keep asking a busy man like you to always come to where I am. Thank you for understanding. As Cian leaned back into her chair like it was no big deal, Alon bowed again and asked, "But Your Majesty, what brings you all the way out to this remote region?" On the outside, he seemed composed, but in truth, Alon was very curious. A ruler is someone who summons others, doesn't go to them. Unless there's a truly important meeting, she never moved in person. As Alon stared curiously, Cian shrugged casually. It's a mix of reasons. As you know, the Allied Kingdom has been pretty noisy lately. You mean the abyssal beings? Cian nodded. Right, we held a meeting because of them. I don't know how seriously you're taking this, but the situation is quite grave. Alon realized just how much damage the abyssal beings had caused. If even the kings of multiple countries had gathered for a meeting, it meant things were really bad. So even if I handle the sins, the future still gets worse little by little, huh? As Alon was lost in such thoughts, so, when were you planning to tell me the story? Cian brought up the topic. I came all the way here to hear what happened in Rosario. Were you planning to leave me hanging? With a teasing smile, Cian spoke lightly. I'll begin now. Clearing his throat, Alon started recounting what had happened in Rosario. After listening quietly, I see. Yes. Actually, I already heard about what happened in Rosario. She said it suddenly. Oh, yes. To be honest, Alon had suspected Cian might have already heard. So he just nodded awkwardly without much reaction, at which point Cian's smiling expression turned a little sour. You're surprisingly oblivious. Excuse me? When someone says they already know, you should be asking why they still wanted to hear it again. A sudden grumble dropped in. If I had asked that, what would your answer have been? Though it was late, Alon tried to play along and asked. I'd have said it was just an excuse to see you. Cian twirled her finger and replied with a playful grin. Alon's mind went blank for a second. Normally, it would have been something he brushed off. But having heard similar things from Rhine lately, Alon found himself naturally thinking more about the meaning behind those words. Noticing Alon frozen in place, Cian chuckled with amusement. What's the matter? Pardon? This conversation, I mean. At Cian's follow-up, Alon hesitated. He wasn't sure how to respond. Don't worry, just speak freely. In the end, Alon gave his honest thoughts. Pardon me, but it felt like you were hoping I'd take the hint more seriously, or something along those lines. Still smiling, Cian responded, did it? Yes. Well then, let me remind you those were your words. She leaned forward and added, pardon? Mine? Yes. No way. Alon's mouth fell open. Something I said in your memory? Exactly. And you said it with a very sly grin, I might add. Alon felt his face heating up for some reason. He briefly wondered just what kind of nonsense the version of himself in Cian's memories had gotten up to. That's when he noticed Cian, who had been smiling just moments ago, lost in serious thought. As if something had come to mind, she was deep in contemplation. Seeing this, Your Majesty, Alon gently called out to her, and she quickly snapped out of it and cleared her throat. Ahem. Anyway, the reason I came to see you was, like I said, for several reasons. To attend the meeting and to share some newly resurfaced memories with you. With that, she stood from her seat. Well then, I'll take my leave. Truthfully, I would like to chat more or see what kind of amusing things are happening in your domain, but if I stay longer, I'll be late for the meeting. But Alon stopped her briefly. Your Majesty, if it's not too much to ask, may I borrow just a bit more of your time? He then began to speak about the divine land. In the end, Alon successfully received a grant of empty land from Sion to be used for divine land. It was about a day's travel away from the Palatio Marquisate. Hugh back in his office, Alon let out a heavy sigh. The unexpected visit and the unplanned royal audience had drained him more mentally than he expected. He slumped into a chair and let himself rest. The next day, Penia already left for the academic society? Yes, I see. Alon let out a small sigh and took a bite of toast Evan had brought. Now this is more like it. A long-awaited moment of peace. Sure, this might be considered a luxury, but he had been running around too busily until now. So he resolved to take it slow at least for today. Suddenly, he sensed a bit more commotion than usual and looked outside. He saw a strange sight. It was a massive crowd that filled not only the inner walls of the Palatio estate, but even stretched far beyond to the outer walls. No, to be precise, it wasn't just a crowd of people. Elves and lizard men. It was a huge gathering of various races, all swarming the marquisate. Evan, yes, Marquis, what is all that? Following Alon's finger, Evan looked down and was equally shocked. Oh, he quickly recalled something he had discussed with Election the previous day. Ah, I think they're all here for the Holy Knight Order entrance exam. That's today. Knight Order? Yes, don't you remember, Marquis? You told us to put out an announcement ahead of time. Well, yes, but Alon looked again at the overwhelming crowd that seemed on the verge of bursting. This wasn't what I had in mind. He couldn't bring himself to say the rest aloud.